Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A certain guy had the man pinned against the wall. He was squeezing his neck while he explained that they were nothing more than pawns since all the orders were given from the Black Death branch. The guy punched him in the stomach. The body fell to the ground. Looking down, the masked man repeated the name that was just said to him. The unknown man noticed something, shifting his gaze. His silhouette began to dissolve. Some people in cloaks jumped down to the scene of the massacre. They looked around. One of them was Yujiho from the Muram Police University. She said that the suspect was one step ahead again. The man crouched next to one of the bodies. It was Jinti, also from the university. He noted that judging by the state of these people, their target left not long ago, offering the leader to follow him. The leader frowned. It was Songwoo, the head of the Muram Police's external affairs team. The law enforcement officer rejected the offer, saying that he knew they were coming and had probably prepared an escape route, so they would just be wasting time. The second girl peeked out from behind the door, calling out to the leader. She handed him a box, explaining that this warehouse was full of them. It was Boa, also from the university. The leader opened the box. Looking at it, he said that these were more power enhancement pills. Taking out a blister pack, the man remembered that this was their first mission, telling them that these pills were a narcotic internal energy booster, and recently, many martial artists were using them to commit crimes in Muram. The girl, looking at the pills, noted that they had to catch those who were behind their production. The guy turned around and explained that the criminal had only destroyed Danshin without causing any serious injuries, and the girl asked if the man had any personal grudges against the cartel. Rubbing his chin, the man agreed with her. Looking at the squad, he added that he would return immediately after reporting this to headquarters, and the rest would be tasked with collecting all the drugs for now. The squad began collecting boxes of pills. The guy put them down and asked the girl if she needed to be at the freshmen's meeting, and she asked if she was really there today. Yujiho, holding a blister pack, replied that she was not interested. Raising a finger, Boa asked her if she hadn't heard that a new leader of the Young Brothers would be elected today and that there were rumors that Haku would take his place. While rummaging through the boxes, the second one explained that even though that genius was only in second place, the first place was occupied by a student from the village of Dujeng. Grinning, Boa said that she had just said something that was of no interest to her, and Yujiho exclaimed for her to shut up because she was simply surprised by the fact that some country bumpkin had taken first place. Looking at her, the guardian of the law asked about the name of that student. Raising her head, the girl thought. Imagining the guy's face, she called him Tiong. The young man was standing in front of the honor board. The student, bowing his head, asked if his name was Tiong and if he was the best student this year. Punching his chest, the hero was surprised that he was recognized, answering the question of the interlocutor in the affirmative. The eyes of the second guy lit up red. The young man made a punch, aiming at the protagonist's head. The same one simply grabbed the hand, lowered it down for a handshake. He simply shook the interlocutor's hand. Smiling, the student asked if there was anything wrong with shaking the interlocutor's hand with his left, also asking what his name was. The guy narrowed his eyes, introducing himself as Kijok, realizing that this man ignored his attack, playing it off as a joke. Looking at the student, the hero explained that this was his first meeting since he moved to Seoul, asking him to take care of him. The same one replied that he would help him get used to it here. Waving his hands, the guy told an incredibly interesting history of the school, a story about the four kings of Muram, Jin from the Wuding sect, the king of the black demons, Mugong from the poisonous sect, as well as the main lord himself, who had been a master of martial arts since early childhood. The hero turned away. He looked at a photo of a certain guy who was marked as the first generation. Bowing his head, the young man knew that he would soon find his father because it was him in the photo. The students were standing in front of the board when suddenly a voice came from the speakers asking if Haku was present. The protagonist looked towards the other two guys when they were talking about how this student was the second grandson of the representative of the Wudin sect because it was hard to believe that such a genius like this man took only second place. Turning around, Tian asked who this person was. His interlocutor was unhappy that the hero did not listen to him because he told about this man, who is the leader of the Wudin sect, which is the most influential in Muram. Suddenly, sweat appeared on Kijok's face. Stepping back a little, the student could not believe that the hero was stronger than this famous man. The hero turned around when he heard someone say that he had come. A certain student waved his hand at him. Bowing his head, the protagonist remembered that it was the day they first met. Frowning, the student looked at Tiong. The young man stood in front of him, realizing that he could not even imagine then what troubles he would get into because of him. A certain car was driving along the night roads. The old man, sitting a little behind, asked about the drug. There was a blister in the case and the man explained that the previous version had many side effects, but the new pills were on a completely different level, although they had not yet been tested for safety, but the effectiveness had increased many times over. The old man took the pill in his hand. Putting his fingers to his ear, the unknown man listened to the words on the other end that he would discuss this issue with the head of the department, asking him to pass the information on to the manager. It was a man in a mask. He was standing on the roof of one of the buildings. Suddenly, the man noticed someone. It was the man from the car. The unknown man looked at him intently. Suddenly, he jumped. The man in the mask was flying down. In a certain office, there were two guys. One of them, leaning against the wall, was talking about how the manager had pulled off a big deal this time, while the other one asked if it was related to drugs. An unknown person broke a window and burst into the office. The guy threw something at two security guards. One of them managed to dodge. Jumping towards the unknown person, he asked who he was. The guard swung his leg to kick. The masked criminal blocked the blow with his hand. The unknown person grabbed his opponent by the face. The guy started to throw him over. The young man hit the guard's head on the floor. The man who opened the door asked what was going on. They rushed towards the unknown person, shouting that they had an intruder. The man's eyes glowed red. He lunged towards the closest one. The guy hit the attacker in the face with his knee. Having knocked him to the floor, the man jumped towards the two enemies behind. One of them got kicked in the face. The same thing happened to the other one. They both got hit in the head. The biggest one of them noted that they were useless pieces of shit while stretching his arms. The man rushed towards the unknown man, shouting that he would break the intruder's spine. The masked man dodged the first blow. The guy grabbed the big guy by the arm. Suddenly, he jumped. The young man performed a move, thanks to which he ended up above the enemy's head. The intruder hit the big guy on the knee. The man flew back, groaning. The guy flew into the air. He kicked the enemy in the face. The same blow caused him to break through the wall and fly back. The unknown man went inside. There were 4 men there. One of them, taking the phone away from his ear, did not understand what had happened. 2 of them were kicking a certain person. The eyes of the masked guy were shining even brighter. One of the thugs squatted and noted that there was only one intruder and they were making so much noise, and the second asked what kind of mask it was. The man put his feet up on the table and said into the phone that they were just having a little trouble because of one guy. It was the head manager of the Black Deaths named Donghi. One of the enemies jumped on the young man, asking if he really didn't know what kind of place this was. The thug missed his blow. The masked man was preparing to strike with his elbow. The opponent flew into the air from such a blow. The man crashed into the wall. The other 2 turned around, surprised. They rushed at the intruder, wondering what sect he was from. The blow from the opponent with the bandage missed its target. The unknown man made a knee to the head. The second one rushed towards him, screaming. They were preparing to strike each other. The young man dodged the enemy's blow and kicked him in the chest. Donghi, baring his teeth, asked the department head to wait a bit. The enemy, who had been hit in the chest, flew into the manager's desk. The man, having dropped to the floor, asked the guy who he was. Putting his hands in his pockets, the head also asked him why he had come here, but the man in the mask simply said the enemy's name, age, and position. Looking at him, the unknown man also added that he was one of the culprits of the disorder inside Nurum and that he would now be judged. The man's eyes lit up red. He put the pill in his mouth, noting that the intruder was underestimating him too much. The masked man narrowed his eyes. The opponent was covered in a blue aura. The man opened his eyes wide and told him to attack since he was tired of living. The intruder stretched out his hand and used Wooden's darkness skill called Annihilation. A bright beam of energy burst out from his hand. Red flames burst out from the wall of the building. People looking up said that it could be a bomb planted by terrorists. Smoke was coming out of the hole in the wall, and cries for help were heard. A silhouette was visible in the smoke. Donghi's body was torn apart by such an attack. The masked man's eyes became even redder. There was a huge pool of blood under the corpse. The scenery of a small village was visible. A woman was chopping wood. She was doing it with her hand. The woman turned around, hearing her name called. The hero, yawning, asked if she had cooked anything, to which the mother noted that this was really what he wanted to ask after waking up. Covering his face with his hands, he reminded her that this was his natural whim like everyone else. The woman, squinting a little, looked at her son. Crossing her arms over her chest, she said that she had told him to come home right after the freshman meeting, asking where he had been hanging out half the night. The hero explained that he had been recording a video. Pointing her finger at her son, the woman asked him if he had been recording martial arts techniques on YouTube again. He explained that it was just an advertisement for their dojo. She scowled and yelled that she didn't care if it was an advertisement or something, because videos like that weren't supposed to be uploaded to YouTube because martial arts weren't something to brag about. The guy waved her off and explained that it wasn't bragging, it was just an advertisement, because he wouldn't be able to do that anyway after officially enrolling in Muram Police University. The woman continued chopping wood with her hand, saying that she needed to finish and telling her son to bring his grandfather over so they could eat together. The guy walked along a country road. The protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, wondered why he was trying to save dodging if his mother scolded him like that. Someone was walking towards the guy, calling him Appa, and he reminded her that he asked her to call him teacher. The girl, her eyes wide, said that they were in big trouble. Picking his nose, the young man asked what had happened. The woman was standing in front of a certain man, screaming that they were leaving. With her hands on her hips, she was screaming that they had signed up for dojang because they had promised to make her child a real martial artist. But what could they teach her for 6 months? That she couldn't even take a normal stance, which meant that the whole school was a bunch of scammers. The old man, with his mouth open, laughed. The hero looked at this from the side, while the woman continued to scream that he couldn't stop laughing and finally talked to her normally. Adjusting his hair, the protagonist noted that she had scared him in vain, because he thought that there was really something serious here and not just a complaint, and the girl reminded him that the teacher would become a beggar if she left. The guy tapped the woman on the shoulder with his finger. Extending his hand, the young man asked her to talk to him. The interlocutor looked at her daughter, noting that this was probably the pervert she was constantly talking about. Smiling, the teacher said that there must have been a small misunderstanding, because he was the master of the grieving spirit clan. Raising a finger, the guy asked if the woman knew about the history of their time-worn dojang. Looking at the roof, the young man explained that all the tiles were cracked and the windows and doors were starting to rot. Looking at the rotten doors, the hero also noted that the girl might already begin to doubt that it was possible to teach anything in such a place. Spreading his arms, he explained that this was a ruined and old place and was a symbol of their ancient spirit technique. 3 students looked out, saying that the teacher was very clever at pulling the wool over her eyes because he was clearly better at this than at martial arts. Leaning over, the guy also said that there was another reason why they still exist. Unfolding the list of students, he shouted that absolutely all the students here had entered the best university of the Muram police. Covering her face with her hands, the woman was surprised by such a large number of applicants. Pointing his finger at his name, the guy noted that every single one of them, all 34 generations, were the best students. Twisting the scroll, the young man thought about what else he could show her. Putting out his hands, the hero used the secret technique of the clan of sad spirits. A blue beam of energy burst out of his hands. Everything in front of him was illuminated by a bright light. The woman covered her face with her hands. The old man, looking at what was happening, did not say a word. A ditch from such a strong attack appeared in front of the young man. Stretching out his hand, he explained that the spiritual wave was an exclusive technique of their clan, and if her daughter continued her studies, she would be able to master this technique and become the best student of the Muram Police University, and the woman asked if he could really teach her this. The interlocutor sparkled, asking if her daughter would be able to use this technique. The guy explained that of course she could, but they only teach this technique to students from a special class. With her eyes wide open, the woman shouted for her daughter to be enrolled there as soon as possible. As she left, the student waved her hand. The hero and the old man walked away. Turning to the guy, the grandfather addressed him. The young man was picking his nose, while the man began to talk about the spiritual wave. Turning his head, he explained that he had already said many times that demonic spirit techniques are not something that can be put on display for everyone to see. The protagonist put his hand on the grandfather's shoulder, asking him to take a look at something. The guy handed him a phone with a photo of a girl, asking if she was a beauty. The old man bowed down, and the young man was already thinking that his plan had apparently failed. Burying it in his face, the grandfather said that she was too beautiful. The boy covered his ears when he heard his mother's scream. The old man's phone number was imprinted on his face, and he said something about the boy's mother's character. The 3 of them were sitting in front of the table. The woman, putting a spoon in her mouth, remembered that she had ordered a special uniform for the university, but the hero noted that this was not like her at all. Closing her eyes, she explained that since her son became the best student at the university, these concerns should be her first priority. Grinning, the boy noted that she finally recognized him as the best student. The mother turned to the TV when she heard about the new news. On the screen were images of an explosion, and it was said that last night terrorists planted a bomb in one of the buildings, and the Muram Police Brigade is already sorting out this situation. The boy's eyes turned white while the phone continued talking about the disaster and the manager of the managing faction of Black Deaths, who died on the spot. The hero coughed. The woman turned to her son and called out to him, asking if it was him. The boy narrowed his eyes. He looked at his mother. Suddenly, she turned around, hearing the doorbell. The young man stood up, saying that he was leaving now. As he left, the boy told his mother that they would talk later. The young man stood in front of 2 police officers. One of them, adjusting his cap, asked Tion if this guy was Tion, to which he answered in the affirmative. Smiling, the officer explained that he should follow them to the police station. Rubbing his neck, the hero clarified why they were calling him. The second officer, adjusting his glasses, explained that he was the main suspect in the terrorist attack that had occurred the previous night. Squinting, the young man asked on what grounds they were going to detain him. The law enforcement officer suggested that they talk about the details at the station. The second one, still smiling, apologized, because they had simply found some suspicious information on his YouTube video, and so that they would not begin to suspect him even more, he should go with them to the police station because it would not take much time. Suddenly, the woman, putting her hand to the officer's neck, asked who they were. The man, grabbing his hand, screamed. The young man, holding out his hands, asked his mother to wait, because these people were from the police and they just wanted to ask him a few questions. The second officer, adjusting his glasses again, noted that if she did not stop, they would consider her actions as attacks on a police officer. The hero, waving the woman away, asked her not to worry because he would be back soon. The mother's hand was covered in a light blue aura. She grabbed his hand to stop it. She watched the car drive away. The grandfather stood nearby, looking at her. The guy, exhaling, noted that it was close. Turning to the policeman, the protagonist noted that they should give him compensation. One of them poked him in the neck, not letting him finish. The young man's eyes widened. His forehead was red, as he did not understand what was happening to his body. The officer said that his mother had incredible intuition. Removing the air from the syringe, he also added that he almost wet his pants. Swinging, the policeman wished the guy sweet dreams. The hero's eyes opened even wider. Raising his hand, Taeyong greeted his subscribers, saying that he is the master of the Sorrowful Spirit clan and all their students occupy the best places in the Muram Police University. The protagonist released a spiritual wave. Continuing to find in the stance, he explained that this is a standard technique of each student from their clan, but it is a very complex and combined technique that will be incredibly difficult for beginners to master. Raising his finger, the guy also added that there is nothing to worry about because the clan will prepare them for everything, and by the time of graduation they will certainly be able to repeat it, since this is the ideal technique for any battle. The boy released a spiritual wave again. Smiling, he said that this technique consumes very little energy, making it reusable, and all of this will be able to be mastered by students in the Sorrowful Spirit clan. Someone holding a tablet in his hand noted that this man is crazy. Crossing his legs, he noted that these are demonic spirit techniques. Grinning, the man asked who Yongu sent there. It was one of the 4 great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance named Yongbyeom. Next to him stood his henchman named Yongu, who replied that he sent Viper and Desun. The man looked at his assistant. He leaned over, hearing the order. The guard grabbed his head. Frowning, he said that he had previously told him not to send them, because they needed this guy alive, and the guard explained that the reason for all this was because their target ranks first in this generation of Muram police students. The man covered his face with his hand. Get up, he ordered his assistant to call them immediately. Squinting, the master added that he should tell them that the boss would be arriving soon. A warehouse was visible. A crack was spreading along the wall. The hero flew into it. The man, standing above him, kicked him in the chest. Frowning, the thug told him to wake up. The guy's head was bowed. The man in the police uniform behind him asked why he was being so rude to him, because in the end, he could just have a civilized conversation with him. The hero could not move from the spot, not understanding why he could not gather Kai in his dantian, assuming that it could be because of what he was injected with. As soon as the young man opened his eyes, words were heard that he had finally woken up. The guy, right in front of the protagonist, advised him not to even torture him, because the drug that was injected into him in the car completely suppresses the ability to use Kai. Putting the suitcase on the floor, he asked if they should start talking. There were many insects in the case, and the man explained that they were poisonous centipedes. He was shaking because he asked the guy to imagine what would happen if the insects accidentally got inside the body, because these creatures would instantly devour all the organs and even poison them to boot. The man behind him, adjusting his glasses, reminded him of the boss's words, to which the Viper replied that he only wanted to scare the hostage a little. Patting the guy on the cheek, the policeman also added that they should finish there. Opening his eyes, he asked about the location of the demonic spirit's treasure. The hero, bowing his head, replied that he did not know. Smiling, the enemy asked if he really did not get the hint. The Viper grabbed him by the cheeks. Taking one of the centipedes in his tweezers, the guy reminded him that he had previously intended to resolve everything civilly. He stuffed the insect into the boy's mouth. Grinning, the villain said that since nothing could be done, he should at least have some fun. The policeman stood over the protagonist while he screamed furiously. Grinning, the bandit said that it was time for the second question. His eyes opened again and he asked where he had studied the martial arts of the immortal ruler. The hero, gritting his teeth, again answered that he did not know. The second man kicked him in the face. Without removing his foot, the thug advised him not to fool them. Bowing his head, he added that the guy himself had shown this technique. The bandit continued to press his foot into his face. Gritting his teeth, he shouted the name of the martial art. The boy, his eyes wide open, ran somewhere. Even then he wanted to become a great master of martial arts. In front of him were the elders. This meant that these were the very happy days, fulfilling his dreams, and with him the dreams of his brothers and comrades. Suddenly everything was broken and a certain silhouette appeared, because of which everything was destroyed. People, with their mouths wide open, were attacking someone, Their target was the Immortal Lord, who mercilessly killed his comrades without any reason. Other warriors, also with their mouths wide open, were attacking this man. His path, which he walked, was painted in the color of blood and flesh. An incredible number of fighters were running towards the Immortal Lord. Grinning, he burst into laughter, and the friends of this boy, along with this grotesque laughter, died. Suddenly, everything around was pierced by blue marks from blows. Houses, as well as people, everything was cut. The boy looked at the corpses, seeing all this raging blood, scattered flesh, and screams in agony. He looked up, seeing more corpses. His glasses were cracked. In front of the boy was an immortal overlord, who was apparently a real demon. The image of this demonic creature was reflected in his glasses. The policeman swung his weapon, shouting, "How dare he!" He hit the guy in the face, asking how dare he parody the immortal overlord. The young man's face was swollen from so many blows. Sweat appeared on the man's face, and suddenly he was called out. Viper, putting his hand on his shoulder, reminded him of the boss's words. Leaving, the man apologized, and the young guy noted that he understood everything and he should not worry. Opening one eye, the bandit could not think of what to do, because with such a face, not only his boss, but his own mother would not recognize him. Suddenly, he noticed something. The protagonist stood up, covered in a red aura. His eyes glowed red, and the boy shouted if they were really done and if they were going to continue beating him. The two bandits looked at the boy. Viper, smirking, noted that he was really persistent because he could still stand on his feet even after swallowing that deadly poisonous insect. The boy, looking at his hands, realized that due to that injection, all of his Kai had almost completely dissipated. The hero's eyes opened wide. Suddenly, he bent over, screaming. Putting his hands in his pockets, the opponent asked the boy how he could be okay after swallowing an insect. Raising his head, the boy realized that his body seemed to be on fire, and in this case, nothing could be done. The protagonist poked himself in the stomach with both thumbs, knowing that this was only a forced decision. He raised one leg, beginning to gather all the remaining true Kai power. Putting his hands forward, the guy decided to fight only with external Kai. The man, getting into a fighting stance, noted that he really had high endurance. The hero immediately approached while he continued to talk about what a person who is able to use Kai, like Tiong, can do. The guy's fist flew straight into the enemy's face. From such a blow, the opponent flew back. Behind the Viper was a huge hole in the wall. Gritting his teeth, the bandit realized that their prisoner knocked out his partner with one blow, because this simply could not be possible, even just because he was struck by the deadly poisonous venom of the Scolopendra. The people, bending over the bandit, called out to him, trying to figure out if he was alive. Suddenly, they rushed at the hero, shouting that he needed to be killed. The guy frowned. With his first attack, he hit the enemy in the face. This was done with a kick. Leaning on one leg, the young man sighed. Another enemy rushed at him, screaming about how such a person could do such a thing, and his head was bleeding. The guy punched him in the face. The young man kicked the second one away. The protagonist kicked the third one into the wall. The biggest of them swung a bat, screaming that such a brat really just wanted to tickle them. He hit the hero in the back with the bat. Gritting his teeth, Tiong screamed. Suddenly, the guy glanced behind him. The big guy's eyes widened. The guy grabbed him by the face. He slammed his head straight into the wall. Turning away, the young man shouted that anyone who wanted to die right now could come and feel free. Sweat appeared on the Viper's face as he realized that they had underestimated the prisoner, only because they believed that he was still too young, as he had been able to hold out for so long using only external Kai. Grinning, the opponent knew that in the end, it was a deadly poisonous insect that was inside him. Even if there was only one, it was still 10 times stronger than normal poison, so once he exhausted his limit, he would die. The bandits continued to run at the young man. The Viper understood that he needed a moment when the hero's Kai would run out. The guy jumped up. The protagonist was heading straight for the crowd of opponents. He spun around, beating everyone around. Tiong grabbed one of them by the head. The hero slammed his head into the floor. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Blood poured onto the floor and a scream was heard. The protagonist was breathing heavily, thinking that the poison was starting to act slowly, so he needed to hurry. The guy hit his stomach with 2 fingers again to gather even more external Kai. One of the bandits was running straight towards him with a knife, screaming that the prisoner was apparently completely exhausted. The hero grabbed him by the neck while he was still talking about piercing the target's body through and through. The guy kicked him in the chest. Another one was flying at him, about to punch him. The young man quickly rushed towards him. The protagonist made a preliminary strike. With the second strike, he broke the attacker's face. Suddenly, a blade was aimed at him from the other side. The guy dodged it. The warrior jumped over his opponent. Flying up to his head, he made a knee strike. Another opponent was defeated. The young man leaned against a column. Raising his head, he was breathing heavily. Suddenly, Viper stabbed something into his back, noting that he was really good. The opponent's eyes were burning when he said that it was the first time he saw someone fight like that after eating a deadly poisonous insect. He jumped back. Blades were sticking out of his sleeves. Crossing them, the bandit apologized to the boss because now he only needed the hero's death. The guy's blood flowed onto the floor. Suddenly, it began to evaporate, taking on a light pink hue. Something purple began to appear behind the protagonist, replacing his usual aura. Viper, looking at this, did not understand what was happening to the hero because it suddenly became too cold. The guy swung to one side. Suddenly, in an instant, he was closer, swung to the other. His next movement was very blurry due to the incredible speed. A huge purple skull appeared. A girl in a hat opened her mouth wide, feeling something. She rose from her knees. Something in her hands was glowing. She belonged to the ancient family of Maho spirits. The woman began to make strange movements, saying some kind of saving prayer. Suddenly, the lights near the statue flared up. The statue itself began to crack and the light began to break through. The stone god shattered into many fragments. Someone sitting inside said that the demon spirit had returned. The girl, putting her hand on her chest, answered affirmatively. Getting to her feet, the grandmother said that she would finally be able to see the face of this damned eccentric again. Gritting her teeth, she said that they would take revenge. She was also from an ancient family of spirits and was the princess of spirits. The car drove up to a small warehouse. It stopped and a question came from it asking if he wanted to take a look. The boss, getting out of the car, asked why no one came out to meet him. Hitting the assistant, he exclaimed about what he was teaching these children. The latter noted that this was not his job. Kicking down the door, NBM shouted to his subordinates that they would all dance for him now. Inside, everyone was unconscious. The boss looked around. Looking at the assistant, he asked why everyone was already beaten. Suddenly, they noticed something. A certain person, curled up, was trembling. Jumping up to him, the boss clarified whether he was a viper. The latter was simply apologizing. Covering his face with his hands, the bandit said that he had definitely killed the hero, poisoning him with a deadly poison because he had seen him dead with his own eyes, not understanding how he could still be alive. Having slapped his subordinate, the boss shouted at him to speak properly. Grabbing him by the collar, he ordered him to look him in the eyes and tell him everything that had happened here. Viper, opening his eyes wide, shouted that most likely the protagonist was not a man from the very beginning because he was a real demon. Squinting, the boss asked him again. Suddenly, he turned around. The man noticed something near the wall, and BM looked back in the other direction. His gaze froze on a huge hole in the wall. The assistant, having approached, noted that all the employees were unconscious. Suddenly, the boss noticed something, opening his eyes wider. Without turning around, he asked the henchman to call the clan of assassins. The man frowned and explained that it was the appearance of an immortal lord. The TV showed the incident called a terrorist attack again. Donghi, the leader of the Miram City Black Death sect faction, was shown, announcing his death during the attack. A mug shattered on the TV screen. A certain guy's hand was raised after being thrown. There were several men standing in the room, and one of them was lying on the table. The guy threw his legs up on the guy on the table and ordered him to hand over the report. Looking at the board, one of the assistants explained that the sole distribution lines had almost all burned to the ground in the past month. Closing his eyes, the boy wondered if they thought he wanted to hear that all the distribution lines had been destroyed in the past month. Asking what they had been doing all this time, it was Sebastian, the vice leader of the assassin clan. The two assistants on his right were trembling in fear. The same was true for the other two. The guy pressed on the head of the man lying on the table. Trampling his head, he noted that he was at the scene of the incident, asking about who could have done all this. Opening his mouth wide, the bandit shouted that it was just one guy who was wearing a mask, because of which they could not see his face. But he was an unrivaled master. Sebastian pressed even harder. His eyes glowed blue while he said that he really had to be so immersed in all this that all plans were ruined, because was it all because of such bugs as this man? The assistant, looking at what was happening, did not say a word. Sweat appeared on his face when he turned to the gentleman with the words that the last 50 boxes of the drug were delivered here, the same one ordered to bring a sample. The guy threw one pill into his mouth. Tilting his head back, Sebastian swallowed it, hiccuping. The assistant, with his eyes widened, explained that compared to the previous copy, the accumulation of internal energy of an adult has increased by 30%, and the direct effect by 25%. In addition, the frequency of side effects has decreased by almost 40%. The guy was covered in a bright light blue aura. He swung his fist. The blow landed directly on the head of the man on the table. The assistants looked at what was happening, realizing that he had smashed the iron table with a blow as if it was made of cardboard, and this was only the effect of the pill. Looking at his hand, Sebastian noted that everything was as expected because it can be used right now. Clenching his fist, he also ordered to start business again in the east and also double the price and give them to those who will participate in the next battles. The girl, opening the door, turned to the vice leader and said that an important commission from the Black Unorthodox Alliance had arrived, and the guy asked her again. Putting on his jacket, he explained that they had to give them money. The assistants exhaled as the door closed. Suddenly, Sebastian opened it again. His eyes were shining as he gave orders to his henchmen to find the insolent idiot who killed the manager. The door slammed shut. Blood spattered everywhere. A man grabbed a knife after it had spun in the air a few times. The man stabbed the knife into the enemy's back. The killer quickly walked around him, getting in front of his face. He made an elbow strike right into the opponent's face. The other three just watched this. The killer smirked as he looked at them, and behind him there were already many corpses. The most experienced of them, putting his blade on his shoulder, asked the students not to worry because it was the law of nature. If you don't eat, you yourself will be eaten. Two students held their swords at the ready, shouting that they must win and protect their brothers. The man adjusted his glasses. Suddenly, his silhouette began to blur. He instantly dashed past the two swordsmen. The academy teacher struck the man. The man blocked it with two blades. The attacker's eyes widened, unable to believe that he could block his two-handed sword with simple daggers. Suddenly, the assassin jumped back. The swordsman's eyes turned red, and he decided to strike. His enemy simply stepped on his blade. The assassin pressed hard on the blade, causing it to fall to the ground. Jumping on it, the assassin's goal was to get behind him. Once behind him, the swordsman was stabbed straight into the neck. Blood spurted as the assassin pulled the blade out of the corpse. He slid it into the sheath on his back. Turning around, the man heard a ringtone. Taking the phone, the assassin said hello. Holding the phone in his hands, the assassin listened to the words from the phone. Raising his head, the boy noted that the new order for the chief of the military police should be quite funny. It was a special class assassin named Hack. The descent down was visible. Emmy was going down the stairs. She closed her eyes. The woman saw her father. Looking at Tiong, the lady asked what happened, to which she heard the man apologize. Holding her son, she asked him to open his eyes. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that by the time he arrived, the seal was almost removed and said that the boy needed urgent help. Crying over the body of the young man, the woman listened to her father's words about how they needed to close the seal and then help the victim. Lowering his head, the old man said that the ancient spirit princess had woken up. Making a surprised face, Emmy asked again if this was true. Introducing the evil entity, the grandfather suggested that it felt the Kai energy when Tiong's seal weakened. Raising her head, the woman asked what would happen to her father. Looking into his daughter's eyes, he claimed that he must be responsible for his actions and sort things out with the ancient spirit princess. Lowering her head, the lady said that she understood. She entered a large room. On one wall, she saw swords and shields. On the other wall hung axes and arrows. Emmy looked up and mused that she never thought she would have to wear these clothes. In front of her hung a battle outfit and a katana. The lady began to change. She tied her hair. After a moment, she put on a hat. The warrior raised the katana. In its reflection, she saw her eye. Swinging the weapon, the protagonist's mother cut the chains in front of her. Frowning, she promised to protect her son. Opening his eyes, the boy heard his name. The protagonist stood in a dark place. Turning around, he asked if his father was his covenant. Opening his mouth, the protagonist saw his dad. Looking at him, the boy asked what he was doing here. The man's figure began to disappear. Trying to run to his relative, the young man asked him where he was going. Frowning, he continued to call his dad. He looked away. In front of him was something with red eyes. The creature, holding out its hand, called the hero a poor thing. He, making a frightened face, looked at the unfamiliar figure. Pointing its finger, it suggested that Tian saw something he had never seen before. The demon asked the young man to accept it. A second later, the boy saw a white mask in front of him. Opening his eyes wide, he screamed. The grandfather surrounded himself and his grandson with a barrier. The boy opened his eyes and turned to the old man, to which he told him not to say anything, since the wounds had not yet healed. The young man looked up. Turning his gaze to his relative, the young man turned to him again. Looking at the old man, he said that he saw his father in his dream. Lying on the floor, he continued that he could not find him even when he called for him. The boy clenched his fist. Biting his lip, Tian asked if he could find his dad. Lowering his head, the grandfather was silent. Casting a spell over his grandson, he asked him to listen carefully. Emmy was standing on the roof of the house. She looked ahead. Looking at the bright glow behind the mountain, she realized that this energy belonged to an ancient spirit princess. Frowning, the warrior decided that she only needed to hold out for an hour because her son was still recovering. Opening her eyes, the lady felt the desire to kill. She took out her katana. A moment later, she parried the blow of the fighter in glasses. He jumped to the other end of the roof. Without thinking, the woman rushed to attack. The killer dodged her blow. Looking at the torn collar, he realized that his opponent was very fast. Looking at the enemy, she thought that she had aged greatly since she had only touched him. The man jumped back. Taking fighting stances, they looked at each other. Holding daggers in his hands, the fighter asked his opponent how she sensed him if he completely hid his energy, and also what a master like her forgot in this village. The lady looked at the bright flash. Without looking away, she thought about the energy getting closer and closer. The guy, making a sad face, was annoyed that his opponent did not see him as a threat since he looked away so easily. Rushing into the attack, he shouted that his pride was hurt. The woman parried every blow of the attacker. She dodged the last blow of the young man. At that moment, the swordswoman began to spin. The fighter dodged her blow. Smiling widely, he shouted about the imminent death of his opponent. His blade pierced the hat. Looking at the punctured hat, the killer could not understand what had happened. Emmy was already preparing to hit the enemy from above. Her blow wounded the warrior in the chest. He, baring his teeth, realized that the lady used her headdress as a shield. She calmly looked at the wounded man. Barely staying on his feet, the young man screamed in pain. Looking forward, he could not understand what kind of master was standing in front of him. Looking back, the protagonist's mother noticed that the ancient spirit princess was approaching. Looking ahead, she heard the words that the young man had now realized her skill. Taking the pill in his teeth, he introduced himself as a loyal demon named Hack and declared that from now on he would fight with all his might. A moment later, he clutched his stomach. The lady looked at her opponent. Taking a fighting stance, the assassin said that he did not want to fall in her eyes as an opponent. The protagonist's mother clutched her sword, preparing for the fight. Frowning, she wondered why her opponent's Kai, which was now different from before, had increased so sharply. Hack, examining the sword, suddenly realized that it belonged to Wudangtian and was called the Shadow Stream Sword. The warrior looked at the assassin in surprise. The swordswoman, surrounded by a red aura, stood next to a pile of corpses, and Hack continued his story about what he heard from his clan leader, who warned him to be wary of the lady with this sword, because her skill with it was perfect. With his lips twisted into a mocking grin, he continued to say that the woman disappeared into thin air and to think she was hiding in some village all this time. Not tolerating Hack's chatter, the woman appeared behind him, preparing to attack. The assassin ducked, avoiding the blow. Hack delivered a lightning-fast kick, hitting her shoulder. In a split second, he broke the distance, crouching on the opposite edge of the roof. Almost immediately, he lunged forward, appearing in front of the girl's face. The lady expected this attack, so she managed to parry it with her sword. Narrowing her eyes angrily, the swordswoman realized that he had used her own trick on her. Smiling contentedly, the swordsman realized that the effects of Tuss, as expected, made his body move much faster. Taeyong's mother pushed the assassin away, swinging her sword. But the girl did not have time to strike because Hack immediately bent his leg, resting on her shoulder. With a little effort, he jerked upward. At the same second, he delivered an attack with his foot to the head. The blow sent the swordswoman flying down from the roof. Taeyong's grandfather frowned in concentration, and beads of sweat ran down his face. The old man put his hands above his grandson's body, begging Emmy to hold on a little longer. Somehow rising on her hands, the young lady began to suspect that Hack was reading her actions with unusual speed. The swordswoman silently and intently looked towards the enemy. The assassin mocked the fact that the girl had become so weak during her retirement. Gathering her strength, the lady stood up and said that he was too arrogant for someone who could only land one successful blow. The situation was taking an increasingly rapid turn, so now Emmy was fired up by this fight. Adjusting his glasses, Hack did not stop laughing, threatening the girl with death. The assassin jumped with his blades raised above his head. The warrior waited attentively, with a heavy and concentrated look, for the enemy to act. Hack landed on the ground, and Emmy jumped back from the blow, drawing her sword. The swordswoman immediately made a dash towards the assassin in an attempt to strike, but he managed to dodge. Having plunged the blade into the ground, he was preparing to strike. Having spun on the spot, making a lunge forward, the warrior struck a circular blow with his blades. Emmy looked at her wound in confusion, realizing that she had completely forgotten how to use her sword. Hack grinned and thought that the girl was very lucky because the cut was not deep, and he also thought that Taeyong's mother's actions were too predictable. Fleetingly recalling the fight, Hack calculatedly assumed that she rushed into battle when there was a small distance between them and before he would hardly have been able to dodge such an attack. But now Emmy with her actions only created a blind spot, allowing the assassin to counterattack. The opponents rushed towards each other at great speed. Hack threw the blade towards the girl with an unperturbed look. Emmy, going on the defensive, parried it with her sword. The blade pierced the ground at high speed. The assassin, pushing off the ground, turned to attack. The blow flew past the swordswoman because she managed to dodge. Emmy, trying to hit the assassin with her sword, missed, and Hack found himself behind her. The girl reacted immediately, then turned to face the enemy to exchange blows. Hack quickly responded to this and jumped back from the blow, where his weapon fell. The assassin kicked him with his foot. The blade flew right past Emmy's head, and she realized that it was the blow she had blocked earlier. Hack instantly appeared in front of the lady. Reacting quickly, Taeyong's mother dodged, landing far away from the enemy. The assassin smiled and knew that she had fallen for his dirty trick. Emmy pulled her shoulders back and turned her palm up, ready to strike. Quickly lunging forward, the girl tried to block the guy's view with her other hand. However, Hack had already realized her intentions, so he quickly grabbed her shoulder. Leaning his hands on Emmy, he flew into the air. Throwing his body weight onto his opponent's shoulder, he clamped his legs around her neck. Hack squeezed his legs tightly, attacking Emmy with all his weight. From this, the girl was unable to stay on her feet, so under the assassin's weight, she flew headfirst. The guy completely lifted her off the ground, turning her upside down. Emmy fell defeated on her back to the ground, and the guy prepared to kick her. Coughing up blood, the lady said that she knew where Hack would attack. However, the woman guessed completely wrong, and the assassin abruptly grabbed her by the neck. Sitting above her, he raised his blade for the finishing blow. Hack raised his blade above the swordswoman and wished for Lady Wudangtian to die at his hands. Emmy was scared and looked at the enemy's blade in horror. A shot came out of nowhere and threw Hack away from Taeyoung's mother. The girl clutched her throat and looked at what happened in confusion. Rolling on the ground, the assassin stopped in place. Clutching his chest, the warrior was perplexed by what just happened. The man's hand was shining with a bright yellow light, and an unknown voice scolded the guy for his ignorance. The unknown man clenched his fist. The voice warned that Hack should have known his place. With an unknown force, this hand squeezed the assassin inside itself, forcing him to stand still. Smiling nervously, Hack thought that only the power of Kai telekinesis could do this. The spirit princess appeared before Emmy, accompanied by a mysterious girl. Smiling kindly, she inquired about the warrior's condition. With a sparkling gaze, the princess also called the lady her daughter-in-law. The girl hovered above the ground, raising streams of dust into the air. The spirit princess smiled contentedly, folding her arms across her chest. Behind her was a female silhouette, whose face was hidden by a black hat. Emmy opened her mouth, breathing heavily, thinking that this was the ancient spirit princess. The woman waved her hand, summoning a bright energy ball and asking what kind of blinding light it was. The girl's body rose into the air, throwing her head back. The spirit princess grabbed her chin with her hand, asking if she shouldn't properly greet her mother-in-law after not seeing her for a long time. Emmy glared at her and gritted her teeth, saying that the woman didn't even deserve to be her mother-in-law. It seemed like she still hadn't gotten rid of her habit of imagining things. The spirit princess smiled slyly, noticing that the girl's attitude towards her was the same as impudent. That's why she didn't like her. One day she would willingly call her mother-in-law. The guy fell to his knees behind Emmy, screaming loudly. Hack gritted his teeth and pressed his hand to his stomach, thinking that the restraining device had been removed. He didn't understand what kind of monstrous Kai energy this was. The hero assumed that the woman was a master who defied all logic, one of those with whom he couldn't even compare. The guy raised his head and looked ahead, realizing that he needed to get out of here. Hack smiled widely and opened his palm with bright pills, saying that with this he would definitely succeed. The spirit princess and the girl behind her looked forward. The hero leaned down, pressing his hands to his head, his body surrounded by streams of red energy. The girl froze. Turning to her grandmother, the woman knitted her brows, asking what kind of fool he was, since his body was completely absorbed by Kai energy. Hack unclenched his palms and smiled widely, saying that with this, he would be able to defeat someone like her without much difficulty. The spirit princess screamed in confusion, throwing Emmy's body aside. The guy knitted his brows and opened his mouth wide, saying that he was Hack's loyal demon who would destroy them. The woman slapped him across the face with her palm, breaking his sunglasses. A bright stream of energy, demolishing everything in its path, slammed the hero into the wall of the building. In the stone wall there was a hole in the shape of a large human palm. Hack lay on the floor, his body shaking. The spirit princess held her hand out in front of her, saying that no matter how hard he crawled, he was still not as strong as just this old lady's hand. The woman smiled and grabbed the wrist of his hand, saying that the boy would feel better when he got up, as this old lady's hand had a calming touch. Emmy looked forward in surprise, wondering what kind of power this was, how much stronger the princess had become. The man took a step forward, noticing with a grin that she was just as aggressive as before. The spirit princess' eyes widened in surprise, looking at him. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that he thought that with time she would at least become a little more gentle. The woman gritted her teeth, not believing that it was really him. The man locked himself in front of her, offering words of gratitude. The hero looked forward, noticing that the fact that she came here, having specially strengthened her Kai, could only mean that she gave him a chance to escape. The spirit princess gritted her teeth and held her palm out in front of her, saying that even after all this, he was here. It meant that the man was going to die. Their unbearably long, ill-fated relationship would end today. The hero rubbed his chin thoughtfully, asking why, even though her personality had not changed, she had become even uglier. The man frowned, rubbing his fingers through his gray beard. The woman froze in place, her eyes shining brightly. She unclenched her palm, concentrating bright streams of energy in it and saying that his damn mouth was to blame for everything. The spirit princess opened her mouth wide and raised her hand with a bright sphere to attack, approaching the man. The hero sighed tiredly, summoning a bright blue sphere in his palm. Their palms touched, causing a bright shockwave. A powerful energy dome appeared around the heroes' bodies, raising streams of dust and stone debris into the air. Bright streams of orange energy appeared behind the spirit princess. She put her hands out in front of her, trying to defeat the man. She approached his face and clenched her teeth. The hero asked if she had studied the Book of Wisdom, the flower of the spirit, because he had heard that her face changed in exchange for improving the concentration of internal force Kai. It must be because of this that she became many times uglier. The woman told him to shut up. The girls put their hands out in front of themselves, hiding from the strong streams of the raised wind. Emma frowned, thinking about her father being pushed back. She should help him. She opened her eyes wide when the girl's hand fell on her shoulder. The stranger in a dark headdress looked at her, asking her to follow her. On the floor, breathing heavily, lay the main character with his eyes closed. Emma opened her mouth wide and screamed his name. The girl's eyes in the headdress shone brightly under her dark hair. Lady Wudangshan looked forward, saying that the girl should take the hero to safety. The stranger in the dark headdress approached Tion, raising a golden bident above her head. Emma's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide, looking at this. Her scream echoed through the dark streets, the full moon shining brightly in the night sky. The spirit princess and the man quickly changed their positions in space, striking each other, leaving bright traces in the space. The woman opened her mouth wide and raised her hand with a bright sphere above her head, asking if he had thought about living a peaceful life after destroying their family. Right. Her powerful blow smashed the ground under his feet. The man jumped back. The woman asked if he didn't know this. She is always out of her mind when she is possessed by a demonic spirit. The hero froze in place as large rock fragments began to swirl in the air around him. The man clenched his fists, realizing that it was the ground. The woman opened her mouth wide and concentrated bright energy spheres in her palms, saying that in any case, this did not change the fact that their family was killed by him, their father. The spirit princess furrowed her brows, clasping her hands in front of her. The rock fragments began to connect, clinging to the man's body. He was completely immersed in a stone trap. An energy barrier appeared next to his body. The hero frowned, thinking that he could not believe everything that was happening. No one would have thought that she had already reached the highest realm of transformation. The spirit princess joined her fingertips in front of her, saying that she did not regret the days she spent with him. The woman slowly separated her hands and began to raise them to her head, noting that she was still the guardian of the demonic spirit, so she would fulfill her duty. She spread her arms out to the sides, hovering in front of the man, whose body was covered in stone fragments. A golden image of the spirit appeared behind the woman, who held his palms out in front of the man among the stones. The hero frowned, asking if this could be what he thought it was. He imagined a girl with blue hair and a sweet smile. A guy with wide eyes looked at her, smiling awkwardly. A couple of people moved forward arm in arm. The girl laughed, covering her face with her hand. The spirit princess closed her eyes, bidding farewell to her opponent. She clasped her palms with a loud clap, clasping her hands together. A bright stream of light illuminated the man's face. The outlines of a powerful explosion were visible. The woman furrowed her brows, lowering her head down. Her eyes widened as bright rays of light fell on her face. The princess held her hand out in front of her, looking at the streams of energy emanating from the stone ball in the air. A powerful shockwave threw the stone fragments to the sides. Among the bright stream of light was the image of a man. The woman held her hands out in front of her face. The man lowered his head and pressed his hands to his chest, saying that he could not completely transfer the demonic spirit to her because he would no longer turn this world into chaos. The spirit princess froze in front of him, taking a fighting stance. The woman furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth in displeasure, saying that this appearance was unbelievable. A man with long gray hair extended his hand, offering the spirit princess to go with him to the afterlife. The girl in the dark headdress plunged a golden bident into the protagonist's body. Emma grabbed her head, pulling her to the side. Lady Wudangshan slammed the stranger into the wall with her back, raising streams of dust into the air. The dark headdress fell to the ground from the girl's head. Emma frowned and gritted her teeth in anger, asking how she dared to touch Tion, what she did to her son. The girl opened her yellow eyes wide, saying that she removed the poison from his body. Lady Wudangshan raised her eyebrows, asking what she was talking about. The girl turned around when Tiang rose from the floor and spat the scorpion out of his mouth. Emma rushed to him and grabbed his arm. The protagonist looked at his mother in surprise. The guy opened his mouth, asking where his grandfather was now. She silently looked down. Emma opened her eyes wide when the protagonist said that his grandfather told him everything. Tiang narrowed one eye and smiled, saying that he knew everything about the immortal ruler. Emma opened her eyes in surprise, not taking her eyes off him. She hugged him, holding him tightly. The girl frowned, asking him not to worry because she would always be with him, whoever he became. The stranger looked at the heroes, noticing that there was a way to get rid of the demonic spirit. Emma turned her head in her direction, asking if this was true. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that there really was a way. His grandfather told him about it. Taeyong's blue eyes widened as he thought about the man's words as he asked him to listen carefully. The grandfather held his palms with bright streams of energy above the body of the prone hero, saying that the infamous killer, the immortal lord that everyone was talking about, was none other than himself. The boy's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised. The man sat next to the boy who was lying inside the magic seal. He spoke about how the disappearance of the boy's father was probably his karma for the sins he had committed. The grandfather recalled his fights in his youth, saying that he was just an immature child, no different from the other residents of Muram, an arrogant child who liked to use his strength. The hero furrowed his eyebrows and smiled smugly. He stood with a girl and a child on his shoulder on the steps to the temple. By the time he had destroyed several dojos, he already had his own family to protect, his beloved wife, the boy's grandmother, and his father, Jan. The girl smiled, looking at the hero. The little boy with blue hair smiled happily, looking at his father. The man fell to his knees next to his son, looking at the burning building ahead. The price for his arrogance was too high. The people he defeated held a grudge against him and set the house on fire. His wife died in that fire. Tears flowed from the hero's eyes. He put his palm in front of himself, then he swore, at all costs, to take revenge on everyone involved in this arson. He refused to admit that all this happened because of his own actions, and then they came to him. People in white robes appeared behind the hero with the child. One of them extended his hand forward. The man in light clothes spread his arms to the sides. They were members of an ancient sect of spirits, those who worshipped the demonic spirit. The inhabitants of Muram always despised and in every way oppressed any demon worshippers, and they in turn wanted to take revenge on them. The hero gave his hand to the stranger in white robes. He received an offer from the sectarians. They wanted to give him a demonic spirit, the power of which goes beyond all reasonable limits, so that the hero could take revenge on the people of Muram. And since their goals coincided, he foolishly agreed, hoping that he could use the demonic spirit for his own purposes. The man introduced his son with the girl and son, saying that at first everything was not so bad. It seemed that even the boy's father forgot about his grief, which was prolonged due to the loss of his mother. However, as soon as the demonic spirit was able to awaken, the man fell into an endless abyss of despair. The demon's eyes with sharp fangs shone brightly. The red image of the hero with sword stood among stone debris and mountains of corpses. These were endless screams, the stench of blood. The man did not know how many years had passed by the time he was finally able to regain consciousness. The hero opened his eyes slightly, seeing Jahan in front of him. The boy looked at his father, noticing that he had finally come to his senses. The man narrowed his eyes tiredly, mentally calling his son by name. A black raven sat on the rubble of buildings and human skulls. During the time that the hero was possessed by the demonic spirit and these damned sectarians, he had ruined countless lives. Jahan put the man's hand on his shoulder. The grandfather was telling him that the boy's father, who had learned the fundamental breathing technique and collected all the treasures of the demonic spirit, absorbed his demonic spirit and put an end to this terrible massacre, and the man himself ran away, never able to come to terms with what he had done. The hero curled up and clasped his head in his hands, being in the middle of a dark space. Above the metropolis there was a clear blue sky with white clouds. Many years had passed since then, generations had already changed, and people were beginning to forget about the immortal ruler. The boy's father brought him here. Emma and Jahan looked ahead sadly. The hero held his son in his arms. Taeyong's eyes widened and he extended his hand forward. The curse of the demonic spirit can be passed down through generations. The man felt the demonic spirit inside the boy. That's when he realized that all of this was retribution for his actions. This was the last time the man saw the boy's father. Jahan stood with his back turned, walking away. The protagonist frowned sadly, talking about his father. The grandfather frowned, looking down. He held his hands with bright streams of energy over the boy's body, saying that in order to completely suppress the demonic spirit, the hero must fulfill 3 conditions. Find the ancient jade of the spirit, master the fundamental breathing technique, and find the awakened treasures of the demonic spirit. The hero presented a gold jewel ring, a red hieroglyph, and a stone slab with a black hieroglyph. Taeyong frowned, thinking that his grandfather would not allow him to be woven into the cycle of this curse. The girl took off the gold earring from her ear. She knelt down in front of the boy and handed him the die, asking him to take it. The protagonist looked at the gold ring in his palm. Taeyong's eyes widened, not believing that this was really what he thought it was. There were bright streams of energy around the gold ring. The protagonist realized that it was the demonic jade that his grandfather had spoken of. The girl with yellow eyes looked forward, saying that this jade contained a spell that suppressed the will of a demonic spirit. His grandfather was furious because he did not have this jade. Emma placed her son's hand on her shoulder and caught him, thanking the girl for her help and apologizing for choking her. Lady Wudangshan ducked as the ground around her shook. Taeyong looked to the side, asking if his grandfather would definitely be okay. The girl looked at the heroes fighting in the air, asking everyone present to hurry up and leave. It seemed like the two were really going to finish each other off. Emma's eyes widened and she frowned, asking what would happen to the stranger. The girl with yellow eyes smiled back at her. She walked closer to Lady Wudangshan. Emma's eyes widened as she heard the girl's whisper. Powerful explosions raised streams of dust into the air. The spirit princess opened her mouth wide, quickly moving her hands in front of her. The man's brows furrowed, looking at her with wide eyes. The hero quickly changed his position in space, parrying her blows. The spirit princess held a bright energy sphere in her palm, her brows furrowed in displeasure. The man's eyes widened. The woman extended her hand forward, directing the bright energy forward. Her eyes widened as the man appeared behind her, holding a bright energy sphere between his palms. A powerful shockwave sent the woman flying forward. The spirit princess gritted her teeth and bent her leg, thinking that it was impossible. How could he return to his form as an immortal ruler when the man had lost his demonic spirit? The hero's eyes glowed red as he appeared behind her, saying that he was sorry. The man clenched his fists, preparing to strike. He quickly changed his position in space, attacking the woman's body. The hero punched the spirit princess in the face. The woman flew through space under the force of the shockwave attacks, leaving a bright mark in the air. The man kicked her in the face. The hero's eyes shone brightly as he rained blows on the woman's body. The spirit princess fell to the ground, sending dust and rock fragments flying into the air. The man immediately descended on her, delivering another blow. She frowned, looking at him. The hero kept looking at her, asking if she needed a demonic spirit to unleash her rage on this world. It wasn't worth it. She should let go of her anger. The woman clenched her teeth in anger, saying that every resident of Miram only dreamed of getting a demonic spirit, including himself. The hero interrupted her, saying that it was not so at all. The man loomed over the body of the woman lying on the ground, saying that he did it because he loved her. The spirit princess opened her eyes wide, looking at him. The hero frowned sadly, saying that he loved her and was willing to do anything to gain the respect of her family, including becoming an assassin. The woman clenched her teeth in anger, asking what he was talking about. She spread her arms out to the sides and threw the man back with shock energy, telling him not to make her laugh with such tales. The hero stopped with his feet, looking at her. The spirit princess frowned and held her hands out in front of her, asking why he ran away if he loved her, her body surrounded by bright streams of energy. The golden deity's hand reached forward. The man unclenched his palms in front of him, saying that this was the only chance to save Tio. An image of a purple demon with sharp fangs appeared behind the man. The woman frowned, looking at him. The hero looked at her from under his brows, his mouth slightly open. The people rushed towards each other, the spirit images moving after them. The woman and the man approached each other, raising their hands to strike. The spirit princess clenched her teeth in anger. The hero frowned and opened his eyes wide, looking at her. Emma moved along the branches of the trees, carrying her son on her back. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking back. A bright explosion thundered in the distance. Lady Wudangshan opened her mouth in surprise, looking at this. The hero's eyes shone brightly with a red light. He sat with his back to the tall window, where a massive explosion could be seen. The man frowned, saying that it seemed like Miram was going to turn into a bloodbath again. There was a girl in the large capsule of the laboratory apparatus. She was in the fetal position, keeping her eyes closed. The girl with bright pink hair slowly opened her eyes. The news showed a massive explosion on a hill in the middle of the night. The commentator said that tonight at 22:10 on the Gangwon-do Hill near Jiangxian. Men in suits were standing by a chair with a guy who had his feet up on the table. The news anchor was reporting that their reporter on the scene reported that about 600 people had been evacuated. The exact number of victims was not yet available. The guy turned his head to the side, saying that he heard something. The man put his hands behind his back, asking what he was talking about. Sebastian closed his eyes, saying that he heard the sound of pouring money. The man looked at the hero, asking what he meant. Sebastian folded his arms, asking if he was so stupid that he needed to explain everything. The hero raised his hand to his face, saying that in all of Miram, only an immortal ruler could do such a thing. But that was not important now. What was more important was that with this explosion, the energy of some extremely powerful entity disappeared. The man opened his mouth, asking if this was really what he thought it was. The guy laughed, realizing that he finally understood. Sebastian raised a pack of pills in his hand, saying that a whole niche had been vacated and, naturally, countless people of Miram would want to occupy it. And in order to be faster than their competitors, they would definitely need the party that they, the clan of assassins, spread. The men opened their eyes in surprise, looking at the hero. Sebastian asked which distribution channels were still operational. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that after the previous attack, only the eastern one remained. The guy covered his face with his hand and looked away, thinking that there was only one left. Not only that, restoring all the distribution channels would take time, but they would also be at risk of being discovered by the Murin police. The guy imagined a white mask with a red stripe, thinking that this man was also constantly trying to ruin everything. In any case, he could not miss such a great opportunity. Sebastian clasped his hands in front of him and looked away, thinking that there must be some way to expand the distribution network with minimal risks. He assumed that it could be distributed to a large audience completely by accident. The hero opened his eyes wide, thinking that he could use the ancient moon. Finally, these parasites would be of use. Sebastian sat at the table and raised his hand to his face, saying that they needed to convey to the Black Unorthodox Alliance that they were doubling the distribution of the party. A stable supply of the product would be required on their part at an appropriate scale. The men raised their heads, saying that it would be done. The four heroes stood by a high chair in the area in the middle of the pond. The people froze, looking ahead. Yiho adjusted his tie, asking if it had really been 7 years since their last gathering. Bajong smiled widely, saying that he would be able to see this beautiful power again. Yeren raised her eyebrows and looked away, noting that if it weren't for the Alliance Master, she would have preferred not to see their faces at all. And Biam raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking if Nu Nim could at least pretend to be happy to see her family. The girl looked at him, saying that family should not interfere with her work. The hero put his hand in front of him, noting that he was only getting his share, and that he could get upset because of words. Biam narrowed his eyes and smiled, asking if he was wrong to address her as the hostess. Yeren froze, standing in front of him. She opened her eyes wide, squeezing the blade in her palm. The boy's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hand into a fist, raising it to strike. The hero struck Bojeong's body when he put his hand in front of him. Yiho grabbed the girl's wrist. The boys slammed their backs against each other, stopping Biam and Yeren. The man frowned, saying that they did not come here to fight, so she should calm down her ardor. The girl reluctantly agreed with him. Bajong gritted his teeth, noting that he understood the hero's current state, but did he think he was crossing the line? Biam smiled, telling the Henim that sometimes you have to get your hands dirty to survive. The boy's eyes shone brightly as he asked if he should raise his profit rate a little. Bajong's eyes widened and smiled, telling him that the boy had matured, but there was no need to be arrogant. The hero opened his mouth wide, telling everyone to be quiet, because the Alliance Master had arrived. A bright stream of light appeared around a high-backed chair. A capsule appeared from the ground. A dark silhouette was visible inside, and streams of dust rose into the air. The girl took a few steps forward. She placed her hand on her hip, her dress fluttering in the wind. The people's eyes widened and froze, looking at her. They knelt down and lowered their heads, saying that the four great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance were welcoming their master. Nissen sat down on the chair and crossed her legs, saying that she had forgotten how beautiful the air on the surface was. The girl's bright hair fluttered in the wind. She asked them to raise their heads. Yiho closed his eyes, saying that they congratulated her on reaching the rejuvenation stage. They were sincerely happy that the master of the Alliance had returned. Nissen pressed her hand to her face, noticing that almost 7 years had passed. He was probably tormented by stress because he had aged so much. She said that Yeren had become much more beautiful, and Bajong had not changed at all. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. The guy broke into a satisfied smile, thanking her for her words. Yeren blushed and looked away, saying that compared to the master, she was not as good. Nissen turned her attention to Biam, who was sitting on one knee, saying that his Kai level had noticeably increased. The guy lowered his head, saying that it was a great honor for him that she had paid attention to this. The girl smiled and raised her index finger, asking if he would show them his progress. The hero's mouth dropped open in surprise, his body covered in bright streams of blue energy. Biam found himself lifted into the air, a shudder running through his body, causing him to throw his head back. Nissen moved her finger back and forth, asking if he was embarrassed. She asked him to show them something. Biam closed his eyes and opened his mouth, thinking that he had mastered the 10-star Black Demon technique, but even that was nothing compared to the master's power. The hero's earring cracked. Yiho looked at him in surprise, thinking that the master had spent so many years in complete solitude and still continued to increase her power. No doubt the Alliance Master had reached the highest realm of Kai telekinesis. Nissen placed her palms on Biam's face, asking if the earrings were too long for his age, since he himself knew how precious he was to her. The hero fell to the floor in front of her, offering words of gratitude. Bajong gritted his teeth furiously. His eyes flashed with a bright flame as he thought about why the Alliance Master only cared about this fool. He wished he was in the guy's place. The girl turned to him. The guy smiled widely and immediately responded. Nissen looked at her nails, asking if he was able to find information about the Immortal Lord for her. He imagined a bright explosion on the mountain, saying that just yesterday, the Immortal Lord finally showed himself on the Gangwon-do Hill at 2210. They managed to find out that he had a serious battle in which even a hero was used. The guy imagined a man and a woman fighting, behind them were bright spirits. Bajong sat on one knee and smiled, saying that they had already started searching for the man's location, and he was sure that they would be able to find him soon. The girl asked if that was all. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that it was. Nissan's eyes shone brightly as she asked what his answer meant, since she was interested in the immortal overlord. The boy looked at her, saying that they hadn't found him yet. Bajong opened his mouth wide, looking at the shaking rocks on the ground. The girl asked what he hadn't done all this time while she was undergoing rejuvenation. Nissan's hair rose up, and her eyes shone brightly as she called them useless. A bright stream of blue energy surrounded the girl's body. Iho arched his eyebrows, thinking that this was bad. If nothing was done, the Alliance Master would grind them into dust. The girl's eyes returned to their usual look when the hero said that he managed to find the grandson of the immortal overlord. NBM opened his mouth and presented a photo of the protagonist, saying that he found a video on YouTube in which the guy showed off his demonic spirit martial arts. After investigating, he found out that the hero is the first representative of the 34th generation of Miram University. Nissan leaned forward asking if it was really the grandson of an immortal overlord. The guy looked at her saying that it was. The girl thoughtfully rubbed her chin and looked up. Nissan closed her eyes and lowered her head down. Her eyes widened in surprise. The girl smiled and put her hand on her knee, turning to Bojeong. She asked him to enroll her in the Miram Police University. The guy's eyes widened in surprise looking at her. Nissan smiled and put her hands on her leg, saying that she was going to catch the immortal overlord. The events take place in the Miram Police University. There were large sports fields outside. The protagonist stood with his back, looking at the people in front. Taeyong frowned and smiled. 3 people in uniform stood under the crest. The Military Police Office. The Military Police is a force created to prevent, suppress, and investigate crimes in Miram in order to protect the lives and property of citizens. The Military Police University was created so that people could develop their talents suitable for the military police by learning proper conduct and the martial arts they needed. A student's cap and blue characters appeared in the background of the university. The man behind the podium put his hand forward, saying that the 34th group of newcomers who entered the university would also be enrolled in the 4th year. The protagonist and the guy stood among the crowd of other students. Kaijok arched his eyebrows and rubbed his chin, saying that it was boring here. He asked if the man thought that they did not learn such basic things before coming here. The hero turned to Tion, asking if she was listening to him. The protagonist opened his shining eyes wide, saying that he was very glad that he made the right choice and entered the military police. The boy raised his index finger, saying that they would learn the basic martial arts of different sects, like the airburst sword, the Manhwa sect. Kijok lowered his gaze, saying that he understood everything. The boy was lying on the floor in front of the man with a stick in his hand, who said that this was very disappointing. The hero knitted his brows, asking if he really thought he was worthy of calling himself the son of the leader of the Mount Hua sect in this state. Very naive. Kijok raised his head and slammed his fist on the floor, saying that he entered the Military Police University and only the best of the best could get in. He did not understand what else his father expected from him. The man opened his mouth, asking if he really did not know what it was like to be the leader of the Manhwa sect. The hero with long gray hair turned around, calling the boy pathetic. Kijok knitted his brows sadly, watching him go. The hero lowered his gaze, frozen in place. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with him, because the guy didn't look so good. Kijok folded his arms across his chest, saying that everything was fine. The man behind the podium looked at the students, saying that they, the Military Police University, would provide all of them. Those who were trying to become members of the military police, a place to study, curators and teachers would become their mentors. This is so that they could improve their skills without any restrictions, so that they would pass the tests together with them. They were all the next generation, in the future, members of the military police. Kijok looked forward with displeasure, folding his arms across his chest. Haku clenched his hand into a fist, standing in the crowd. The man smiled, saying that he would like to congratulate them all once again on their admission. A ninja appeared behind him, raising his sword above his head. The hero's body was cut into 2 parts by a bright stream of light. His eyes looked in different directions. Parts of his chopped body fell. The ninja swung his sword, touching the tip of the floor. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Haku frowned as he looked at this. The students started shouting loudly, asking what was this, why was the student council president dead, and they needed to run quickly. Taeyong frowned, asking what was going on. Kaijok opened his mouth wide, asking if the man was really dead. Ninjas appeared in front of the crowd of students, blocking their exit. Unknown people in black robes appeared in front of the students. The boy in the black mask frowned and reached for the hilt of the sword on his back, suggesting that they begin. The bright dormitory building of the Military Police University could be seen. The girl stood by the window, asking how dare he say such a thing to her. She frowned and pressed the phone to her ear, telling him not to call again, because she didn't want to see him even once more. Boa opened the door to the girl's room, screaming loudly. She came closer and smiled, asking if it was a guy. Yujiho opened her mouth wide, saying that it was not. Boa pointed her finger at her chest, saying that she should definitely tell her if she got a boyfriend. The girls widened their eyes, hearing a loud sound. Yujiho smiled, looking at the phone screen, saying that the class representative giant. She asks them to hurry up, because the ceremony has already started. Boa frowned sadly, saying that she wrote this at a very unfortunate time. The girl headed for the exit, saying that in that case, they need to hurry. Yujiho looked at the lock button on her phone screen. She pressed the button, turning off the phone. The students screamed loudly when they saw that the man's body on the stage was cut into pieces. The protagonist looked around, asking why this was happening, and there was no exit anywhere. The boy's eyes widened as the hero's foot landed on his shoulder. Haku moved forward, flying over the crowd of students. The ninja widened his eyes, looking ahead. The boy kicked him in the face, leaving a bright mark in the air. The ninja put his hands out in front of him, the shockwave pushing him back. Haku put his palm out in front of him and beckoned to his opponent. The man in the black mask held his sword out in front of him, calling the boy a fool. Taeyong gritted his teeth and pressed his palm to his shoulder, asking how dare he step on his shoulder. The boy's eyes widened as the man's fist came towards his face. The protagonist dodged the ninja's punch. The boy looked at the man, who held his fist out in front of him. The ninja swung his hand, preparing to attack the hero in the neck. Taeyong put his hands out, falling on his back. The ninja raised his fist above his head, preparing to finish off the fallen hero. The boy dodged the blow and rose to his feet. The protagonist's eyes widened as he watched the foot approach his head. The young man bent his arm in front of him, blocking the ninja's blow. Taeyong frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that this man was strong, even too strong, not like a normal person, but he would have to think about such things later. A loud sound echoed in the large room of the hall. Haku put his hand forward, fighting 3 ninjas at the same time. Kijok put his hand in front of him, dodging the warrior's attack. The protagonist stepped back, tilting his body in different directions to avoid getting hit by the ninja's sword. The guy bent his arm when the man put his sword forward, grabbing its hilt with his elbow. Taeyong knocked the ninja to the floor. He hit him with his elbow in the body, throwing him back. The guy breathed heavily. Looking away and thinking that all of them were strong opponents, he wondered how such people could infiltrate the military police university. Haku put his hand on the guy's head, tilting his head down. The hero jumped over him, dodging the ninja's attack. Haku kicked the protagonist in the stomach, throwing him into the man behind him. Taeyong clenched his teeth in anger, asking how dare he hit him. Haku frowned, his eyes glowing bright red. He turned around and kicked the protagonist in the face. The boy froze in place as the boy's foot, without touching him, hit the face of the ninja standing behind him. Blood spurted from the man's nose, and he threw his head back. Haku froze and raised his bent leg up, telling the boy to get out of here since he was in his way. Taeyong widened his eyes, asking what he just said. A shudder ran through his body. The gym appeared, from which noise was coming. Students were fighting each other. The protagonist and his rival were visible. The boy looked away in displeasure. He turned away and heard a question about where he was going. Taeyong grabbed him by the shoulder and said that they had not finished speaking yet. The opponent frowned angrily. The protagonist suddenly jumped over him. He attacked the enemy who was running at him. The protagonist grabbed him with his legs and threw him. The opponent fell sharply to the floor. Taeyong clenched his fists and said that he should start covering his back. The guy lowered his eyebrows in confusion. A room appeared in which a man was sitting near the window. Iho, holding the phone, heard that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable and should call back later. He removed it from his ear. The man, lowering his smartphone, looked at the night city. He noticed a filled glass. Aina, smiling, asked if the day was hard. Iho took the glass and replied that it looked like their alliance leader was not interested in anything other than the immortal overlord, and the girl clarified that didn't she say so, and added that he was the one who currently led the Black and Orthodox Alliance. The shadow of the glass was visible, and it was heard that the times were changing, but if they did not decide, they would forever remain in the shadow of the Orthodox sects. The man, with his mouth slightly open, said that he still lacked a lot of experience, and was weak compared to the leader. Aina looked at him with satisfaction and said that the assassin class had put their brains to work, and they asked them to make twice as many tusks to distribute to the commoners. Iho crossed his legs and said that this was a strange decision, to which the girl exclaimed that quite a lot of them had already received their tusks, and they were just making it so that they could be obtained more easily. The Great Guardian, raising his glass to his mouth, said that many people were watching them, and it was just a matter of time before the military police found out about it, and in times like these, they had to act as carefully as possible. Aina leaned on her palm and smiled contentedly. She scratched the back of her head and asked if he had heard of the ancient lunar squad, to which her interlocutor asked again. 3 members of this squad showed up, and the girl explained that in their day, It was a new growing group, and the commoners who got their hands on TUS were mostly juvenile delinquents, and they committed thefts, robberies, destruction of objects, and caused various inconveniences to society, and were also a major headache for the police. The Great Guardian, with her hand on her face, continued that if they supplied them with TUS, they could further distract the military police, and once public order began to crack, even Chinen would not be able to escape a reprimand, and public opinion would destroy the orthodox sects. Aina added that if that happened, they would be able to break through those cracks, to which Iho, swirling his glass, asked if she was suggesting using them as a spark. He, sipping his drink, found this interesting. The gymnasium appeared. The wounded students were lying on the floor. Their bodies were covered in scars. Ichiho's eyes widened in confusion. The assassins surrounded the boys' team. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, shouted for them to run away, because it was dangerous here, to which Boa asked the upperclassmen if they thought they were going too far this time. The boys frowned at what they heard. Suddenly, a man landed behind the boys. He lowered his eyebrows and said that people who wanted to join the military police had to be able to withstand something like that. Taeyong, with his jaw hanging open, asked if he was dead, and the man replied that it was all Goda's puppet, and considering how he could fool people every year, he must be pretty well made. Nurima folded her hands and exclaimed that it was a selection event that the upperclassmen held for each group of new students, and Boa was surprised when she became a student and thought that there were actually uninvited guests, and Kaijok said that it was a bad joke. The teacher, holding out his palms, said that they had done well, and declared the three of them to be the 3 students of the 34th group of the military police. He added with a clap of his hands that they were now eligible to wear the uniform of the military police, and congratulated them. The assassins, standing in a circle, also clapped their hands. The protagonist narrowed his pupils in confusion. Kaijok scratched his forehead with a heavy sigh. The guy looked away in displeasure. He was approaching the door with his hands in his pockets. Taeyong noticed him and asked him to wait. He raised his hand to his face and said that he wanted to ask a question and asked what martial arts he used. The guy looked at him and remained silent. The protagonist clenched his fingers and called him a rude bastard. He grabbed the back of his head and said that the martial arts he had just used were somewhat similar to his. The guy in the blue sweater stood in the hallway. He was recalling the protagonist's fighting skills. The student frowned menacingly. The Central Police Bureau was visible at night. The assistant, holding out his palm, exclaimed that he would now begin a press conference about the ancient lunar detachment, which had recently been their main interest. Chinen, crossing his fingers, exclaimed that they could begin. A 4-member Ancient Moon Squad team showed up, and it was said that they were recent troublemakers and a suspicious group of people, mostly teenage delinquents who had run away from home. The boys were breaking the windows of a store, and the secretary continued that they had done a lot of damage to several regions with their power, which they had gained from using TUS. The team was stealing money, and the assistant added that robberies, thefts, destruction of objects, and so on, and they were committing all sorts of major and minor crimes. The police ran forward menacingly. The Ancient Moon Squad beat them up, and it was explained that public anxiety about public order was growing every day, and it was also heard whether they knew anything about their leader. Their leader was visible, and the answer was heard that they were still investigating it, but they had already found out that it was related to the Murim people. And according to the informant, although they were only teenagers, it was confirmed that they used martial arts, and they were also sure that someone in Murim was teaching them martial arts. The man with glasses, clenching his fist, addressed the chief that although they knew martial arts, they were only at the level of inexperienced commoners, and the police were more than capable of taking care of them. The guy, stretching out his palm, replied that the current situation had surpassed what the police could take care of, and clarified what the police were still taking care of. The policeman, folding his arms, asked if he looked down on them just because the police chief belonged to Murim, adding that the police had their own pride, to which his interlocutor asked him to watch his language. Chinen, closing his eyes, ordered them to stop and said that whether they were commoners or people from Murim, in any case, they would have to restore order if it was disturbed. He added, frowning menacingly, that it was just like he was doing now in his place. The man with glasses was frightened and sweat ran down his face. The chief of the military police, sitting at the table, exclaimed that the military police would take responsibility for the release of the ancient lunar detachment after Friday, and that was all for today. He and the assistant walked down the corridor. Chinen, biting his lips, asked if he had gotten rid of all traces. The secretary, adjusting his glasses, replied that they had met the manager of the Dongyi branch that day, and it was so that he could rest peacefully at home. Alliance leader Murim, with his hands behind his back, inquired about whether the analysis of the TUS they had obtained was progressing well, and heard that they were still analyzing the part that greatly increased the Kai's internal force, but they had found a large amount of drugs in it. Chinen, holding his chin, said that he knew this, and it would be a big problem if the commoners got their hands on it, not to mention the Ancient Moon Squad. He imagined the handshake of the two guys and was thinking about acquiring the herbs contained in the test, but he felt that someone would stop them from doing so, and he believed that there was a traitor among them, and he also did not like getting rid of the informants they had spent a lot of effort on. The head of the military police, pursing his lips, said that it was too early for them to come to a conclusion, and if they did not do tests well, it could lead to internal conflicts, and the situation could significantly worsen, to which he received a positive answer. The 21st floor appeared on the board. The secretary narrowed his eyes in surprise. The guy, adjusting his tie, turned to the chief, and he said that everything was fine. Chinen, lowering his eyebrows, said that he would go in the elevator alone. He was standing in the elevator cabin. The number for the 19th floor was visible. The man bit the corners of his lips. He suddenly turned his gaze back. There was a girl standing behind him, and Chinen said that it was a long time ago. She, adjusting her hair, asked her father how he was doing. Chinen, folding his hands behind his back, turned to his daughter and said that she did as she pleased, as usual, because she never listened to him. The back of the Muram Alliance leader was visible in the reflection of the mirror. He continued to say that his daughter had first left after getting involved with demonic spirits, and now why was she here, to which she remained silent. Turning her gaze to her father, Jia firmly corrected him that it was a demonic spirit treasure. Chinen's beard appeared, and he explained that it was something that no longer existed in the world. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that her father was still bad at lying as usual, and asked if he hadn't received the demonic spirit treasure from that person, to which he asked not to make him repeat himself. The military police chief's pupil noticeably decreased, and he exclaimed that he didn't have it. An elevator shaft was visible. Taking hold of the hilt of her sword, Jia declared that as soon as she got out of here, she would kill all the orthodox sects she encountered. She quickly pulled out her sword from its sheath and explained that it was the same as the assassin that her father had turned her into in the past. Looking back, Chinen remained silent. The girl waved the weapon from side to side and said that she intended to leave traces of everything she did from now on, and then muttered that all of these things were made by Jia, the confidant of the Muram Alliance leader and the current chief of the military police, Chinen. Placing the tip of the sword against her father's back, the girl asked if he would still be able to remain in his position if that happened. Chinen frowned and asked why she was suddenly interested in the demonic spirit's treasure and if it was related to the large explosion that had occurred recently. On the small screen in the elevator, it seemed that the heroes had arrived on the 8th floor. Closing his eyes, the Muram Alliance leader remained silent and sighed heavily. The daughter continued to hold the sword to her father's back, and he declared that he would give her the treasure. Chinen's eyes sparkled, and he announced the condition that in exchange, she must bring him the secret manual of the Black Demon King. Jia frowned and asked what the secret manual was. An old book of the Black Demon was revealed, and the girl asked if her father was talking about the Black Demon Tome, to which he replied that the treasure must be at the level of the Black Demon Tome's value to match their exchange. The girl made a circular motion with the sword above her head and said that the Black Demon Tome was the most valuable treasure of the demon spirit, and Chinen was truly greedy to the limit. The chief of the military police looked at his daughter through the mirror and declared that this was all for the sake of order in Muram. The man turned his head and called his daughter stupid. Late at night, the lights were on in the windows of the dormitory of the military police university. The protagonist and his roommate collapsed tiredly on their beds. Kaijok raised his eyebrows and said that he was going to die because the freshman welcoming ceremony was so brutal, and asked if Taeyong thought the same. The protagonist lay with his hands behind his head and did not answer his neighbor's question. The guy remembered how his opponent jumped over him. Immediately after, he imagined how he kicked him in the face. Gritting his teeth, Taeyong thought about the guy saying that his name was Hakwu, and then realized that he was annoyed that he used martial arts similar to his. Kaijok asked if his neighbor was even listening to him, to which the neighbor, crossing his legs, apologized and asked what he said. Clenching his hands into fists, the university student said that in any case, they were now military police students, and he already foresaw their colorful student life. Taeyong asked what was so special about being military police students, to which Kaijok raised his palm and replied that they were talking about the military police, so success in life was already guaranteed. The guy exclaimed that girls would stand in huge lines to go on a date with them, to which the protagonist, blowing on his little finger, asked why he needed dates. The neighbor's face became covered in beads of sweat from embarrassment, and he asked if Taeyong didn't know, adding that it was okay to hold girls' hands. The protagonist turned on his side and, grinning, asked if Kaijok had never been on a date before, to which he yelled that the neighbor asked first. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that he didn't do that, and his mother told him to be careful with pretty girls. Kaijok covered his mouth with his hand and asked the boy again and asked if he was his mother's boy. Taeyong attacked his neighbor, to which he muttered that his mother's son beats people. The military police student, with his mouth wide open, shouted that in any case, He was just looking forward to it, and their student life would soon begin, to which the protagonist replied that it was so. At dawn the next day, the students looked ahead in confusion. Yujiho, filling out paperwork, repeated that she said to jump. Clouds were visible near the roof of the building, and the students were indignant whether they should jump from here. The girl clarified if the students knew about the technique in Chinese martial arts, to which Taeyong replied that it was not that, it was just too high, and Kaijok, pointing his finger down, asked if that wasn't a cloud. Clutching his head, the protagonist admitted that starting such training on the same morning on the first day was serious. Suddenly, Haku jumped off the roof of the building. The guy quickly fell down, and the students sighed heavily. The girls admired that, as expected of Haku, he was really different, to which Kaijok exclaimed with a frown that their eyes had changed into hearts. Taeyong jumped off the roof and shouted that it was as if he couldn't do it too, to which his neighbor exclaimed that the protagonist did the same. The youth rushed forward and declared that this was some kind of madness. Looking at the documents, Yujiho said that they were doing well. During physical training, the protagonist pumped up his abs, and Kaijok asked him to take it easy. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, during lunch, the protagonist ate quickly, and his neighbor exclaimed that his elbow was bothering him. Taeyong fell asleep on his desk during a lecture on basic investigation methods, and his friend tried to wake him up. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was martial arts training, where the protagonist practiced kicks, and Kaijok repeated that he should take it easy. At 7 in the evening, the exhausted students had dinner. The boys fell asleep during strength training at 8 in the evening, and the teacher yelled at them to wake up, and Haku thought they were idiots. Exhausted from training, the students of the military police university collapsed on their beds. Lying on his back, Taeyong said that it was such a bright life, to which his neighbor asked him to shut up. Crossing his legs, the protagonist admitted that he thought that while studying at the military police university they would catch criminals, conduct investigations, and this was some kind of nonsense, to which Kaijok told him not to grumble and buy them something to eat. The protagonist said that the neighbor should go buy it himself, because he is not some kind of errand boy, and a moment later a bank card flew into his face. Kaijok turned away and explained that it was a black unlimited card, and Taeyong can use it as much as he wants, to which he was surprised. Putting his hand to his temple, the protagonist shouted that yes, that's right, and he would go and buy them something to eat. A staircase appeared in a dark alley. 3 guys hid around the corner. The young man held a cigarette in his mouth and counted the pills, then asked if his friend had only gotten the small tuss. Exhaling smoke, the guy in the black jacket replied that he had worked hard to get them, to which the other said the numbers did not add up. Adjusting his cap, another hooligan asked what he wanted from them, since they were all in on it and rigging the prices. The guy threw a pill in his mouth and asked if that meant they had become greedy and thought of them as insignificant weaklings. Swallowing the tsu, he lifted his chin. A moment later, the hooligan sat with his head down. The muscles in his arm under his jacket began to expand. The effect of the pills began to strengthen his whole body. Suddenly, the young man smashed his fist through the wall. He raised his hand to his head and suggested that they might think of them as obedient dogs, but then they were sadly mistaken, and then added that if they were, he would show them what they were capable of. The guy in the cap said that he would do the same if he were in their place, to which he was told to shut up, and the other bully asked if the pills had any side effects, as if he was addicted to them. Exhaling smoke, the guy in the cap warned that they shouldn't eat several tsu at once, just in case, because he heard about a guy who ate 4 or 5 pills and died. Looking at the package, the bully said that before that happens, he was going to be the boss of this area, so there was no need to worry. He continued that this would happen as long as he had these tsu, and suddenly someone yanked them out of his hand. The bullies turned around and saw a man in a mask. The protagonist was carrying large bags and heard someone asking who he was. Taeyong looked down thoughtfully. The young man lowered his eyebrows in concern and asked what it was. The masked guy was holding pills in his hand. His opponent, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he was a bad person. He pounced on the man and ordered him to give it to him. The fighter broke his arm. The opponent hit his face on the ground. His team, baring their teeth, exclaimed that he was a crazy bastard and asked if he was on drugs. The man stuck his fingers into the eyes of one of his opponents. He grabbed his face and screamed in pain. The masked guy threw the second one into the wall. All the guys were lying on the floor. The fighter was holding a pack of pills in his hand. He turned his head when he heard his name being called. The protagonist, holding the bags, said that he couldn't believe that there were adults like him who robbed thugs. He suddenly jumped down. Taeyong waved his hand and asked him to come closer. Smiling widely, he said that when he saw him before, he thought he was good at martial arts, but he was clearly different from the thugs. The protagonist, walking towards him, said that it was awkward, and that was why he was wearing a mask, and also that he should come closer because he would need to punish him a little. The opponent waved his hand. He put his fingers forward. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. The shadows of the opponents were reflected on the floor, and Taeyong thought that his surroundings had fallen into silence and a sharp breeze seemed to pierce his flesh. Through the sweat on his face, it seemed to him that the wind pierced him. The guy in the mask was in an unusual aura. The protagonist moved his foot and realized that this was dangerous, and he needed to get out of here immediately. He stopped abruptly. The protagonist was shining with magical flames. Lowering his eyebrows, he did not understand why he wanted to fight him so much. Taeyong suddenly rushed at his opponent. The masked guy kicked him. His eyes glowed red. The protagonist angrily lowered his eyebrows. He threw him aside with his kick. The opponent did not lose his head and counterattacked. The protagonist tried to strike, but the opponent dodged. The masked guy abruptly turned back. Taeyong menacingly extended his palm. He clenched his fist and shouted for him to receive. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that he could have seen this stream earlier. The opponent's fingers approached his eyes. The young man leaned back, dodging the attack. Small wounds appeared above the protagonist's eyebrows. Suddenly, he kicked, standing on his hands. The opponents were standing in the middle of a dark alley. Raising his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought that the masked guy had touched him, and if this attack had passed, he would have lost his eyes. He looked at the silhouette of his opponent and realized that he couldn't see any gaps, and the speed of his counterattacks was far greater than expected. Taeyong ran his hand over his forehead, wondering if this meant that Seoul was full of strong players, and interrupted himself to ask if he was scared. Shaking his palms, the protagonist said that this was good. Frowning, the protagonist said that he wanted to see how good his opponent was today. A bright moon was visible high in the sky. A white car was driving along a dirt road. The driver, holding the steering wheel tightly, asked if the deputy was sure that this was the right way, to which Sebastian asked why the guy always panicked when they came here. The car pulled up to a small gate. The men in helmets were worried, but one of them indicated that they should not touch the strangers. They bowed after the vice leader of the assassin clan drove by. There were many cars parked on the territory. Looking away, Sebastian thought that there must be many similar machines in this place. A man with glasses stood near a small entrance. Raising his hand, the vice leader of the assassin clan asked how the teacher was doing and if everything was okay with his body, to which he replied that he was always fine. Smiling, the man offered to show the guests. The heroes followed the teacher along a narrow corridor. Taking hold of the chin, Sebastian asked the man what all these machines were doing in such a remote place and if they were all his. He looked at the teacher and called him. The man opened the lock on the door with a key. A bright light was visible from the crack. The teacher, smiling, said that he would soon find out everything himself. A huge arena with fights appeared. Sebastian looked at the screaming crowd of people. Two guys were fighting in a cage. One of them dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. He broke his mask. The opponent screamed in pain and his face was all scarred. The guy continued to finish him off. He sat on him and delivered powerful blows. His fist was covered in blood. The fighter completely broke the opponent's helmet. The spectators, with their mouths wide open, screamed loudly. Sebastian's body suddenly shook. He, smiling, asked if he had ever done anything so funny without him. In the ring, the man in the red helmet continued to beat his opponent. Sebastian's eyes opened wider. Some of the fans raised money, shouting that they wanted to bet on the red fighter. Other people also raised money, shouting about bets. Some people were holding huge amounts of cash in their hands. The red fighter delivered a crushing blow to his opponent. Some girls were dancing surrounded by falling money. Some fans threw their heads back, rejoicing at the victory. The vice leader was looking somewhere with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his head behind him. The stranger, looking forward, asked to seal the scene he had seen. All the scenes of the fight and the bets flashed through the guy's mind. The man, looking at the guy, explained that this was the force supporting the clan of assassins. The young man smiled, realizing that it was his father. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts and called out. Sebastian covered his face with his hand, and the teacher asked if he remembered everything. Introducing the former leader of the clan of assassins, he explained that this was a reconstruction of the battle arena that he had built. If you were here, you would definitely like it. Adjusting the pendant, Sebastian answered affirmatively. The guy disappeared from the balcony while the assistant was saying that the whereabouts of the former leader were currently unknown. The vice leader flew straight to the arena. The fighters, throwing back their heads, noticed him. He landed between them. One of the assistants, holding the railing, looked down. All the fans froze, seeing this. Squinting, the guy greeted everyone and introduced himself. All the fans, raising their hands, shouted that they needed a rematch because the bets needed to be redone. One of the fighters swung to hit Sebastian. His helmet was smashed to pieces. The guy knocked him out with one blow. The body fell to the floor with a crash. The young man stepped on his face. Still standing there, he noted that if anyone had any objections, they could come up to the arena. All the fans, wide-eyed, did not say a word. The guy looked at them, clarifying whether no one wanted to. He pressed his foot even harder on the fighter's head. His foot was covered in a light blue aura. The young man continued to press harder on the boxer's head. He raised his leg. He hit her in the face again and waves of energy rose around her. The fans, wide-eyed, watched silently, as did the others. Sebastian's eyes glowed red and he asked them again. The spectators, turning to each other, said that since he was from the clan of assassins, he was most likely hinting that they should distribute drugs. The teacher, raising his hand to his face, noted that his protege was still too hot-tempered. Raising his hand, Sebastian explained that the main reason he was giving them, the ancient lunar squad, the pills was for one reason only. Smirking, the boy added that it was because their actions were just. Sweat broke out on the fans' faces. Recalling the scene of their robbery, he explained that what they were doing was wrong. Recalling how they stole, the boy noted that they were all acting on their instincts. The young man also reminded them of the massacre, saying that it was all proof that the drug was allowing them to grow. Clenching his fist, the boy said that they should spread the pills further throughout civilization and awaken the suppressed instincts, asking for help in awakening the instinct in ordinary people that they were all feeling right now. The audience, looking at him intently, listened to the assassin's words about how the moment they awakened the power that slumbered within them, the justice of the world would change to the era of power and desire that the king of demonic spirits had brought upon them all. Pointing his finger at them, the young man noted that they would all return once more. Everyone present did not move. Suddenly, the audience raised their hands, shouting words of gratitude. Behind him stood a fighter in a red helmet. His eyes glowed red. The hero made many kicks. The opponent made some movements with his hands. All of the guy's kicks were blocked. Squinting, he was surprised that his opponent easily blocked all of his attacks of this level. Making a kick, the young man shouted that his enemy was a brat. Dodging, the unknown man in the mask knocked him down. The protagonist fell to the ground. The opponent jumped up to make a kick. The guy jumped back to avoid a direct hit. Having landed, Taeyong realized that the enemy was not even giving him a chance to rest, so he needed to get up as quickly as possible. The unknown man in the mask approached. The guy blocked his blow with his hand. Holding his hand, the young man realized that the enemy wanted to quickly defeat him with a quick attack. The hero raised his leg to strike with his knee. The enemy, pushing off from it, hit him in the face. The protagonist grabbed the enemy's leg. Because of such a grip, the masked fighter almost fell. Looking into the enemy's face, the guy shouted that it was time to look at his beautiful face. He struck with his fist. Dodging, the fighter was about to kick. The blow landed straight in the boy's face. Blood spurted from his mouth. From an attack of such force, the protagonist flew into the wall. The enemy wiped his face with his hand. Suddenly, he glanced at the hero. Something appeared from his pocket. In his hands, the unknown man in the mask began to twist a knife. He brought it to his face. The hero was still lying on the ground. Looking at the enemy, the guy noted that he was a bastard. The weapon in the enemy's hands was shining. Suddenly, the masked fighter noticed something, looking away. Spinning his knife, the unknown person put it back in his pocket. In one jump, the enemy jumped onto the wall. The hero rushed after him, shouting about where he was going. Suddenly, the guy began to fall. Looking at his legs, the protagonist said that his legs were giving way because using Qigong was too exhausting for him. The guy raised his head, hearing something. Behind him lay a man who asked him to quickly call 119. With his eyes wide open, he screamed about why he was staring at him, because this number should be the first call, when he saw that someone had fainted. The young man, looking at him, noted that he was just a bandit. Some kind of construction site was visible. The Muram police were fighting against a certain gang. One of the officers, with his mouth wide open, was shouting for the others to stay focused and not let anyone escape. Suddenly, this law enforcement officer pounced on one of the criminals. The latter dodged a quick kick. The enemy's kick hit the police officer's leg. As he ran away, the bandit shouted that they would see each other again. The guard, with his eyes closed, realized that he could predict the movements of his enemies and take further action in advance, which meant that the guy was definitely the leader. He rushed after him, realizing that he had to catch him no matter what. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind. She was standing in front of a large window. Suddenly, the officer jumped off. Yujeho was flying straight down. Right below her was the very same gang leader. The same one, grinning, shouted that he was the best in the Qigong organization and there was no point in chasing him. The girl grabbed his neck with her legs. She twisted it a few times. The guy fell to the floor. From the blow, he opened his mouth wide. The sword appeared in his mouth in an instant. The student, holding the blade, asked where he was going to run. Wiping his face with his hand, his colleague thanked her. Smiling, the girl noted that she did not need gratitude. Regular police officers also arrived at the crime scene. Suddenly, someone called Jait. The girl, turning around, heard her name being called. The guy, handing over the phone, explained that Songwoo asked him to pass it to her. Putting the phone to her ear, she greeted the commander, but he told her to immediately return to the Miram Police University. Frowning, the captain listened to the employee's words about her still having other assignments, but he told her to leave them with another team and return quickly. An old man sat next to him while he explained that this was a very important matter. A slum alley was visible. Eating chocolate-covered sticks, the boy wondered if the stolen drug was the same ability-enhancing pills. All the bandits raised their hands. The man in the center said that they had already repeated all this many times. Having hit him on the head, the hero noted that apparently he still had a lot of energy left for swearing. Looking at another one, the protagonist asked him why he did not raise both hands, to which he replied that he was wounded. Remembering the fight, the young man assumed that his arm was dislocated. The hero took his hand and began to do something. The bandit's mouth opened wide in a scream. Suddenly, he raised his hands, noting that nothing hurt anymore, and the hero asked him why such a big guy could act like a crybaby. Looking at them, the boy realized that this unknown person in a mask had wounded everyone to such an extent that they could all be easily cured, and this was even unexpected and pleasant. Grabbing the bags, the young man said that it was time for him to leave and that everyone could go home, advising them not to get into trouble or create problems so as not to upset their parents. But one of them suddenly called out to the guy. Smiling, he asked the hero if he was a student at the military police university because of the special uniform, because his skills were incredibly good, adding that there were some pretty strong students there, asking him to teach them how to fight. The hero threw one of the bags in his face. Taking the phone, he saw a call from Kaijok. His phone flew away from the interlocutor, who was asking where the protagonist was. Bringing the mobile closer to his ear, Taeyong said that something absolutely unimaginable had just happened to him, but the interlocutor interrupted him with words about how he urgently needed to get ready and go back to the university. The guy frowned when he heard the speech from the phone about the urgent call. In the ring, two fighters were still fighting. The guy in glasses punched him. The second fighter dodged and kicked him in the ribs. The man's eyes were full of rage. Suddenly, the helmeted fighter grabbed his neck with his hands. He and the man jumped up. The fighter's mouth opened wide from the impact with the floor. The boxer began to fall backwards. The helmeted fighter stood up. The entire crowd raised their hands and shouted something. The man in the helmet lowered his head. A teacher appeared next to him and asked him if he had really decided to have fun again after such a long time. Covering his face with his hand, the old man also said that the negotiations with the clan of assassins were over. The man took off his mask, surprised by this arrangement. The helmet fell into the ring. It was in Biam and he asked what the thug had said. The assistant quickly placed 2 chairs for them. Approaching the leader, the henchman threw a jacket over him. Taking a bottle of water, the master asked about the increase in the price of the pills, and the old man answered in the affirmative. Closing his eyes, the teacher explained that the thug looked too much like the former leader of their clan. Drinking the water, the boy noted that this was the problem with money eaters, so let the assistant do as he pleases. Wiping his mouth, he also added that he could use them to restore it. The man was talking about 3 fighters. The hero's eyes turned white. Kijok, looking at the boy, asked if he had fought with someone in the toilet. Tien replied that even if so, he was dying anyway. A police officer appeared behind them, saying that shouldn't those who were late behave quietly and not talk. Hakwu, sitting nearby, noted that they were still idiots. In front of them stood the commander, who announced the beginning of the meeting. Placing his hand on his chest, he announced that they would all be on a special mission starting tomorrow along with their team. The students' eyes widened as they heard the words that this was a special mission. Turning on the TV, Songwoo said that in order to fully introduce the audience to the meaning of the special mission, they would be given a brief introduction to the ability-enhancing pills, as well as the Ancient Moon Squad. Looking up, the boy remembered what kind of drug it was. An image of a blister pack appeared on the screen, and the commander explained that it was a drug for increasing internal energy because recently in Miram there were people who used it to commit crimes and were a threat to the city's order. The next photo was of a certain gang. As the captain explained, this was the Ancient Moon Squad, troublemakers who had recently become too active because they were causing serious harm in various fields using the power they received from the recently popular drug. And it was also a dubious group, most of whose members were juvenile delinquents who had run away from home, and they were characterized by theft, violence, and all sorts of large and small crimes that were committed in endless streams. All the students stared at the captain. Covering his mouth with his hand, the hero was surprised that something like this was happening in Urim. Songwoo also added that if they were not stopped, modern society would fall into chaos. Clenching his fist, he explained that the main objective of their special mission was to eliminate the roots of these pills and the Ancient Moon Squad, which were now cancers of society. Raising his hand, Kijok noted that the Ancient Moon Squad sounded like a gang of some screaming juvenile delinquents, asking if the regular police should not be enough to deal with them. Frowning, the captain explained that this gang also uses drugs, and since they also learn martial arts skills, they can easily take out a couple of police squads because they are all simply underestimated. Grabbing the guy by the neck, Yujiho asked him if he really thought they would have received such a task if the police could handle them themselves, because that's why he needed to think a little before speaking, and the hero realized that he was about to ask the same thing just a second ago. Turning his head, Seongwoo added that the pill problem was widespread even before this squad became active, so they first needed to find a supplier hidden in the shadows. Jumping up, the protagonist shouted that he knew some people who bought it. The man in chains was sitting in the interrogation room. The man, with his hands folded on the table, asked the criminal to tell him where the pills were made. Smirking, the bandit wondered if the detective really thought that asking like that would make him tell him anything, because his life was at stake after all. Looking at the reflection, he added that the policeman should at least guarantee him protection if he wanted any information to be given. There were also 2 detectives behind the glass. The man was saying that the suspect would probably not tell them anything, while the girl advised them to make an offer to their superiors, because his lips would not open for anything less than receiving asylum abroad. The man, frowning, was saying that if they did this, then Commissioner Chinen would hear about it, because the police also had a reputation to maintain, when suddenly a black silhouette said that they didn't want him to hear either. The woman opened her mouth wide. The man did the same in surprise. Some blue threads appeared. The detective in the interrogation room jumped up, hearing a crash. Looking at the glass, he asked what was going on, while the bandit replied that they had already come for him. Grinning, the suspect was glad that he hadn't told them anything. Sweat appeared on the man's face. The detective jumped out of the interrogation room. He held the taser in front of him and shouted for everyone to get out of that room. Suddenly, his weapon broke into 2 pieces. Someone jumped over it, wrapping the man in threads. The girl pulled them, killing the police officer. In front of her in the room sat a bandit. Smiling, the guy was surprised that Director B himself came for him to save him, and this is a great honor for him. Looking at her, he asked her to untie him quickly. Suddenly, her thread cut off a strand of his hair and the chains behind him. Something fell to the floor. Grinning, the girl asked how long he blabbed. Shaking his head, the bandit shouted that he did not say a single letter because it was locked, and also nothing was said about drugs and Jeho. Suddenly, a crack appeared on his neck. The girl, taking out her phone, noted that he had just said a name that must not be spoken. Putting the phone to her ear, she said that she was done. The man thanked her for her good work, frowning. A certain car was driving along a night road. An assassin, with his feet up on the front seat, ordered someone to immediately check the data on the ancient lunar squad. The driver, looking away from the road, asked if the leader hadn't dug up everything that could be learned from them yet. Sebastian explained that he thought he would just use the high school students to earn some pocket money or something like that. Looking at his reflection, he added that someone was definitely supporting them, and moreover, it must be a very important person. Looking out the window, the assassin also noted that their clan would also soon begin producing drugs. The man noted that there would be problems with the chairman because of such an action. The boy lowered his head and explained that he would maintain relations with such an important person even so, because he just needed to give what the chairman made to the ancient lunar squad, as they did, because if they disguised the pills of the assassin clan as the product of the chairman, they would be able to earn twice as much as they did now. Presenting a certain skull, he explained that the capital they would earn from this would be a new step in the improvement of the assassin clan, because when this happened, the forefront of the unorthodox sect would not be the Black Unorthodox Alliance, but the assassin clan. Suddenly, the boy heard the phone ring. Putting it to his ear, he heard words that something terrible had happened. The scientist, holding the phone in his hands, explained that test subject number 13 had gone berserk. His eyes widened. The phone flew down. The mobile bounced back a little. Not far away stood a certain monster covered in an ominous aura. It thrust its fist forward. It bared its teeth. Someone picked up the phone from the floor. The girl, holding it to her ear, said who she was. Smiling, she explained that the experiment was a success. The commander, leaning on the counter, said that based on the information that Taeyong had given them, they should begin an investigation starting tomorrow. Looking at the squad, the captain said that they would now be divided into pairs, and that it would be strictly forbidden to separate during the mission. Boa, shaking Haku's hand, noted that he was even more beautiful up close, asking him to take care of her. The man, shaking Kijoku's hand, introduced himself. Yujiho stood in front of the hero. With his mouth wide open, the guy introduced himself, asking him to take care of him. The girl, tilting her head, looked at him. Suddenly, she lowered her gaze. She again raised her gaze to the young man's face. The guy's eyes turned white, because he didn't understand why she was looking at him so intently, because had he already done something wrong. The hero, opening his mouth wide, thought that maybe she liked him. Crossing her arms over her chest, the employee asked Taeyong to go out with her. Imagining a disaster, the hero said that no matter what, he would protect her. Suddenly, a picture of their wedding popped into the guy's head. Sweat appeared on the young man's face when the girl pulled him out of his thoughts, calling out. Raising one eyebrow, she asked if he was sick. The guy explained that he was just a little nervous about the next day's mission. Grinning, the hero wished his friend good luck with his new partner because it was time for the protagonist to enjoy his student life. Squinting, the girl did not understand why she was ordered to watch him because he was such a fool. The employee stood in front of Chinin when he ordered her to keep an eye on Taeyong. The old man rubbed his beard and said that it might seem strange, but the Muram Police Department would be organizing an investigation team tomorrow, and he wanted the girl to get information about this student who had taken first place in the 34th generation. Yujiho opened her mouth and asked if the chairman suspected this guy of something. The old man bowed his head and explained that he was the main contender for the position of leader of the Muram Police Department, and that was why they needed more information about him. The chairman frowned and reminded her that she was indebted to him for life. The employee was furious, her teeth clenched, because she did not understand why the chairman would give in to this guy. Looking at him, she did not understand what he wanted to know about this idiot. Frowning, she called out to him, asking if he was free. Turning away, she told him to go to the roof and talk there alone. The hero's face turned red. The employee raised her hand, telling him to follow her. The young man turned around, looking at his friend. Covering his mouth with his hand, he noted that he was really unlucky. The guy raised his hands, shouting about why it was not him, but some guy was given to him as a partner. Having hit the student on the head, the employee noted that he was not deaf. The girl was standing on the roof. The guy, approaching her, called out to her. Bowing her head, she explained that she called him to talk in private because it would be unpleasant if someone heard. Grinning, the young man could not believe that the interlocutor was now confessing her feelings to him. She extended her hand to him. Looking at it, he thought that it could be a gesture before confessing. The hero took her hand and bowed. Taking his hands away, the girl asked if he was sick because she just needed a phone. His eyes were shining because he hoped that she would write down her number. The employee threw him the phone. There was her contact in the phone, and she explained that from tomorrow the hero should write down everything in detail, like what he did, where he went, and so on. Rubbing his neck, the guy asked again. Frowning, the protagonist exclaimed why the hell he should do all this, but the girl advised him not to ask because she would not tell him anything anyway. Something flew into his head after his words about this being an invasion of privacy, and at least he needed to know the reason. The boy picked up the knife, and Yujiho explained that you can't predict what might happen during a mission, so you should always carry it with you. Looking at the hero, she asked if he understood what would happen to him if he disobeyed. The boy's eyes turned white. Kijok walked dissatisfied. Covering his face with his hand, he did not understand why he was paired with a man, because perhaps he should write a complaint to the management committee. Suddenly, the boy noticed something, interrupting his words. A certain silhouette appeared in front of them. It was a certain girl with a suitcase, talking about the pleasant evening air. Squinting, the student did not understand what was wrong with her, because children nowadays do not observe curfew at all. The girl, smiling, looked at them. In a moment, she ran up to them. Jumping on the second student, she praised his body and danchan, which sparkled like a diamond. Looking at him, the unknown woman asked if his name was Taeyong. The guy stared at her, furious. Covering him with his body, Kijok shouted that it was Hakwoo, not understanding why all the girls were looking for the protagonist today. Walking away, she waved her hand at them. Turning back to her, the guy could not understand who she was. Looking after her, the young man thought that she was annoying him. The girl, looking back, felt the energy of the immortal ruler. Hakwoo frowned. A city illuminated by sunlight was visible. Looking at the phone, the protagonist asked the employee if he needed to report all the little things directly. Looking at her, he again asked her to name the reason. Her eyes became almost completely black. Walking away faster, the protagonist was saying that they needed to hurry before the bastards from the ancient moon hid because they needed to catch them all. Suddenly, the girl looked away. Turning to her, the guy asked about where to start the investigation, but she asked him to stop. People were filming something, shouting about calling the police. A man flew back from a strong blow. Sweat appeared on the hero's face. A man was lying on the ground and coughing. The young man, looking at him, remembered who he was. He remembered that guy in the gateway. The man, raising his head, begged for help. The hero, bending over him, said that all this happens to those who skip school, also asking him about who beat him up like that. The girl, looking at him, asked Taeyong if he knew him. The young man explained that he was the drug addict he told them about yesterday. Suddenly, they both noticed something. They jumped back as two bandits were about to attack them. One of them drove up the wall. He was about to finish off the victim. The hero knocked him down to protect his friend. This bandit flew back. The protagonist, smirking, noted that this guy really needed to be punished, but they would not be the ones doing it. One of them started to drive away. The young man, looking at the fleeing criminal, shouted to him where he had run off to. Rushing after him, he shouted that he would not leave. The girl, pointing her finger at the victims, explained that they could not leave these poor guys here. People began to crowd around. She picked up the phone, starting to write something on it. The hero, breaking, shouted to the bandit to stop. Starting to run again, the guy understood that it was very difficult to catch up with them, and apparently the fate of a policeman is hard these days. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. He noticed some people. They were tied to a pole. Running up to them, the young man asked what happened to them, because was it really the ancient moon gang that did all this? The hostage, his eyes wide open, was screaming for the boy to run away from here. The protagonist raised his head. There were many people in the building. They were all members of the ancient moon gang. The hero stood alone in front of them. With his head down, he said that he could not understand why they were all crowded together, because at first they did not put the regular police at all, and now they decided to go against the Muram police. A blue aura began to appear around him as he said that he would probably have to teach them all a very painful lesson on how not to behave with police officers. A certain house was visible. Haku went into his house. Suddenly, the student noticed something. An old man was standing in front of him. Turning around to the boy, he said that today was the beginning of the mission, but for some reason he did not go. The young man did not answer while taking off his jacket. Turning his head, the old man also added that this weekend would be the anniversary of his father's death. Had he forgotten? The young man took off his jacket while Chinam said that he had also reminded his brother of this so that they could visit their father together. The young man put on his coat while the old man asked him how long he was going to hold a grudge against his grandfather. Haku held hands while his grandfather said that he had already surpassed his brother in martial arts. Suddenly, he squeezed the door handle with force. Without turning around, the student asked if the old man knew about the goal he was pursuing. Throwing away the pen, he noted that his grandfather was the head of an unorthodox alliance, but here is his true face, which he so carefully hides under the mask of lies and hypocrisy. Frowning, the young man added that he would definitely expose the old man. The pen fell to the floor with a clatter. The grandfather, without turning around, noted that he spoke like a weakling, because if he wanted to get something, he should always be ready to give something, and if he was not satisfied with this order, then he needed a force that could turn the whole world upside down. Looking at his grandson, he also asked if he was capable of doing such a thing. The guy, without turning around, exhaled. Walking away, the young man said that they would see this in the future. A gang of bandits rushed at the hero. They began to jump off the unfinished house. The young man, frowning, asked if they were allowing themselves too much. The guy lunged straight at them. He hit several criminals at once. They all fell to the ground. More enemies were heading towards him from above. The hero dodged all their attacks. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that someone was heading towards him from above. The young man dodged this blow. The enemy drove his wheel into the ground. The guy frowned. The two criminals grabbed each other and started spinning. Taeyong blocked their attack with his hands. While holding it back, he was surprised by a spinning attack using a unicycle. The protagonist flew back a little from such a blow. Several more enemies were flying at him. Frowning, the guy shouted that he did not want to do this. He spun around. With these blows, the hero repelled the attackers from the air. Suddenly, the enemies running towards him stopped. The young man disappeared right in front of them. They looked up. A blue clot of energy appeared in his hand. The clot in his hands was shining brightly. Putting out his hands, the hero used a spiritual wave. It was directed straight at the enemies standing on the ground. They were all illuminated by its light. The entire construction site was illuminated with the brightest light. A bright light was visible from the building. It attracted the attention of a girl with pink hair. With her mouth wide open, she could not understand what was happening there. Yujiho ran to the construction site. Looking forward, she began to sweat. On the floor, the student saw people lying down. They were dirty and beaten in pieces. In the middle of all the bodies stood Tian. Breathing heavily, he noticed his friend and called out to her. Turning her head, she asked what happened here, to which the guy replied that he showed them that they should not go against the Muram police. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl was surprised that her comrade had single-handedly dealt with the ancient moon group. She remembered Chinan's words about how he was going to make the fighter his successor. With her mouth slightly open, Yujiho wondered what else he was hiding. Looking at his frowning girlfriend, the protagonist stood facing her. Putting his hand to his mouth, he was delighted that his partner was looking at him like that. The young man imagined that she was looking at him with eyes full of love. In his fantasies, the young man continued to look forward. Blushing, he thought that his companion seemed cute to him. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl asked him where he had studied martial arts. Raising an eyebrow, she explained her interest by the fact that a boy from a rural dojo could not bypass all the students of prestigious sects and become the first in the 34th generation, and asked Taeyong which master had taught him. The protagonist looked away, trying to avoid answering the question. Yujiho continued to stare at him. Pointing his finger at the top of the building, the boy said that someone was still there. Opening his mouth wide, he said that he would definitely get the villain. Looking at the running boy, she realized that something suspicious was happening. The protagonist leaned against the wall. Putting his hand to his face, he recalled his mother's advice. Imagining his mother's face, he recalled her words about there being 3 rules that a son must follow while studying at the institute. Imagining the techniques that he had mastered thanks to his grandfather, his mother ordered the boy not to show them to anyone. Imagining the ring, Emmy warned Taeyong to never take off the accessory. Looking at the boy seriously, she asked him if he understood why the second rule was so important, to which he received an affirmative answer. Frowning, the lady said that the third rule was to be wary of pretty girls. Scratching his head, the student asked why he had to follow the third rule, to which his mother yelled that it was necessary. The boy imagined his girlfriend's gaze. He put his hands in his pockets. Putting a finger to his mouth, he thought about the third rule. A yo-yo appeared in front of the hero's face. A moment later, it crashed into the wall next to the guy. The toy was a few centimeters from the student's head. Taking a look at the object, Taeyong could not understand what was happening here. Someone's hands deftly pulled the strings. The yo-yo began to fly in front of the protagonist's face. Numerous blows began to destroy the wall behind him. Sliding along the floor, he ordered the attacker to show himself. A huge axe, stylized as a guitar, sank into the ground. In front of the protagonist stood members of the Black Unorthodox Alliance named Zajin, Pal, and Hannah. Looking from under his brows, Pal asked his opponent how many filts he had looked at. Raising an eyebrow, the boy couldn't understand the madman's question. He pulled the weapon out of the ground. The man raised 2 fingers up. A moment later, the fingers plucked the strings. Waves began to spread around the guitarist. Looking at it, the boy tried to understand what it was. Seeing that the wave cut through the pillar in front of him, the young man became wary. A moment later, a large wave flew right above him. Touching his wound, he realized that these were sound arts. A yo-yo flew at the hero from the side. Staggering from the blow, he screamed. Closing his eye, the boy thought that he had already dealt with all the enemies. A moment later, the boy dodged an attack from above. Flipping over, the attacker hit him in the stomach. The protagonist hit the wall. Hannah threw her disc at him. At the last moment, the hero dodged the projectile. Above him, he saw a girl falling. Before she reached the ground, Taeyong rolled. Zajin's yo-yos were spinning at an incredible speed. Their threads entangled the boy. A moment later, he fell to the ground. A throwing disc was flying at the boy. Looking at the projectile, the student thought that he had come to an end. Ichiho deflected the flying object with her sword. The protagonist looked at his savior. Opening his mouth, he turned to her. Baring his teeth, the girl scolded her comrade for leaving without him. Hearing the words that the student had changed a lot, she made a surprised face. The disc ended up in Hannah's hands. Tilting her head, the woman with white hair asked since when Ichiho began to worry about others. With wide eyes, the girl recognized her rival. Twirling the hoop on her hand, the woman said that because of one person, she had a hopeless future. But that person joined the ranks of the Muram police. Grabbing the weapon, she asked if the girl had grown above herself after the death of the madam. The student recognized her former partner. She, rushing towards the girl, offered to test her reaction. The weapons hit each other. Ichiho scrunched up her face, trying to hold back the blow. They jumped to different parts of the room. Hannah ducked her head, assuming that the student had stayed at the same level, and asked him what his boyfriend's name was. He tried to break free from the trap. He screamed in pain, his mouth wide open. Zajin, tugging at the strings, advised him to stop struggling because the strings contract when they detect Kai. After striking, the pink-haired girl said that this was not her boyfriend. Jumping back, her opponent said that she had the same abrupt and hot-tempered character. A moment later, the hoop was flying at the student. She blocked it with her sword. The disc flew back to its owner. The swordswoman looked up in surprise. Her blow had not reached its target. In the air, Hannah asked her opponent if the girl knew her greatest weakness. Her foot hit the disc. Looking ahead, she said that her opponent was too impulsive. The projectile flew at the pink-haired girl. She took a stance to block the attack. To her surprise, the disc flew past. It was heading for the prone protagonist. Looking back, Ichiho realized that the hoop had changed trajectory. Covered in sweat, the young man thought that now he was definitely finished. His partner stopped the round blade right in front of his face. The guy looked in fear at the object that almost killed him. The girl knelt down. Frowning, she listened to the reproaches that she had not changed at all. Stretching out her hand, Hannah said that she was left unarmed, but instead of attacking, the swordswoman chose to save the young man. Slightly opening her mouth, she said that with such a character, she would not survive in Muram. Spinning the yo-yo, the fighter in the hat said not to get distracted. Many toys flew at the police. Ichiho prepared to fight back. She hit every object that flew at them with her blows. Holding a guitar in his hands, Pal began to play. The musician jumped from his place, spinning in the air. Falling to his knees, he released a powerful wave. Lying on the floor, Taeyong explained that this fighter was a master of sound arts, after which he heard an order to not move. The girl prepared to attack. She made a strike. With her attack, she cut the sound wave. A moment later, the wave dissipated. Smiling widely, the bandit in the hat was delighted that someone managed to block his melody. Yujiho looked ahead. Trying to break free, the protagonist realized that the girl could not cope with everyone alone, so it was necessary to get rid of the threads. An idea came to the boy's head. The two groups looked at each other. Raising her hands to her face, Hannah assumed that her rival called for backup. She shook the ground with her stomps. Putting her hand on her hip, she declared that she had had enough fun. Smiling, Pal suggested playing their attack. The two comrades did not understand what he meant. Hannah raised her hoop. Sajin was spinning a yo-yo. The toys were wrapped around the woman's weapon. Swinging, the fighter in green prepared to strike. With his strike, he charged the threads. Raising his head, Taeyong realized that they were planning something and told his partner to save herself. She plunged her katana into the ground. Holding the weapon with both hands, she said that she was responsible for the life of her comrade. Bowing her head, the swordswoman said that she was going to block their attack. Opening her mouth, Pal praised his opponent's determination, but said that it was not enough to survive their ensemble. The man's hand grabbed the threads. After a moment, he pulled them a long way. Bowing his head, the madman said that this was the final chord. Releasing the threads, he caused a strong charge of energy. Yujiho watched the approaching explosion. She narrowed her eyes from the bright light. An explosion was heard in the building where it was happening. Remembering how she ran, the girl realized that she was the daughter of one of the great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance. Sweating, the future student of the police academy ran to the ward. The swordswoman opened the door. Surrounded by doctors, there was a medical gurney. On the gurney, under a blanket, lay a body. Yujiho opened her mouth. Starting to cry, she could not believe that her mother was dead. After a while, the girl looked at her mother's portrait. The daughter, holding the photograph in her hands, mourned her mother. Hearing someone else's speech, she looked up. Her father and his companion were walking in front of her. The girl looked at them with wide eyes. She looked at the face of Insa, the henchman of one of the four great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance. Raising her head, the girl asked how she had the nerve to come here. Opening her mouth wide, the girl screamed that her mother died because of Insa. A moment later, the father hit his daughter. The portrait of the deceased fell and broke. Turning his gaze to the lying daughter, the man told her to watch her language. She told him not to talk to her. Looking down, Yujiho thought that the father she knew died that day. Remembering herself with her things packed, the girl thought about the day she left the man she once called father. The future swordswoman immersed herself in the memories of her training. The heroine looked at her opponents with determination. With a blow of her wooden sword, she hit one of them in the face. The girl dodged the attack of the second. Her blow hit the guy in the arm. The warrior began to spin in the air. A moment later, a kick knocked the enemy off his feet. A blue aura appeared around her. Sitting at the table, the selection committee discussed Yujiho's potential and asked about her purpose for joining the Muram Police University. She stood in front of them in silence. Taking hold of her heart-shaped pendant, she replied that her purpose was revenge. Frowning, the swordswoman repeated her purpose for joining even louder. Jumping up from their seats, the men stated that the purpose of their university was to train their body and soul, defending their martial arts to maintain order in Muram. Opening his eyes, the examiner explained that there was no room for emotion. The girl lowered her head and said that she didn't know. Turning around, the applicant added that she didn't know that their university was such a boring organization. Making angry faces, the committee members shouted at her for being rude. The bearded man looked closely at the lady as she left. The girl was walking down the corridor of the school. She slowed down. Yujiho felt a strange aura next to her. The girl turned around. Seeing no one behind her, the swordswoman was certain that she felt a murderous aura. Hearing a man's voice behind her, she widened her eyes. A second later, the warrior struck in front of her. Closing his eyes, the old man said that the ability to react to such a small amount of energy was very rare. Opening his eyes, the man asked if she had received this gift through hard training, or if it was passed down to her from her father. Looking at the girl seriously, the gray-haired man said her father's name. Tilting his head, she asked what the old man wanted from her. Walking towards the applicant, the man in the white suit explained that in this institution, the origin of the student is not important, but the purpose for which they come here is important. Looking back at Yujiho, he used murder as an example. Tilting his head, he offered to help her in exchange for the swordswoman becoming his sword. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she did not want to follow in her father's footsteps. Both stood in the hallway in silence. The old man sighed, not satisfied with the answer. Holding his hands behind his back, he said that the girl had passed anyway, because one could not pass by such a talent. Turning his head, the man said that the girl owed him. Remembering her surprise at that moment, Yujiho realized that this was how she got into the university. Remembering her studies, she thought about how she caught sidelong glances from her colleagues, although she did not care much. Remembering one of the battles, she decided that living alone is great for becoming the best. Her idea changed during a meeting with Taeyong. Imagining their walk, the warrior decided that she was completely confused because of him. The girl remembered how their meeting today began. The main character stood in front of her face, asking about her condition. With her mouth open, the swordswoman could not understand why he protected her. The guy had a blade in his hands. Smiling, he was glad that he managed to save his friend. The hero began to fall. A moment later, the fighter was already lying on the floor. The private hospital of the Muram police was visible. The doctor, with his hand in his pocket, was surprised by what a miracle it was. Clutching his heart, Kijuk thought that it was about him. Pushing the boy aside, Yujiho told him to move away. Looking at the sleeping Tiong, the doctor explained that the fighter lost consciousness not because of injuries, but because he spent a lot of Kai. Looking at her savior, the girl was surprised that there was not a scratch on him after a blow of such force. Smiling, the man in the robe asked if they noticed anything unusual about the patient. Tilting his head, the doctor asked if what happened was just luck or something else. The swordswoman buried her head in the bed of her sleeping friend. Looking ahead, she thought about why Hannah was in the Ancient Moon group if her father kicked her out of his organization. Hearing the sleeping boy say her name, she looked at him. Hearing her name again, the girl began to feel embarrassed. Resting her head on her palm, the warrior could not understand why this idiot stood up for her. Yujiho remembered his face after the blow. The moment of his fall surfaced in her memories. Hearing the words that he was an incredible guy, she raised her head. Hal, smiling widely, was surprised that his attack was blocked by a small knife, and Zajin could not understand how the enemy got out of the yo-yo strings. Someone's screams were heard from below. The trio decided to leave as quickly as possible. The swordswoman, rushing to attack, shouted that they were not going anywhere. A moment later, the enemies disappeared into the smoke. Peeking out from a cloud of smoke, Hannah said that they were not saying goodbye for the last time. Smiling, she said goodbye to her. Frowning, the girl with pink hair decided that she needed to clarify something. Running out of the room, she told them to return to the institute after Tiong woke up. The drug production department was in full swing. Pills were falling out of the machinery. People in protective clothing were sorting the raw materials for production. The great guardian of the Black Unorthodox Alliance, Yuiho, was watching. A call came in on his phone. Picking up the phone, he said he was surprised that his daughter had called him herself. She was listening to her father as she walked down the street. She lowered her head and asked him if he was behind the creation of the Ancient Moon Group. He said he didn't understand what she was talking about, opening his mouth. Remembering Hannah, the swordswoman asked about his subordinate's involvement in today's attack. Raising an eyebrow, Yuiho asked her attacker's name again. Looking away, he remembered that he had expelled her from the group. With an irritated face, Yujiho said that she couldn't take his word for it, especially since Hannah had always manipulated him. Frowning, the custodian replied that he was ready to swear to the truth of his words. The man saw a worker carrying another batch of pills. Looking ahead, the heroine said that she hoped for her father's sincerity. Putting away the phone, the student promised that she would jail him as soon as he did something illegal. The call ended on the man's phone. Holding the phone in his hands, he reasoned about why his former employee was a member of the Ancient Moon. Chains flew in the air. A white creature cut up cars that were parked near the headquarters of an escort company called Steel Stallions. The cut parts of the cars flew in all directions. The creature was test subject number 13, which was the secret weapon of the assassin clan. The car drivers were indignant about one monster destroying their property. Lying on the hood of the car, the guy in the suit was happy that the monster was crushing the mercenaries so easily. Smiling, the vice leader of the assassin clan named Sebastian said that the 13th was his favorite. The young man heard a call. Frowning, he asked what the caller wanted. Smiling, the teacher said that they had a problem. Looking at the battle, the clan leader asked to get down to business. Remembering the column of criminals, the fat man said that most of the Ancient Moon group was now behind bars and all of them were caught by just one person. Looking at the weapon of the test subject, Sebastian was surprised that someone single-handedly caught a bunch of guys. Looking at the creation of his scientists, the young man reassured himself that they could do nothing but eat pills. The 13th turned his head. Looking at the ongoing pogrom, the vice leader heard from the teacher that he shared this point of view. As Sebastian continued to watch the carnage, he listened to his older comrade suggest that there might be problems due to a lack of personnel. Kicking aside a driver who was flying at him, the boy told him that there was no problem in finding new fighters. One of the mercenaries, his mouth wide open, shouted that they would not give up so easily. The other three warriors, along with the first, prepared to use the four-pronged attack of the Steel Stallion. A second later, 4 trucks began to approach the monster. They collided at the place where the monster stood. Adjusting his glasses, the gray-haired man said that after this news, there was unrest within the group and their fighting spirit had fallen to an all-time low. Throwing his head back, the boy decided that he would have to teach the hero of the Muram police a lesson. 4 men with katanas jumped to finish off the wounded man. With their mouths open, they screamed at him to die. 4 blows hit the victim of the experiment directly. Jumping off the car, Sebastian said that he agreed with the teacher's proposal. Opening his eyes, he decided to grind the bastard from the police into dust. Smiling, the man thanked the young master. Silhouettes were visible from the cloud of dust. With his eyes wide open, the bearded man did not understand what was happening. Having fallen from the standing monster, the mercenaries realized that even a sword could not take its skin. Hearing claps, the 13th turned around. Walking towards the artificial assassin, the young man said that this was the best creation of their scientists. Looking straight at the creature, the guy ordered it to kneel. It silently looked at the owner. A second later, its body began to tremble. After that, the creature's body fell to the ground. Stepping on the fallen one with his foot, Sebastian told it that he was a good boy. Smiling, the man with blonde hair said that he had a job for the 13th. Taeyong and Kaijok ran across the field. Looking at his friend, the long-haired boy asked if he wanted to rest after being discharged, to which the latter replied that it was against his rules. Raising an eyebrow, the protagonist's friend asked what happened to him yesterday. Tilting his head, the protagonist began his story. Introducing the 3 opponents, he reasoned that they were very dangerous. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man decided that he could not remain such a weakling and wondered how to become stronger. The hero remembered the powerful attack of the enemies. Shaking his head, he decided that he would not use the techniques of the immortal ruler from now on. Looking ahead, Kaijok pointed to Yujiho to his friend. A girl was running on the next path. The protagonist stared at her face. The boy began to blush. Smiling, the long-haired boy asked his friend if he thought the swordswoman would fall in love with him just because they were on the same mission. Covering the chatterbox's face, Taeyong told him to shut up. Kaijok put his hands over his mouth and called out to his classmate. She turned around at the call. Smiling, the boy said that Taeyong wanted something, but Yujiho asked where he had gone. Looking around, the protagonist's friend did not understand where he had gone. Running out of the stadium, the young man cursed the bastard. Baring his teeth, he said that he would never find a girlfriend. The boy stood at the drink machine and began to choose one for himself. The boy's eyes widened. Looking at his bill, he realized that he was missing 101. The young man began to search for coins around the machine. His gaze fell on the coin lying on the ground. Bending down to pick up the find, the protagonist was already thinking about how lucky he was. The guy's hand was hit with a stick. His mouth wide open, he began to curse loudly. Holding his hand, the young man asked why he was doing this. The mustachioed man said that it was his coin. The guy raised his head. Frowning, his offender repeated that it was his coin. Scratching the back of his head, Taeyong gave up the find. Baring his teeth, he thought that this was just a great start to the day. The drunk took a sip from the bottle. He asked the boy who was leaving if he had found his father. The young man turned to him and asked again if he had heard everything correctly. A second later, a broom flew into his face. Grabbing the tool, the protagonist asked the man why he did this. The man walked in the opposite direction from the hero. Walking next to him, the guy turned to the stranger and asked if he knew his father. A little behind the drunk, the protagonist asked him to answer the question. After a while, the man broke away from the young man. Sweating, Tian realized that the strange man was walking faster than he could run. Clenching his fist, the boy couldn't understand why he was leaving. Throwing open the door, the student asked the fugitive to stop. A second later, the fighter realized that there was some kind of fog around him. Turning his head, the young man was sure that he had entered the gym. He turned around. Behind him was a strange figure who was mocking the descendant of the immortal ruler. The hero, with his mouth open, thought that this was some kind of devilry. His own copy was looking at him, who declared that he was going to take the helm. The real Tian kicked him. The villain dodged the attack. A second later, he stabbed the guy in the back with his staff. The clone, with his mouth wide open, advised the fighter to calm down. Holding his back, the boy advised him to do the same. Looking ahead, he saw no one. Looking around, the protagonist could not understand where his enemy was. The staff was flying at Tian. A moment later, the weapon changed its trajectory. It was a direct hit on the hero. Gritting his teeth, he could not understand where the enemy was striking from. The same one appeared behind, advising him not to gape. His blows again reached the guy. The next attack was straight into the protagonist's stomach. Bowing his head, he realized that the length of the opponent's staff was constantly changing, and if he managed to dodge, the weapon simply changed its trajectory. The clone was already running towards him, screaming about how much he was going to get, because for the sake of decency, it was time for him to try to defend himself at least with his broom. The young man looked at the broom in his hand. The enemy swung again to strike. Dust rose from his blow. Looking there, the copy said that this was really all he could do. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. His spear hit the broom. The hero kicked the enemy straight in the face. The blow sent him flying. The boy thanked him for the advice, his mouth wide open. He was already above him, swinging the broom. The boy hit the enemy on the head with his weapon. The broom hit the ground and broke. The enemy lowered his head. The clone grinned and his silhouette began to disappear. Someone hit the hero on the head with a stick. It was his uncle. Looking at the boy, he noted that the boy had already grown up enough. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. Taeyong rose from the floor and frowned in displeasure. The boy scratched the back of his head and wondered if it was all just a dream. Behind him lay a broom broken in half. The young man picked up both parts and realized that it was not really a dream. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head with a bottle of water. The man looked at him pitifully and asked if he had already woken up. The clan master opened his mouth angrily and asked what was wrong with him and if this illusion was his doing. The mentor covered his mouth with a bottle and asked him to come with him. The heroes came to the backyard of the Miram Police University, where there was a dump. The student narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked his friend to answer honestly if he knew his father. Continuing to walk forward, the teacher confirmed this. The man shuddered when the student asked him to tell about his father. The protagonist looked at his hands and said that he knew nothing about him and that this was the reason he entered the police university. Taeyong clenched his fist and hoped to find at least some clues about him at the university. The guy frowned and asked his friend to tell him where his father was now. The mentor silently turned around and looked at him. The young man stared at him with a pleading look in his eyes. Suddenly, the teacher grabbed his back and complained of severe pain. He pointed to the piles of garbage and asked how he could manage to clean up this yard today. The clan master frowned in irritation and tried to continue the conversation, but his friend interrupted him and said that he would definitely thank the benefactor if someone helped him with the cleaning. The man turned around and asked if his student would like to do it. Closing his eyes, the student agreed and said that he would only clean up the garbage if his friend told him about his father. The mentor wished him luck and left to take a nap. The protagonist picked up a broom and wondered why his friend was making him do something like that when he could just say it. There were soda cans and other trash on the ground. Taeyong started swinging the broom furiously. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The broom was sweeping all the trash aside. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion and wondered what was going on here. The young man looked at the piles of trash and noticed that all the cans and packages seemed to be running away from the broom. The clan master gritted his teeth and thought that this was the work of his friend, since there was some kind of catch from the very beginning. Spinning from side to side, the student decided that classic cleaning was useless here and came to the conclusion that his mentor was clearly not an ordinary person, considering what happened in the gym. At that moment, his eyes lit up, an idea came to his head. The protagonist looked at his hand and assumed that he needed to use Kai. Taeyong squeezed the broom in his hands and concentrated. A bright blue shimmer appeared around it. The guy easily threw the pile of trash aside. It immediately ended up in the dustpan. The young man smiled happily and concluded that if you use the power of Kai, then things themselves are magnetized to the broom. The clan master continued sweeping and said that his comrade underestimated him. Another pile of cans ended up in the dustpan. The student raised his eyebrows in amazement. There was only one pile of trash in the dustpan, while the second one had disappeared without a trace. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock and wondered what was wrong with this dustpan. Taeyong assumed that he needed to clean faster and began to swing the broom furiously. The guy leaned on the broom and began to breathe heavily. The dustpan was empty and all the trash was lying around. The young man spread his legs wide and thought about how the trash had only increased despite his efforts. The man approached him and said that he needed to clean it all up at once. The clan master bit his nail and decided that he needed to gather all the trash into one big ball. The student closed his eyes and wanted to try using even more Kai. The student raised the broom over his head. It hit the ground, emitting a bright glow. The trash moved. Cans and packages flew towards the broom. Piles of trash swirled around the broom, engulfed in a blue aura. They instantly became magnetized to it and formed one ball. The protagonist gritted his teeth and shouted that there was still a little left. Suddenly, his head began to spin, and Taeyong began to fall. His body collapsed next to the trash. The boy opened his mouth wide to catch his breath and realized that he was right to be afraid that he might not have enough Kai to just gather all the trash in one pile. A bag of ramen fell on his face. The mentor narrowed his eyes and suggested that he take a break for lunch. On the outskirts of the city was the residence of one of the 4 great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance. Sitting in his chair, Yeonbyum asked if it was really just one person who had imprisoned half of the ancient moon. Pal smirked and told him that the man had been able to block their strongest technique, Final Chord, with just a small knife. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes and asked why he hadn't heard of the man until now. Yeongu looked at him and said that was not true at all. The henchman handed him a tablet to show him the recording. The chief frowned tensely when he saw that it was Taeyong. There was a recording of the fight on the screen. The villain explained that he thought the clan of assassins had already dealt with him, but it turned out that he was still alive and doing something like this. The great guardian touched his chin and thought about how this boy seemed like a stupid weakling to him, who only did martial arts videos on YouTube. Yeonbyum narrowed his eyes slyly and remembered that there were actually some suspicious moments in the past. Viper covered her face with her hands. She went crazy after meeting him. The protagonist reflected the giant flow of energy of the final chord, throwing a knife towards him. Neeson was sitting on the throne. She was also interested in his identity. The villain leaned back in his chair and found this quite interesting. A sly grin appeared on his face. The chief threw on his jacket and asked his subordinate to start the car to go to the Miram Police University. The villain's eyes flashed and he said he was dying to see this guy in person. There was a pot of ramen on the table. The heroes were sitting on the floor. The main character shouted that the food smelled delicious. Taeyong wrapped the noodles around chopsticks and said that this was how you should eat ramen. The guy barely opened his mouth to fit all the noodles in at once. The man frowned sternly. In his memories, the student's father wrapped the noodles around chopsticks in exactly the same way. Jaehan put the noodles in his mouth. The mentor looked up. Dead people were lying around them. The teacher was surprised that his friend could eat so calmly after what happened here. The warrior closed his eyes and explained that he had simply freed them from the curse of a demonic spirit. The hands of the villain were pierced by clots of energy. In Jaehan's opinion, it was better to die than to become a corpse, doomed to wander forever in search of a demonic spirit that they were destined to never meet. The weapon flew out of the wounds of the corpse. The boy's father grabbed it and declared that he would not allow that massacre to happen again. The man adjusted his glasses and noticed that it was the weapon of an immortal lord, the blade of 3 demons. The madman clutched it in his hands. The master remembered that he still had goosebumps all over his body just from its aura of chaotic Kai. The warrior, without looking up from his meal, explained that the weapon had no sins and that only its owner had sins. The teacher frowned and declared that his father, the immortal lord, had done a lot of harm. With the corners of his lips down, he asked why his friend wanted to atone for his sins and explained that going to this place was the same as voluntarily coming to his own execution. The man narrowed his eyes in disappointment and asked if his comrade was sure of his decision. Jaehan lowered his head. The protagonist's father smiled and answered in the affirmative. The mentor's eyes widened in surprise. The next second, the teacher lowered his gaze and replied that he understood everything. He headed for the exit and declared that he could no longer tolerate his partner. The warrior placed the pot on the table and called out to him. Jaehan smiled widely and asked if he could ask him for a favor. Dibeng flinched when Taeyong called out to him. Placing his hands on his knees, the guy asked his friend to give him at least one hint and explained that his supply of Kai was not enough to complete his task. The man stared at him tensely. The mentor closed his eyes and replied that his student had already received it. The boy gritted his teeth and asked what it meant. The teacher stood up. A message came to his phone where someone asked him for help. The Union Master left the house and promised to return soon. The Clan Master asked what about the hint. The door slammed shut. The student frowned in displeasure. At this time, Kijok was carrying several boxes in his hands. The boy gritted his teeth and wondered where his classmate had gone, because his back would soon give out from under such a load. Suddenly, someone came out to meet him and knocked him down. The boxes flew into the air, raising a cloud of dust. The boy grabbed his head and asked if the passerby couldn't just walk around him. Yonggu's shadow loomed over him. Someone grabbed the student. Yongbyum grinned maliciously and asked if they knew Taeyong. The boy was cleaning the backyard of the university. He managed to shovel a bunch of trash. Suddenly, the clan master sneezed and the trash flew in all directions. The student got into a tractor and tried to remove the boxes with it. The protagonist fell to the ground, exhausted. There was still a huge amount of trash around him. Taeyong decided that it was simply impossible to collect it all in one pile. The boy folded his hands behind his head and was indignant that his friend did not give him even one piece of advice. Clouds floated across the sky. The roar of the wind could be heard. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized he was hungry and decided that he shouldn't have eaten all of the ramen in one go. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he realized something. In his memory, all of the noodles were on chopsticks. Dibeng narrowed his eyes and said that his student should pick up the trash all at once. The sword master imagined the noodles in front of him and shuddered. The student looked at his hands and thought that he should try using a method that was much more effective than just concentrating all of his Kai in one spot. The protagonist began to spin the broom to spin his Kai like noodles. Cans and packages flew into the air. They began to gather into piles. A whirlwind of trash appeared around Taeyong. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed in rage. The broom hit the ground, collecting all of the trash around it. The boy's eyes widened in amazement and he realized that he had succeeded. The trash formed one big lump. The clan master looked at him and was glad that he was not falling apart. Suddenly, the student shuddered when he felt something strange. His body was enveloped in a blue aura. The student felt an unprecedented lightness and thought that he had spent so much Kai, but was not tired at all. The protagonist tensed the muscles of his arm and felt how Kai penetrated his body from the tips of his hair to his heels. Taeyong looked at his hand and decided to test it. He swung his fist. Suddenly, a call rang and the guy froze in place. The young man took out his phone and was indignant that someone ruined such a moment for him. Messages from Kijok appeared on the screen. A classmate asked his friend to come to the underground parking lot. The sword master narrowed his eyes suspiciously and wondered what his friend was doing in the underground parking lot. The student went down to the empty room and tried to shout to him. The protagonist looked around and wondered why his classmate had decided to meet him here. Taeyong felt something and looked back. There was a noise around the corner. The boy looked there and asked if he had misheard. The young man looked around the corner and thought that the sound had definitely come from here. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Yeongu had pinned Kaijok to the wall, and Yeonbyum was standing next to him. The eyes of the clan master lit up. The bloody boy looked up and called his name. The great guardian grabbed his face with his hand. The scoundrel grinned and was glad that the protagonist had finally come here. Taeyong saw two men beating up his friend. Kaijok was lying all bloody. The protagonist, wide-eyed, asked what he had done to his friend. Yeonbyum, smirking, exclaimed that this was a loyal friendship, and they politely asked him to call, but he decided to ignore their request. Kaijok, opening his eyes slightly, said that the protagonist should leave him and save himself. The guardian of the Black Unorthodox Alliance, holding out his palm, exclaimed that he should not worry because he should not die from such a trifle. He, slightly opening his mouth, asked if he could attack him with a spiritual wave. Taeyong widened his eyes at what he heard. Lowering his eyebrows, he asked why he had to show his technique to some bastard. Yeonbyum calmly lowered his head. Suddenly, his eyes and mouth glowed red. The guardian kicked Kaijok hard. The guy, his mouth wide open, screamed loudly in pain. The man, narrowing his eyes, asked if he had a reason now. The protagonist, frowning menacingly, called his friend. He launched a sharp attack at his opponent. The protagonist continued to swing his knees. He hit the guardian right in the face. Yeonbyum suddenly grabbed his shoes. Taeyong, through the sweat on his face, was surprised that this bastard easily blocked all his attacks. The man in glasses, looking at the battle, thought that he was a naive brat, and with such attacks he would not even be able to scratch the president's diamond body. The guardian spun the protagonist. He, smirking, said that he would show his clowning at the Miram Police University event. The opponent powerfully hit the protagonist's face with his fist. From the blow, Taeyong flew far away. He hit a stone pillar, breaking it. Yeonbyum, adjusting his sleeves, insistently asked to show him his techniques. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, thought that he should try not to use the martial arts that his grandfather taught him, and no one should know that he owns the technique of the immortal ruler. The guardian stepped on Kijok's foot. The guy, opening his jaw, screamed loudly in pain. The man, smirking, asked if he really didn't hear his friend asking him to show him this technique. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, ordered him to leave his friend alone, calling him a pathetic and vile coward. Yeonbyum, looking at him, asked again about the coward. Taeyong, holding out his hand, exclaimed that he was the most cowardly coward, and clarified how he should use the spiritual wave if he was literally hiding behind his friend, and whether he was truly afraid of losing. He lowered his eyebrows and added that it meant he was afraid of him too, otherwise why would he use Kijok as a shield, and asked if he was afraid of dying. The guardian was visible, but he simply remained silent. He asked Yeongu to remove it, to which Yeongu grabbed the boy by the hair and obeyed the order. Yeonbyum, with his hands in his pockets, said that this is why people like him do not live to adulthood. Crossing his fingers, he continued that they should try to compensate for their lack of experience with their heads, but the chicks are too stupid for that. Suddenly, his hand turned red, and he added that the chicks chirped without thinking for a second about the consequences. Frowning fiercely, the guardian exclaimed that then a predator finds them. Taeyong, wiping away the blood, thought that normal attacks were completely useless, and they should try attacks charged with Kai energy. An unusual aura surrounded his body, and he decided to put what he had learned into practice, because all he had to do was twist and then distribute Kai throughout his body. The protagonist abruptly hit his enemy. The guardian's pupils suddenly turned white. He hit the wall hard. Yeongu, through the sweat on his face, was surprised that he had managed to hit the president, and did not think that he would have enough sly. He frowned in bewilderment. Suddenly Yeonbyum kicked the floor. Raising his palm, he said that it was not bad, and hoped that this was not all he could do. The protagonist, waving his fingers, said that he had not even used the spiritual wave. The guardian, lowering his hands, wondered if his self-esteem had jumped too much after just one attack. He abruptly pounced on the guy. Taeyong, biting the corners of his lips, was surprised that he was fast. The enemy delivered a slashing blow with his fingers. The protagonist was left with scars that were oozing blood. Yeonbyum, waving his arms, cast a tiger strike skill that rips flesh. The protagonist, holding his shoulder, dodged all the attacks. He jumped back, which caused him to break with his legs. The opponent, opening his mouth fiercely, shouted for him to finally show his technique. Taeyong bared his teeth fiercely. He dealt many blows to his enemy. Yeongu, watching the fight, thought that with his technique, the president calmly cuts steel like a hot knife cuts butter, and at the same time reaches such a speed that there is no time to even blink. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist thought that even the slightest touch leaves a deep cut. He, through the sweat on his face, added that the frequency of blows is very fast. The protagonist successfully dodged another attack. He swung his fist, and the opponent, lowering his head, said that he fell for it. And BM began to cut the guy's arm with his claws. He left deep cuts. Blood flowed from Taeyong's wounds. Taking hold of them, he understood that if he continued at the same pace, he had no chance and would have to use a spiritual wave. A bright flash appeared, and the protagonist thought that it was almost impossible to hit such a nimble target and wondered how to immobilize him. The guardian spun around the guy. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, decided to take a risk, giving him his flesh, but taking his bones. NBM kicked him powerfully, but missed. Taeyong tried to attack him. The opponent suddenly jumped over him. He grabbed the protagonist and said that he was asking for too much. The guardian flipped the guy in the air. The protagonist hit his head hard on the floor. He, opening his mouth wide, screamed in pain. NBM raised his palm and exclaimed that naughty children should be punished. Smiling fiercely, he added that he should not worry because he would only beat him to the point of death. Taeyong closed one eye, looking at him. He extended his hand and asked him to prepare his teeth. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was what he wanted so much. He uttered the ability of a spiritual wave, and a powerful surge of energy appeared. The guy extended his hand to the guardian's face and asked him to prepare his teeth. He smiled and said that this was what he wanted so much. A spiritual wave shot out of the warrior's palm. The raised steam enveloped those around him. Engu looked ahead and screamed. Having jumped through the steam, the guy approached the big guy. After that, he began to miss a lot of blows. Taeyong moved his hands in a smooth flow of technique. A powerful push sent the enemy to the side. Blood spurted from Engu's mouth. He said that it was impossible. The man rolled on the ground. The hero looked forward, his breath steaming. He said who this Kajoka was. His eye trembled. A voice behind him said that he was disappointed. The master turned around and saw a car flying at him. It pressed him into the wall. The guy's eyes rolled back. Blood spurted from his mouth. The president kicked the hood. He stood without a coat and said that the legend of the vaunted immortal ruler was nothing more than a childish horror story. Taeyong looked at the enemy from under his brows, surprised that he stood up to his blow. NBM smiled and said that he expected more. He wanted to see the incomparable power of the immortal ruler, a power so monstrous that everyone, young and old, knew about it. 3 silhouettes appeared in his head. The man said that looking at the young man, he had no doubts left. All this vaunted power of the immortal ruler is nothing more than a tale that old men who have long since retired tell in order to boast of their status. He pointed at the guy and said that he, in turn, is nothing more than the offspring of a stupid, boastful grandfather. Taeyong screamed and told him to shut his mouth. He hit the hood of the car, bending it. The car tilted. The student jumped to attack and raised his fist, but he hit the block. NBM looked at the force of the blow in surprise. The blue-haired man threw him off the roof of the car. The kid looked at him and demanded that he no longer slander people he had never even seen. The guardian caught on the ceiling and asked if a rat driven into a corner really wanted to bite a cat. He jumped back and raised his hand to hit. The blonde flew past his opponent, and the beating began. NBM somersaulted in the air and kicked the guy. The master looked at the enemy in surprise. Noting that his strength was simply monstrous, he realized that he needed a technique that was many times more powerful than a spiritual wave. Everything trembled. Tien looked behind him. The man jumped on him like a wild animal. 2 blows passed through the master's body. The guardian crossed his outstretched arms. He used the first verse of the 3rd chapter of the Black Demon style. His fingers touched the young man's chest in the technique of a tornado of a clawed flower. The blow threw the hero back. His whole body shook, the wounds oozed blood. The blue-haired man rolled on the ground. He threw his head back, breathing heavily. It was very painful for him. He was trying to understand what to do because his strongest technique did not work. The man stopped in front of him and asked if the lord had already died. NBM adjusted his hair. He assumed that the hero thought that all his techniques were complete nonsense. He remembered how the wave hit him and said that it was nothing more than a huge wave of Kai concentrated in the palm of his hand. But Kai and any technique by themselves were nothing more than useless nonsense. He said that true strength was achieved only when used in conjunction with martial arts. The blonde bent his hand. He believed that only martial arts mattered. It was a solid foundation that allowed one to stand on one's feet. A red aura emanated from the guardian. He asked if the hero understood this, because he was standing, and he was lying down, and this was the essence of martial arts. Engu looked at his boss in amazement. He thought that he had reached the peak of his adamantine body development, and no blows could penetrate his body, tempered by external Kai. NBM turned away and waved his hand. At least he was having fun, and he was letting him go, because he was able to amuse him. His eyes sparkled. He added that so that the hero could not forget his instructions. Kijok was lying to the side. The man said that for this he would take his leg. Taeyong shuddered and asked again. The guardian smiled and turned to his subordinate. Yonggu swung his leg and said that he obeyed. The guy rushed to attack, gathering energy to stop it. The blonde caught his fist and stopped the attack. He asked why the youth did not understand. He made an angry face and said that his attacks were useless. He twisted the master's arm. and began to hit him in the face, saying that he could calmly leave. He let him go, but did he really start to riot again? Smiling, the enemy swung his hand, calling the hero a naughty boy. The student bent over from this blow. His eyes lit up and he screamed. After that, he grabbed the enemy with his other hand. The guardian's hand began to bend, which surprised the man greatly. Kai began to pulsate around the fighters. Tien looked angrily at the guardian and said that he had specially modified the spiritual wave for this. And BM looked at the youth in shock, and a powerful wave swept him away. The blonde man went flying. The force of the hero's technique threw him back. Shockwaves swept away cars in the parking lot. Debris flew in all directions. Enji stretched his neck and screamed. A hole in the wall remained in the form of a human silhouette. Tien fell to the ground. He smiled and cursed contentedly, but suddenly his pupil narrowed. The guy looked at the hole in the wall. Red hands stretched out from it, and BM shouted, asking what the kid just said. His fingers tore the knuckles. The man noticed that the guy was disrespectful of his instructions. The golden fragments fell to the ground. They were crushed by a foot. The guardian asked to let him explain which of them was talking too much. The enemy's body was covered with a 10-star technique of a black demon, a bloody tread of a black snake. NBM smiled and told the hero to say goodbye to life. The enemy slowly approached the hero. Taeyong breathed heavily and looked at him, experiencing a familiar feeling that even the air cuts the skin like blades. He remembered the man in the mask and recognized that this was killing intent. The guardian grinned and asked what happened to the guy's face. He pulled his fist away from the master's stomach. He appeared right in front of the youth's face and said that while he was backing away, he had already hit him 5 times. Suddenly, the body felt hit. Taeyong's eyes bulged, noting that the enemy did not even move. When did he manage to hit him? The blue-haired man was thrown back. Residual projections of the red-skinned man began to flash before his eyes. He ordered him not to faint, because this was only the beginning. The hero shuddered in fear. His eyes could not even keep up with his movements. He kicked the projection, and suddenly his body took dozens of blows. The guardian rushed back and forth and asked if the hero was really a punching bag. He demanded to attack like before. Tien did a backflip, but the man caught up with him and sent him flying with a blow. He smiled and said that there was no point in breaking the distance, because after activating the bloody tread of the black snake, distances lose their usual meanings. The youth spat blood on his palm. He had already realized this after the first blow, but did not know what to do. NBM flashed before his eyes and asked where the hero's arrogance had gone. After all, he had activated the bloody tread, hoping that something would happen, and the master received another blow that threw him back. He disappointed the keeper again. The guy flew off like a rag. The red-skinned one caught up with him, deciding that the hero had nothing more to surprise him with. Purple Kai began to gather in the villain's hands. He said goodbye. He hit the student with a downward bite of a flower snake. The parking lot floor began to collapse. Taeyong's cheeks swelled with tension. He remembered how he played a console with his grandfather, demanding that he admit his defeat. Because he no longer had HP, his character attacked the opponent. The satisfied boy shouted that he was now using fatality. The fighter jumped, putting his leg out, but only a smile appeared under his mustache. The grandfather blocked all of his grandson's blows, and the counterattack began. The winning old man scratched under his nose and called his son a noob. Irritated, Taeyong looked at the elder and asked how he managed to win every time. The grandfather chuckled and told the brat that you can't win by spamming the attack button all the time, because if you see that your opponent is too strong, it's best to retreat and understand his technique. The grandson just picked his nose and said that it was easier said than done. The old man said that the guy relies only on his eyesight, and that was his whole mistake. He wisely looked ahead and said that the youngster needs to feel the enemy's technique with his whole body, and when he succeeds, he will understand his opponent's weakness. The grandfather smiled and told him to just use this weakness after that. Now Taeyong was lying in a crater in the parking lot. He closed his eyes, breathing heavily, deciding that the enemy was absurdly strong. His grandfather's mustache appeared in his head, who said that you can't spam the attack button. The master's eyes opened, mentally addressing his grandfather. The red-skinned man looked menacingly at his victim. NBM smiled and said that the blue-haired one is quite tenacious. The student lowered his gaze. He admitted that the enemy was damn strong, stronger than anyone he had ever faced. He kicked the floor. Right now he looked closely at the red-skinned man and said that he would destroy him. The guardian casually shook his head. He liked the guy's tenacity, but his eyes widened. He declared that the boy was fit for the grave. Many fists flew at the boy. Grandfather was in his head again. Taeyong began to move at the speed when projections remain. The fist was approaching his face, but he dodged. Younggu flinched and thought that it was impossible. The guardian looked at him in surprise because the opponent dodged all the attacks. Suddenly, his face shrank from the blow. This blow pushed the red-skinned man back. The blue-haired man closed his eyes. Now he could feel all his movements. His grandfather taught him this, the one whom he dared to call a stupid old man. Blue eyes flashed menacingly. The guy asked, "What happened to the face?" The guardian screamed furiously. He rushed to attack, using techniques. The student left the projection. The fight began. The sweaty big guy watched the battle in fascination. He noticed that something had changed in the kid. He calmly dodged all the attacks of the blooming lotus, which he could not even see before. NBM could not hit the blue-haired one. He screamed, declaring that no matter how much you dodge, and his martial art was nonsense, so it remained. He demanded to stop running like a cockroach. He stuck out his chest, using a 10-star technique. His hand reached out to the student. The master looked down. A shockwave flew across the parking lot. NBM shuddered, hearing the hero's voice behind him. Tien walked to the red-skinned man's feet. He looked at him angrily and said that he was a man who would destroy him. Grandfather smiled and said to use weakness. A powerful uppercut landed on the keeper's chin. The young man screamed from the strain. The enemy was thrown up. Yongu stuck his head out and opened his mouth. Blood spurted from the man's mouth. Tiong clenched his teeth. Kijak looked forward in surprise and called him. The hero slowly approached the knocked-out enemy. His eyes rolled back. He was breathing heavily. The big guy ran to his leader, but the light illuminated his face. He did not understand what was happening. The all-consuming energy of chaos emanated from the boy. The earring fell down. Yongu looked at the student. He looked at him with a wild look. The man trembled, asking himself what was happening to this guy. He needed to save the keeper. A terrifying voice told him to disappear. The bald man turned his head, asking where this voice came from. The Lord turned to the immobilized one. The face of the demon in the darkness demanded to kill. He opened his mouth and screamed, demanding to be finished. Images of two men appeared in his head. They were beating a defenseless man, and he was screaming in pain. NBM smiled ominously. Tiong smiled too and asked why not, since the enemy definitely deserved to die. His hand began to accumulate Kai. The master looked angrily at the guardian and told him to die. He began to strike. The big man screamed in horror. A moment passed, and a red shock wave threw the possessed back. A powerful beam carried him across the entire parking lot. The subordinate looked away in surprise. Tiong only smiled. He looked at the outstretched hand. The voice asked, could he really resist after her blow? The red-haired girl appeared in the middle of the parking lot and finally spoke. Nissen smiled and said that she found him. She was the master of the Black Alliance, the lord of the Black Demons. In the past, the hero's father bowed his knee to the red-haired woman. He clenched his fist and said that's all. The woman looked down on him. As she promised, she told the warrior about her fundamental breathing technique, and now it was his turn to keep his word. He must take the demonic spirit from his father and fight her. The hero's father was silent. He slowly walked back and said that he would return soon. Now the blue-haired man was slowly approaching the lord. Powerful energy emanated from him. Nissen smiled and asked how dare he leave her. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face. A demon appeared in his head and demanded to kill her and everyone. Tiong grabbed his head. Alien energy enveloped him. He remembered how the girl clung to him. Now the master looked at him languidly and said that he would clearly have more demonic spirit energy than that boy. She beckoned with her finger and said that he would be good as a warm-up before the meeting, and the true immortal ruler she ordered to attack. The possessed one rushed to attack with a scream. A leg and a croc scratched the asphalt. They grabbed the guy's head. The man slammed him into the floor. Nissen looked in front of her in amazement. The man picked up the earring and called the young man a scoundrel. Dabbing angrily looked at the student and asked if he really wanted to follow in the bloody path of his father. He hung the earring on the young man's ear. His body was covered with a warm light. The demon lord looked at him in amazement. She did not understand where the energy of the demonic spirit had gone. She looked at the old man with displeasure. She remembered him when he was still young. She remembered his angry face. He was a beggar from the Wandering Union. Now he asked what the lady's name was. Nissen bit her lip and looked askance. Fortunately, the beggar did not recognize her after rejuvenation. She remembered the brutal battle and decided that it would be better if it did not come to blows, because if he remembered her, then her plan to find the immortal lord with the help of his grandson would go down the drain. The lady's eyes sparkled. She understood that nothing could be done. Dabbing looked at her warily and asked why she was silent. Nissen began to feign fear. She wiped her tears and said that she was very scared, because the blonde pervert and his bald friend had harassed her, but this guy bravely defended her and touched his head. Yongu stared at her in confusion. The red-haired girl threw an angry look at him and demanded that he go away. She frowned and demanded that he tell Jin to soap his neck, because he almost broke her toy. The big guy shuddered, realizing that only one person could call the keeper a genie. He realized that they were in deep trouble. He grabbed the wounded boss. The man ran after him, asking where they were soaping themselves after everything they had done. A hand grabbed his pant leg. Tiong reached out to him and called him over. He raised his tired eyes and tried to say that Kijok urgently needed help, but he did not finish and buried his face in the asphalt. Some time later in a private hospital, Nissen sat next to the student's bed. She looked at him thoughtfully, realizing that she had at least found him. She shuddered. and ran her gaze over the young man's good figure. She touched his muscles with her finger, and her eyes widened, wondering if the guy really had a universal spiritual body. The girl began to fidget, realizing that the hero could easily learn any martial arts. Pleased, she decided to turn the young man over to look at his back. Taeyong looked at the stranger with irritation and asked who she was. Ichijo entered the room and asked what had happened to the guy again. The demon lord looked at him with confusion. The girl threw her a bottomless, frightening look and asked who she was. The blue-haired man looked at his friend in shock. Ichijo stared coldly at the couple. She looked at the red-haired girl with irritation and rudely asked what she was doing here. Nissen frowned, mentally indignant in her head. She had not met such impudent girls for a long time. The guy was sweating all over and began to mumble that it was not what she thought. He said that this strange woman touched him in his sleep while he was sleeping. They shut him up. The master was indignant that this was very rude. She smiled tenderly and told the naughty boy to take responsibility, or had he forgotten what he did to her? The student smiled sadly. All gloomy, she went back and said that she was just worried about him, but apparently, in vain, she decided that she was superfluous here. Ichijo turned around and ambiguously wished her luck in their relationship. The guy jumped out of bed and ran after his girlfriend. The master only smiled, admiring the youth, noting that youth has its own charm. Night fell in the city. The screen opened information about the exchange student from the Great Evil Stream. Dabbing rubbed his mustache. He did not remember such a clan. The man walked down the corridor. He could not shake the feeling that he had seen this student somewhere before. His glasses flashed. He was told that they had not seen each other for a long time. The leader of the alliance took up the entire passage. He asked if he should call the old man professor. Dabbing looked warily at his old acquaintance. He nodded to him and walked on. Chinen rubbed his hands behind his back and asked if the Wandering Alliance was still not interested in joining the Muram Alliance. The beggar slightly turned his head and asked how much longer their rule based on only strength could continue. Chinen glanced sideways and said that the people of Muram have long worshipped strength, and he still resists it. The professor waved his hand indignantly and asked what was the point of the entire alliance learning Wooden's useless technique. The leader responded by asking that Wooden's fighting technique was superior to even the high-level martial arts of other clans. Debang twisted his mouth and said that this was a blatant lie. Couldn't he see that the man wanted to increase Wooden's influence on the clans by introducing this talentless martial art to them? Kaining smiled meekly and said that, let's say that was true, but what can you do if they are so weak? The beggar turned away and asked his friend not to be a fool. He said that a world based on strength would be destroyed by that same strength. Debang froze. Kaining's menacing aura began to press on him. He wondered who could have done this. Could it really be him? The bespectacled man turned around abruptly, but the corridor was empty. His fist involuntarily clenched in anger. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Taeyong walked down the hallway, trying to figure out who Nissen was. He covered his face with his hand and wondered what he should do. Something caught his eye. The blue-haired man drew level with Kijok's ward. The hero burst into the ward screaming. A healthy white-haired man stood in front of the bed. He turned around, emitting a terrifying aura. Taeyong was covered in sweat. His friend looked at the hero and introduced him to his father. The man approached the guy and asked if it was really him, Kijok's warrior. A huge hand slapped the student on the shoulder. The old man walked forward and said a short thank you because he saved his son. The master looked after the man. He turned to his friend, who said that this was his father. Kijok looked at the ceiling and said that he was the leader of the Hua Mountain clan, the sword of Hua Mountain, Kimon. Taeyong noticed his leg in a cast and said clearly. The long-haired man looked at the ceiling distantly. Tien looked at him questioningly. His friend asked what his goal was. Kijok did not take his eyes off the ceiling. As the hero already understood, he was the son of the leader of the Mount Hua clan. Tien came closer. The student said that the clan was supposed to be inherited by him. He wanted to do something for it, and his goal was to expand the influence of Mount Hua. The young man smiled enthusiastically. This was his reason for entering the UP. He wanted to raise the status of the Mount Hua clan in Muram and take a leading position in the Muram Alliance. He remembered how his father beat him during training. He thought differently and told his son that Mount Hua should exist on its own. He imposed this path on him, along the way seasoning it with hellish training. Kijok trained hard, and as a result, in secret, he began to study the martial arts of Wudang, and he was not the only one who thought so. With the same goal, other students of Mount Hua began to practice the martial arts of Wudang. The clan heir presented the yin and yang side. The more he mastered the martial arts of Wudang, the more he doubted the need to learn the sword technique of Mount Hua instead of the generally accepted Wudang technique in the Muram Alliance. Kijok frowned. He thought this technique was ideal, but he fought, and BM easily dodged his attacks. In practice, none of the attacks worked. The ominous face of the guardian popped into his head. The boy admitted that he was drugged. He was being beaten. He didn't even suspect that he was destroying Mount Hua with his actions. The blonde man was pressing him into the floor. Kijok put his hand on his heart, Because of the desire to become part of the giant Miram alliance, they all forgot about the techniques of Manhwa. He imagined his hands holding a sword and said pitifully that if only he had not abandoned studying his father's technique. He imagined himself as a swordsman and asked if he would have suffered such a shameful defeat. The student trembled and hid his face with his hands. He was ashamed in front of his father. Taeyong looked at him silently. In his head, the face of a beaten friend. Kijok froze and asked the hero to leave because he needed to be alone. The blue-haired man was leaning against the wall outside the ward. He raised a thoughtful look. He was thinking about the goal. He imagined his father's back in his head. First he wanted to find him, and then the guy wandered down the corridor. He didn't know what to do next. Meanwhile, in an empty warehouse, there was a noise behind its walls. A man was slammed head-on into the wall. His lifeless body slid to the ground. The masked man turned around. Two more rushed at him, asking what he thought he was doing. The stranger dodged deftly. He tripped him, and the guy fell on his back. His face was smashed in by a foot. The fighter in black charged with a knife and screamed, asking if the idiot could dodge it. And the idiot could. He hit the guy in the side. He raised his leg to strike, and with a kick, he knocked the Panama hat off his head. The man slammed into the wall at great speed. The stranger stood surrounded by mutilated bodies. He slowly turned around, counting the bodies and deciding that there weren't enough of them. Suddenly, a bright light hit his eyes. The trucks at the gate turned on their high beams. People in black suits entered the warehouse. They lined up in straight rows. The vice leader was leading them. He kept wondering what kind of parasite was constantly disrupting his deliveries. Just think, he fell for such a primitive trap. The blonde smiled and cursed loudly. The 13th object appeared behind him. An axe on a chain swung. The unknown looked at him warily. With an axe on a chain, the monster knocked down all the upper shelves. The goods rose into the air. The unknown began to dodge. He looked to the side. He was afraid to imagine what would happen if he hit him with his cleaver. The 13th grabbed the handle and swung. The anonymous one looked at him closely and noted that this freak was extremely slow. He somersaulted in the air. The cleaver stuck into the floor. The guy ran along it, and he began to beat the monster. He twisted and delivered a strong kick, but it froze on the monster's neck. The unknown shuddered. He did not leave a scratch. A huge palm touched his face, and with a powerful blow sent the man flying. Sebastian smiled contentedly and added that damaging the 13th skin was not only impossible, it was pure absurdity. The fighter peeled himself off the wall. He made a dash, dodging attacks. The mask cracked. The anonymous man jumped from the cleaver at the last moment, landed on it, and began to approach the big guy along the chains. His foot touched the giant's shoulder, bounced off the taut chain. The unknown man caught the chain in midair. He jumped over the 13th, wrapping the chain around the giant's neck. And finally, he tightened it. The knot of chains began to tighten the mutant's throat. The assassins looked at their enemy in amazement. Their faces reflected uncertainty. The vice leader suddenly fell silent. His face reflected anger. He demanded to stop playing and ordered to finish off the parasite. The monster swung his arm and crushed the man with a blow of the axe. The anonymous man arched and a scream came from under the mask. The 13th pulled the chain from his neck. He began to strike the captured enemy many times. A bloody hand stuck out from under the rebel. The mutant raised his cleaver, and he struck again. The mask crumbled. The guy screamed a spiritual wave. Sebastian shuddered. A powerful stream of light hit the big guy, and there was an explosion. The beam broke through the roof of the warehouse and pierced the night sky. The wind spread across the hangar. The blonde looked at the battle in shock. The pit in front of the 13th was empty. The vice leader made a dissatisfied face, cursed and asked if he had really done something bad, and when it smelled like shit, he ran away. He waved his hand, demanding that the assassins find him. He grabbed his face. The 13th lowered his cleavers. The monster looked at the owner. A crack appeared on his mask. A group of guys were sitting in one of the alleys. The trembling guy looked at the pill. They only had one left. The others were smoking. The curly guy said that sooner or later the Muram police were supposed to close this shop. The bespectacled guy heard that sales were still established in the neighboring area and offered to go. The curly guy adjusted his mask. He was a pass. Hadn't the guys heard that literally the other day half of the ancient moon was put behind bars, and because of this the market was filled with scalpers, and the prices for the party were simply cosmic. The addict's face was covered in sweat. He noted with annoyance that they had run out of money. Had anyone seen a leprechaun nearby? The guy in the yellow sweater pointed ahead and said that there was some dude there. A bloody anonymous person came under the light of the lantern. He was shaking all over. Realizing that he almost died, he noted that the 4-star level of the demonic spirit mastery was clearly not enough. The three approached him. The leader asked who beat him like that. The bespectacled one asked if he was from Muram. Red eyes glowed frighteningly. The guy cursed. Sweat appeared on the reveler's face. Curly slapped the leader on the shoulder. He understood that they better not mess with him. They do not need his problems and they should just leave. but the drug addict had already thrown the capsule. He did not care where this anonymous person was from. He swung his fist and asked if he was talking too much for someone who was on the verge of death. But before his death, he saw only a swing. The alley was splashed with blood. Friends looked at the night guest in shock. A cracked mask fell to the ground. Haku looked at them cruelly and cursed again. A scream was heard over the night city. The next day at the private hospital of the Muram police, Taeyong lay on a bench and looked at the sky. Memories of beating Kijok and his shame in front of his father surfaced again. The boy languidly watched the clouds. He raised his hand and asked what purpose could a weakling like him have? If he were a little stronger, his friend would not have to. He clenched his fist. The hero asked himself, how can he become stronger? An obsessive image appeared in his memories. Taeyong shuddered and touched the earring. He asked himself, what if he could control this power even for a second? His fingers reached for the earring. But Dabag appeared in his head, asking, does the hero really want to follow in his father's bloody path? The blue-haired man trembled. He stood up abruptly and asked, what was he thinking about? He froze. Neeson's voice asked, what was he thinking about? The girl smiled coquettishly at him. The guy asked if she was stalking him. The wind ruffled her red hair. The Lord replied that he was going to do something funny and he wondered if he wanted to take off the demon spirit jade. Taeyong twisted his mouth, trying to understand how she knew this. A smile spread across his cute face. Neeson flirtatiously folded her fingers and asked if the boy wanted her to teach him how to control demonic energy. The Muram police cordoned off the hangar where the battle took place at night. Yujiho and Bo walked around the room boredly. One of the girls asked why the Muram police were investigating a civil case. Sunwoo looked at the students with displeasure and said that they were late. They immediately began to make excuses. The man looked at them questioningly and asked where Haku was now. The girl waved her hand, remembering the guy's message that he was sick and did not need to call. He always informed about everything at the last minute. The pink-haired girl looked away. Before, the guy seemed cool to her, although in fact he was the most ordinary person. The leader looked at her and said that Kijok would not be able to come either due to his leg injury. What about the hero? Yujiha irritably remembered the red-haired girl's flirting. She shook her head and asked who cares what happened to this idiot. The man turned away. In any case, it was time for them to start. The girls looked ahead and broke out in a sweat. They found themselves in a room covered in blood. Boa vomited. Yujiho narrowed her eyes and asked, could ordinary civilians really do this? Sunwoo lifted his stained shirt. The girl shuddered. The man's eyebrows narrowed. It seemed to him that martial arts were involved and, definitely, this was the work of an outstanding master. The student looked at the scene. She asked if it could be the guy they were chasing earlier. The police officer thought about it and said that he only killed Danchin. His victims, his targets were only other martial artists, so it probably wasn't him, or did they just misunderstand his motive? Boa looked at him exhausted and assumed that the masked warrior was just crazy and killing for fun. Yujiho looked at the corpse. She decided that it didn't look like fun. It looked more like killing for the sake of killing. She looked away. It was all too confusing. Two monks were watching the bloody alley. The fat man was bringing the phone closer and admiring its admiration and zoom, as if it was right there. He asked why he spent so much time training his eyes when something like this had already been invented a long time ago. His partner yelled at him. He curled his lips and asked how a man who called himself a keeper could replace techniques with all sorts of devilish machines. He said that he had completely gotten out of hand. The fat man looked at his leader with shame and asked if he noticed anything. The man used Wolf's gaze. Darkness appeared before his eyes. He said that even Wolf's gaze was not able to see through this darkness. Unlike Mongolia, this place was completely saturated with dark energy, but they had nothing to do here. The police put the bodies in bags. The fat man took off the glasses from the leader. His eyes lit up. He thought and said that this was the place they were looking for. His gaze began to slide over the blood. The veins around his eyes tensed. The monk looked closely at the hand of one of the corpses. His partner looked at him in confusion and asked if he was sure. The man looked closely and said that these were the marks of Menchamba's claws. Meanwhile, Haku was sitting in his room. In his hands lay a magic book. The guy began to flip through the pages, from which an ominous aura emanated. He was still unable to completely tame the 4-star level of the demonic spirit's treasures. His eyes glowed red. He read that a victim was needed. The murder in the alley popped into his head. The arteries in his rolled-up eye began to pulsate. The student said that it would be brought very soon. The aura of the book crawled onto the guy's body and he bowed his head over the table. Meanwhile, on the roof of the hospital, Taeyong looked ahead in confusion. Neeson smiled sweetly at him. The hero angrily stood up and ordered them to leave him alone, to which the girl asked him not to be such a grump. She smiled slyly and said that she wanted to teach him how to control a demonic spirit, but the boy screamed that he didn't understand what she was talking about. The young man began to bite his nails. He didn't understand how it all came to this. The girl fit all the parameters that his mother described to him. His hand dropped. The student took the phone and answered the call. Yoo gloomily asked where he was now. Taeyong covered the phone with his hand in embarrassment. Recognizing his girlfriend, he said that he was in his ward. He laughed nervously, when suddenly a cry came from the phone that the leader of the group actually scheduled a general meeting in the assembly hall today at 6 o'clock in the evening. The boy began to rummage through his phone in confusion. Footage from the ward popped up in his head. The hero assumed that his girlfriend was acting like this because of yesterday. The student loomed over the cunning girl and shouted that he didn't care about her demonic spirit and all the other spirits that she had imagined. He demanded that she go and explain herself to Yoo right now because she had misunderstood everything. The demon lord asked if he would agree to training if she did this. Yoo was watching everything from the roof in the meantime. She looked disappointed and thought about the new lie that she had heard today. Night, the assassin clan skyscraper. The vice leader approached the white capsule in the lab setup. He glared at her and said that he was listening. The lab assistant approached him with a tablet and said that they had managed to achieve a 99% success rate in the technique absorption technology. But all these figures were only on paper since they did not have martial artists for practical tests. She looked at the boss in confusion. He ordered to start it. The blonde began to undress and said that he would be a tester. The lab assistant shuddered and said no way, because they didn't have enough data on the safety and reliability of this. An ominous aura enveloped her and she closed her mouth. Sebastian glared at her and asked her to remind him when he had asked her opinion. The girl lowered her eyes, intending to carry out the order. She pressed the button on the remote control. The room shook. The wheels began to wind the chains. They were tightened into the technical holes with a clang. The sphere cracked and fell onto the platform. Bright steam and light poured out of it. The capsule parts hit a suspended man inside. Sebastian looked down and asked how things were. A smile appeared on his face because he was talking to his father. A long-haired, scarred man hung in shackles, but he raised his angry, exhausted gaze to his son. The guy hung his coat over his hand. The man was silent, looking down. The blonde smiled and asked why he was silent. Wasn't he happy to see his son after so long? A weak smile appeared on his scarred face. His father cursed dirty. Sebastian chuckled quietly, digesting the words. He pursed his lips. He looked ahead coldly. He regretted that he was born to be his father's toy. He remembered the bills in people's hands, the depraved dancing girls. His father stroked his head and told him to remember this scene forever. The man looked at his son and proudly declared that this is what the strength of the assassin clan looks like. Sebastian looked at his father with wide eyes, but his attention was drawn to the sounds of music. His mother was dancing in a revealing outfit. The boy looked at his mother with concern. The woman looked very sad and the child tried to understand why. After a while, the beaten mother lay on the floor and coughed up blood. The man angrily hung over her and poured insults. He grimaced and asked how dare she try to escape from her. The boy hugged his leg and begged the killer to stop. His father grabbed his head, raised it above the ground and asked if he was really standing up for this fool. Green eyes flashed terrifyingly. A voice declared that Sebastian was unworthy of being in the clan of assassins. The boy twisted his face in pain. He was thrown aside like a thing, and the demon in the flesh began to kick the woman in the face and say that all the scum always stick together, both mother and son. The assassin smiled contentedly and did she agree that she deserved punishment for trying to escape. The child raised his beaten face and screamed mommy. After a while, he was sitting by a bloody wheelchair. Blood was flowing from his thin legs. The woman's hands were squeezing the little ones. Sebastian was shaking and asking why. He looked up sharply. A weak female voice addressed her son. The woman looked sadly into the void. She said that she was sorry that she could not protect him. She apologized for the fact that his worthless mother left him alone. The child fell face down into his mother's lap and began to scream that his mother had nothing to apologize for and that she should not leave. He began to beg for it. The mother smiled weakly with tears in her eyes and turned to her son again. The dying invalid hugged her child. She leaned towards the yellow hair and asked him to survive and outlive his father, no matter the cost, even if he had to. Sebastian opened his eyes wide. His mother said even if he had to become a monster like his father. So the scum remained sitting in silence. The future vice leader looked at the void in shock. He clutched his mother's shirt tighter. He looked up and swore that he would survive. His face was distorted by an evil smile. He promised to become the devil himself, but to survive. Now Sebastian looked coldly into the past. He looked at his father and said that he would be a great foundation. A smile appeared on his face. The old assassin should be the foundation for the clan that he would rule. The blonde narrowed his eyes. A hoarse laugh was heard. He looked in surprise at the prisoner who began to ridicule him. The man hung with his head down. He said that even if he disdained to look at him, if his firstborn had not turned out to be such an ungrateful puppy that he bites the hand that fed him. The warrior's eyes sparkled. He said that the guy was scum from birth. Sebastian grinned and asked to bring it. The girl handed him a capsule. The man looked at his son warily. He looked closely at the girl and said that she was an illegitimate child, originally from the Sichuan Tang clan, who was thrown out like scum. Despite all her talents, he laughed and said that scum always clumped together. The blonde looked at the prisoner cautiously, a bead of sweat running down her face. The vice leader approached the man, grinning and digesting the insults. The assassin flinched. Sebastian thrust the capsule into his stomach and insulted him in return. He said that every day of his life was hell. What gratitude could there be? He smiled and asked if the warrior wanted to know one interesting fact. The guy smiled madly and said that his beloved firstborn was now his obedient dog named 13. The father clenched his teeth. He was furious. The capsule began to fill with light. The young assassin began to suck Kai from his father's body. His eyes turned red and laughter burst out of himself. The next day, Neeson smiled and introduced herself as a student, said that she was counting on everyone. The students looked at the new girl. Tae-young was horrified. The red-haired girl waved to him, and the leader said that a student with a fake name, Seonghwa, would temporarily replace the injured Kaijok, and he hoped that they would get along well. The blue-haired boy looked at his friend in confusion and swore that he had nothing to do with her. But there was a frightening aura around Yujeho. The exhausted hero looked away, deciding that it was better to keep quiet for now. Sunwoo was interrupted by a raised hand while he was saying that since Nissen was replacing Kijok, he should ask her to team up with the right student. The demon lord pointed forward with satisfaction. Tae-young even jumped. The new girl looked at him and said that she wanted him as her partner. The leader immediately cast a sharp glance. Yujeho did not move, but it was as if lightning had struck her, and the blue-haired boy screamed no in despair. Nissen hugged his hand and said that they had decided everything. The leader looked at the restless student and said that a partner had already been chosen for her, but the girl asked what the problem was with changing, because in her opinion, it was better to be paired with someone with whom you go well. Nissen looked seriously at the pink-haired girl who had addressed her insolently. She placed her hand on the hilt of her katana and asked if she hadn't heard what the group leader had said. She came even closer and said that the Miram police force was not a place where she could do whatever she wanted. Nissen smiled slyly and asked why she should listen to those who were weaker than her. Sunwoo glared at everyone and asked what kind of a mess the lady was making here. They should be working together. Tae-young looked at his friends in surprise. Yujeho pursed her lips and said fine, if the demon lord was stronger than her, she would retreat. The student unsheathed her katana blade and said that if she was stronger, she would retreat. She pointed the sword at her opponent and demanded that she leave the Urim police force in that case. The girls looked at each other in silence. The red-haired girl chuckled. She rubbed her lips and asked sarcastically if the student was strong enough for such loud words. Yujeho did not move, casting a dark look, and suddenly she rushed to attack. But the man shouted to stop. He grabbed the swordswoman by the collar and asked what kind of inappropriate behavior she had. He looked at her sternly and said that he would not tolerate such antics. The girl lowered her gaze and slowly apologized. The leader turned to the new girl and said that this also concerns her. The lord smiled slyly, covered in aura. She wanted to break her rival's heart. The man walked around the room. He understood the girl's desire to team up with someone she knew. After all, she was transferred to a completely unfamiliar squad for her, and yet he cannot entrust this mission to two inexperienced first years. Tae-young wiped his forehead with relief. A stone fell from his soul. Sunwoo glanced briefly at the swordswoman and said that from now on the hero and the new girl would be under her supervision. He would split them into groups of 3. Yujeho looked at the captain in shock. Nissen, to spite her rival, mockingly said that she had heard everything. The pink-haired girl put her katana back in its sheath and told her to remember. She looked away and said that for each of her misdeeds she would personally punish her. The blue-haired man followed his friend, asking her to spare him at least a minute. The demon lord smiled contentedly. The swordswoman was hot-tempered, but resourceful. That's why she was the guardian's daughter. Sometime later in the city, Fingers clumsily typed a request for martial arts and murder on the keyboard. The bespectacled monk looked ahead tensely and called his partner. Torka sat next to him. Both were in an internet cafe. The main one said that he trusted him and they came here. But he still does not understand how this can help in finding the master of Manchamba techniques. To this the fat man said that they are not in the Stone Age to go and personally examine everyone. Torka proudly hit himself in the chest and said that in their century you can find anything. Sitting in a chair and clicking on the keys, he asked to believe in him. Jarkle froze, feeling something. He saw how a group of students mocked the weak. The boy barely held back tears while he was led and pulled by the hair. Jargle followed them with his eyes, snorting discontentedly. He began to get up, knowing that interfering in worldly affairs contradicts the teachings of their school, but their order was already ready. The kind employee smiled and handed the men their tteokbokki with chicken carbonara. On the tray there was an appetizing dish. Jargle looked at the students, and he sat down in a chair, asking himself why he would go against the school rules, and what else did the employee have on the menu? At that moment, a scream was heard over the block. Yujeho swung her katana at the guy and cut part of the surrounding area. She looked angrily at her victim. The guy was shaking in horror. The student straightened up and said sorry. Nissen calmly looked at her rival a centimeter from the cut. The girl said that she did not notice her at all. A puzzled smile appeared on the red-haired girl's face. Suddenly, a huge fist flew into the swordswoman's face. It was Nissen who sent the criminal flying with a blow. The scoundrel broke through the wall of the building behind him with his body. Ichigo's eyes opened wide. The demon lord giggled contentedly and asked if the student was okay. She added that she should be more careful. The two criminals ran away. They screamed that they were monsters. Taeyong looked at the girls with displeasure and asked what they had done that their bandits were running away. At that time, the two rivals were shooting lightning bolts into each other's eyes. The young man decided not to wait and ran to catch up with them on his own. At that time, in an internet cafe, Jargle was staring ahead. Torka was looking at him tensely. He scratched his head in embarrassment, said that they had been sitting for too long and it was time to continue searching. The man asked if he had already found it. At that time, a happy employee brought another order. She placed new portions among a pile of old ones. The monk asked if there were any dishes left that he had not ordered. The girl asked out of curiosity if the man was streaming mukbang. The fat man covered his forehead in irritation. He understood that the leader was literally eating up their budget. He opened one eye. A link to Taeyong's video filming the training of the technique appeared on the screen. Torka pulled the overeating Jargle by the hair to show him something. The video showed the use of a spiritual wave. The monks perked up as the hero explained that it was a universal technique, ideal for any battle. The big guy squinted, recognizing Manchamba's breath in the technique. His pupils narrowed in realization. The warrior stood up abruptly and said that it was time for them to leave. The Mongol looked at the street in fear. He said that Manchamba was nearby. At that time, heavy breathing was heard in one of the alleys. The student looked around and said that he clearly saw them turn the corner. The young man stopped and looked closely. There was blood on the ground. Bloody footprints led deep into the alley. The hero looked around the corner. Everything was spattered with blood. Broken personal belongings lay on the ground. And Haku in a mask was holding a man by the throat. The guy was shaking and begging for mercy, but there was a wet crunch and blood flew in all directions. The master's face sank. Blood dripped onto the anonymous man's feet under his evil laughter. His body seemed to be covered in fire. He demanded more. He turned around. The two classmates looked at each other. The student's eyes flashed and he cursed. The anonymous man looked at Taeyong defiantly. The guy's face twisted. A gloomy atmosphere emanated from the killer. A voice in the hero's head told him to kill him. The blue-haired man frowned and asked himself if he was really hearing that voice again. Haku clenched his fist. The student wondered why such a familiar energy emanated from him. The guy ran at great speed. He kicked the killer. The blue-haired man dodged the next blow. He gritted his teeth and realized that he had become much stronger since the last time. The hero swung his fist and said to himself that he was no longer that weakling either. His blow hit the enemy right in the side. The anonymous man looked at him. Taeyong frowned and thought that he had opened up. Suddenly, the demon inside him took possession of him and told him to kill the guy. The monster's eyes were burning. He was ordering the hero to kill him. He grabbed his head and screamed at him to shut up. Raising his head, the blue-haired man saw a foot flying into his face. Blood spurted from his nose. Taeyong fell to the ground. The anonymous guy looked at him and wondered why he had missed such a great chance. Was he really a fool? He clenched his jaw and thought that such a weakling would never be a worthy opponent for him. The killer rushed forward at great speed. The hero barely dodged. Everyone struck very quickly. The guy frowned and thought, what the hell was this? Why was some voice mumbling in his head when he fought? The anonymous guy prepared for another blow. The guy frowned and thought that now he didn't care. Suddenly he began to shake. 2 blows hit him in the stomach and face. The blue-haired man began to fall. The killer extended his hand and mentally told the hero nothing personal. His martial arts were simply better. Haku frowned and thought that his martial arts were based on blood. The boy looked ahead. The men whispered what was he doing here. The boy was shaking. He asked how dare he. Tears poured from his eyes. He asked his grandfather how he could kill his own son. The old man frowned and said that long before he became his father, he was the one who caused a lot of trouble to the martial artists of Miram because he couldn't control his Kai properly, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to it just because they were related. Or was he suggesting to disgrace the greatest sect in all of Miram, the Wudang sect? Haku cried when he was told that when he became the leader, he would definitely understand that the existence of the Wudang sect was above all else. The boy gritted his teeth and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He grabbed his brother and shouted at him to stop his grandfather. He knew how crazy this accusation was. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock when the old man told him to accept it. The brother frowned and said that he was no longer their father, but a pathetic traitor who was slandering the Wudang sect. The boy cried. The old man's eye lit up and he asked his son to try to forgive his terrible father. His grandson was held back by the men while he screamed at him not to dare. He started crying and calling for his father. Haku held the mask in his hand and said that 7 years had already passed since then, and he still strives to destroy this rotten foundation of the Wooden sect. He told the sect leader to wait and he will tear off this false mask from him. The guy put the mask back on and thought that Tian should die for his sin of believing in a false truth. The anonymous man stretched out his hand and said that he should only hate himself. He delivered a pinpoint blow and threw the hero away. The blue-haired man coughed up blood. The earring in his ear cracked. The guy stood up. Haku looked at him in shock and wondered why he was still on his feet. He had pierced his heart with a pinpoint blow. Suddenly, he became wary. Tian, without raising his head, said that he was a pathetic fake. He looked ahead and said that he should die. Tian began to move at a tremendous speed. Haku looked at him in fascination and mentally noted that this was the energy of a demonic spirit. Where did he get it from? A huge hand appeared above his head. The guy grabbed his opponent. He dug his fingers into his mask. Tian slammed the killer into the wall. The guy tried to move his hand away from his face and thought that he was absorbing his demonic energy. He would devour him. The blue-haired man looked at him and said that he was holding up well for a fake. Suddenly, he became wary. The hero jumped back. A sword pierced the place where he stood. The wizard summoned a magic circle. Many swords pierced the ground. They surrounded the hero. A magic circle appeared around Tian. The wizard moved his hand and chanted a mantra. The hero was pressed to the ground. He frowned and screamed. Two men landed next to him. Haku looked ahead and wondered who they were. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest and asked if they were too late. The guy turned around and asked if the anonymous man was alive. He disappeared. Jargle frowned and they shouted at him to be on guard. Tian attacked him. The guys landed on the ground and asked him how he was able to drop the seal so quickly. Torka noticed that he reeked of ominous energy. Jargle frowned and said that he recognized the fallen Mancham. He turned around and told his partner to get ready. He said that their opponent was just a child. Did they really need to use this? The possessed one looked at them. Jargle said that the fallen demon had already completely taken over the soul of this kid. They could not save him. The monk took out a weapon and said that they had no choice but to kill him, otherwise he would continue this series of murders. Jargle took a step forward and apologized to the boy and said that he had every right to hate him. The man frowned ahead. Haku slowly climbed the stairs. He held his chest and looked ahead, not understanding where the hero got such power from. His eyes were filling with blood. He remembered the streams of energy around the blue-haired man. He remembered the huge hand, and how it pinned him to the wall. Blood flowed down the student's face. He realized that he saw the true power of the demonic spirit. A smile spread across his face. A curious old man approached him and offered to call an ambulance. The guy only smiled demonically and left. The man recoiled in fear, and accidentally fell off the stairs. Haku put on a mask and mentally addressed the hero. Bare teeth appeared under the mask. The madman promised that the hour would come when he would take away his power of the demonic spirit. In the same alley, two rivals walked. The swordswoman was angry and asked where Tiang had disappeared to and why was he ignoring her. Nissen smiled sarcastically and asked if she was worried about her, but Yujiho tried to hide it. The demon lord grimaced and said that usually the strong protect the weak, like her. The pink-haired girl glared at her and asked again. A frightened guy ran towards them, screaming for help. He fell at the girl's feet. The guy's glasses slanted. He pointed back and shouted that there was a killer. The students were surprised, but each in her own way. Yujiho grabbed the guy by the shoulders and asked him to tell her in more detail where it happened. The young man cried and said that the guys who bullied him were mercilessly killed by someone in a mask. A strange sound was heard ahead. The swordswoman rushed forward and ordered them to follow her because this was an emergency. Nissen looked thoughtfully to the side. She felt a strange kai and did not remember meeting such a thing before. At this time, the corpses of children were lying in the alley. The walls were covered in blood and in some places were destroyed. The police froze at the turn. They looked around, trying to understand what had happened here. Yujiho frowned and looked ahead. There was a crash. The Mongol fell to one knee and asked if he really thought he would be afraid of something like that. He looked at the ladies in surprise, and he decided to wink at them and say hello politely, asking them to leave this place, because even though he fought like a lion, he still could not protect them in case of danger. There was another crash. Jargle tried to pierce the hero with a weapon. The two enemies gritted their teeth, trying to kill each other. Yujiho looked at Tiang in shock. The guy, being possessed, screamed, and with a kick, he threw the monk back. He landed and intercepted the sickle. The blue-haired man rushed to attack. The Mongol twirled the sickle, happy about this opportunity. There was a rumble in the alley. The girls looked in surprise at the hole in the wall. The demon lord opened her mouth, recognizing the Mongols. The swordswoman looked at her partner in confusion, realizing that these people came from another country. The man continued to fight the young man, but his girlfriend could not understand why. The hero dodged the blows. Jargle said that the fallen Manchamba should accept his own death at his hands. He jumped, closing the distance and put the tripod forward. Tian crouched, dodging the attack, and raised his fist, delivering another blow. The sickle smoothly approached his stomach. The student was thrown back and the first blood spurted. The possessed man twisted his face in pain. The monk looked at him angrily, seeing that the enemy escaped with only a slight wound. Yujiho began to take out her katana. She demanded that this lawlessness stop. They put a hand on her shoulder and asked her to wait. Torka looked forward seriously and said as best he could that the ladies would be in the way. The guy frowned and asked to leave it to him. The student looked at him in amazement. The fat man put his spears forward and rushed to attack, demanding to tremble from the style of the two-headed dragon of Mongolia. But his fist sank into her face. Jargle caught his wounded comrade and screamed. The guy looked into the void and remembered his homeland. He chose the path of monks to earn Toya's recognition, but to die like this. The fat woman approached the fat man and asked if he was really leaving, and what about her? The girl cried, clasping her hands. The guy said goodbye to her. She fell to her knees, and the departing monk asked her to be happy. Torka looked at her sadly and asked her to forgive him, but he could not afford her gluttony. Tears flowed from his eyes. He saw the perfect female silhouette in front of him and mentally said that Taoya's diet had worked and her figure was now her ideal type. The swordswoman turned away in embarrassment, and the wounded monk began to say in delirium that he had seen Taoya. If he had known what a beauty she would become, he would have undoubtedly accepted her offer. The girl looked at the hero and asked him to stop. She did not know what had happened between them, but it was time to stop. Ti-young looked ahead with a wild look. His girlfriend frowned, when suddenly the guy rushed to attack her. Jargle raised his head and cursed. In the reflection of pink eyes, a young man appeared, trying to hit his girlfriend. Tears flowed from Yujiho's eyes. Nissen stopped the demon's blow with one hand. The monk shuddered. He began to wonder who this girl was. The demon lord held the young man's bloody hand. She did not want to interfere. She looked at him seriously and said that the guy left her no choice. She lowered her hands and smiled. Then she bowed her head sweetly. The possessed man's blow missed. The red-haired woman dodged the blow again. A hand appeared before Ti-young's eyes, about to give him a flick. This blow threw the young man far back. He plowed the asphalt with his body. The swordswoman fell to the ground and asked what had come over the blue-haired man. Jargle approached her. He could not believe his eyes that the fallen Manchamba was raking so helplessly. The student looked at the man questioningly and asked again. The monk began to talk about Manchamba. Images of the ancient evil god of the Palace of Revolutions from the history of other peoples arose in his head. In truth, Manchamba was not always an evil god. Initially, he was one of the chroniclers who wrote down the history of the Palace of Revolutions. The man made records in the distant past. The king of the Palace of Revolutions ordered to record the new prajna of divine arts. The king wanted to achieve nirvana and for this wandered around the world, fighting every strong warrior, and he combined all their skills in his technique new prajna of divine arts. However, when the records were coming to an end, the cursed martial art of one of the killed masters drove this chronicler crazy, plunging his mind into the depths of madness and unable to resist these insidious martial arts. The man remembered how the chronicler had killed many people and then died at the hands of the king of the Palace of Revolutions, but his soul was soaked in blood and hatred, and he continued to harm people. The Mongol remembered the crest of Manchamba and said that his soul was pacified by the ancestral ritual. An image of a book appeared in his head in which his evil intentions were sealed. The man lowered his gaze, covered in sweat. He said that this is what the official theory says. He imagined the face of a demon behind him, which this deity was still called in the central regions. Yujiho stared at the narrator in amazement. She remembered Chinen on the chair and realized that Tien and the immortal ruler were somehow connected, which is why he asked her to watch him. The warrior looked away. Nissen playfully dodged all the attacks, which Jargle could not understand. The red-haired girl looked at the guy with boredom and thought that it was a waste of talent. He didn't know how to use a single technique from the martial arts of the demonic spirit, or did he think that the louder he screamed, the stronger he became? She dodged a few more attacks. She thought that there was a long work ahead. Where should she start? The demon lord created a beam of Kai on her fingers, deciding that she needed to use it on him. The possessed one rushed to attack again. The girl easily dodged, and she hit the points of the Kai flow. The hero's was too constrained, although his speed was not bad. Small explosions seemed to pierce the student's hand, but the flow that came out of the blow destroyed the wall of the building opposite. Nissen smiled contentedly and said that now the kid at least looked like a user of demonic arts. All the observers opened their mouths. The monk frowned and asked how she even got it into her head to reveal Manchamba's powers in the middle of a fight. This was no longer a fight. The swordswoman glared forward and picked up the idea, calling it training. Ti-young was still trying to hit. Jargle realized that even he had almost no chance against him now. A drop of sweat was running down his face. The reason why the king ordered them to be careful was this. A month ago, the Palace of Revolutions. The king looked at the worshipping monks and ordered them to be wary of those who were called the Great Guardians because they were very strong. Torka smiled narcissistically and asked, but did their martial arts even compare to the incomparable technique of the king of the Palace of Revolutions? Jargle tilted his head down and asked what his partner was doing in front of the king. He winced. The lord said that the youth was right. The old man looked at them wisely and said that there were 4 more great lords. They were not inferior in strength to the prajna of divine arts and they should not look down on them. His mouth moved slowly. He said that he was especially talking about the woman with hair as red as blood. The Mongol shuddered. He stepped forward and called the red-haired woman the Lord of the Black Demons. Yujiho turned around. She looked at the smug Nissen and asked if it was really her. Taeyong suddenly froze and grabbed his chest. He began to shake. He began to bleed internally. The girl sniffled, deciding that this was strange because she had fought him carefully and did not hurt anything. The hand on his chest was shaking. Nissen stabbed him in the heart with her fingers, wanting to know what would happen. Blood spurted out of the blue-haired man's mouth. The young man bent over and began to vomit blood. The demon lord backed away in confusion, noting that he was a complete mess inside. Her face did not express concern. She asked herself when they managed to beat him like that, it was probably hard for him to breathe, let alone fight. Taeyong threw his head back to the sky and screamed. The demonic power was literally devouring his body and he would not last long like this. Nissen jumped up to him. She decided that the games were over. She smiled, raised her hand, and said, "Get up." The hand hit him in the chest and the boy's body was covered in warm light. The guy was thrown back. The alley was filled with radiance. The voice said that this was his strength. The veins on the guy's face were bulging. He began to think about the voice. He calmly looked forward. His grandfather was standing in front of him. His mustache sniffed. His voice said that the power that was given to him from birth. A glowing tree appeared in his head. The old man said that his grandson's spirit and his body coincided in a single flow, the energy of good and evil, his will, which determines his path. Grandfather lightly hit the young man in the stomach and said that all this belongs to him. Taeyong looked at his relative in surprise, trying to comprehend. Now he was lying on the ground. He realized that the demonic arts, although cursed, belonged to him. A blue glow appeared in his forehead. The hero told himself that they had always been his. Blue light pierced his body, making him writhe. A clear sphere formed around him. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Nissen was wary. The young man's eyes opened and he said his name. After a while, screams sounded in the Black Unorthodox Alliance. The samurai woman jumped from person to person and killed them. Only one person attacked the Alliance, the greatest unorthodox sect. The blade of the katana cut the air. The woman jumped, swinging. Her feet touched the ground. The surviving trio looked at her. Sky dancer Yaren took out her knives and asked if the intruder realized that she had invaded the main base of the Unorthodox Alliance. The woman took off her mask and said that she didn't care and asked where she was. The blonde looked at the intruder questioningly and asked who. Taeyong's mother glared at her and said that she was talking about the Black Demon Library. Night, Nurum Police University. The door to the room. Chinen scratched his beard and said that the criminal had escaped. Yujiho and Sunwoo stood opposite. The man reported that they had managed to put together a rough sketch, so his capture was a matter of time. The girl frowned and reported that they had been assisted by people from the Revolution Palace who had seen the suspect. The leader of Miram looked at them thoughtfully and asked if outside nations had invaded their business. The swordswoman nodded and said it seemed so. She remembered the face of Jargal, who said that the enemy was wearing a mask and ran away as soon as they arrived. He advised to be extremely careful with him. She remembered his image and said that he wielded the power of Manchamba. The old man shuddered. The reporters looked at him and asked if the head knew anything about him. He said nothing. The guys could go free. They did a good job. Everyone left the office. Yujiho froze at the exit. Chinen turned to her. The man looked ahead and asked how Tien was. The pink-haired girl sadly lowered her eyes, remembering how he attacked her, but said nothing special out loud. Chinen was left alone. He scratched his beard and thought that even if the Palace of Revolutions decided to intervene, the immortal ruler had definitely awakened, probably that criminal and Manchamba were somehow connected. He imagined Hakwa and Tien and assumed that two people wielded the power of a demonic spirit. A flash appeared in the window while the old man was thinking that this was nonsense. The glass broke. A knitting needle was flying at the head of the leader. The leader of the alliance easily caught it with 2 fingers. A letter was tied to the golden knitting needle. The man opened it and read. He shuddered from what he read, and a smile spread under his mustache. The piece of paper contained information that a woman had found a grimoire. It was his daughter. The old man squeezed the piece of paper and set it on fire. He understood that the Palace of Revolutions and criminals were all nonsense. Chinen looked imperiously to the side, imagining fire everywhere. He knew that the moment was approaching when his dream would finally come true. The air carried away the ashes. The day was approaching when Wudang would appear before the world in his complete form. After a while, a training session was taking place in an empty hall. Taeyong looked into the void in horror. He was very tired. He wiped his snot, although he himself asked her to teach him how to control his strength, but who teaches like that? The red-haired girl looked at him boredly and asked if he himself was ashamed to call these antics the arts of the demonic spirit. Nissen looked down and said that maybe the hero was now able to suppress the will of the spirit, but he should not relax. because there was no guarantee that tomorrow he would not break down again. Taeyong looked down sadly. He understood that the mentor was right, and besides, she knew about the spirit no less than her grandfather. He remembered how fiercely he fought. During the battle with that guy in the mask, he lost control and was enslaved by the spirit. He remembered the monks. He was afraid to imagine what would have happened if they had not detained him. The moment when he almost hit his girlfriend appeared in his head treacherously. The young man wiped his snot and asked to show him that technique. It did not matter how strong he was, because if he could not control himself, his power was nothing more than a curse. Nissen created a circle of aura. She asked to watch the movements and said that this was the safest way to release the flow of Kai. Taeyong got into a fighting stance. He decided that he had to subdue this curse and make it his power. The demon lord began to draw a red line in the air. She made a swing. Then she began to run around the hall, creating complex patterns. Taeyong sped up, creating a projection. He decided to put off the accumulated questions for now. The young man flew around the hall at high speed. Now it was much more important for him to prevent a repeat of such an incident. He seriously blinked forward, realizing that he needed to become an order of magnitude better to reach the level of his father. Some time later, in the main base of the Black Alliance, the great library that contains knowledge of all the arts of unorthodox sects, the library of the Black Demon, in the middle of which lay corpses. Erin held her wounded shoulder. Sebastian approached her and asked how only the greatest sect could be so weak. The blonde looked at him angrily. Blonde and smiled. The girl recognized him as the vice leader of the assassin clan. He scratched under his nose and said that he did not expect more, because if their leader considered such a weak and insignificant creature as an immortal lord worthy of respect. He looked at the corpses around and assumed that the lord was gathering his entourage at random. The blonde screamed and demanded not to open her dog mouth on their patron. A foot flew into her face. The guy pinned the dancer to the floor. He spun his boot across her face and said that it was always like that. The weaker the creature, the more it yelps. The blonde picked up the book and asked if there really was a second part of the Black Demon's grimoire. Where was it? Erin gritted her teeth, surprised that he was also looking for the grimoire. Her pupil lit up. She knew that only the 4 great guardians knew where the grimoires were. Where did he get this book from? Sebastian tapped the cover of the book and said that he read the entire book in the hopes of finding the fundamental breathing technique, but alas, he found nothing, which meant that there was a second volume. His pupils narrowed and he asked where he was. The vice leader looked at the aura around him. Erin remembered the samurai who attacked the clan and realized that she had seen this sword technique before. She remembered Emi's angry face. She charged and injured the dancer. Erin's hand flew to the side. She lost one of the Black Demon's books, which belonged to the sect. She looked at the second book, which already belonged to the assassin. She clenched her fist, outraged by such a disgrace. The assassin looked at her silently. Erin mentally asked him to never forgive the student who could not keep her promise. She grabbed the blonde's leg. Her body was covered in a red aura. She was going to atone for her sin with her life. Sebastian squinted from the bright light. He wondered if this fool was going to use a suicidal technique. The dancer smiled for the last time, and an explosion of blood was heard. The main building of the Black Alliance. The phone smashed on the floor. Ina tiredly clutched her head and cursed at the assassins. The girl rubbed her nose and asked herself how they dared to screw her over. What a fool she was to make a deal with them. An anxious aura enveloped her. The fact that she had stolen the book would soon come to the surface, and when the keeper noticed it, no, of course, he generally followed the rules and regulations, but in this case she would definitely be eliminated. Ina glanced at the abandoned phone. She turned it over. She received a call. The servant answered nervously and said finally he called her. Did he really remember that he had missed the deadline for handing in the grimoire? Sebastian smiled and apologized. He said that it took a little longer than he expected. He was going to return it immediately. The girl abruptly got up from the shelf. She said that she would tell the meeting place within 3 hours, but the guy said that there was no need for that. The girl's eyes widened. The blonde announced that he had already arrived. An explosion was heard outside the window. Ina slowly turned around. A subordinate rushed into the room and shouted that they had an emergency. Outside, a team of assassins led by a wounded Sebastian stormed the building. The vice leader smiled and said that from today on, the position of the main sect in the Black Alliance belongs to the assassin clan. Smoke rose into the night sky. The guy's burnt leg trembled. He realized what it meant to be do or die. A smile spread across his satisfied face. He was all in anticipation of the opportunities that were opening up to him with an unorthodox alliance to run errands. A couple of hours ago, the vice leader tried to escape from the trap in the library. He remembered how outraged he was by the use of a suicidal technique. An explosion was heard. A red light illuminated the library. Defeating Sebastian with explosive blood arts was a good try. The blonde began to absorb all the Kai. He would probably become disabled after this technique, but he managed to absorb part of the blow thanks to the fundamental breathing technique. Then he threw the body into one of the walls and it was great. He understood that he got off with little blood. The assassin came out of the smoke. He should have said thanks to that unknown guest who came earlier and cleaned up all the trash. The blonde smiled, making a call. He ordered to gather everyone and begin the offensive. He finally had a pretext to capture the unorthodox sect. Now the assassins ran to attack. The Alliance members attacked in response. They needed to hold out until the arrival of the Great Guardians. A massive battle began. A cleaver flew through the air. Several people fell victim to the 13th. The monster looked around with alienation. The members of the Black Alliance trembled with fear. The monster pushed the entire team back to the entrance. The warriors did not understand whether it was possible to defeat it at all. The vice leader smiled and said that all this was too boring, as if they were crushing ants. Where were their guardians? He pointed forward and ordered the 13th to break down the door. The giant broke through the asphalt with his foot. He made a powerful dash forward. The huge carcass was heading towards the main gate. A counterattack was underway at great speed. The man jumped to meet the mutant. An empty wine glass was placed under his mask. The man in the suit looked at him and told him to stand. The glass broke, creating a huge wave. The monster was thrown far back. Sebastian froze in surprise. The 13th slowed himself down with his cleavers. The man adjusted his expensive watch. The Great Guardian Yeho calmly looked at the enemy and asked if he realized who he was attacking. The blonde spread his hands and asked if they realized what the Black Alliance did to him. He reached into his inside pocket and said that they had committed a grave crime when they had organized an assassination attempt on him, the leader of the assassins. Yeho shuddered at what he saw. In the hands of the satisfied guy lay a bloody grimoire. He asked if he could take it as moral compensation. At the same time, a girl was meditating on Mount Wudin. Emmy was sitting in the lotus position. The wound on her stomach was deeper than she thought. She had overdone it while getting the grimoire. She remembered how she rushed to attack. She ran at Aaron, who without hesitation finished her stab with a knife. Although she saw that she was going to cut off her hand, she assumed that the girl was one of the Great Guardians. The knife pierced her stomach, so Emmy walked forward, cutting off the dancer's hand. Now she was meditating and saying that she had become old, and below stood a warrior with a sickle. Jargle glanced at the bushes. He made an energy cut through them. Emmy turned towards the explosion. The monk walked through the bushes and asked if he had caught it. Torka was sitting pressed against a tree, and the cut had almost deprived him of dignity. The man folded his arms over his chest and said with annoyance that it was not a boar. The Mongols began to swear and fight with each other. A few minutes later, both were standing with their backs to each other. Torka grabbed his stomach. He did not understand why he was sent with a Cretan mentor. His eyes were darkening from hunger. The guy looked ahead questioningly. Something edible was shining under the tree. Jargle turned around at the sounds of chomping. He approached his partner and asked what he was chomping on there. The fat man turned around with his mouth full of mushrooms. The monk shuddered, because he immediately recognized that these were toxic mushrooms. He began to shake Torka and demand that he spit them out immediately. The Mongol's eyes were swimming. He saw a talking cow in front of him in the form of Jargle. He licked his lips sweetly, because a cow is delicious. The shorty opened his huge mouth, wanting to bite off his mentor's head. Shouts and rumbles arose in the forest. The maddened Torka chased his partner and called him a cow. At that moment, Emmy fell on the drunk with a drawn blade. She slammed him into the ground. Jargle turned around in surprise, but a blade was immediately pointed at his throat. Emmy looked at him angrily and asked, "Who the hell are they?" Gia pointed her sword at Jargle. She frowned and her gaze was fierce. The man clenched his jaw and muttered that she had an incredible thirst for blood and was an extremely cruel master. The girl, squeezing the hilt, did not hear the answer and asked who they were. Jargle, putting out his palms, asked her to be calm. He, looking at her, told her who they really were. Gia opened her mouth questioningly. A small structure was visible at night. She folded her hands and thought that they said that they came from Mongolia, and apparently they were the foreigners from the Palace of Revolutions who were in the central district. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, wondered if they were hunting now to get food, since they did not like their cuisine. Seeing how the guys ate with great pleasure, she realized that they liked everything. Jargle, sitting at the table, asked if they had any kimchi left. Torka, puffing out his cheeks, chewed his food thoroughly. He opened his mouth and called his partner. The monk, leaning on his hand, asked what he thought of her now. Gia was wiping her weapon, and Torka continued that he said that she reeked of bloodthirstiness and cruelty, but what cruelty were we talking about? Because she skillfully controlled the internal Kai, that she was able to remove the mushroom toxin, and also fed them. Jargle imagined his frightened face and thought that he was far from being in the best shape then, but to not even feel her presence until the blade was under his throat. Torka, looking at the girl, said that she was definitely his type, and she also knew how to cook. The monk blushed and lowered his head. Gia, kicking her foot, exclaimed that since they started talking, it meant they were full. She pointed her fingers back and told them to get off their asses and get off this mountain because they could be dangerous. Torka, rubbing his palms, thanked her, and his partner suddenly called her a savior. He, opening his mouth wide, shouted that in Mongolia it is customary to always repay your saviors. Through the sweat on his face, Jargle kindly asked for her phone number. The monk, leaning his head on his hand, asked if this was how he was going to get her number, to which he received the answer that this was not so. The girl's shoes appeared. A strong wind blew sharply near her. She narrowed her eyes in bewilderment. The guys watched the unusual surge of energy. Jargle, clenching his jaw, did not understand what it was. Jia, baring her teeth, said that he was punctual. Suddenly her father appeared, a powerful aura circling around him. He bit the corners of his lips and looked at the guys. A hand appeared, holding a watch. His fist clenched sharply. Yiho launched a powerful attack at Sebastian. The boy raised his eyebrows, not understanding why his ears were ringing. The Great Guardian, taking the glass, exclaimed that where did he get so much courage to come here and say such things. Sebastian knocked the glass out of his opponent's hands. Yiho, jumping up, said that he was just a reckless brat. The boy, wide-eyed, wondered if he was reading him like an open book. A powerful bright flash appeared. The man, flying up, used a special skill. A deep hole remained under him, and Sebastian said that this was the power of the 4 Great Guardians, and he could not imagine that he would ever be able to see it. The Great Guardian, putting his hand in his pocket, asked where all his courage had gone. The vice leader of the assassin clan sighed heavily and muttered that overall he didn't have high hopes for the 13th since his defeat was expected. Blood was streaming down his face, and he didn't know that he was a master of sound arts. The test guy was destroying everyone in his path, and Sebastian thought that his attacks were coming from the inside. Yiho pushed the creature back with his power, and the guy added that although the 13th had impenetrable skin, it was no obstacle for sound arts since they inflict internal damage. The man, lowering his glass, said that it was in his best interests to explain right now where he got the Black Demon Grimoire from, and he was not eager to watch him bleed to death since there were enough current injuries. The vice leader, holding the sword, replied that this was impudent and he was only taking the compensation that was being inflicted on him. He said with a frown that he almost killed him, so he should understand that this book is less. Suddenly, Yiho appeared behind him, saying that he was sorry for being so thick-headed. He dealt a crushing blow to the boy. Sebastian opened his mouth in anger. Suddenly, the test subject appeared, swinging his dagger. The man, with lowered eyebrows, said that this was naive. He dodged all the attacks of the creature and the boy. The Great Guardian shot the glass he was holding in his hand. The glass flew over the vice leader's head. Sebastian's pupils suddenly narrowed. Yiho snapped his fingers menacingly. A sonic boom hit the glass, which began to shine brightly. A powerful flash was heard. The test subject fell from the blast wave. The boy, covering his ears, screamed in pain. He, having fallen to the ground, did not understand whether he was blinded because everything was swimming in his vision. Smoke from the explosion was visible. The Great Guardian, who was behind him, told him to surrender. He, taking the glass, exclaimed that he had lost, and if he hit him even once more, he would die. Yiho frowned and asked what kind of rat had given him this book, and added that if he liked his answer, he would help him preserve the honor of the clan of assassins. He lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Sebastian, standing over the test subject, answered that humans are the most impulsive creatures, because they tend to invent their own truth, which they see with their own eyes, ignoring everything else. His clothes were torn, and he clarified whether he thought he had lost. The Great Guardian narrowed his eyes menacingly. Suddenly, a sword was thrust into his back. The vice leader, smiling maliciously, said that as long as he was a man, this fictitious truth was his Achilles heel. The man's pupils turned red. He was sweating as he heard the apology. Ine, with her mouth slightly open, said that she was the traitor. Suddenly, the glass fell and broke. Yiho was covered in blood, and Ina was standing behind him. The man, with his mouth open, shouted her name. The girl, stroking his face, said that he disappointed her. She, smiling, asked if he knew that she stole the grimoire. He would have left her alive, and added that she asked someone. The Great Guardian, narrowing his eyes, did not understand why she did this. Sebastian kicked his foot and asked him again. He, with his hand in his pocket, asked that he did not agree that with a leader like him, the unorthodox alliance had no future. Ina took the man's head and said that he was too old to be the leader of the unorthodox alliance, and they needed a new, young leader, and that was all. Yiho bared his teeth and exclaimed that they were going to destroy the order they had created for years under the leadership of the Black Demon Lord. The boy asked again about the order with his mouth slightly open. He stretched his arms out to the sides and asked if he really thought that this thing called the Muram Alliance was the order, adding that their participation in this nonsense was a complete farce from the start. A ferocious tiger appeared and Sebastian asked since when did they want order, continuing that they only joined the unorthodox sects for one reason, and that was because of the endless oppression from their fucking alliance. The Great Guardian frowned menacingly. He spat out blood from his mouth. The vice leader pierced his body and told him not to worry. He said with an evil smile that his internal Kai would not be wasted since he would use it against the Black Demon Lord. Suddenly, an unusual aura swirled around the guys. Sebastian was squeezing Iho's chest with his fingers. The man's pupils turned white, and the guy thought that he should not be remembered with evil. The skin on the Great Guard's face suddenly disappeared. The vice leader, throwing him to the ground, muttered that he was sorry. He, stretching out his palm, exclaimed that this was an incredible feeling of omnipotence, and Kai literally permeated the entire body. The guy clenched his fist and said that the inner Kai of Iho, one of the 4 great guardians of the Black Unorthodox Alliance, was now his. The crowd of men, looking at their opponents, learned that the great guardian had lost, and they were all finished. Ina slammed her fist into her palm. She, putting out her elbows, congratulated the master on capturing the Black Unorthodox Alliance. The guys in their glasses had sweat running down their faces. They folded their hands and greeted the new master. Sebastian's pupils narrowed at what he heard. He smirked and muttered that it was gorgeous. A tall building was visible at night. The protagonist sat in the gym, surrounded by a blue aura. His eyes were shining with a bright flame. Nisan, looking at him, widened her eyes. A magical demon appeared above Tiong. He was burning with a blue flame, his fingers crossed. Blood suddenly started flowing from his nose. The protagonist, wiping it, did not understand why it was flowing. The girl, folding her hands, said that this meant that there was progress after all. She opened her mouth and asked if he had a feeling that when the demonic spirit possessed him, that he was about to die. The protagonist, imagining his death, answered positively. Nisan, holding out her palm, explained that there were many legends and tales about the demonic spirit, but in reality it was nothing more than a type of hidden innate energy, and the demonic spirit's power came from its life energy. She sighed heavily and asked him if he thought such a technique was safe, considering that a common person would hardly survive even a drop of it, adding that the fact that he lived to see her training was already a miracle. It seemed like Tiong was running, jumping in different directions, and the girl said that their training would serve as a foundation that would allow him to harness this power, and other masters could only dream of such a method of controlling Kai. Nisan, holding out her finger, exclaimed that unlike them, he had 2 internal Kai, one of which was called the demonic spirit. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked again about the 2 Kai. The girl, biting the corners of her lips, thought that one of them was pure evil. Remembering how the protagonist was surrounded by a magical aura, she thought that now it became clear to her that this stormy flow of Kai in his body was the result of mixing, like a whirlpool, of these 2 Kai. Nisan, putting her hands on her hips, said that he should not rejoice too much because he only had control over a part of this energy, and if he wanted to learn full control, he would have to remove the demonic spirit Jade. Suddenly, the guys noticed a powerful explosion. The protagonist, wide-eyed, did not understand who it was. Bajang was visible, whose body was severely tortured. The girl, looking at him, her pupils bulged. The great guardian, clenching his jaw, called out to the Lord. He abruptly fell to the floor and Nisan ran up to him. She touched his body, which was burning with magical flames. Tiong, scratching the back of his head, asked what happened to him. He, hearing his name called, pursed his lips. The girl lowered her head and exclaimed that this would be the end of their training, because he had learned the basics and only practice remained, and asked to take this man to the hospital, and they would consider it payment for training, adding that she provided first aid, but every second counted. The protagonist, looking at her, gave a positive answer. Nisan, turning to him, said that the power of the demonic spirit goes far beyond the usual martial arts. She suddenly disappeared into thin air. At night, the main base of the Black Unorthodox Alliance was visible. Several men in jackets held their hands behind their backs. The rest behaved in the same way. Sebastian, raising his eyebrows, asked to stop. He, keeping his hands in his pocket, clarified why everything was so complicated and let him just say where their leader was. The vice leader sat down to his victim and asked if it was really that difficult. And Biam, lowering his head, coughed up blood. He spat sharply at the boy. Saliva flowed down Sebastian's cheek. Suddenly, several blows were heard on the body of the guardian of the Black Unorthodox Alliance. The vice leader was delivering a ferocious attack with his foot. The night sky appeared and screams were heard. The boy raised his leg above his victim. He, wiping his face, called him a vile creature. Sebastian began to swing at the prone and Biam. Suddenly, bright lightning appeared in the sky. The vice leader's eyes widened in fear. His kick was blocked. He missed because of Nisan's outstretched limb. She, lowering her head, told Biam that he did not look well. He raised his hands up. The guardian hit his fist on his palm. Opening his mouth, he said that he was waiting for his mistress. The girl stood in front of his bloody body. A strong wind suddenly swirled above them. A powerful vortex of energy was visible. Sebastian kept his hands calmly in his pocket. A moment later, his pupils turned white. Nisan, spreading her fingers, exclaimed that his attack on the Black Unorthodox Alliance was a great sin that he could atone for. She, frowning fiercely, finished that he could only atone for it with his death. A huge burning building appeared, which the girl was watching. She, hearing her name called, turned her head. 4 boys were visible, asking to take care of them. Neeson, folding her hands, asked who these children were, to which she received the answer that, apparently, they were test subjects in experiments, and the assistant clarified what she would order to do with them. Milady, lowering her gaze, remained silent. She said that they were still too young and asked to take them home, and the servant, bending over, obeyed her. Neeson, looking at the burning house, suddenly heard that they were left without a home and they had nowhere to return to. Yeho, opening his mouth wide, said that the people who were considered their parents sold them for a small amount of money, and if they returned, they would send them far away again. He, hugging his young team, added that his family was not those scum, but the guys with whom he lived in this forgotten place. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that if they were going to destroy their family, then it would be better to just kill them. Neeson turned to them from hearing this. Her eyes widened sharply. One of the guys hugged her leg. Raising his head, he called her mom. Milady, looking at him, was very surprised. She, opening her mouth, muttered that she promised that she would find him. The girl lowered her eyebrows and continued that she would find a place that they could call their home. The battlefield appeared, with Neeson surrounded by an unusual aura. Men in glasses, sweat on their faces, shouted that the Black Demon Lord was furious and they needed to flee. Sebastian, with his hands in his pockets, saw the boys running away in fear. He frowned and thought that they were idiots, because the Black Demon Lord, although incredibly strong, was still human, and they were running away despite their superior numbers. Neeson, holding out her hand, said that this was a wise decision. Spreading her fingers, she added that they were incapable of anything other than running. Milady released a powerful shockwave. This attack quickly caught up with the opponents. Sebastian, clenching his jaw, wondered if this was from snapping his fingers, and even if he was the thrice greatest master, whether such power was even legal. The man, his eyes wide, screamed loudly and called for help. The girl, her hands down, watched the powerful blow. Thick smoke was visible from the explosion. Neeson, in a magical aura, frowned. The test subject pulled out a cleaver in front of him, and it was audible that she fully justified her place among the 4 lords. The vice leader, closing his eyes, asked what the point of recruiting subordinates with such a power. He, smiling broadly, shouted that her entire system was based only on her power, and all her followers were nothing more than decorations, and he was going to really take up the unorthodox alliance and use its potential to the fullest. Neeson, with her mouth slightly open, clarified whether he was dreaming too much. She, placing her palm on his face, continued that for someone who would soon disappear from this world. Pulling back his finger, Milady powerfully hit the guy. He flew high into the air from the powerful attack. Suddenly, a chain appeared, trying to grab Sebastian. The test subject grabbed the chain and screamed loudly. The vice leader, holding the blade, headed towards Neeson. She put out her hand and said that he grabbed some kind of axe and was flying happily, adding that it was funny. The girl parried the attack coming towards her. Sebastian suddenly appeared above her head. He pulled out a sword and delivered an explosive blow. Milady dodged and exclaimed that this was some kind of incompetence. The guy's leg appeared, with smoke underneath. Neeson, jumping up, delivered a powerful impulse attack. The test subject's shield suddenly broke. The girl, spreading her fingers, said that he was starting to irritate her. The creature abruptly fell to the ground. Milady frowned and uttered the fundamental absorption technique. She grabbed the body of the test subject. Neeson, her mouth slightly open, was perplexed. Holding onto the creature, she didn't understand why the absorption technique didn't work on it. Suddenly, a glass appeared in front of her. Milady, seeing it, widened her eyes. Yeho appeared, who snapped his fingers. Sebastian, grinning, repeated this movement. A bright flash was visible in the sky. The girl, jumping back, squatted down. She frowned menacingly and, calling the guy a bastard, exclaimed that these are martial arts. In the past, Yeho put his hand on his chest and said that they can count on them, because they, the 4 great guardians, will definitely maintain the unorthodox alliance. The vice leader repeated his movement again and said that he absorbed the inner energy of that guardian, and he thinks that he is doing well in copying his technique. But unfortunately, he has not yet fully mastered this technique, so it turned out weaker than he wanted. Neeson, clenching her fist, asked how he knew this secret technique of the unorthodox alliance, to which the guy clarified whether she still did not understand. Milady's pupils suddenly narrowed. The vice leader, holding a book, explained that they had a rat. The girl, throwing herself at him, ordered him to return this relic. Her body shook violently. The test subject grabbed her leg with a chain. Neeson lowered her eyebrows angrily. Sebastian grabbed her stomach and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He shouted, grinning menacingly, that the completed version of his technique would finally be his. An unusual aura surrounded the girl's body, and loud laughter was heard. She suddenly squeezed his neck. Neeson, standing in front of him, said that he had previously mentioned that the entire power of the Unorthodox Alliance was concentrated in her and asked if he really thought that this technique was the essence of her power, calling him funny. The guy, baring his teeth, wondered if this was not the main technique of the Black Demons. Milady, lifting him in front of her, said that it was time to pay for his arrogance. She powerfully slammed him against the wall. The girl frowned and exclaimed that she was tired of his show. The vice leader opened his mouth wide in pain. Neeson slid his body along the wall. A thick fog was visible from afar. Milady flew high into the sky, holding on to Sebastian. She closed her eyes and apologized to her children. The girl added that she would take revenge, and suddenly a guy with white hair appeared next to her. A bright flash appeared in the sky. Neeson landed abruptly on the ground. She lowered her eyebrows and recognized the sword technique. The warrior fell along with Sebastian. The guy's face in a mask was visible, and my lady added that this technique belonged to the Smashing Stream clan. Neeson clenched her fists in bewilderment. The vice leader, sighing heavily, said that he almost died. The blonde, lifting him, apologized and added that the complete brainwashing took some time. Sebastian, frowning, spoke badly of brainwashing. The guy with white hair began to take out his sword. He bit the corners of his lips, and the vice leader muttered that he was his father and had to come to his aid. It seemed that Neeson was sitting on a chair and said that he always carried a sword, calling him a sick fanatic. Rublev from the Smiting Stream clan, who was the personification of a psychopath, was visible. He was lying in a circle of girls, and it was said that he distilled alcohol from the blood of his enemies who came for his soul. And the number of girls with whom he had a close relationship and then finished off was incalculable, and every day his trog was flooded with rivers of blood. The warrior held the weapon, and it was added that his arrogance and narcissism were all that could be said when looking at him. Rublev held the hilt, and it was added that there was a thing that cannot be seen, namely the sharpest blade in the world. He, opening his mouth, used the skill of a soulless cut. Neeson suddenly widened her eyes. A warrior suddenly flew above her. He hit the hilt of the sword. The girl's body sharply split into two parts. She began to evaporate into thin air. Sebastian, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if this was an afterimage. Milady opened her mouth and said that he had expected the leader of the Smiting Stream to change the balance of power in his favor. She, being in the sky, asked if they really wanted to defeat her with a pathetic puppet. Rublev shook his head in bewilderment. The girl, stretching out her palms, released a piercing impulse. A deep hole appeared in the ground. In it lay a warrior who was unconscious. The vice leader bared his teeth menacingly. Neeson, landing, said that she heard that Louvre retired after he had a child, but he became a toy for his own son. Milady lowered her hands and exclaimed that he had already gone beyond all acceptable boundaries, and was very surprised that he even used his father for his own purposes. Sebastian, looking at her, asked that she, being one of the four lords, was telling him some kind of moral, adding that the strong devours the weak, or did she want to say that she did not receive her power in the same way? He, stretching out his finger, called her an old witch and continued that she hid her ugly wrinkled face with the technique of reverse exchange. Neeson frowned angrily at what she heard. Spreading his arms in different directions, the guy clarified whether she saw at least someone who remained on her side. In the darkness, the silhouette of Milady appeared. The vice leader opened his mouth and asked if she understood now, and explained that they followed her not as a leader, but as a tyrant. A crowd of people appeared behind the girl, and Sebastian added that all of them were only her shadow, having no choice from the beginning, but desperate souls, deprived of their path and forced to live as a useless decoration against her background. He, stretching out his palms, exclaimed that in opposition to her, he created a clan of assassins, a place where no one is limited by anyone and is free to do everything solely for the sake of revealing their potential to the maximum. His pupils narrowed, and he said that this is a place that will return to the era of the immortal ruler. Neeson, looking at him, wondered when she last experienced this feeling. Sebastian, opening his mouth wide, ordered her to get out of her way. 3 enemies rushed towards Milady. She touched her fingers to her chest and chanted a spell. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared from her body. The girl, drawing her sword, felt that she must kill any enemy who stood in her way. A powerful explosion was visible from afar. Neeson dodged all the attacks of her opponents. She swung her weapon, which left a red trace. A strong flash appeared in front of her. Suddenly, the test object flew up. She menacingly clenched her fists. My lady grabbed his chain. She kicked him sharply. The creature spun around quickly from the attack. The girl bit her lips and said the skill of the Black Heart Sword. She made a vertical cut at the enemy. The test object opened its jaw and screamed loudly. Neeson lowered her eyebrows and said the ability of the complete form of the fundamental absorption technique. The body of the creature caught fire with a powerful flame. Suddenly, my lady's pupils narrowed. Sebastian attacked her and she dodged. The girl raised her leg to avoid being hit by the sword. She broke the opponent's weapon with her elbow. The vice leader, looking at the dagger, was perplexed. Neeson sharply pierced his arm with the blade. The guy's pupils turned white from the pain and he screamed loudly. He he unexpectedly continued to fly at the girl. She, with her mouth slightly open, was surprised that he intentionally sacrificed his arm and did not understand what this bastard was planning. Sebastian clenched his fist and exclaimed that he had already absorbed half of the Unorthodox Alliance's techniques. He added, smiling maliciously, that her entire strategy was ruined. Rublev appeared behind Milady. The opponents surrounded her from all sides, and the guy asked what she would do now. His hand quickly approached her face. Nissen thoughtfully bit the corners of her lips. She extended her finger and used the black hole skill. The same black hole appeared above the main base. Powerful energy was visible around the Alliance. Milady's strong skill left a huge crater in the ground. She stood on top of a small mountain. Rublev lay unconscious in the rubble from the explosion. His katana was visible. Sebastian's hand was sticking out of the ground. Nissen, lowering her head, sighed heavily. Tired, she closed her eyes. The girl suddenly jumped away from the mountain. She landed, kicking her foot. Milady looked at NBM and said that was all. Opening her mouth, she added that it was time to go home. The boy suddenly stood in front of her. He pierced her stomach with his hand. The little boy, his eyes wide with joy, called his mother affectionately. The grown-up boy, grinning, called his mother. He became quite an adult and began to call her mistress. The young man hit his bloody hand with his fist. Smiling, he said that he was waiting for his mistress. NBM, tied with bright threads, pierced Nissen's body with his hand. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Blood came out of her mouth, and she said that it was she. Ina held her threads with her fingers, and the girl continued that she was that rat. Smiling, the henchwoman admitted that she was already afraid that they would not notice, after which she added that it was a pity because no matter how hard the vice leader tried, he was still unable to defeat her. Crossing her arms, the girl called out to the mistress. A dirty woman's leg appeared. The heroes were standing on a cliff under heavy rain. Lowering her chin, Nissen said that Yeho gave her everything, and this is how she repaid them for it. Grinning, Ina explained that he did not see himself above them, which means that he is not a promising and unambitious person, which is not at all suitable for the role of the leader of the new Unorthodox Alliance. Pulling the thread with her finger, the Deuce said that it does not matter anymore, because despite the change in the original plan, it turned out even better. It turned out to be a mother killed by the hand of her own son. NBM's hand entered the mother's body. Nissen grabbed her son's wrist and thought that this was her punishment. A hole appeared in her body, and she understood that this was the punishment of all the boys because she neglected them too much. A magical sphere lit up in the woman's chest, and she said that she was sorry. Tears flowed from Nissen's eyes, and she asked him to forgive her. Ina lowered her eyebrow in alarm and thought about the fact that with this energy, the master of the Black Unorthodox Alliance was going to release his Kai. The girl realized that this was dangerous, so she needed to finish her off quickly and began to control NBM. The guy's hand moved towards her mother. Suddenly, her silhouette began to emit a red glow. Ina looked down in fear. Nissen cut off her rival's head. The henchman's body fell down, bleeding. The master of the Black Unorthodox Alliance spread her arms out to the sides. Her feet landed on the ground. A moment later, the girl collapsed. The bodies of the three heroes lay meekly in the rain. Nissen touched her face to the floor and sighed heavily. Frowning, she began to wonder if she would be able to meet them again. She remembered how she played with her children and wanted to meet them as a real mother. A huge blood stain appeared under the girl's body. Trees near the temple were visible beyond the mountains. Dust swirled around Chinen. The leader of the alliance looked down. Lowering her chin, Jia called out to her father. Frowning, Jargal asked the girl again. The head of the military police asked if his daughter would enlighten him as to who the two men were, to which she closed her eyes, saying it was unimportant and suggested they get down to business. Torka nudged his friend with his elbow and asked why he stood there like a statue, and advised him to make a first impression on her father, to which he asked him again. Chinnen's eyes visibly narrowed in bewilderment. Jia turned around in alarm. The monk moved toward the father and daughter. Opening his mouth wide, he greeted his father with a shout. Jargal bowed his head to the ground, to which the head of the alliance remained silent. Torka slapped his face with his palm. Raising an eyebrow, Chinnen asked the monk again. Beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. Jia put her sword to his head and asked what the hell he was doing. Opening his mouth, Jargal asked the mist to cool down. The girl continued to hold the tip of the weapon to the monk's neck. Suddenly, Chinnen looked away. He turned around, seeing a huge energy flow in the sky. Frowning, the military police chief wondered what he saw as a black column and whether it was a black hole. The guy in the suit bowed to the ground and called out to the master. Adjusting his glasses, Donna said that an emergency had occurred. Chinnen turned his head, saying that he had already seen it, and ordered an immediate meeting of the clan elders, which the secretary began to do. With his hands behind his back, Jia's father told her that some unforeseen circumstances had arisen, so they would talk later. Looking away, the man added that they would do so in a more suitable setting. A moment later, the military police chief disappeared. It was raining heavily in the city. The clan elders were sitting at a large table, waiting for the meeting of the Miram representatives. Giwa, lowering his head, said that he had a bad feeling about the urgent meeting of the clan leaders. Holding out his hand, Diwu guessed that it was important enough to have an urgent meeting, but if it was something trivial, he would just leave. Deban lowered his eyebrows in alarm and thought that he hoped that they could avoid the worst of this situation. Another elder appeared and said that he had the misfortune of meeting this wretched man again. Folding his arms, Gul asked why they couldn't just throw this man out of their meeting. Since the head of the beggar clan was a weakling, what good was he, and whether he was there or not, he just sat there and got in the way. The beggar clan elder closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The man opened his eyes when he heard someone tell Gul to watch his language. After smoking, Kimon said that they were all indebted to this man and asked how they weren't ashamed to treat him so rudely, despite all the kindness and support they had shown him. The clan elders were sitting at the table and someone was exclaiming that Deban had done nothing to kill the Immortal Lord, to which Kimon explained that thanks to the beggar clan, they all survived, and without their help, they trembled even at the mention of the Immortal Lord. The elder of the Misty Frost clan, with his mouth slightly open, asked the others to be quiet. Chinen entered the room, and Giwa noticed that the leader had arrived. The head secretary exclaimed that they needed to greet the leader, to which all the elders stood up from their chairs. The chief of the military police, with his eyebrows lowered, thanked the leaders of the oldest clans for being able to come despite their busy schedules, and then said that he had very sad news, to which he asked them to listen carefully. The elder of the Misty Frost clan anxiously turned his head and asked the leader of the alliance again. Chinen frowned angrily and declared that the Black Unorthodox Alliance had fallen. A huge crater from the explosion in the building was visible. Puddles from the pouring rain were forming on the ground. A man was lying in the rubble of the building. Another hero was lying somewhere nearby. A hand broke through the ground, and there was a hole in the palm. The guy grabbed it and pulled it towards himself. Sebastian's muscular body appeared with a severed limb in his hand. Diwu slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed that this was nonsense. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that this couldn't be true, because a small guy from the assassin clan couldn't defeat an entire alliance, and he would never believe that this brat could kill the Black Demon Lord. Giwa pursed his lips and asked if they understood what she was, since she was the only person who could compete with the Immortal Lord on equal terms, then said that although her Kai reserves were quite mediocre, it was simply illogical that they could not detect her energy. Smiling, Diwu said that it was funny and he would like to see them if the Unorthodox Alliance was hostile to them and they were too arrogant, to which Gul asked him not to talk nonsense, since the Alliance was just a name and her great guardians were nothing more than a bunch of idiots, and asked if the other person thought that the Miram elders were weaker. Holding out his hand, the elder of the Duel dojo stated that he agreed, since 3 of the guardians were no match for them, but even they would have to be reckoned with Yiho and his sound arts. The man frowned angrily and said that all the other members of the unorthodox sect were only creating the impression of strength, although in reality they were pathetic weaklings. The elders humbly sat down at their places at the table. Chinen turned to Elder Diwu and said that although he himself found it hard to believe, Yiho was dead and that was a fact, to which he, slamming his fist on the table, began to speak. The man's eyes noticeably shrank, and he said that it was a black hole. The leader of the alliance, looking at the elders, asked if they would believe him if he said that he had witnessed the strongest technique of the Lord of Black Demons. The leaders of the oldest clans turned their heads in alarm. Gritting his teeth, Deban thought about how this technique was last used in the battle between her and the Immortal Lord, as this skill would cause massive damage to the user's body for many years to come, and realized that the Assassin clan had become such a big threat that she had to use this skill. The Audiogen clan elder's mouth was covered by his mustache, and he exclaimed that this was their chance since the enemy was currently weakened, and this was the perfect time to take back what was rightfully theirs. Gul lowered his eyebrows angrily and said that the Black Demon Lord used a black hole, meaning the Assassin clan was also in bad shape, and then shouted that they should use this moment to catch them off guard. Leaning his hands on the table, Deban was indignant at the elder's anger, since he was going to start a new senseless war, to which he replied that with a useless weakling who was unable to fight. Everything was clear, and they had nothing to doubt if there was strength in the moment when they could benefit coincided. Extending his hand forward, the leader of the Beggar clan asked if they wanted to break the pact between the Miram Alliance and the Lord of Black Demons, which took them so much effort and sacrifice to conclude. Lowering his head, Kimon said that he shared Deban's point of view, because starting this fight was an extremely stupid idea, to which Giwa noted that such a chance did not come every day. The leader of the alliance made a movement with his fingers and asked the interlocutors to be quiet. Extending his hand to the side, Chinen said that he would also like to resolve this issue right now, but at the moment they were faced with a dilemma, to which Diwu asked him again. The leader of the alliance closed his eyes and explained that the pact they had made was this dilemma, and if it turned out that the Black Demon Lord was still alive and they had already made a move, it would have dire consequences for them. Suddenly, the pupils of the military police chief lit up and he said that if she was dead, then the pact was invalid. Slamming his fist on the table, Gul said that he agreed, and if there was no lord, there was no pact, and Giwa said that if she really died, then the time for righteous revenge had come, and the leader's words were truly wise. Folding his hands, Diwu said that since their leader had decided so, he was forced to agree with his order, and then added that they would prepare all their forces in case the situation became clear. Timon and Dibang, sitting at the table, were silent. The head of the beggar clan closed his eyes and thought that they were crazy to think that the elders of the Miram Alliance were willing to stoop so low because of personal grievances and benefits. Clenching his jaw, the head of the Audiogenic clan realized that these bastards sincerely believed that their actions were justified. Diwu, with his mouth slightly open in alarm, said that this was all good. But did they have a plan? Because they needed to somehow invade their territory in order to find out all the necessary information. To which Giwa noted that the opponents would find them, and, unfortunately, they did not have anyone in mind for this mission because they needed a very talented person, but at the same time unknown to anyone. Lowering his head, Chinen remained silent. The head of the alliance looked up and said that he had one young man in mind. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the protagonist asked what kind of spy mission this was. With his hands folded, Xiangwu asked him not to tell anything, because this information should not leak anywhere, and clarified whether Tiang understood, to which he answered affirmatively. The head of the external affairs group handed the young man a paper and said that the mission was quite simple, and he needed to infiltrate the clan of assassins and find out the condition and location of the Lord of Black Demons Nissen, and then leave the clan of assassins. The protagonist looked at the picture and asked his mentor again. He was holding a photo of Nissen in his hand. Confusedly closing his lips, the protagonist thought that for some reason it seemed to him that he had already seen her somewhere. The young man was surprised, imagining a girl he had met before next to the picture. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he realized who the master of the alliance was. Tiang remembered how he held the hand of a wounded fighter who asked him to take care of the master of the alliance. Lowering his eyebrows, he asked the man again. The boy looked at the door and heard someone shouting that the code was red. The protagonist realized that it was Nissen with his lips down. The boy clenched his fist and recalled that he had heard about a technique that could reverse age, and the greatest masters would reach the highest enlightenment and then return themselves to their youthful state, and now he understood why such a young-looking master had incredible Kai power. Lowering his chin, Tiang asked if he needed to save this girl in the mission. Lowering his head, Xiangwu explained that all that was required of the boy was to find out about her condition and provide a photo or other solid evidence, and any other actions that were not related to intelligence were strictly prohibited. Beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he thought that he needed to find out about her condition. There was a knock on the door, and the head of the external affairs team, looking away, told the person to come in. Placing her wrist on the handle of her weapon, Yujiho reported that the preparations were complete. Tiang turned around when he realized it was her. Sunwoo put his hands to his chin and said that everyone was now gathered and they could begin the mission. Frowning, the head of the external affairs team repeated that they should remember that any information leakage would not be tolerated and then put the girl in charge. Opening her mouth, the girl confidently agreed. The head turned to the boy, to which he responded with his hands down. Sunwoo frowned and asked him not to die. After a pause, the protagonist gritted his teeth and exclaimed that he would do it. At the same time, Dibeng was sitting in the main room of the beggar clan. The elder closed his eyes and realized that he was the only one who did not know about this. It was raining outside, and from inside the building, a man could be heard asking the head why he chose this guy. Opening his mouth wide, Dibeng exclaimed why Tiang, since he was Jinna's boy. The head of the military police turned around and asked if the elder was disputing his choice. The silhouette of the leader of the Miram Alliance was enveloped in red magical energy. Lowering his eyebrows, the head of the beggar clan said that this child was the leader's only grandson, and he understood perfectly well how dangerous this mission could be for him. The man looked ahead, and the head of the military police noted that he probably really didn't know. Folding his hands behind his back, Chinen asked not to misunderstand him, but he had made this decision consciously, and besides, this was an excellent chance for the protagonist to prove himself. The eyes of the leader of the alliance lit up, and he said that he knew that his grandson was so strong that he was guaranteed to return alive. Diban sat with his head down. Looking at the floor, the man asked what Jihan thought about this. Taking the magic weapon in his hands, he said that it was probably time to fulfill his request. The streets of the city of the next day appeared. The protagonist and his partner were walking down the alley. Turning away, the protagonist thought about the awkward silence between them. Smiling, the young man asked if Yujiho had eaten well, to which she replied in the affirmative. Scratching the back of his head, Tiang admitted that he was very nervous since this was his first secret mission. The girl turned away, and her partner quietly laughed. Putting his hand to his face, the young man realized that her attitude towards him had changed since that day, and then thought about what he should say. Suddenly, the partner called out to the protagonist, to which he removed his hand and responded, Peeking out from behind the wall, Yujiho asked why he stood in the middle of the road and whether he was going in, to which he replied that he was coming. The young man noticed the sign of a clothing store. Gritting his teeth, he asked why they came here. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl clarified whether he was really going to go to the enemy's lair in uniform. A building with a store on the ground floor was visible. After a while, the partners came out onto the road. The heroes appeared in new outfits. Frowning, Taeyong asked if they really needed these clothes. With the corners of her lips pulled down, his partner asked if he thought the bandits would welcome them warmly if they came in their uniforms, and then added that the guy should be on his guard. The heroes stood in front of the towering buildings, and Yujiho said that they had entered their territory. The place they saw in front of them was called the slums. The partners walked along a gloomy alley. Dirty and injured hooligans were playing a board game. A man with a cigarette in his mouth was showing a cage with a bird to a child. The main character turned around worriedly. Suddenly, the boy's pupils shrank. The bandit hit his head, falling to the ground. The beaten boy extended his hand forward and asked for help. Gritting his teeth, Taeyong said what kind of bastard did this. Yujiho, with her mouth slightly open, asked him not to pay attention and clarified that he did not want to disrupt the mission. The protagonist noticed the glowing dots between the houses. Several red eyes were visible in the darkness. Closing his lips, the young man remained silent. Tall houses of the slums appeared, and the girl said that there was only one law of the jungle here, and in contrast to the orthodox clans, where citizens were protected by law and order, absolute anarchy and lawlessness reigned here. A bloody hand appeared, and she added that, to put it simply, if a person is not able to stand up for himself, then his fate is already predetermined, because he will be eaten, and they should ignore them, because the main goal is the mission. Yujiho wrote down the testimony of the man in the t-shirt in a notebook. She showed people a photo of the Lord of Black Demons. The guy in the t-shirt spread his arms, answering the girl's questions. The protagonist's partner even asked a child for help. Late in the evening, a light appeared in the alley. The protagonist called out to his ally, to which he turned around. Putting his hands on his stomach, Taeyong asked what about taking a break, since it was already night, and thought that people need to eat to live, to which Yujiho asked him again. Pointing her finger at the protagonist, the girl shouted that in his opinion, they came here just to wander around, and explained that night is exactly the time when this place comes to life, so they have a better chance of finding the information they need, to which the young man muttered that they still need to eat. The girl's eyes widened in confusion when a sound was heard from her stomach. A Chinese restaurant appeared. Skewers with meat lay on a plate. The protagonist's partner was eating a hot dish. Sitting at the table, the guy thought about how she liked it. Taking the chopsticks in his hand, he realized that this was the first time he came to a restaurant with her. Taeyong, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if this was a date. The protagonist stopped his thoughts by asking what he was thinking about, since he needed to focus on the mission, and smilingly noted that Yujiho knew this place quite well. She must have had missions in this area before, and he expected nothing less from her. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl replied that she simply lived in the neighborhood. The protagonist's pupils noticeably decreased, and he thought about the fact that his partner was part of an unorthodox cult. Stretching her hand across the table, she explained that although the slums she grew up in had changed so much, she never imagined that obtaining such simple information would be so difficult. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and said that they would most likely have to stay there for a few more days, so the young man needed to get stronger, to which he repeated her words in his thoughts. Suddenly, the heroes turned around, hearing a sound to the side. A hooligan in a brown jacket had thrown a man to the ground. He was beating the man and shouting that this scoundrel had said something about his abilities, to which the other man asked him to be more gentle. The man closed his eyes and said that the bandit knew that this man had spoken without thinking. It happens to everyone, and then added that he had not meant that at all, but wanted to say that the match was unfair, so he lost. The hooligan put a broken bottle to the man's throat. The bandit asked him if he thought that he lacked abilities, to which he, spreading his arms, said that the stranger had misunderstood him. The man with the bandage on his nose said that the scoundrel had used forbidden energy when he struck, and asked if it was fair to use Kai in a fist fight. He swung the bottle and shouted that if the fight was fair, he himself, not his opponent, should have joined the clan of assassins. At that very moment, someone grabbed the bandit's hand. Frowning, Yujiho asked if she had a moment to talk. The bully smirked and called the girl a name. A moment later, the man received a blow to the face, after which he began to apologize. She sat down next to him and asked if it was true that in order to join the clan of assassins, one had to win a fist fight in the arena, to which he exclaimed that it was true. A fighting ring appeared, and the bandit explained that recently the assassin clan began to expand its influence by selecting fighters through fights in the arena, and if you win, you can get a chance to join them, and tomorrow is the last day. Crossing his arms in front of himself, the bully explained that he wanted to get in, but lost. Suddenly, he received a powerful blow to the head. Putting her fingers to her chin, Yujiho said that instead of dubious hanging around, you can try to join the clan through a tournament. Folding her hands, she turned to Taeyong, to which he responded. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked him to apply. Tall buildings were visible in the darkness of the night. In the center of the slums was the arena of the assassin clan, where the fight was taking place. The big guy jumped on the fighter. The guy opened his mouth in fear and began to scream. The giant squeezed his opponent with his palms. He laughed loudly and spun the opponent in a circle. A moment later, the big guy threw his opponent far beyond the arena. The guy hit the wall, causing a small explosion. The fighter with pink hair exclaimed that the next one can come in. The spectators admired him, raising their fists in the air. The protagonist watched the fight, leaning on the balcony railing. The protagonist, lowering the corners of his lips, thought about the fact that such a terrible place existed in the world, and he would participate in it at the request of his partner. The young man anxiously shifted his gaze, hearing the question of what he was waiting for. Yujiho extended her hand forward and asked him to swallow the pill. Taeyong's eyes noticeably shrank, and he clarified why it was necessary. Grinning viciously, the girl shouted at him to shut up and swallow, to which he asked if it was twos. Putting her fingers on his elbow, his partner explained that this pill would limit his use of Kai for the entire day. With his palms spread out, the protagonist asked how she proposed to win without using force, to which she replied that he could think about it himself, that if he started using Kai, everyone would immediately understand that he was from the orthodox sects, and then asked him to listen. Pointing her finger at the protagonist, the girl explained that he could only infiltrate the clan of assassins through this tournament, and there would be no second attempt, so if he failed the first time, he could consider the mission a failure. Taeyong looked at his partner in fear. The heroes were standing on the balcony when suddenly a cry was heard about where the next participant was, and he could feel free to come out. Yujiho said that her participation in this mission was ending, to which the young man looked at her in bewilderment. Looking away, the girl said that someone recognized her and rumors had already spread, so she would leave him so as not to cause problems. Pressing his lips together, the protagonist said that he understood everything. The partner raised her eyebrows in disappointment and remained silent. She said that she believed in the protagonist, and he turned his gaze to the interlocutor. Folding her arms, Yujiho said that she was sure that Taeyong was much stronger than all of these fighters put together. The protagonist's cheeks turned pink from embarrassment. He entered the arena and the host announced that a new participant had appeared, and then asked if this newcomer would be a dark horse that would break this winning streak. The big guy hit his face with his hand and said that something was really annoying him. Pointing his fist towards his opponent, he shouted that he was tired of fighting such weak little fighters like the protagonist. The protagonist stopped the opponent's attack with his palm. The young man twisted his opponent's arm in the other direction with a counterattack. A moment later, he attacked the giant's stomach. The brute began to spit out blood. Taeyong stood in front of the body of his defeated opponent. He made a motion with his fingers and called the next fighter into the arena. The big man, holding his palm in front of him, said that the one who walks along the road has no goal, but there are 1,000 paths, and the path of greatness is also goalless, but 1,000 roads lead to it. Raising an eyebrow, the protagonist thoughtfully clarified what his opponent was talking about. The giant lowered his head and explained that the protagonist was just one of many roads that he was destined to walk. He spun his ball on a chain and shouted for the young man to get out of his way. The protagonist parried his opponent's blow, and the ball hit the big man in the face. The crowd around the arena exclaimed that he had won again and asked how many he had already defeated today. Smiling, the protagonist waved his hand at the people. The man sat on the balcony and said that it was time to finish. Yang closed his eyes and asked his friend if he agreed that the young man was like a sparkling gemstone that made all the other talents he had seen in his life pale in comparison. Powell hung his head and said nothing. Lighting a cigarette, the mentor said that the interlocutor was very boring. Exhaling smoke, the man suggested that the CEO had chosen them after the fall of the Black and Orthodox Alliance because of his overinflated self-esteem, but that was not how things were done, because this was his actual job now. Young continued that since Powell was a high-ranking official in the assassin clan, he should shove his pride somewhere, when suddenly he jumped off the balcony. He landed in the arena behind the new fighter. The protagonist turned around and was confused. One of the spectators noticed the CEO coming down to the ring, to which another asked, wide-mouthed, if this was his first time participating and why such an honor was being bestowed upon such a newcomer. Taeyong closed his eyes and thought about the fact that he remembered the man. Looking at the CEO's silhouette, he thought about his leather coat and his guitar with blades. Pressing his lips together, the protagonist realized that this was definitely the man. Cracking his knuckles, the youth realized that he had been able to win back then, but not today. Putting his fist forward, the protagonist told him to attack. Under the large hat, the CEO's eye was visible. The protagonist's pupils noticeably shrank. Pal smirked. The man turned away and called the youth to follow him. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist wondered what the CEO was up to and whether he didn't recognize him. The man glanced back and asked not to make him repeat himself, then told him to follow him. The rooftops of the buildings appeared. Yujiho deftly jumped over the roofs one after another. Suddenly the girl looked to the side. She landed near a large ball. Putting her hand to it, she thought that it was another arrow in black paint, and someone from the arena definitely recognized her, but who could it be? The girl turned around, heard a sound behind her. Jumping up, she shouted that it was here. She sat down, putting her palm to the ground. A moment later, she looked forward in fear. The silhouette of a woman appeared, holding a human corpse in the air. Yujiho's pupils dried out with fear. The girl remembered how she was little, sitting on the roof, and her friend asked her what she wanted to do if she managed to escape from here. Opening her mouth, she said that she wanted to go to the sea. Hugging her knees, she confessed that she wanted to go to the sea with the whole family. Her friend, stained with blood, turned to her. Looking at the setting sun, the girl with blonde hair answered that it was banal. Yujiho handed her friend an ice cream. She held out her hand and asked her to come with her. Her friend turned around, confused, and asked if she could. The girl looked at her friend with wide eyes. In response, she opened her mouth. The little girl smiled shyly. She agreed, and the girls began to divide the ice cream in half. Suddenly, the sweetness broke, and her friend cried out in alarm. A grown-up girl with one leg appeared. Hannah leaned on the ring and said that her friend was late. Yujiho raised an eyebrow and asked what was wrong. The former member of the Black Unorthodox Alliance turned away and said that she had just squashed a few cockroaches. Grabbing her clothes, the girl shouted that she didn't mean that and asked what had happened to her and what had happened to her leg. Looking at her friend, Hannah sighed. Leaning back, the girl laughed. Opening her mouth wide, she asked if Yujiho really didn't know about things. The former member of the Black Unorthodox Alliance began to talk about her organization, the Clan of Assassins, her friend's father, to which Yujiho frowned and asked what had happened. Lowering her chin, Hannah asked if she really wanted to know the bitter truth. A car was visible, illuminating the road with its headlights. Inside it sat the protagonist and the CEO of the assassin clan. The protagonist, with the corners of his lips down, thought that this man was a difficult person. The devil himself could not figure out what was on his mind, and whether Pal had really forgotten him or was just pretending not to remember. Taeyong, clenching his jaw, was at a loss. The CEO, folding his arms, said that they had arrived. A tall building appeared behind the small houses. Beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he said that this was the assassin clan. Adjusting his hat, Pal said that from today on, the guy begins his path to becoming an assassin, and depending on his rank, various territories are available for him to move to, and if he does not want to die, then he should not go anywhere. The CEO patted the protagonist on the shoulder. Turning his gaze to the young man, he wished him luck and called him a homeless bee. Lowering his eyebrows, Taeyong remained silent. He remembered Seongwoo sitting at the table, who answered his question about saving Nissan by saying that only information about her condition and evidence were needed, and any other actions not related to intelligence were not allowed. Then the protagonist imagined a wounded man who asked to take care of the master of the alliance. Clenching his hands into a fist, the young man thought about what if that woman was dead. Looking at the building of the Clan of Assassins, the protagonist did not understand what to do. The light was on in the high tower. Long chains appeared. A muscular man was hanging in the air, bound by many links. The suspended man had half of his limbs missing. Nissan appeared among the chain shackles, sighing heavily. The protagonist underwent water procedures. Then he was given a new uniform. After that, he was assigned to one of the rooms leading along a long corridor. Taeyong looked at the floor and asked himself what he should do now, adding that since this mission was now entirely on his shoulders, he should get out of this situation himself. He looked through the window at the huge building in the distance and wondered if he really had no ideas. Less than a minute later, the man opened the door to the room and said that this was his room from today on. What the guy saw made him frown deeply. In the middle of the room, a huge man was sitting on a guy who had a pool of blood underneath him. Seeing this, the man in the suit raised his hand and said in displeasure that he asked them to beat him up more carefully, to which the guy with dreadlocks laughed and said that they sincerely repented for this offense. He then shook the boss's hand and asked him to understand that their boss liked to make homemade chops, to which the guy asked him to show at least a little respect since he had to report on this trash for them. With that, he left, leaving the protagonist among the killers. The dreadlocked guy approached Taeyong and said that they were suddenly short of staff, and then asked if he had come from the arena. The main character looked at the guy with hatred and contempt in his eyes. The guy lowered his hand and asked the new guy to make his face simpler with displeasure. Then he turned to the boss and said that the main character seemed to be asking to be beaten. The huge man wiped the blood from his face and said coldly, "Not today," because he was tired of it. Hearing this, the dreadlocked guy raised one eyebrow and said to himself that the boss had just beaten that man so enthusiastically a minute ago. After that, he gave up on himself and ordered one of the neighbors to get up and come to him. A small boy was standing by the bed. Seeing him, Taeyong was very surprised and asked himself if he was really a child. As he approached, the dreadlocked guy pointed at the beaten man and ordered him to explain their rules and their hierarchy to the newbie and to throw out that nasty thing. The boy looked away in fear and quietly said that he was still alive, then asked why. At that very second, the guy hit him in the face with all his might. Then he grabbed him by the chest and asked him in a displeased tone if he had gone deaf. Swinging his arm again, he said that if the boy wanted to find his father, he should do what he was told. Suddenly, the protagonist covered the boy with his hand. He looked at the offender and asked if he thought it was time to stop, then said that when he arrived here, he was confused. Hearing this, the guy's eyes filled with rage. The boy looked at the defender with hope in his eyes, who continued to say that thanks to them, he finally realized what he had to do. The protagonist looked away and firmly said that from now on, he was the boss here. Turning around after saying this, he saw a huge man above him. The boss raised his hand with shining eyes and said that the new guy was very funny and knew how to cheer him up. At the same moment, he rushed to attack, shouting that he would not disappoint him. Tion easily dodged the blow and counterattacked with all his might. Then he raised his leg back. At the same moment, he hit his opponent in the face with all his might. Blood spurted in all directions. The man fell to the floor with a crash after the blow. The protagonist wiped the opponent's blood from his face and said to himself that now he had a foundation for further advancement, so he needed to give it his all on this mission. The next day came, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Tion was stretching after sleep. The protagonist sat in the lotus position, thinking that his Kai had returned. Turning to the side, he asked with a grin how he slept. All the guys bowed together, wishing the boss a good morning. Tion frowned, saying that it was time for trading. After a while, the students gathered at the assassin clan's training field. The guy turned back abruptly. He noticed a building in the distance, asking what it was, to which the guy smiled, asking if the protagonist was talking about the headquarters. Looking up, he replied that as far as he knew, only first-ranked assassins had access to this building, so they weren't supposed to know what was going on there. Tion narrowed his eyes, listening carefully to him, and then thought that thanks to his new subordinates, the investigation had moved forward. The guy continued to look into the distance, thinking that now he knew the place, which meant he needed to solve the problem of protecting this building, namely, how to get there unnoticed. After a while, Tion took a piece of food in his mouth, thinking that there was no doubt that the evidence he needed was there. He looked up, thinking that there weren't even any clues on how to pull this off. The boy quickly ate his food, looking down. The protagonist suddenly looked at him in surprise, remembering that this guy was looking for his father here. Suddenly, he carefully placed his drink in front of the boy. Tion smiled, asking him to eat slowly so as not to get indigestion. Tears immediately started to flow down the boy's cheeks. The protagonist got scared, asking Dong-eun with a trembling voice what happened. The subordinate frowned, ordering him to stop crying, because the boy's father was clearly dead, and if he didn't believe him, he could go to the sewers and check that he died from an overdose as a result of the experiments. Dong-eun threw the drink in his face, ordering him to shut up. The boy slammed his fist on the table, shouting loudly that his father was alive. He jumped up and immediately ran towards the exit. The protagonist managed to stop the subordinate, who was about to run after the boy. Taeyong frowned, asking him to tell him more about the experiments. The guy immediately replied that he didn't know much, but he heard that recently the assassin clan had been collecting the corpses of Mira masters for some reason, and there was a rumor that they were drugged as a result of experiments. And there was also a story connected with the sewers that screams and squeals were coming from there. It was a dark night outside. The protagonist looked at the ceiling, thinking that the only thing that came to mind was a party that poisoned people until they died. Looking away, the guy remembered the screams from the sewers. Sitting up on the bed, Taeyong thought that this information was unlikely to help him find Neeson, but in the absence of other leads, he should at least investigate these. Suddenly, he noticed something strange off to the side, after which he turned around. Looking at the bed next to him, the protagonist asked where Dong-eun had gone. The city park was illuminated by the bright light of lanterns. The servant walked along the street, looking around. At this time, a silhouette was jumping across the rooftops. The boy landed on the ground, leaning his hand on it. He got up, looking into the depths of the sewer. The protagonist jumped into the water, seeing that it was shallow. Taeyong picked up the phone, thinking that getting through the main door would be problematic, but it was worth trying one method. Turning on the flashlight, he carefully moved along the sewer. The boy frowned, raising the phone up. Looking down, he noticed a silhouette lying in the water. The protagonist was stunned, recognizing it as Dong-eun. A man with a crazy smile immediately loomed over the boy. Hack gritted his teeth, starting to laugh slyly. A few days earlier, the assassins were standing in the rain during one-handed training. Drops of water flowed down the protagonist's face. Their trainer with a scar on his face shouted loudly that an assassin is not someone who goes head-on to the enemy. He introduced a spider and continued, and a spider that carefully sets up a web until the prey itself falls into the hook. This is the main rule for all assassins. Currently, Taeyong looked at Hack and said to himself, this is what the art of spider web is. Both assassins looked at each other. Suddenly, Hack laughed and said that he had not hunted for a long time, adding that it was very pleasant. The protagonist did not take his eyes off his opponent and wondered what was wrong with his body. The lower part was replaced by a robotic one and threads were sticking out of the sides. Most likely, he was the result of those experiments. Remembering how the guy with dreadlocks was angry at Dongan, he understood why the boy came here. Suddenly, the cat's hooks flew out of the walls. Hack quickly flew down. Seeing this, Taeyong opened his eyes in shock and asked if the threads were really retracted into the body. Suddenly, Hack said, "Launch," while in flight, and a hook flew out of his body. It instantly appeared in front of the protagonist's face. The guy managed to dodge at the last moment, and the hook flew into the wall behind him. Hack immediately flew towards his opponent. Taeyong reacted and dodged the blow. He quickly flipped in the air. Suddenly, another hook flew out of Hack's body. This allowed him to dodge a powerful kick. Having missed, the protagonist wondered if his opponent had really used the hook to abruptly change trajectory. At this time, Hack again released 2 hooks from his body. They instantly wrapped around the guy's arms. The assassin immediately rushed towards him, shouting that now he would die. Having shouted this, he spun around. Seeing this, the protagonist clenched his teeth in fear. Not thinking of anything else, he pulled the threads towards himself with all his might. As a result, he managed to throw his opponent into the wall. The stones began to fall into the water with splashes. Suddenly, shock appeared in Taeyong's eyes. He looked at the hole in the wall and wondered if his opponent had disappeared. Suddenly, he felt a strong shaking. Sharply raising his head, he asked himself from above. Pushing off the wall, Hack flew towards his opponent. With his mouth wide open, he laughed madly. The next second of the collision, a column of water rose into the air. The protagonist managed to dodge and save Dong-yoon. Putting his hand on him, he said to himself that Hack almost hit him, but fortunately he was breathing, but cold as ice. Then he turned his gaze to his opponent and thought that he needed to finish him off quickly. Suddenly, Hack released several hooks from himself, and Taeyong said in his head that he was a very nasty opponent. Because his movements were too chaotic, it was not so easy to defeat him. The guy exhaled and quietly said, "Okay." Taking a stance, he said that it was time to speed up a little. At the same second, he rushed to attack. Hack brought his eyebrows together, surprised by the guy's speed. The protagonist immediately began to hit him in the sides with all his might at great speed. The assassin immediately spat out saliva from severe pain. A ringing sound was immediately heard from his side. Hack hooked himself onto the wall, dashing, dodging another blow. Pushing off the walls, he laughed loudly. Looking at the shocked Tien, he joyfully shouted that he had not met an opponent of such a level for a long time. He opened his mouth wide, shouting loudly that the protagonist would make an excellent guinea pig. Beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face from anger. Hack dashed down, swinging his weapon vigorously in different directions. Swinging, he kicked the protagonist with all his might. Tien covered his body with his hand, thinking that he blocked the blow, but still received enormous damage. At that very moment, he swung his leg at the enemy's dissipating face. Hack jumped over the guy with a crazy smile. The protagonist swung his leg at him again, missing Hack. The assassin extended his leg, hitting Tien in the neck. After striking the guy, Hack rose into the air. The protagonist gritted his teeth, confusedly thinking that even though he had sped up, the enemy's movements were still impossible to predict, so he didn't know what to do with him. Removing his hands from his face, the guy noticed Hack approaching him, shouting that he was leading now. A strong fear immediately appeared in Tien's eyes. He suddenly remembered how he heard the girl's voice in front of him, asking him to wait, when the guy suddenly asked in bewilderment why. Tien began to punch, asking if it wasn't better to hit first, because then he would finish the fight with one strong blow, and that would be the end of it. Neeson put her hands on her hips, asking if he hadn't considered that the initiative might not always be on his side. She frowned, adding that having the leading advantage in a fight did not mean that the guy should rush blindly at the enemy, and the initiative was primarily a tactic that would allow him to be one step ahead. The protagonist covered his face with his hands, thinking about how to seize the initiative. Looking up, the guy noticed that his opponent would move chaotically, hooking his harpoons onto the walls. Grinning, Tien thought that he should first rid the enemy of these hooks. Jumping up, the protagonist quickly ran forward along the wall. Hack laughed, asking if the guy was finally going to fight. Throwing himself forward with his weapon, Tien jumped over it, dodging the blow. Approaching the wall, he pushed off from it with all his might. Finding himself near the second wall, the guy pushed off again with both legs. Hack looked around in confusion, noticing how the main character was jumping from side to side. Smiling madly, he asked what Taeyong was doing and trying to repeat. Suddenly, his face instantly changed. Without looking up, the main character said that he was trying to be one step ahead of his opponent. Grasping the hooks tightly, he said with a smile, "This is what it means to have the initiative in battle." He immediately pulled his opponent towards himself. Hak began to resist, realizing that Taeyong wanted to snatch his harpoons. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, activating his demonic hand. He turned around abruptly and stretched it forward. Beads of sweat appeared on Hak's face when suddenly he screamed loudly in horror. A strong blow of mana hit his body, after which he began to rapidly fall down. At great speed, he fell into the river, raising splashes in different directions. The waves began to spread out in a strong current. Taeyong slowly approached his body. Clenching his hands into fists, the silhouette of a demon appeared behind him. Hak was lying in the water and said to himself that this feeling was somehow painfully familiar to him. Then he remembered how he was subjected to hellish experiments. Suddenly, he remembered the Princess of Spirits and said to himself that this energy was the same as that day. A few minutes ago, the protagonist used the demonic hand, preparing to attack. Hak screamed in horror. At that moment, the guy stretched out his hand towards him. A column of water rose into the air from the powerful collision. Taeyong stood in front of the defeated opponent. A terrifyingly powerful aura emanated from his body. The guy sighed in relief and said to himself that fear was the reason why he could not control his demonic power. That day, Neeson folded her arms across her chest and told him to take a deep breath and let the demonic kai spread throughout his body. The protagonist concentrated an incredibly strong aura in himself, which led to the release of a huge amount of energy stored in him, and now he needs to release his main kai and neutralize the demonic with it. The purple color of his aura changed to a pleasant blue. After that, the guy breathed a sigh of relief and said that he succeeded. Suddenly, he turned around sharply because he remembered Donghyun. Horrified, he rushed towards him. After a while, a siren was heard throughout the entire assassin department. People in suits rushed down the corridor, shouting that an explosion had occurred in the sewer. They needed to urgently report the situation and find the intruder. They all ran into the sewer. The protagonist looked at them from the side and said to himself that it seemed like they heard him. In the ventilation, he looked at his phone and thought that there was nothing to be done. He would have to continue like this. A drawing was open on his phone. Donghyun gave him the phone in the sewers, saying that he had been running errands for the higher-ups and had a chance to take a picture of the blueprints, then added that there was no need to worry about him, because he would not die in this hole. Tears flowed from his eyes and he asked to find his father. After leaving the memories, Taeyong looked at the blueprints and said that he could be trusted. It was still the dead of night outside, and bright lanterns illuminated the building of the upper classes. Sebastian stood in front of his mother in a wheelchair. He looked at her intently and asked if she could see what he was capable of, adding that he could. The boy clenched his hand tightly into a fist and said that he was the last one. He ate all these monsters. The woman sat silently with her head down. Sebastian extended his hand and said that this is why he asks you to continue to watch over him and how he will rule the unorthodox sects, when suddenly his mother asked how much longer he can carry on with this vile bravado. Shock and confusion appeared in the boy's eyes, when suddenly his head was blown off. His mother stood with an extended finger and said that she will never forgive him. Suddenly Sebastian woke up and screamed loudly. He was lying on the operating table, and the doctors around him were shouting that his prosthetic joints were too unstable, so they urgently needed painkillers. The guy grabbed his bleeding hand, turning to the Lord of Black Demons. The nurse was pouring cold sweat and begged the master to calm down and be patient for a while. The guy arched, menacingly sending the doctors. The shockwave threw the girl into the wall at great speed. Trying to catch her breath, she wanted to warn the guy about the prosthesis, that he should not rage. Before she could finish, she was grabbed by the neck. Sebastian began to strangle her, ordering her to shut up, because even in an unconscious state, they managed to annoy him. With a mad look in the girl's eyes, he asked what happened to the 13th and 14th. The doctor trembled, screaming that these samples could be considered destroyed. But thanks to the 13th, the guy was able to survive because he covered it with his body at the moment of the explosion. Sebastian's face changed immediately. Letting go of the girl, he fell to his knees with loud screams. Leaning on the floor with his hands, his body began to tremble. The doctor held his neck, trying to come to her senses. Sebastian began to drool, saying that he needed to become stronger, the biggest and strongest in the entire alliance. The guy suddenly grabbed the girl by the head. With bulging eyes, he screamed that he needed the Lord of Black Demons. Two guys were standing guard in front of the entrance. They looked ahead with serious faces. The main character approached them, saying that the shift change had come so they could go rest, when suddenly they became indignant, asking if it was too early. The guy suddenly wanted to ask what category the main character was from, when suddenly he received a strong kick to the cheek. Taeyong pushed him away, turning around sharply. His partner got angry, menacingly asking what he was doing. The protagonist quickly dodged the blow as he rushed to attack. Taeyong swung his arm and immediately kicked him. The guy fell motionless to the floor, bleeding profusely. The protagonist squatted down and began searching his jacket pockets. Putting his hands in another pocket, the guy pulled out an ID card from inside. Carefully approaching the door, Taeyong placed it on the chip. At that very second, the door automatically opened. The protagonist frowned and looked inside in surprise. In front of him, he saw a bloody guy hanging on chains. Scarlet blood was running down in BM's face. Tion was horrified, wondering if this bastard had broken Kijoku's legs. Taking a closer look at the body, the guy wondered why BM was hanging there. After all, had he really crossed the path of the assassin clan? Without taking his eyes off him, the protagonist turned around, wondering why he even cared. He suddenly walked slowly towards the exit. Suddenly, a rough voice was heard behind him, after which the guy shuddered in fear. Without raising his head, BM asked to be released. Frowning, he began to beg because he had to save the head. Taeyong turned around abruptly, surprised by the guy's word. The chains were stretched across the entire space. Sebastian slowly moved forward, adjusting the prosthesis. The mechanism began to work and slowly scroll. Nissan's body was suspended on chains. The guy was breathing heavily, having turned into the Lord of Black Demons, because with her energy he would be able to achieve everything he could only dream of before, from dominance over unorthodox sex to becoming an ideal monster. Maddened, he shouted loudly that the girl would be sacrificed. Without raising his eyes, the girl was breathing heavily. Having caught her breath, she looked menacingly forward through her hair. A few days earlier, it was deep night in the slums. Yujiho slapped Hana across the face. She opened her mouth and told her not to talk nonsense. Tears fell on her legs as she said she didn't believe it. She fell to her knees and added that her father couldn't have died. Hana closed her eyes and said that her father, one of the 4 great guardians, died in battle with the vice leader of the assassin clan when he stole his kai. Hearing this, Yujiho raised her head in surprise and asked, "Vice leader of the assassin clan?" Hana looked away and replied that there was a rumor that the assassin clan was collecting the corpses of Miram's masters and conducting experiments on them. She introduced the army of assassins and added that if that was true, there was no doubt that they had taken her father's body for their experiments as well. Yujiho lowered her head in disappointment. After a short pause, she quietly asked where he was, to which Hana looked at the girl in surprise. The girl suddenly stood up abruptly and screamed furiously, asking where that damn vice leader of the assassin clan was. Then Hana closed her eyes and said contentedly that she recognized her now, when suddenly a car stopped next to them at high speed. Hal opened the door and shouted, "It's time." Yujiho calmed down and said to herself that she would personally finish him off. There were still tears in her eyes as she addressed Sebastian. Sebastian was currently standing in front of Nissan. He spread his arms and screamed that she would be sacrificed for this. Hearing this, the girl looked first one way and then the other. After that, she looked at the guy and asked how he survived. Sebastian grabbed his severed arm and replied that the black hole was the most terrifying ability he had ever seen. If only the 13th had not closed it, he would have become the same carcass as the 14th. Nissan listened to the guy in silence. The guy suddenly smiled madly and shouted that it was all in the past, because after he absorbed her kai, absolutely all his dreams would come true. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he added that he would become the sole ruler of all the unorthodox clans. But suddenly the bright light of his dreams went out when he heard Nissan holding back her laughter. When he looked at her, she said that he would not succeed, because he was completely talentless. The girl looked at the guy with hatred and rage in her eyes and shouted that he should not even stutter about power over Miram. Sebastian saw a terrifyingly terrible aura behind Nissan. From what he saw, he took a frightened step back. Suddenly, he grabbed his prosthesis and screamed, asking who she was lying to. He punched the girl in the stomach, screaming that he was imagining things or that she was in no position to tell him that he was worthless. Nissan didn't make a sound after the blow. Sebastian looked at her with madness in his eyes and screamed that she was just a pathetic vessel of kai. A red aura enveloped him, causing him to laugh. But suddenly, an explosion was heard behind him. The guy immediately turned around. A woman's foot stepped on the floor. Yujiho swung her sword, turning to the vice leader of the assassin clan. Stretching her hand with the weapon forward, she ordered the guy to prepare for death. Sebastian frowned, perplexedly asking who they were. The doctor covered the guy with her body, asking the guys not to move, because if they interrupted the process of absorbing kai, then there was a chance that all the accumulated power would turn against them. Pressing the button on the remote, she asked the guy to leave the guys to her. A gurgling sound and a loud noise immediately began in the flasks. A few seconds later, they burst, causing the liquid to burst out. Raising her head up, Yujiho noticed how angry monsters were heading towards her. Opening their mouths, they began to growl menacingly. The girl was horrified, asking if Hana was talking about such experiments. Starting to fight, she shouted that these creatures were released ahead of time, which means they will be weak, so they need to quickly deal with them. The guys rushed forward, confidently waving their weapons. Hana looked ahead in horror, wondering if the newest samples were really killed in just one hit. Yujiho frowned, loudly shouting for the vice leader to prepare for death. Loud bangs from the attack on the monsters were heard in the air. The doctor gritted her teeth, thinking that overall the result was expected, But would it really be that bad, since the monsters wouldn't be able to buy enough time for the master? Beads of sweat appeared on her face when she suddenly thought that the object wasn't quite finished. Pressing the button, she suddenly decided to use something. Yujiho swung, looking towards the monsters. Making a dash forward, she swung hard, scaring the monsters. Swinging a second time, the girl cut their bodies into two. The monsters attacked from above, growling and screaming loudly. Hana held onto the ring tightly and jumped up. Flying forward, she landed on the ground, cutting through the bodies of her opponents. Frowning, she suddenly called out loudly to Pal. Pal immediately jumped up, asking the guys to get ready because he was starting. Gritting his teeth, he menacingly asked the monsters if they could survive this. Spinning in the air, the guy activated the octave ringing, stunning most of the monsters. They grabbed their ears, starting to scream furiously. The doctor covered her ears with her hands, asking in bewilderment what the deafening sound was. Yujiho suddenly looked ahead in surprise. Turning her gaze to Sebastian, the girl noticed that the path to him was clear. She immediately grabbed the sword. Pointing it forward, she slightly crouched. Frowning, the girl wished death on the guy. She jumped up, quickly approaching him. Sebastian turned back, feeling the approaching figure. Blood immediately spurted in different directions. Suddenly, everyone frowned in anticipation. Yujiho's pupils shrank in shock. Having plunged the knife into the body, she froze, asking if it was Dad. The silhouette remained unmoved. The man immediately placed his hand on the crying girl's head. Extending his other hand forward, he activated the ultrasonic wave. Seeing this, Pal screamed in horror for Yujiho to save herself. Extending his hand, Yujiho used the ultrasonic wave technique. The next second, a powerful flash filled the entire room. Yujiho's katana flew into the air. It stuck into the floor with a clang. Not far from her, Yujiho rolled across the floor. Hana immediately rushed to her friend. Pal stood up and said to himself that it couldn't be worse, adding that he had hoped until the very end that her father would be incomplete. Yujiho slowly walked towards him. Sebastian's subordinate smiled contentedly and said that she was a little worried that he was still too raw and not combat ready, but scum like them didn't stand a chance against him. Having said this, she extended her hand and ordered Yujiho to crush those who stood in the way of their master. Pal immediately turned to Hana and shouted for her to leave Yujiho alone because their opponent was one of the 4 great guardians. The girl clenched her teeth in rage. After a short pause, they both rushed to attack. At this time, several corpses of monsters lay on the floor. One of them, following the others, fell to the floor. At the same second, his head was crushed by a massive foot. NBM kicked the monster and said that there were a lot of these creatures here, although they would be good as a warm-up before the main course. Then he looked back and asked how much longer he would be there. The protagonist was standing among the corpses of the monsters. He was staring at his phone. NBM wiped the blood from his face and asked why he was staring at them so staring when they were already dead, adding that they didn't have time for any nonsense. They needed to hurry to help the Lord. But before he could finish speaking, Taeyong asked if this was really Muram, causing the guy to lower his hand in surprise. The protagonist was looking at the photo of the man. He remembered Donghyun, who was asking him to find his father with tears in his eyes. Lowering the phone, the guy looked at the dead body of the man again. After that, he turned around with a terrifying aura and asked if Muram was really such a rotten place. After saying this, his demonic aura became several times stronger. Yeonbyum looked at it with fear and said to himself that this was the same energy. After a short pause, Taeyong closed Dongyun's father's eyes and said that it was time to go. Turning around, he added with eyes filled with rage that he would beat the shit out of the bastards who did this to him. In the past, Yuho hit his daughter in the face. The photo of his wife fell to the floor and broke, and Yuho said that she just wanted him to hug her. But her father looked at her with disdain in his eyes and told her to watch her language. Closing his eyes, he walked away with a shaking body, and the girl asked herself why he said that, because he too suffered no less. At present, Yuho slowly opened her eyes. Sitting on the floor, she quietly asked when she was. But when she raised her head, she froze. The man was holding Hana by the neck, squeezing her even harder. Pal was lying motionless on the floor. Hana's face was completely covered in scarlet blood. 15 continued to stand unwavering. Tears were streaming down Yujiho's cheeks as she suddenly called out for her father with a trembling voice. The doctor smiled and said that the girl was resilient, so she needed to be killed. Yuho turned around abruptly. At that very moment, he released Hana from his arms. Turning around, the man confidently walked forward, approaching his daughter. Yujiho looked forward emotionlessly, saying that everything was just like that day. Looking down in confusion, the girl said that her father had slapped her in the face, and then looked at her with the same disdainful gaze. She smiled, adding that she just wanted her father to hug her. Yuho immediately extended his hand forward. The girl behind him suddenly whispered his name. Yujiho continued to look down. 15 suddenly stopped his hand, raising his gaze forward. He was looking into the distance at Nisan. Smiling, the girl said that Yuho was actually a good man. The man's body immediately began to tremble. With a cold gaze, he looked forward, remembering his past. A memory of a motionless man lying on the ground appeared in his mind. Tears started to flow down Yiho's face. He immediately screamed loudly, jumping up. The doctor frowned, asking in confusion how the brainwashing could dissipate. Yiho approached Sebastian, stretching out his hand. The boy's hand suddenly passed through the body. Blood spurted out, reaching the girl. Yiho looked up in fear. Sebastian's hand passed through Yiho's body. The boy smirked, asking if a corpse would dare to raise a hand against its owner. With a mad smile, he raised his head, adding that he no longer needed pathetic dolls. The boy waved his hand, immediately throwing the body away. The bloody Yiho quickly fell down. Sebastian smiled widely, enjoying the blood. Yiho continued to sit motionless, not making a sound. The girl grabbed the sword and immediately rushed forward. Jumping up, she screamed loudly, wishing death on Sebastian. The guy looked up, piercing the girl's body through and through. The protagonist froze, looking forward in bewilderment. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the lifeless body of Yiho. Veins appeared on Taeyong's face from rage. Sebastian looked the girl in the eyes, saying that people are fragile creatures. Smiling madly, the guy added that they easily break, like newborn babies. The protagonist's legs began to tremble and give way. His face changed, and he rushed forward with rage. Vice leader of the assassin clan Sebastian Rubloff, and BM first met him at a meeting of the heads of the Unorthodox Alliance and the assassin clan and at first did not pay any attention to him. From the outside, it seemed that he was an ordinary boy who grew up in a rich family, an ordinary weakling, unworthy of attention. However, seeing his gaze, he felt it. His mad gaze showed that an unbridled monster was being born in him, and when the lady locked herself in the dungeon for meditation, the guy slowly began to bare his fangs. After a while, he held out the pills and asked what the great guardians would say about this. Holding out his hand, he said that this was TUS, a substance that would help the Orthodox Alliance return to its former glory and of course, allow the Lord of the Black Dragons to quickly restore his strength. The four great guardians silently looked at the guy. Suddenly, Yiho frowned and asked discontentedly why only he came, were the head of the clan of assassins. Sebastian spread his hand to the side and asked in response, is it really that important now, adding that if the water in the aquarium has gone bad, then in order for the fish not to die, it needs to be changed. Hearing this, the guardians looked at the pills on the table. They should have refused all deals with him, but then they simply had no choice. After a short pause, they took the pills since in the absence of the mistress, the Unorthodox Alliance fell into decline and began to lose ground. Then the deal with the vice leader seemed like an excellent chance to regain lost ground. TUS is the cursed pill that sowed the seed of discord between them, the guardians. Each of the four guardians longed for a little more attention from the mistress. In the end, without noticing it, they began to dance to Sebastian's tune. A few minutes ago, NBM lowered his head and quietly said that because of their stupidity, they lost their mistress. The protagonist looked at the guardian and thought that they were already close. After a short pause, NBM, without moving from his place, asked Taeyong to promise him. Currently, the protagonist was watching Sebastian pierce Yiho with a katana and recalling NBM telling him not to see during the battle. There was shock and anger in the boy's eyes. He looked at his pierced friend and remembered the guardian's words about him to control himself. Sebastian had a crazy smile on his face. At that very second, Taeyong took off. With his eyes glowing, he rushed to attack. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to keep up with him. He fiercely attacked his opponent, who dodged the blows. At some point, he himself attacked, but the protagonist easily dodged. Suddenly, his blow reached his opponent. But what he saw made him very surprised. Sebastian was holding his hand and asking displeasedly who he was. At the same second, Taeyong jumped back. Then Sebastian picked up Yiho's body by the hair and mockingly said that he seemed to be another friend of hers. Having said this, he threw her at Taeyong. The girl's body flew into the protagonist. At that moment, the guy saw his opponent's hands in front of his face. Sebastian pulled his finger and said, "Flick." Gritting his teeth in fear, Taeyong realized that he did not have time to dodge. But unexpectedly, Yeonbyeom kicked his opponent's hand. Then he delivered a powerful blow, causing an explosion under himself. Thanks to this, the protagonist was able to land. Then he looked at the girl in her arms. She was unconscious but still breathing. When suddenly Yeonbyeom hit the guy hard on the head. Then he clenched his hand into a fist, shouting loudly that he asked not to fall for Sebastian's provocations, to which the protagonist grabbed his head, answering that Yiho's life was on the line, and his body moved instinctively. Yeonbyeom frowned, saying that this is why he asked not to act rashly, because he used to be the same. Taeyong was suddenly surprised. Sebastian slowly walked forward, saying that they were like cockroaches because they seemed to be crushed, but new ones were constantly crawling out from somewhere. Spreading his arms to the sides, he asked with a grin if NBM had really come to save his beloved mistress. With a crazy look, he added that the guy was a stupid moth flying straight into the flame. NBM looked ahead from under his brows. Sebastian moved his hand, saying that it was even better this way because his hands were itching to try it. Raising his head up, he continued, the full potential of the powers of the Black Demon Lord. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. NBM frowned, asking if the protagonist felt it too, to which the guy nodded in agreement. He frowned, saying that this was insane power. After examining Sebastian, Taeyong added that since the guy had absorbed the lady's Kai, he should logically be somewhere on her level. NBM ducked, shouting that his body had not yet had time to fully adapt to this power, so this was their chance to win. Breaking into action, the guys ran forward headlong. NBM screamed loudly, activating the Black Demon style. Changing the color of his skin, the guy rushed forward with a crazy smile. Approaching the enemy, the guy released powerful attacks. Taeyong suddenly flew up above Sebastian's head. Landing on the ground at a tremendous speed, he threw his opponent back. The protagonist jumped up, spinning in the air. Approaching Sebastian, the guy wrapped his legs around his neck. Quickly turning around, the protagonist threw him to the ground with all his might. Sebastian's body bounced off the floor. NBM frowned, loudly calling out to Taeyong. The protagonist raised his hand up, activating mana. Pointing his palms forward, the guy released a demonic spiritual wave. A bright, strong beam quickly headed towards the body of the opponent lying on the ground. Taeyong continued to release a huge amount of mana. NBM covered his face with his hand so as not to be blinded. After the dust dispersed, a deep hole appeared in the ground. Sebastian's voice was suddenly heard behind the protagonist, asking about the spiritual wave. Taeyong clenched his hand into a fist, sharply turning back with a punch. Sebastian extended his hand forward, hitting the guy in the face with all his might. With great force, he threw the protagonist's body a long distance. Sebastian looked ahead coldly, asking if the guy was finished so quickly because he wanted to ask a few more questions. There was a deep hole in the wall behind NBM. Looking ahead in fear, he thought that it was impossible. A blow immediately flew into his face at great speed. Sebastian ran up to him, spinning his body in a circle. Stepping on his body, Sebastian said that he would ask NBM because he had already dealt with him. Straightening his shoulders, he frowned, menacingly asking where the protagonist got his demonic techniques. NBM threw his head back, breathing heavily. Sebastian's pupil shrank when suddenly he said that NBM was not quite suitable for testing his new powers. Extending his hand forward, he menacingly said that the guy would be the first test subject. The protagonist put his palm out, blocking Sebastian's technique. Taeyong lowered his head, calling the guy naive. His eye lit up, and suddenly he raised his head, adding that Neeson's powers were not Sebastian's level at all. Sebastian looked up at the guy in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he hissed in displeasure, asking why he was still alive. At that very second, he took off. Sebastian made a quick kick attack, but the protagonist dodged. The guy then spun in the air. After that, he tried to strike with his prosthesis, but his opponent ducked again. A demonic hand appeared behind Taeyong, and he said that Sebastian was not worthy of using Neeson's techniques. Using the demonic palm, he delivered a powerful blow to the enemy. Blood spurted out of Sebastian's mouth. Sliding across the floor, he stopped. Spitting out blood, he asked in surprise, demonic hand, adding that he had not imagined it after all. Sharply raising his head, he screamed, asking who he was. Lying on the floor, NBM suddenly laughed and asked, did he really not understand yet? Here he is, his hero, the Immortal Lord. The main character was shrouded in a terrifying aura, and there was contempt in his eyes. When Sebastian was little, he was chained. There was only one book in front of him, and his idol was the Immortal Lord. He was so strong that he single-handedly brought the whole of Miram to its knees with just his strength. NBM looked at the book with admiration in his eyes, because for him, who owned nothing, it became the standard of strength. He became obsessed with it. After a short pause, he closed the book The Age of Demons. The chains coming from the ceiling quietly jingled. The boy's legs were covered in wounds and dirt. Sebastian looked at his hands and said to himself that no matter what. Smiling madly, he finished that he would surpass him. The boy hugged the book and swore on his late mother that he would definitely survive and surpass him. But at the moment, the protagonist slapped him in the face with all his might. He dealt blow after blow to his opponent with incredible speed. Sebastian looked at Taeyong with hatred in his eyes. The protagonist's hand turned into a demon's hand again. Sebastian swung his prosthetic arm, preparing to use piercing strike. Their hands collided and created a powerful shockwave. But suddenly, Taeyong's hand tore off Sebastian's blade. Seeing this, the boy's eyes showed shock, and he wondered if he had just smashed his blade with his fist. The protagonist jumped towards his opponent. Stretching out his arms, he used demonic spiritual wave. Sebastian stuck out his little finger and used the fundamental absorption technique. But before he could finish speaking, Tian's attack reached him. A strong gust of wind swept along, and BM fell to the ground, pressing himself closer to it. Suddenly, scarlet blood began to drip down quickly. Sebastian held his hand in the air, screaming loudly in pain. Trying to catch his breath, he said that he did not believe it. Looking up at the protagonist, the guy asked if he really was an immortal lord. The doctor frowned, thinking that things were going as bad as they could be because the lord's current condition was too unstable, and although he had absorbed the Kai of the Black Demon Lord, toxins from the prosthesis were still circulating in his body. The girl directed her menacing gaze forward. Tian stood firm, saying that before he infiltrated the clan of assassins, he had absolutely no knowledge of the dark side of the Murim. Looking down at his palm, he added about the Ancient Moon Squad, the party, the destroyed Unorthodox Alliance. The guy immediately remembered the girls who were tortured to death. His face changed and he shouted loudly that he knew that Sebastian was behind all of this. At that very second, their gazes met. Sebastian stood up with a sly smile. Clutching his chest, the guy suddenly bent over with a tremor in his body. A lump rose in his throat when suddenly he spat out something sharply. The protagonist became wary, watching him. Bright blood quickly burst out. Sebastian wiped his mouth with his hand, saying that he felt much better now. The guy adjusted his hair, asking with a grin where they had stopped. Tiong frowned deeply with anger, wondering if the enemy's energy had changed. Sebastian smiled, saying that Murim is a world where the strongest survives. He spread his arms out to the sides and added that he had destroyed the Black Demon Lord in order to take his place as the strongest, because they were all just following their natural instincts. He raised his head with a wild look, asking what exactly Tiong didn't like about this setup. The protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up with rage. Sebastian turned his hand, asking where such aggression was coming from, because he personally was in a great mood. He looked ahead from under his brows, adding that the immortal lord from the legends himself was standing in front of him, and what made him even happier was that he would soon absorb him. Taking the main character by the chin, the guy said that his brain was trembling with anticipation. Tiong got very angry, making his body tremble. At that very second, a strong blow of mana was heard. The guys began to fight, waving their fists. The main character blocked the blow, asking if the enemy's attacks had really become much heavier. The girl smiled evilly, thinking that when there were no more toxins, the gentleman was able to completely absorb the Kai of the Lord of Black Demons, so no one else could match him. Sebastian pulled his finger back, menacingly asking where the main character's self-confident look had disappeared to. He flicked the guy's forehead with all his might, throwing him a long distance away. Tiong clenched his fists in rage, holding them in front of him. The guy dug his feet into the ground, sliding on it. The guy looked up, surprised by such a huge amount of damage, considering that he blocked the blow with demonic energy. Sebastian slowly walked towards him, asking if the protagonist remembered how he said that Nissan's techniques were not his level. Grinning, he added that he could not use her techniques. Raising his hand up, Sebastian slyly added that they now belonged not to her, but to him. Tiong was surprised in horror, and BM looked forward from under his brows in fear. Looking at Sebastian's hand, he recognized the black heart sword in it. A terrifying energy emanated from the approaching Sebastian, and BM looked at this in horror and said to himself that this was the first time he felt such dark energy. An incredible pressure emanated from his Kai. Gritting his teeth tightly, he asked himself where such strength came from. After all, he had only recently learned the technique of fundamental absorption of the mistress. The boy's eyes were burning and there was a mad smile on his face. Had he really become even stronger than his mistress? And BM was clenching his hand into a fist in rage. Unable to contain himself, he raised his head and screamed, asking how he dared to desecrate his mistress's techniques. But Sebastian held out a finger and asked him to be quiet. He brought his finger to his lips and added that it was not his turn. Lowering his hand, he ordered him to just lie there and watch, adding that he should not even think about looking away from him. The protagonist looked at his opponent with hatred in his eyes. He looked at the black heart sword that came out of the boy's finger. Suddenly, Sebastian jumped up, screaming for his opponent to look at him. The sword instantly appeared in front of Tiong's face. It pierced the bridge of his nose. Sebastian waved his hand and blood spurted out. A shockwave of terrifying force spread along the entire trajectory from his swing. The protagonist, with his face cut, rushed to attack. Sebastian, with a mad smile on his face, did the same. Their speed was so great that smoke remained under them. Tiong was running away from his opponent. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, dodging Sebastian's strike. Then, he released a demonic spiritual wave from his hand. But suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. His opponent held his hand and said that his reaction speed met his expectations from the descendant of an immortal lord. He looked at the protagonist with disdain in his eyes and said that he hoped that this was not his maximum. Horror and fear appeared in Taeyong's eyes. At the same second, Sebastian made many quick attacks, which the protagonist barely dodged. One of the blows cut off part of his hair, but the guy rushed to attack. He grabbed his opponent by the back of the head and by the prosthesis. Then, he deftly spun in the air. After that, with a deft kick, he tore off Sebastian's prosthesis. Landing on his feet, he said to himself that at least he had taken away one of his arms. But suddenly Sebastian was in front of him, and the sword was above his head. Seeing this, Taeyong was very surprised. Sebastian struck, causing an energy explosion. But the protagonist was able to jump out of the epicenter at the last moment. His opponent was immediately behind him. He realized this and swung his leg. Both opponents were about to strike. Horror appeared in Taeyong's eyes as he realized that his opponent was too fast. The black heart sword was flying at high speed. In less than a second, it cut through his body. The protagonist lowered his head and saw blood spurting out of his body. The opponent's prosthesis quickly spun in the air. Sebastian raised his hand up, managing to grab the prosthesis. Sensing something to the side, he menacingly asked if he had said something unclear. Turning around, the guy noticed NBM saving Nissan. Sebastian took a slow step, ordering them to look at him. NBM gritted his teeth, turning around abruptly. At that very moment, blood spurted from his shoulder. The boy's pupil immediately shrank in horror. His legs buckled from the pain and he quickly fell to the ground. Sebastian pulled Nissan by the head, saying that even in such a situation, NBM's gaze was directed at her, and the boy must have been very loved. He looked the girl in the eyes, saying that her scene was over, so with a malicious smile he promised to diligently use her powers. He suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Holding his wounded side, Tien ordered Nissan to be released. Sebastian slowly turned his gaze. Turning back with a smile, he asked if the main character was also attached to the girl. Tien looked at him from under his brows, trying to catch his breath. Sebastian bared his teeth, saying that he would let Nissan go. Raising his hand up, he threw it into free flight. The girl's body was rapidly heading towards the bottomless pit. The protagonist looked forward with fury. At that very second, he suddenly tore off. The guy quickly rushed past his opponent. He ran to the edge, pushing off from it strongly. Taeyong stretched his arms forward, trying to catch the girl. The guy immediately grabbed her wrist. With all his strength, he tried to pull her out. The protagonist turned the girl around, putting his palms on her stomach. Activating mana, he pushed Nissan back with great force. The girl landed, bouncing off the ground. The protagonist joined his hands, pointing them downwards. He used a strong flow of mana, pushing himself out. With a mad look, he screamed loudly. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that he would destroy Sebastian. The opponent covered his face with a prosthesis. The guy's fists immediately clashed with each other. Sebastian's hand was shaking as he used a lot of force to block the punch. Taeyong started screaming loudly, letting out all his anger. He punched his opponent and immediately broke his prosthetic arm into small pieces. Sebastian's pupils shrank as he suddenly looked at his hand in horror. Baring his teeth, he shouted that the guy had enough strength to break his prosthetic arm. Swinging his leg, he suddenly shouted that he wanted to thank Taeyong properly. Suddenly, there was a loud slam on the ground. Coming out of the clearing dust, Sebastian said that he didn't need this prosthetic arm. He stretched his hand forward, saying that he was giving Taeyong one chance to shoot his demonic spiritual wave at him. The protagonist suddenly frowned in confusion. Enveloped in mana, Sebastian replied that he wanted to know if he could absorb all the damage from his demonic spiritual wave. With a crazy look, he shouted that then he could boldly say that he had surpassed the immortal ruler himself. The protagonist looked at him from under his brows in anger. He took a stance, starting to wave his arms. Putting them together, Tien put his palms forward. He looked up at his opponent and shouted that he did not mind. A spiral spiritual wave immediately burst out of the guy's hands. A magical attack of terrifying power flew towards Sebastian. Looking at the guy, he smiled madly. Putting out his hand, he completely defended himself from the opponent's attack. The protagonist, seeing him, froze in shock. A black heart sword flashed in his eyes. At the same second, Sebastian pierced Tien's body through and through. The guy looked down in shock. Sebastian held him in the air and asked if he still did not want to use his powers to the fullest. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, he shouted that this attack was too weak for the descendant of an immortal lord, and then asked if he did it on purpose, or if he had some kind of trump card hidden. Blood spurted out from the protagonist's mouth. Seeing this, Sebastian gritted his teeth and said quietly, "Is that so?" A strong glow appeared from his finger, and he said that he had placed too much hope in it. After that, he jerked his hand sharply using reverse slash. Blood from the protagonist's body spurted out in all directions. Sebastian turned away and said, "How shameful," adding that he was bragging about being an immortal lord. As he left, he said that Taeyong was just trash. Yeonbyum held his cut shoulder and shouted the protagonist's name. Taeyong was lying on the floor with a hole in his chest. He remembered Dabbing telling him never to use this power again. He lay in a pool of blood, unable to move. He remembered the girl who said that Neeson only controlled half of his powers. The life in his eyes had almost died out. He remembered a fist pressing into his chest. The old man stood in front of him and asked if this power was not a part of him. Leaving his memories, the protagonist grabbed the earring on his ear. After that, an explosion of terrifying demonic energy opened up behind Sebastian. He immediately turned around. Thick smoke was spreading in all directions. An incredible aura continued to accumulate around Taeyong. Thick white hair rose into the air. The protagonist's huge muscles appeared through the smoke. Sebastian looked at this with shock in his eyes. He saw a black silhouette in the thick of demonic energy and asked what kind of monster it was. When the aura dissipated, the transformed protagonist appeared. He looked at his opponent with disdain in his eyes and replied that he was an immortal lord. Sebastian continued to look at the raging demonic power. Suddenly, a grin appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, he laughed madly and screamed, which could not be otherwise. He spread his arms and shouted that this was an incredible power, adding that the protagonist was born for this moment, and now his demonic power would become the banner of his strength. Taeyong silently looked at his opponent. Sebastian raised his index finger and shouted that he would absorb every last drop of his Kai. An eclipse of a black heart immediately rushed past the protagonist's face. Taeyong stood unwaveringly in place. A bright beam of mana burst out from the building. The guy's hand was pointed upward. Sebastian widened his eyes in shock. A bright stream of mana was bursting out from Taeyong's hand. He coldly looked forward, squeezing the mana in his hand tighter. Sebastian jumped up, quickly approaching the guy. The protagonist's eye lit up when suddenly he called his opponent a worthless person. A bright light immediately appeared in front of Sebastian's eyes. Speeding up, Taeyong began to beat his opponent, dealing him many strong blows. The boy moved quickly, touching Sebastian's entire body. Sebastian, bending over in pain, screamed loudly, bleeding. Unable to stay on his feet, the boy immediately fell motionless to the ground. Looking up, he still could not understand. Looking at the strong mana behind the protagonist, he wondered why this disgusting feeling was gnawing at him again, because he was able to climb to the very top. Feeling afraid, he suddenly plunged into his childhood again, remembering his tears. Falling to his knees, the boy looked at the corpse lying in front of him. Frowning, he asked what just happened. His father approached him, menacingly asking if the boy really thought that this was his mother. With burning eyes, the father said that his son was unworthy of being a member of the assassin clan. With trembling in his body, the boy begged him not to come closer. Returning to consciousness, he opened his mouth, screaming loudly for the boy to not come near him. NBM raised his head up, watching the many blows. With his last strength, he tried to call Taeyong. The girl came up to him from behind, telling the guy not to look at the main character. Neeson looked into the distance, saying that she was already feeling better. The girl remembered when Taeyong pushed her out of the abyss. He transferred a little of his Kai, and although now she cannot fight, she can move quite well. Looking down, she asked not to turn towards Taeyong from now on. NBM frowned in bewilderment. The guy thought that the true power of demonic arts lies in control over the soul, and they awaken the deepest fears in a person and reveal old traumas. Simply put, the immortal ruler makes his victims relive the worst moments of their lives an infinite number of times, and as a result of this cycle, the opponent's soul is enslaved by eternal fear, and the demon immediately absorbs it. He knew that when this happened, nothing could stop it. It devoured all living things, and what it did not devour, it would plunge into the eternal depths of horror. The protagonist continued to torture Sebastian's body, beating him. Tian's Kilin was enveloped in mana, after which he activated the demonic palm. Turning around, the guy hit the enemy with all his might. Sebastian's body began to fly into the distance at great speed. A loud blow was suddenly heard from the building, bursting out. Sebastian immediately flew out of the explosion, having taken his previous form. Throwing his head back, the guy was too sure that he had become the strongest. He flew down, thinking about his father looking at him. Sebastian clutched his face, thinking that he had surpassed his father and now controlled the entire unorthodox alliance. The guy began to dig his nails into his skin, shouting loudly that he would surpass the immortal ruler. With his face torn in half, a strong Sebastian burst out from inside. He frowned and said that he was the one who had to stand at the top. He stretched out his hand and activated the black hole. A stream of black mana immediately enveloped the building completely. A huge black hole opened in front of the protagonist. A terrifying energy emanated from it. Sebastian smiled madly and shouted that this was his greatest technique, which elevated him above such scum as them. The black hole swallowed the protagonist and began to slowly close. A few seconds later, Taeyong's face disappeared, but the protagonist stretched out his hand and used the demonic spiritual wave technique. A beam of demonic energy destroyed the black hole, the headquarters of the Orthodox Alliance. The man with a pen in his hand said that the Blue Nation clans and the Southern clans had joined them. After that, Donna closed the book and said that the Orthodox sects were waiting for him. He ordered, Not far in front of them, Chinen was sitting and saying that it was well done. He closed his eyes and said to himself that all the preparations were now complete. Looking up at his comrades, he thought that they had managed to unite all the Orthodox Murim. With such resources, their mission was bound to go smoothly. Chinen frowned and asked when Taeyong would give them a signal. As soon as he asked, his face was illuminated by the purple light of demonic energy. Everything in the office was illuminated by this light. Everyone present suddenly turned to the window and shouted, asking what kind of light it was. It was midnight. Chinen looked at the sky tensely and said to himself, the super bright light that painted the sky purple, he was 110% sure it was this. The sky was cut by the demonic ray of the protagonist, and the man said that it was a demonic spiritual wave. At this time, the black hole cracked. The next second, it exploded into pieces. The demonic beam in the sky went out. A deep crater remained in the ground. Everything below was in thick smoke. The protagonist stood in it. To his left lay a broken Sebastian. The demonic wave tore off the boy's last arm. Taeyong looked at him with contempt in his eyes. Suddenly, a strong pain hit his head. He saw many corpses among the ruins and voices begging him to save them. They were all dead, and the voices were attacking the protagonist. He remembered everything that happened over the past few hours and grabbed his head. But suddenly a small hand fell on his arm. Lowering his hands, the protagonist saw a boy. Breathing heavily, he quietly asked if it was Dong-Yun. The boy looked at him with hope in his eyes and asked if his father was alive. Then Taeyong remembered looking at his father's dead body. Leaving the memories, he froze. After a short pause, he closed his eyes. Smiling warmly, the protagonist answered, yes. Hearing this, the boy smiled with tears in his eyes. After that, he slowly began to dissolve. When Dong-Woon disappeared, Taeyong turned his gaze to Sebastian. Without moving from his place, he menacingly asked if he could hear them, those voices. Sebastian was trying with all his might to survive. He tightly clenched his hand into a fist and asked if he would stop feeling their pain if he killed him. The protagonist with glowing eyes swung his fist hard. He gathered all his strength in his fist. The guy immediately directed the blow forward. He hit the ground with all his might, causing it to break into pieces. A bright beam immediately burst upward. Taeyong continued to hold his fist to the ground. Raising it, scarlet blood flowed from his fist. Without stopping, he swung again with all his might. The guy's hand was immediately stopped. Neeson carefully held his fist. Looking down at Sebastian, she asked him to leave it with her. The protagonist immediately exhaled. The girl put her hand on the corpse, saying that he was not worthy of this power. After a short pause, she added that she would take it back. Mana immediately began to be sucked upward from Sebastian's body. Neeson continued to hold her palm over him. The guy's body slowly began to be covered with a coating. The protagonist stood to the side, watching as the enemy's body noticeably darkened. The body suddenly evaporated, and Neeson slowly rose to her feet. Lowering her hands down, the girl said that she had lost so much and gained nothing at all. Taeyong frowned, looking at her back. Turning around, the girl said that thanks to the guy, she was able to save at least part of her family. All the memories with the guy immediately flashed through her head. After that, she smiled, sincerely thanking him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in shock. His gaze suddenly turned black. Taeyong bent over, clutching his head. The voices in his head started begging him to save him again, and suddenly the boy started screaming, begging him to stop it. Nissan's expression changed, frightened, wondering if this was a side effect of using demonic power, and although she had regained her powers, they would not be enough to fight the protagonist. Tian's pupil disappeared, after which he screamed loudly. Pushing off, he immediately jumped up. The girl raised her head up in surprise. Looking at the sunset, she thought about Tian. A couple of days later in the evening, a loud explosion suddenly came from behind the trees. Jargle ran out into the clearing, asking if he had caught it or not. Suddenly, he frowned in shock. Torka was sitting next to the protagonist's body, frightened. The monk gritted his teeth, asking what it was. He covered his face with his hands, saying that he understood that Torka was hungry, when suddenly the monk became indignant, answering that Tian was just lying there. Jargle looked at them, asking where he was coming from, when suddenly Torka threw the guy on himself, saying that they couldn't leave him, so they had to take him to the nearest hospital at least. Horrified, he suddenly turned around at a strange sound. A stream of strong mana appeared behind them. The birds flew up in fear. Having flown some distance, they instantly froze in the air. The guys turned to the side, noticing the corpses of the birds falling to the ground. Jargle began to chatter his teeth, asking if the birds had frozen in flight, when suddenly Torka opened his eyes wide, asking why the air had become so cold. The girl came out into the clearing, ordering the main character to be put back in place. Holding a stick in her mouth, she added that if the monks woke up Tian now, they would immediately go to the next world. The protagonist saw the demon's eyes and voice in his head, asking him if he really thought such a puppy could handle him. Immediately after that, Taeyong woke up. He was lying on a sheet among the trash. On one side, there were bags and jugs. On the other side, it was the same. Sitting on the floor, the guy asked himself where he was. But suddenly his nose smelled a strange smell. At that very second, he grabbed his nose and screamed, asking what that stench was. Suddenly, pain hit his whole body. Grabbing it, he groaned and said that everything hurt and ached. Putting his hand on his head, the protagonist asked himself how he ended up here, adding that he only remembered how he fought with Sebastian. Then he remembered how he slammed his opponent's face into the asphalt with all his might, and then, straining, he remembered Neeson, who smiled warmly and thanked him. Leaving the memories, he lowered his hand. At that moment, the guy jumped up, screaming and asking where Neeson was. He opened the door to the room and continued screaming. Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth and screamed loudly and discontentedly, asking what he was screaming about. She was sitting with her back to him at the table and asking who had given him permission to go out. Without turning around, she ordered the guy to sit in his room and be careful, because if he stepped over the incense, it would stop suppressing the demonic spirit. Hearing this, the main character raised his leg and asked her discontentedly what she was carrying. After that, he stepped over the incense. As soon as he did this, his eye turned black. Feeling this, the guy jumped into the room. Looking at his hand, he asked in fear what it was, adding that it seemed to him that the demon had captured him for a moment. But before he could finish speaking, the girl stood in front of his room and asked why he had appeared again. Did he really want to destroy all life on the continent and the ice palace of the Northern Sea again? She took the smoking pipe out of her mouth and addressed Tian as an immortal ruler. The cave was covered in snow. Inside, when the girl stood in front of the protagonist, a whisper was heard asking if it was really him, to which another whisper answered, yes, just a different hair color. Jargle, with snot running from his nose, said that it was definitely Mashamba. They were in a frozen room, and Torka was shaking from the cold and said that they could not cope with him. They needed to wait for the 4 guards, to which Jargle said that was not the problem. He pointed to a girl with long white hair and explained that she was Erin, the princess of the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea. She is one of the 4 heavenly guardians and the princess of the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea, the daughter of the Lord of Chenak. One of the 4 lords of the continent, Erin was born as a result of an arranged marriage between Chenak and the Ice Palace. After learning about this, she was deeply disappointed in her father and severed all contact with her family. And when the immortal lord broke free and began to rampage, the people of the continent begged for help from the Ice Palace. But she refused them, despite the fact that her subordinates wanted to help. She did not care about the affairs of Muram. As a result, a huge number of the continent's residents and her subordinates, left without their leader, died in this battle. As time passed, people began to forget all the horrors of that tragic war. But this did not affect her. Hated everywhere and by everyone, she became a scapegoat, shouldering all the weight and burden for her decisions. She left Muram. Shivering from the cold, Jargle added, apparently she was hiding here, and now they must save Mashamba from this monster. Suddenly Torka turned to him, but Jargle, hugging himself from the cold, said that he was thinking about how to get him out. But suddenly the girl asked him again, monster, which made the guy freeze in horror. Heron came to them and asked discontentedly, is he really tired of living? At this time, there was silence in the Muram Police University. Suddenly, the man hit the table in rage and screamed, madness. Duban frowned, menacingly shouting that only a week had passed since the incident in the Clan of Assassins, after which he asked if they were already going to unleash a new massacre. Putting his hands behind his back, Chinnen asked if everyone had really forgotten that the immortal ruler was now free. He frowned, asking if there was any guarantee that if they didn't take action against the protagonist now, he wouldn't destroy them later, or if they all thought that they could handle the guy alone. After looking at everyone, he sternly asked if the leader of the Stray Clan was really ready to take responsibility. Sunwoo pointed at Taeyong's photo, shouting that from today on, he was no longer a member of the Muram police force. Lowering his head, he added that since the guy was now officially listed as an immortal overlord, he expected the staff to understand. After listening carefully, the guys loudly shouted, yes, sir. One of the guys was horrified, asking if Taeyong was really an immortal overlord. He slammed his hand on the table, asking what they were talking about, so he asked for an explanation. The protagonist lowered his head, silently looking at the floor. Suddenly, he bared a malicious smile. Yujeho was lying in the hospital room. Next to her, on the nightstand, was a basket of fruit from Neeson. On the roof, a guy was approaching the girl from behind. NBM took a step forward, telling Neeson that thanks to her, Yujeho was recovering. Looking up, he said menacingly that an order had been issued to arrest Taeyong, however, as expected. The girl lowered her head in disappointment, believing that this was true. Without looking up, she added that after this incident, many masters heard about the return of the immortal ruler, and it was expected that the clans would unite and begin hunting Taeyong, and they were well aware of what would happen if he was not stopped. NBM came closer, asking if it was possible to save the protagonist from being absorbed by the demonic spirit. After a short pause, Neeson answered who knows, which shocked the guy. The girl turned around, smiling, adding that everything depended on that girl. The room was completely covered in ice. The protagonist frowned, asking if the girl was going to destroy the demon inside him. Eren blew out smoke and replied that she was going to subdue it using her incredible knowledge and the two boys. Jargle smiled and replied that he was sort of trapped inside the protagonist's body and they could seal his influence on his mind. Tion looked at the girl and asked why they would help him, since wasn't it the demon that destroyed their people in the past? Eren lowered her head thoughtfully. After a short pause, she coldly asked what the boy even knew about her past, which shocked Tion. The girl shook off the ashes, asking if she couldn't just help someone, and the protagonist had no reason to complain. She lit a match and asked who had offended the boy so much that he didn't trust people, but he didn't have to be afraid of her since the girl wouldn't ask for anything in return. Eren looked at the shocked boy, adding that he should just accept her help and say it. The girl frowned, asking him to thank her after that. Tiong lowered his head down in confusion. The girl began to slowly stand up, saying that it was time to move, when suddenly the protagonist firmly answered, no. The monks and Eren looked at him in shock. The protagonist frowned, confidently saying that he did not want to become a freeloader. There was great surprise in the girl's eyes. She suddenly remembered how the servants told her that the continent was in danger, and if Miram fell, they would be next. The girl bared her teeth menacingly, answering that this was the protector's concern. After all, why would their people shed blood? The girl picked up the phone, adding that she didn't care, and if they wanted to die so much, then let them go, because she wasn't holding anyone back. Exhaling, Eren said that when she asked for help, no one from the entire continent helped her, so she just needed to accept it and calm down, because this wasn't their war. Eren turned away from the protagonist, saying that this help wasn't for him. Tiong frowned, after which the girl added that it was Atonement. She looked ahead from under her brows, adding that she had abandoned her people and therefore longed for Atonement. The protagonist was very surprised to hear about Atonement. Eren exhaled, answering that she didn't care about Tiong because she had unfinished business. The girl suddenly pointed her finger forward. She pointed at the guy, saying that this business, called a demonic spirit, was locked inside the protagonist. Tiong was horrified by what she heard. Eren looked down, thinking about when she would reach him. She was imagining her way to the destination. The girl stopped. After hanging up the phone, she thought that then she would finally be able to atone for her guilt. All the mountains were covered in snow. Jargle folded his arms across his chest, thinking that the princess of the Ice Palace had spent so many years in this permafrost and solitude, escaping from the demonic spirit, and in the end, no one from the entire continent could deal with it, so they should seal it as soon as possible. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought that the Ice Palace was not that far from Damak, so he could ask for backup. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Torka was running towards the guy, holding a bird in his hand. Raising it up, he joyfully shouted that there would be an eagle for dinner. Jargle began to shake his shoulders, smiling, saying that the guy could be useful. Suddenly, he frowned. Taking a closer look at the eagle, the monk thought he had seen it somewhere before. Pointing his finger at the bird, he asked where his partner had caught it. Torka remembered, explaining that the eagle had circled above him for some reason. Taking the slingshot out of his pocket, he added that he had killed it later. Jargle clenched his fists, shouting loudly that the bird was King Damak's pet, who had brought their message. Grabbing the piece of paper, the monk said that at least it was intact. Opening the message, the monk read the name Arvin Tumit. Raising his head up, Jargle thought with horror that the best warriors of the king's personal squad were heading towards them, and it turns out that now he wants to kill the main character, and not seal him. Turning around, he immediately called out to Torka. The monk was sitting with his back to the guy, rustling next to the bird. Jargle slowly approached him, wondering what the guy was doing. Without turning around, Torka replied that they had no way out. He turned around, adding with a grin that all the evidence should be eaten. The snow continued to fall. 3 warriors were descending the mountain in transports. The boy turned around, asking if he had really found traces of the Immortal Lord, to which the old man smiled, asking if they remembered that purple night. He remembered that after that, for no apparent reason, some people began to go crazy. Slightly turning his head, he added that as far as he knew, this meant that they had become possessed by a demonic spirit. The boys were suddenly very surprised. They rode on, and the old man added that the last madman had been found in the mountains. The boy, with a trembling voice, asked if the Immortal Lord was somewhere nearby, to which the other boy added that they would hardly be able to deal with him alone, so they would need to ask the Murama Alliance for help. Banju frowned, asking menacingly if they still trusted those bastards from the Alliance. Turning back, he said that there was a faint trace of Tian's Kai in this area, which meant that the Immortal Overlord was currently incredibly weakened. Frowning, the old man shouted menacingly that today they would revive the Steel Stallions. The weapons flew through the air, cutting the bodies of 2 guys in half. Banju stopped abruptly, hearing them fall. He smirked, asking who it was. He saw silhouettes through the rising snow. The man caught the returning weapon with one hand. Raising his head, he said that the enemy would not go any further so they could return. Banjo clenched his cigar in his teeth, thinking that he had not seen them for a long time because they were definitely warriors from Damak. He grinned and suddenly asked if the warriors of Damak had lost all their honor since when did they start attacking from behind. The warrior looked him in the eyes, asking for forgiveness since he had counted on the boys to dodge. The old man's eyes lit up as he looked ahead menacingly. Moving from his place, he shouted that he should show what happens to those who mess with steel stallions. The warrior looked ahead thoughtfully. Snow clouds rose up from the knees of the snowmobile. Strong blows were heard on the sides. The warrior swung his weapon, blocking the enemy's attacks. Banjo grinned, shouting that the warrior was able to withstand his attack, so he admits that his skill matches the rumors about the warriors of Damak. Starting the snowmobile, he threw snow towards the warrior. Turning around, he threw up even more snow. The warrior took a sharp step back, thinking that the old man decided to limit his view with the snow. A weapon suddenly appeared in front of his face. It quickly flew along. Dodging the attack, the warrior quickly jumped up, tucking his legs. Somersaulting in the air, he threw the weapon down. Banjo ducked, turning the snowmobile back. The warrior was very surprised. The old man laughed, shouting that this was reckless because even if it was a boomerang, it would take time to return. Swinging his spear, he shouted for the warrior to see the difference in their combat experience. Looking down, the warrior frowned. Enveloped in mana, he snapped his fingers, answering that the difference was colossal. Lightning immediately enveloped the spear. At the same second, a powerful explosion was heard, throwing the snowmobile up. Covered in soot, Banjo wondered where the lightning came from. The warrior glared at him menacingly, answering that among the warriors of Damak there was not a single one with a spear. Looking up, he added that it was because they were well aware of the divine power of the laws of nature. A boomerang was spinning behind Banjo, while he was scared and thought that it was impossible. The weapon immediately cut his body into two parts. Turning around, a powerful explosion of lightning suddenly sounded behind the warrior. Clouds of snow rose into the air. Standing in place, a deep hole from a strong blow appeared behind the warrior. The warriors landed, saying that they had arrived. The warrior turned sharply, asking if they had already taken action. The guy nodded confidently, answering that they had carefully taken care of all the uninvited guests of the snow mountain. The warrior folded his arms over his chest, saying that no one would interfere with them now. Frowning, he added, "Kill the protagonist." There was a dark passage in the snowy mountain. This was where Aaron's hideout was. The protagonist was meditating, sitting in the lotus position. His body was enveloped in bright streams of energy. The boy closed his eyes, thinking that he was going to extract the demon spirit from himself and destroy it. Taeyong imagined the image of Aaron, thinking that if he succeeded, he would finally be able to atone for his fallen comrades. The hero wondered if this power was his. He imagined the image of his grandfather. Taeyong opened his bright eyes, looking away. The boy unclenched his hands, thinking that he did not want people to suffer because of him, but he still could not control his power. The man opened his mouth wide and rushed towards the hero, calling him Mashamba. Taeyong kicked him in the face and frowned, noticing that he had asked him not to call himself that. The hero opened his mouth wide, telling the boy to leave here immediately. The protagonist frowned in confusion, asking why he was saying that. Torka placed his hands on the hero's shoulders, telling him that he should run before that lady returned. Aaron's eyes widened as she looked down at him, exhaling smoke. The boy was kneeling, begging for forgiveness, two large bumps popping out of his head. The girl sat down in front of the protagonist, asking why they were all so busy. Jargel's mouth dropped open, noticing that there was a small problem. The protagonist held out the letter to her with both hands, asking her to read it. Aaron raised her eyebrows, looking at the scroll in her hand, asking who the Atonement were. Jargel frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that this was King Damak's personal squad. The Atonement, the letter said that they were heading straight here. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking who the Atonement were. Jargel sat in front of the heroes, his hands on his knees, saying that this was a secret squad from Mongolia. He raised his eyebrows, noticing that these were the personal guards of King Damak. They were a wall between the king and the commoners. In front of the high temple there was a crowd of people, the most ancient palace among those that exist today. The Mongolian Palace of Revolution. This is a sacred place and home to the most outstanding warriors. By the way, Jargel himself is one of them. The man was sitting in the lotus position on a stone pedestal. Among the strongest there will always be someone especially outstanding, and these are the warriors that King Damak recruits for his squad called Atonement. The man's eyes shone brightly. All the fighters of this squad are extremely smart and incredibly strong. Anyone who gets there is guaranteed fame and wealth. As you can already guess, many want to get into this squad, but few succeed, because to become a member of the Atonement, you must undergo a ritual of pure mind. A bright stream of energy struck the hero, sitting on a stone pedestal in the lotus position. In his body, bright energy spread through the vessels from the heart itself. A potential member of the squad must cultivate at the highest point of Damek, being exposed to countless lightning strikes, until he can tame the thunderstorm inside himself and make it bloom like a flower. That is why the members of the Atonement squad are also called Pure Thunder Blossom, and the monks who died during the performance of this ritual become ordinary dust in the desert. The man clenched his fist, streams of bright energy flowed down his back. This ritual is a kind of natural selection, at the end of which only those who are able to resist the Mashamba remain, because only the strongest warriors on the entire planet survive in it. Jargle frowned and opened his mouth, saying that this squad, consisting entirely of such people, was heading towards them with the goal of killing the Mashamba. A bright explosion illuminated the space. The squad of heroes, on whose backs streams of energy flowed, moved forward through the snowy lands. Burgeon was at the head of the team. 4 heroes followed him. They moved forward quickly, leaving a bright trail behind them. A tree branch was broken. A thread was wrapped around another branch, breaking it in half. The heroes moved forward through the snow, lifting it into the air. They changed their positions, dodging powerful explosions in their path. Bombs were installed on ice fragments. A powerful explosion lifted the snow into the air. Burgeon turned around, thinking that those were definitely explosions. He opened his eyes wide, looking ahead. A powerful explosion was heard above the heroes' heads. The man turned around, informing Bartol about the avalanche. The boy spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he understood him. He raised his fists above his head and shouted in a warlike manner. Bright streams of lightning surrounded his body. Bartol jumped towards the snow avalanche, raising his fists above his head. The hero slammed his hands on the ground. Bright streams of lightning rose up. The flow of a powerful snow avalanche was stopped by tall rocks that rose in the way. Burgeon turned to Mogi. The boy twirled the ball on the rope, saying that he understood everything. He threw the ball forward. The rope wrapped around a tree branch. Mogi pulled the thread, moving forward rapidly. The hero hovered in the air above the snowy ground, spreading his arms out to the sides. The boy frowned. The image of a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. The tree branches were rigged with explosives. The trees on the other side were also rigged with explosives. The last 2 tree branches were rigged with explosives. Mogi looked ahead, saying that 4 bombs were rigged in the north, 3 in the east, and 2 in the west. That was all the traps he could find. Burgeon put his hand to his ear and frowned, saying that he understood. The hero swung his weapon and put his foot forward. The man swung his hand, launching the object into the air. The weapon flew through the branches that were rigged with explosives. Explosions thundered among the treetops, sending snow flying into the air. The strangely shaped sword returned to Burgeon's hand, leaving a bright trail behind it. The hero frowned and looked ahead from under his brows, asking if everyone was safe. A bright magical seal appeared on the snowy ground, shaking everything around it. A stream of snow rose into the air. The heroes froze in place as the snow avalanche moved towards them. Burgeon frowned, thinking that this was the seal of the Ice Princess. Probably the spell would activate itself after all the other traps were triggered. There was no time to waste, because she was going to freeze them to death. The hero turned to Dava. The girl crossed her arms with daggers in front of her, saying that she understood everything. She jumped up, raising streams of snow into the air. Dava spread her arms to the sides, releasing a dozen kunai forward. The blades sank into the snow. The tips of the sharp kunai on the other side also sank under the thickness of the snow. The girl hovered in the air. A bright yellow magic seal appeared on the ground around the heroes. Dava closed her eyes and raised 2 fingers in front of her face, reciting the spell to herself. She opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth wide, activating it. A bright stream of light rushed into the sky, raising streams of dust and snow into the air. Jargle sat on his knees, saying that nothing would stop the men of this squad, not even the most advanced traps or the most powerful seals. These Terminators were literally created just to hunt demons. The silhouettes of the heroes were visible among the powerful snowstorm. The man curled his lips in displeasure, saying that he was insulted that they were being stopped with such traps and seals. The hero put the giant boomerang sword on his shoulder, asking if the girl really took them for fools. Burgeon frowned and opened his mouth, saying that this was a waste of time. He ordered the squad to move forward. Hayron raised her eyebrows tiredly, saying that it was not scary. Jargle opened his mouth wide, asking if she even heard him. They needed to leave right now. The guy frowned and clenched his teeth when the girl asked what they would do to them. Erin exhaled smoke and crossed her legs, saying that this was her home, so they had no chance. The girl held the object in her hand, mentally asking the Northern Sea to hear her command and cover eternity with white ice. Erin frowned. Ice blocks appeared around the protagonist. She used the white ice soul barrier. Tiyoung turned his head and frowned, asking if this was what he thought it was. Jargle gritted his teeth, thinking that this was a skill that combined the Ice Palace technique and the Dangman martial arts at the same time. This was the highest level of martial arts that he had ever seen. Erin lit the pipe and closed her eyes, noticing that her work was finished. She turned around and headed for the exit, saying that she had to go. Jargle opened his mouth wide, asking where the princess was going. The girl turned around, saying that he himself said that there was an Arvin squad wandering around here, so they needed to greet the guests. The guy put his hands on his knees, asking what kind of technique this was. Aaron exhaled smoke, saying that she was leaving Tion under their supervision while she got some fresh air. Dawa hugged herself and closed her eyes, saying that it was very cold here. Bardal smiled, saying that he was quite warm. The girl frowned, saying that it was because he was fat. Mogi held out his hand with the ball and thread in front of him. Burgeon approached him, asking if he had found anything. The guy looked down, saying that nothing yet, but he was sure that the hero was somewhere nearby because the energy of the Mashamba seemed to have been specially sealed. Mogi frowned, looking away. The man folded his arms across his chest, saying that this was starting to irritate him. Dawa leaned forward, asking what if the Mashamba had already quietly escaped from here. Burgeon looked ahead, saying that it couldn't be, because if he had left, he wouldn't have been able to hide his energy and would have left a trace, or Jargle and Torka had managed to seal the Mashamba. The hero imagined the silhouette of Heron, saying that it was most likely the intervention of a third party who was able to hide the aura of the Mashamba. The squad members opened their eyes wide, looking ahead. Burgeon closed his eyes and imagined the image of an eagle, saying that if Jargle had been able to seal the Mashamba, he would have sent them a message through a messenger hawk, so it was likely that someone had captured them and was keeping them locked up. Dava trembled and hugged herself, asking why the Mashamba had settled in such a cold place. The girl behind her asked if she wanted to use her cloak. She turned around and smiled happily, thanking her for the offer. The heroes jumped in different directions, seeing Heron in front of them. The girl lowered her head and closed her eyes, asking what was the point of breaking distance when she already had them all in the palm of her hand. Bardal's eyes widened, wondering how she had found them. Mogi looked ahead in surprise, thinking that he hadn't even sensed her presence. Dava frowned and clenched her teeth, wondering if this lady was playing a joke on her. Burgeon stood in front of the girl, knowing that it had been her all along, that Heron had set up all these traps and seals. He furrowed his brows, asking what she had done with Jargle and Torka. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she could bring their bodies, but it would be difficult since they were frozen solid. The man raised his weapon above his head, noting that he had known she was going to steal the Mashamba's powers for her own purposes. But he would not let those damn powers fall into anyone's hands. Burgeon spread his arms out to the sides, holding boomerang swords in his fists. The hero held the sharp blades out in front of him and frowned, saying that now he would clearly explain to her how short-sighted it was for her to try to seize the powers of the Mashamba. The girl exhaled smoke, saying that everyone who tried to teach her anything had long since died. Erin raised her eyebrows and smiled slyly, asking what he was going to explain to her. The man's eyes shone brightly as he ordered the heroes to perform a battle formation. The team members surrounded the girl from all sides, hovering in the air. A powerful explosion raised snow into the air. Bright explosions were visible on the ground and the tops of the snow-covered trees. The heroes swung their weapons around Erin, raising snow into the air. The girl closed her eyes and released streams of smoke from her mouth. Erin released a stream of snow forward using icy fog. A powerful stream of ice moved towards the heroes. Burgeon held his weapon in front of him, thinking that this ability that filled the air with ice crystals was going to deprive them of not only their sight, but also their breath. The man opened his mouth and looked to the side, telling them not to breathe, otherwise their body would be instantly frozen. The squad members took a deep breath and puffed out their cheeks, understanding the commander's order. Streams of snowstorm enveloped the hero's body. The girl noticed that they quickly guessed about the effect of this ability. The man's head is not bad. Heron appeared behind Burgeon, asking if he was the leader of this group. She opened her eyes wide when a ball on a string approached her face. The girl dodged Moga's attack. Heron frowned and put the pipe to the side, the string wrapped around it. The guy frowned and pulled the string, thinking that now she would not escape from him. Burgeon appeared behind the girl, raising a sharp sword above her head. A powerful explosion raised snow into the air. A figure jumped out of the stream to the side. Heron pressed her hand to her shoulder and sighed heavily. She opened her eyes wide when Bardal appeared behind her, raising his fists above his head. The hero struck, sending a powerful shockwave sending her flying. Erin stood on the ground, surrounded by snow that had been kicked up into the air. The girl opened her mouth wide, calling them pathetic insects. They would not leave here alive now. Dawa gritted her teeth and held out 2 fingers in front of her, using a thunderstorm of lightning. A bright stream of yellow lightning struck the princess's body, sending a shockwave sending streams of snow into the air. Erin threw her head back and froze in place. Dawa raised her eyebrows and smirked, saying that this was her for trying to make fun of her. Burgeon raised his weapon above his head and, hovering in the air above the girl, asked her not to blame them. The man looked ahead and waved his hand, saying that this was the end of every follower of the Mashamba forces. The hero struck, sending a bright explosion thundering, its streams approaching the girl sitting on the ground. Dark streams of energy appeared among the bright flashes. A powerful stream of energy lifted the snow into the air. Behind the curtain of dust, the silhouettes of the squad's heroes were visible. Dava put her hand to her side, asking if Jargal was so incompetent that he lost to this pathetic lady. Mogi raised his hand to his face, saying that it did not matter now, because they still did not know where the mashamba itself was. Virgin looked at them, noticing that this was true. After all, their work was not finished yet. They needed to find the bodies of Torque and Jargal, as well as the mashamba. A shudder ran through the man's body. He looked away in shock. Virgin looked down, thinking that his movements had slowed down. He basically could not move. Bartol spread his arms out to the sides, asking what was going on. Mogi clenched his hands into fists. Addressing the commander, Dava lowered her head, saying that they were frozen. The girl noted that this was exactly why she loved ice. The heroes widened their eyes and turned around when they heard the voice. Erin was sitting on the ice throne, crossing her legs and saying that ice can take any form, distorting its true essence. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking how they were enjoying the fight with her doll. Virgin turned around, looking at his weapon and wondering how it was possible. Had they really been fighting a block of ice all this time? There were broken shards of ice under the tip of his sword. The man furrowed his brows and trembled, thinking that this was a complete failure. She had replaced herself with an ice doll while the fog hung. Dawa frowned and clenched her teeth in anger, asking if this lady was really playing with them. Erin watched the heroes, telling them not to twitch because she wouldn't want her beautiful legs to break. Virgin looked at her, asked what she was trying to achieve by holding the mashamba. The girl closed her eyes and waved her pipe, creating ice petals and asking why he needed this information. She waved her hand, using the sky bloom, a flash of ice. Erin raised her eyebrows and brought the pipe to her lips, noting that they were going to die anyway. The heroes' bodies were covered in ice. Virgin frowned and looked away, thinking that this was the same flash of ice. He widened his eyes, thinking that this technique was no different from the original. Erin sat on the throne, asking what they were thinking. She compared them to frogs in a well. Streams of snowstorms swirled in the air. The girl asked them to watch carefully. Erin widened her eyes and exhaled smoke, saying that she would show them the sky. Streams of ice and snow came out from under the princess's throne, rising upwards. Moga's eyes widened, wondering where the petals were. The boy gritted his teeth, asking if they had disappeared. Streams of snow swirled in the air. The hero noticed that they had not disappeared, but had turned into seeds. The squad members froze in place, their bodies half immersed in ice. Pieces of ice fell on the boy's hand. Erin looked forward and raised her eyebrows, asking if they knew what would happen if the seeds touched their bodies. The small ice cube grew in size, hitting the boy's outstretched hand. Ice flowers appeared on the heroes' bodies. The boy gritted his teeth, noticing that they were sprouting all over their bodies. Dava closed her eyes and opened them wide, cursing loudly. Virgin opened his mouth wide, his eyes shining brightly as he said that they were strong warriors of the Atonement squad. The man spread his arms out to the sides, his body surrounded by bright streams of light, breaking the ice. The hero raised his fist above his head and charged, saying that they would never lose. Erin smiled and waved her finger. A powerful stream of snow energy struck from the air, pinning the man to the ground. Virgin was trapped in the ice. The bodies of Dawa, Bartol, and Mogi were also trapped under the ice. Erin stood up from the ice throne and stretched tiredly, looking at the ice tree in front of her. The girl turned around and held the pipe to the side, saying that they did not need to worry about the demonic spirit. She looked to the side and blew out smoke, saying that she would deal with it herself. Erin's eyes widened, hearing a loud sound. The girl turned around, looking at the bright stream of energy rushing upward. She raised her eyebrows, saying that this was a nice palace. The girl wondered if these blockheads had managed to screw up. Erin moved forward, leaving a bright trail behind her. The bodies of the people were immersed in a thickness of ice, which resembled an ice tree with flowers. The unknown hero took a step forward, watching the girl walking into the distance. The main character opened his mouth wide and threw his head back. The guys put their hands forward, directing bright streams of energy into his body. Torka closed his eyes, saying that this was the limit. Because their powers were not endless, Jargal clenched his teeth, saying that if they stopped, everything would be over. Tane opened his bright eyes wide and screamed loudly. He spread his arms to the sides and threw his head back, absorbing the bright streams of energy directed into his body. Jargal frowned, saying that he did not believe his eyes, because this was the aura of the mashamba. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, and the spirit's bright, glowing eyes appeared behind him. Jargal put his hands forward and gritted his teeth, thinking that the demonic spirit wanted to destroy the guy's consciousness by releasing his energy without stopping. This is a very nasty creature. If they continue in the same spirit, everything will end very badly. The hero frowned when the princess asked what they had done here. Erin was hovering in the air above the protagonist. The girl gritted her teeth in displeasure, summoning an ice block. She put her hands forward, directing bright streams of energy into Tion's body. The protagonist's body ended up under a thick layer of ice. Torka put his hands forward, noticing that the princess had come just in time, because the spirit of Mashamba was much stronger than they thought. Jargle said that with her help they would be able to resist him. Aaron frowned and kicked him in the head, telling him to shut up. She asked with displeasure how she could trust such fools. She took off her white cape and threw it on the floor. The girl sat behind the boys and put her hands forward. Aaron clenched her teeth and exhaled smoke, saying that she would now share her energy, and now they needed to gather all their strength into a fist and use all their power. The boys opened their mouths wide, putting their hands in front of them. A powerful and bright stream of energy rushed into the ice-bound body of the protagonist. The stream of energy crashed into the protective barrier around Tion. The guy froze inside the ice with his mouth wide open. The ice block was broken. The hero threw his head back and spread his arms out to the sides. Torka gritted his teeth, saying that they couldn't do it even with the princess's power. Jargle frowned, asking him to pull himself together, otherwise the Mashamba would absorb them with its aura. Erin closed her eyes and frowned, speaking out discontentedly. She imagined the bloody bodies of people. The corpses hung on the snow-covered debris of trees. The main character opened his mouth wide and screamed, spreading his arms out to the sides. There were bright streams of purple energy behind his back. The girl gritted her teeth discontentedly, saying that she couldn't help him either. Erin opened her eyes wide and looked ahead, saying that she had no choice but to kill Tion. The stranger's hand lay on the girl's back. She opened her eyes wide. Erin looked away. A man's voice told her not to look back. The hero gritted his teeth and put his palm forward, saying that it was better for her to concentrate on what was ahead. A bright stream of energy rushed into the protective barrier around the protagonist. Torka put his hands forward, asking if they were able to push him back. Jargle frowned, asking where the hero got so much strength from. A bright stream of energy crashed into the protective barrier. Tion leaned back, putting his hands out to the sides. White streams of energy appeared on the dark background, resembling cracks. The events take place at the Miram Police University. In the courtyard of the building there were many sports grounds. The man opened his mouth wide, ordering them to find Miram's enemy, Tion. The heroes in black cloaks ran down the street, asking how the guy dared to enter the UPM. He disgraced the entire Miram, so they must kill him at any cost. Deban walked past, listening to the men say that this would bring them unprecedented glory. They would be able to revive their clan. All the laurels would belong only to them. Heroes in black cloaks ran headlong down the street, asking if they had any information about the main character, because finding him was only a matter of time. Deban looked at them over his shoulder, thinking that the guy was going to mercilessly kill his only grandson just because of some imaginary threat. Although he could not expect anything else, Chinen killed his own son with his own hands. His true nature will not change. He lowered his head and sighed heavily, thinking that he had started to mutter too much. Deban froze in place and opened his eyes wide. The man frowned and turned around. He looked around. There was no one else in the corridor except him. Deban frowned, thinking about the woman who passed by him. The man was sitting in the office at his desk. He took the item with the red character, saying that it finally belongs to him. Chinen widened his eyes and smirked, saying that it was the true memoir of a demonic spirit. The man leaned back in his chair and looked at the notes in his hand, saying that in exchange, he gave her another one containing information about the demonic spirit. But it didn't matter since he remembered everything. Only the last component remained, Tion. He imagined the image of the protagonist frowning at the front. Chinen closed his eyes and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that his hands were already itching, since soon he would be able to take control of all the people of Miram, since the main ability of a demonic spirit is to manipulate people with fear. He imagined a yin-yang symbol above the city, saying that the entire martial arts world would belong only to him. Chinen frowned and looked away when the voice noted in surprise that a demonic spirit could subjugate people. Above the man's head was a guy with a white mask on his head, with a red line running down the center. The hero's eyes shone brightly when he said that he was going to change his plans a little. A bright beam of light was directed to the sky. The girl, her mouth wide open, watched what was happening. Someone was hanging in the air in front of them. The guy's eyes turned white. The young man was hanging in the air in the lotus position. Both men, their mouths wide open, were surprised that he had succeeded. The hero continued to hover in the air. Suddenly, he fell. Jargle ran up to the guy and asked if he was okay. The man frowned. The girl's eyes widened when she heard him say that he had failed. Leaning over him, the monk explained that the protagonist had failed to separate. The princess, bowing her head, did not understand why it was not working. The second monk also could not believe that they had failed. Turning him over onto his back, the man added that the boy had fallen into hibernation and was currently unstable, but his condition was similar to when he wore the jade earring. The girl remembered her. Turning around, Jargle noted that it was unknown how much longer he would ask like this, but they had managed to make some progress. Sitting down on the ground, Hayron said that half of the job was done, and Torka said that it had not all been in vain. Getting up from the floor, the monk asked her where such a surge of energy had come from, but the girl did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Rubbing his chin, the man explained that at one point she had suddenly poured a lot of Kai into him, and it had somehow reminded him of the energy of the king of Mongolia. Holding the pipe in her mouth, the princess asked again. Suddenly she remembered a certain image telling her to concentrate on what was in front of her eyes. She opened her eyes wide. Jumping up, Aaron exclaimed that someone had definitely been here. Looking around, the girl asked where that person was, but the monks could not understand what she was talking about. Suddenly, she rushed out of the room. Running away, the princess could not understand where that person had disappeared to and who he was. A certain silhouette stood in front of the ice blocks. The stranger extended his hand to one of them. The ice began to crack deeply. The ice that bound the man collapsed. Several people fell out of the ice. The man raised his head, unable to understand anything. The silhouette standing in front of him ordered him to get up. His eyes were not visible and he said that he had work for them. The masked man, flying towards the chairman, used a demonic palm. Blood spurted from the wound on his shoulder. Extending his hand, the fighter shouted at the old man to finally die. Suddenly, the silhouette of the man began to disappear. He dodged the enemy's blow. The same one instantly changed the trajectory, rushing into the attack again. The old man dodged several blows at once. The man in the mask put his hands in front of him. They began to glow purple. Suddenly, from several waves of energy came out of Chinnen's eyes. The fighter flew back from such a strange attack. Squinting, he could not understand how his enemy could do this just by looking. The stranger slowed down. The old man walked towards him, saying that he was a lot of trouble. Keeping his hands behind his back, the chairman noted that this man's ambush was excellent, because attacking the chairman in his own office was very clever, asking what he was going to do. Looking at the enemy, he added that he had an outstanding talent for camouflage, but as soon as the old man noticed him, frowning, Chinnen continued, saying that after this, the stranger's advantage was reduced to 0. Standing on one knee, the fighter explained that he could not even notice the elephant. In his hands was a certain book called Demonic Arts, and he explained that his goal was only to piss off the chairman. The old man squinted, not understanding when he had time. Holding it in his hands, the masked man advised the enemy not to move, otherwise this book would be burned to the ground. His pupils rolled up when he said that he wanted to see how they would sing when he lost one of the keys. The old man, looking at him, remained silent. The warrior stood in front of the chairman while he was bursting into laughter. Squinting, the stranger asked why he was laughing. Looking at the masked man, Chinnen noted that he had grown well because his skills had noticeably improved, but it was still not enough. Suddenly, he appeared next to the enemy, calling him his student. With his eyes wide open, the fighter could not understand anything. From such a blow, he flew into the wall. A wall of dust rose from the blow against the wall. The man, bending over, held his hand on his chest. Holding the book in his hands, the old man said that he expected such an attack, but it happened earlier than expected. He stuffed it into his jacket and told his opponent to get up, because his punch was really that strong. Holding his chest, the man asked if he really knew everything from the beginning. Closing his eyes, the old man answered affirmatively. An image of the Wooden martial arts school where the attacker studied popped into his head. Then an image popped into his head and he reminded the masked guy that he died right before his eyes. He remembered how he decided to put it on, and in order to take revenge, he decided to find information about the demonic spirit. Looking at the guy, the chairman added that all this time he was just his puppet. The masked man rushed at him. Chinnen blocked his punch. Holding his fist with his hand, the old man asked if this was a demonic technique, because how could one believe that he became a vessel for a spirit, but still remain pathetic? The masked man's mind flashed back to the protagonist when the chairman said he was weak compared to his cousin Tio. His pupils narrowed, unable to believe that the hero was his brother. Looking at the fighter, the old man noted that it was not too late for him to retreat. The boy's eyes lit up and he shouted at him not to make fun of him. The chairman threw him back with one blow. The stranger flew towards the wall. The boy was lying on the floor. The old man approached him and advised him to listen to him. Extending his hand, the old man explained that his sacrifice would lead to nothing. A certain blue aura hung over the city. Someone was running somewhere. Debeng, frowning, could not understand why he felt demonic energy in the main office. Could it really be Tio? He almost ran to the door. Opening it, the man shouted the protagonist's name. Suddenly, the uncle noticed something. There was a silhouette of a man in the window. The corpse of the chairman was lying on the floor. The eyes of the guy in the mask were glowing bright red. Opening his eyes wider, the man could not understand what had happened here. Someone, with his mouth slightly open, asked if the immortal ruler had really attacked the head. Diwu, slamming his hand on the table, tried to understand what the point was in killing the old man. Someone, standing in front of the board, noted that in any case, the head was in a coma. Donha, adjusting his glasses, added that according to the testimony of Dabang, who found the head near death, he was attacked by a man enveloped in demonic energy. The secretary looked away, hearing someone's speech. It was Gull, who noted that all this sounded suspicious, because surely no one saw the contradiction here, but the secretary did not immediately understand it. After introducing the chairman, the old man asked how the leader could lose to a brat possessed by a demon, adding that it was unlikely that anyone in their right mind would attack one of the strongest people in Murim. Opening his eyes, he noted that if they were going to lie, they should at least do it professionally. The elder looked at the man, turning to him. Frowning, Dabang clarified that he really did not think he was a liar. Without moving, the old man noted that it was the leader of the Wandering clan who had been hanging out with the Immortal Lord before. Since it was possible that he had deliberately lured the leader into a trap, since often the only witness turns out to be the culprit, the latter asked him how he dared. Exhaling, Gull explained that he was only suggesting possible scenarios. His gaze was directed at the man. Bowing his head, he remembered that he had previously said that the Wanderers were the weakest clan, capable of nothing, and now they claimed that he was a murderer because contradicting yourself was quite hypocritical. Raising his head, he also added that if he was going to lie, then he should do it more professionally. The elder's eyes widened. Someone, with his mouth wide open, told the leaders to shut up. It was Giwa, and he advised them to calm down, because arguing would not help the matter, since this is what the enemy wanted to achieve. Holding a diary in his hands, the secretary said that they already had a whole ton of problems because of the Immortal Lord, so there was no need to arrange internal strife, because if the public found out about it, the Murim police would lose their positions and then panic would be inevitable. Standing in front of the round table, he advised everyone present to keep their mouths shut. The man sat on a bench. Bowing his head, he tried to figure out what was going on. The image of the dead chairman popped into his head. Leaning over him, Dabang couldn't understand what had happened, trying to call out to the leader. Suddenly, the old man grabbed the man's hand. Opening his eyes slightly, he tried to pronounce someone's name. The chairman called out the name protagonist and completely passed out. Raising his head, the man couldn't believe it. He looked at the now empty window. The clan leader, leaning over, continued to sit. Remembering that silhouette, the man realized that due to the darkness he was able to make out a face, but the demonic aura could really belong to the protagonist. Dabang folded his hands in front of his face, not understanding the reason for his actions. Yujiho approached the man and called out to him. Smiling, she noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He turned to look at her. The crowns of trees were visible. Someone stroked the head of a small boy. This boy was looking somewhere, hearing the words of farewell. In front of him was a tall silhouette, which spoke of the fact that he had to find himself. The hero opened his eyes. The monks turned around when he stood up. They rushed to him, asking how he was feeling. Jargle, bending slightly, asked again about his well-being. The guy, raising his hand, remembered that they had performed a ritual to suppress a demonic spirit. Looking at his hand, he realized that his energy was now stable and did not feel like he was about to explode. Clenching his fist, the hero exclaimed that they had succeeded. Torka, looking at him, explained that everything that had happened could be assessed as a complete failure, but the hero did not understand. The second monk, looking at him, explained that he was now stable only because Mashamba had fallen asleep thanks to the ritual. Frowning, the priest added that the demon's resistance was so strong that they could only put it to sleep. In other words, it could wake up at any time, which meant that they had not achieved any long-term results. The guy, without turning around, was surprised by this state of affairs. Bowing, he thanked the assistants. Without raising his head, the young man noted that this would be quite enough, because it was thanks to them that he was not completely absorbed by the demonic spirit. Sweat appeared on the faces of both monks. Looking at the assistants, the protagonist thanked them and the woman who was also helping. Looking around, the guy asked where she went, and Torka explained that she went to look for someone. Sweat appeared on the hero's face while he asked again. Someone stepped on his head. The princess walked over him, surprised that he had already woken up. Raising his head, the guy remembered that they were all performing a ritual to suppress the demonic spirit. Standing in front of him, the girl told him not to sleep. Smoking her pipe, she explained that it was time for him to go to the gate. It was pouring rain outside. Drops were breaking on the ruins near the Tang Heavenly Gate. Everything around was destroyed. Something was brightly illuminating the nearby ruins. The masked man approached a certain bright blue wall. He looked around without saying a word. The guy stepped into some liquid. Jumping out of it, the fighter realized that it was acid poison. Having landed, the man in the mask realized that he almost lost his legs since these ruins could still have traps. Someone was hanging over the water. Opening his mouth, he asked not to disturb him. Standing on the edge, the unknown person noted that, judging by the surroundings, he did not like guests very much. Looking at the strange man, the guy added that he came from Chinon because the monster needed to keep the promise made 50 years ago. Grinning, the man said that he never made any promises. Remembering his grandfather, the guy told him not to fool around, because either he gives him the technique of 1,000 types of poisons or the whole world will find out that he killed the wife of the immortal ruler. Grinning, the man noted that he did not know how to intimidate. Suddenly, the poison under his feet began to splash. Bowing his head, the stranger explained that this was not his main goal. A bright pink aura appeared around him. Having fallen to the ground, the man was surprised that a new vessel for the demon had appeared and that he must not know about the main part of the deal. Making a gesture with his hands, he shouted that as soon as he brought the very first immortal lord to him, he would tell him absolutely everything. The girl was sitting by the wall. Not far from her stood a man covered in blood. His whole face was also covered in blood. Approaching her, he said that she finally belonged to him. Tears appeared in the princess's eyes. Suddenly, her eyes widened when someone called out to her. Torka, looking at her, asked if she was with them because he tried to call her, but there was no reaction from the girl and she replied that nothing happened. Opening his mouth wide, the hero exclaimed. Jumping on the spot, the guy shouted that she was in the clouds the whole way. The girl, looking away, asked if it was true. The young man answered affirmatively. Closing his eyes, he added that she had forced him to come here with her slaps and had stubbornly ignored all his questions the whole way. She approached the gate. Standing in front of them, she asked the hero if the monks had told her who her father was. The princess, looking at the gate, noted that he was trying to figure out what to do with the protagonist after the ritual. Introducing that earring, she explained that although the demon inside him had fallen asleep, he could wake up at any moment, so the best solution would be to put another seal on him. Without turning her head, she added that her father had the key to the new seal. Everyone's eyes widened. Opening her mouth, the lady explained that her father had given her to the ice palace for him. The gate in front of her opened. Wide-eyed, Torka realized everything. Looking at the open doors, Heron advised the others to be careful. Turning around, she explained that her father was a real cheapskate. Chanak made a gesture with his hands and used poison hell. Many snakes appeared around. The masked man realized this as he looked around. Looking at the boy, the poison master explained that these ordinary-looking ruins were originally a nest of snakes. Raising his hand, he added that the poison of these reptiles was so strong that even the master could not hold out against it for more than 10 minutes. Grinning, the man asked the enemy if he could handle it. The snakes rushed to attack. The boy looked straight at them. He tried to nullify the attack of the snakes with blows. Chanak had already run up to him. The young man noticed this, realizing how fast he was. Many snakes burst out of the master's hand. The unknown man ducked so that the snakes would fly past, but some of them were heading straight for his face. He was able to dodge them too. Looking at the enemy, he realized that their attacks were not only fast, but also chaotic, and that they attacked from all sides at once. Grinning, the man noted that he still thought his opponent was bluffing, but his determination was surprising. Having released the snakes again, the man asked how long it would last. The masked guy again began to beat off the snakes with blows. Suddenly, they wrapped around his arm. The young man dodged the man's attack. He looked back at the enemy. Having stopped, the stranger did not understand how to counterattack because he did not slow down for a second. Chongak, grinning, asked if he really thought he had time to think. Another attack was from above. The guy reflected them all. Many purple cuts appeared. All the snakes died because the masked man used a demonic palm. The largest creature was heading towards him. The magic caster used a giant snake with his hands in front of him. He grinned and commanded the monster to swallow the enemy. The monster closed its mouth. Suddenly, the monster's head was pierced by a demonic spiritual wave. Looking at this, the Lord was surprised that it was possible to pierce the snake's head with a spiritual wave. The boy was already behind him, swinging his arm to strike. His eyes glowed red as he shouted that his enemy was finished. The blow hit him straight in the head. From such a blow, he flew into the ground at great speed. Looking at him, the masked man said that he was really strong, but 50 years had passed since he was called one of the lords, so if he did not give him the secrets of the technique, he would die. Suddenly, the snake grabbed his hand. Behind him, Chongak was walking, saying that if you live with snakes for a long time, you yourself can become one. Standing over the guy, he called him a stupid boy. The young man looked at him, exclaiming that he had thought of everything from the very beginning. The poison had already entered the masked man's hand. Grabbing it with his other hand, he screamed. Raising his hand, the Lord noted that the demonic energy had clouded his mind, turning him into another bloodthirsty idiot. Looking at the snake, he also added that they had an agreement with Chinnen that he would bring him a demonic vessel, and in exchange he would share snake techniques with him, since he only needed an immortal lord, and he did not care who would use his abilities. Holding his hand, the guy screamed that they had a deal to transfer the technique in exchange for hiding the fact that he had killed the wife of an immortal lord. The ruler grinned. Looking at his opponent, he asked who told him that it was the lord who killed his wife. The young man's eyes widened. Chonak was walking away, saying that in any case, he had already demonstrated his techniques to him and all that remained was to study them, but the boy did not understand. The man, without turning around, explained that his secret art had literally become a part of him, so his side of the contract was fulfilled, advising him to be more careful in removing the poison, since if he overdid it, he could die. The poison had already reached his head and he did not understand that this could be done at all. Waving his hand at him, the Lord added that if he did not remove the poison in time, he would die, and he would also die if he removed it too quickly, since there was a balance here. Grinning, he noted that he had not had such fun for a long time. The rain continued to pour on the ruins. The hero looked ahead. The boy remembered the princess's smile. He also remembered when she looked at him, saying that her father was a real stingy person. The protagonist frowned. Imagining Heirin, the hero realized that her father sold her to the Northern Sea Ice Palace for his own benefit, and according to Jargle, she hated her father. Remembering her look, the guy realized that there was something completely different in it. Suddenly, his eyes widened when someone called out to him. The girl, with her mouth wide open, advised him to cover his nose. The young man scratched the back of his head, not understanding. Suddenly, he began to fall. The monks, looking at this, shouted that he had passed out, and the princess told them to hurry up and administer the antidote. The hero jumped up, exclaiming. Jargle, standing next to him, asked the guy to be careful since there was a poisonous fog everywhere, and Torka noted that in such old ruins, traps still worked. The girl, closing her eyes, explained that this meant that the old snake was still there and needed to be found. Grinning, he said that there was no need to bother. The Lord released 2 snakes, which struck the monks. The young man turned around. The girl swung her pipe to attack. Ice spires appeared, which the opponent dodged. The boy grabbed the monks, not understanding when he had managed to arrive. Landing, the Lord praised her. Raising his hand, he called her his daughter. The girl, wide-eyed, called him a poisonous snake. The 2 monks stood up, and the hero asked them if they could move, to which Jargle explained that thanks to the lady's elixir, they could resist the poison for some time for sure. Grinning, Chongak noted that his daughter was the only one who could neutralize his poison, also inquiring about what she needed. Raising his hand, he also added that the ice palace had fallen and there was nothing holding her back anymore, asking again what she needed. Did she really miss him? Looking at her, the man asked his daughter if she really wanted to be his guinea pig again. Turning away, the princess turned to Tiang, reminding him that her father had the key to the new seal. She pointed her finger at him. Looking at his chest, the girl explained that this was the jade of 10,000 poisons. This sphere was the seal they needed. The monks' faces began to sweat. The hero asked again, his eyes wide. Pointing at him, the Lord noted that this was indeed surprising, since the quintessence of all the poisons of the highest heavens was the source of his powers, adding that his daughter had changed. Looking at her, he said that she had been completely different the last time they met. The man grinned and said that she could take him now. Suddenly, he appeared right in front of her, saying that she would have to kill him first. The girl's eyes widened. She was entwined with many snakes. Taking her face, the man noted that she had matured. Looking at her, Chonak added that she was his best creation, but attacking her father was a lowly act. Gritting her teeth, the girl laughed at his words. Looking at him, she said that he was not her father, but simply a monster in human form. The princess narrowed her eyes and explained that she would free him today. Suddenly, she turned into an ice block. The protagonist was already behind him, until he realized that his daughter was just an ice doll. The boy hit him using a demonic blow. The man flew straight into the stone. He leaned his hand on the ground. Frowning, the Lord could not believe that such a brat had a demonic spirit. A seal appeared on someone's hand and this person began to chant a spell. The seal was transferred to the ground below him. Looking at it, he could not understand what kind of trick this could be. The monks, kneeling, said that no matter how strong he was, it would be difficult for him to get out of the Palace of Justice. Frowning, they shouted that this was all because their lives were at stake. The Lord grinned and noted that they were most likely the king's courtiers, asking who would worry about the lives of the 2 ants. The girl appeared next to him and said that everything would be different now. Picking up the phone, she exclaimed that he had no idea how much everything would change. A snow butt appeared from her phone. Frowning, she told her father to finally die. The ice block headed straight for him. A huge explosion thundered across all the ruins. In front of them were huge frozen peaks. The monk, his eyes wide open, asked if it was over. The girl's eyes widened. Turning around, she shouted to her friends to watch out. The ground beneath them began to shake. Suddenly, something began to break out from under her. A huge snake broke out from there. The Lord was on its head. Jarkle, gritting his teeth, exclaimed. The princess, frowning, shouted that this was Gutansa, summoned by the Lord of Poisons, and that she was extremely poisonous and also took a hit well. The ruler, standing on her, noted that he was surprised when he learned that she and her friends were going to challenge him. Grinning, he said that it was quite good and brave. Squinting, Torka noticed that there was not even a scratch on him even after a direct hit with such a powerful skill, and the girl replied that she herself expected a different outcome. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man asked if this was all, because even if he continued to give in, it would still not be enough, so maybe they had another ace up their sleeve. Grinning, the man asked the immortal lord. The hero, looking at him, frowned. Looking at her father, the princess asked him not to listen because he was just trying to provoke him. Frowning, she reminded him that they had only one goal. Looking at him, the girl said that they needed to defeat him and take the jade. Smiling, the lord laughed, noting that this reunion of father and daughter was already a little boring. Crossing his arms, he thanked his daughter for bringing the demonic spirit to him herself, but he no longer needed her and she could go, because now he had another goal. Opening his mouth wide, the lord shouted that his goal was Tion and his companion. The snake rushed straight at the protagonist. Clenching his fist, the boy began to use his demonic palm. With one blow, the snake's head was torn apart. The lord looked at this in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked him if he still thought he could defeat him. The snake was destroying the ruins. The hero exchanged blows with the princess's father. The same one, with his eyes wide open, shouted that the guy could dodge as much as he wanted, advising him to use his body to the maximum to show all his strength. The young man dodged another attack by snakes, while he shouted that his sixth sense told him that the hero was a real immortal ruler. Putting out his leg, the protagonist used a demonic lunge. With a blow, he hit another huge snake. Both monks were flying at the ruler from behind. The man dodged the first one's blow. Having dodged, he kicked him. He also dodged Jarkel's blow. After that, the ruler also attacked him. Blood spurted from the monk's mouth because he could not keep up with the ruler's movements. Besides, the antidote could not completely neutralize the poison. Torka fell to the ground. The ruler landed on him and jumped back. Looking around, Chongak shouted for the ruler to show himself quickly. The girl, who was behind him, noted that he would never have shown his back to her in the past. Opening her mouth, she said that it was impolite of him. Her eyes were shining brighter than usual. The lord noticed her attack. The princess's lunge struck him. The man, caught in the attack, realized that it was freezing. Holding the pipe, Aaron used the ice cover bonds and said that with a frozen limb, he would not be able to move so quickly. Another block appeared at the end of her pipe and she advised her father to prepare for pain. The block attack struck the lord. The man flew back from such a blow. Opening her mouth wide, the princess screamed that they needed to act now. The hero was already flying towards the lord. Energy was gathering in his hand as the ability of the demonic palm was used. He reached out with his hand for the enemy. Shinak tried to defend himself with snakes. A huge projection of the hero's hand was imprinted on the ground. Another explosion thundered throughout the ruins. The young man landed on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider than usual. He noticed a lump of snakes. The snakes began to crawl away, and the overlord shouted that he had been doing research for 50 years. With his mouth wide open, he shouted that the protagonist really thought that he could stop him alone. Many snakes headed towards the young man. Due to the speed of the blows, his fists doubled. The boy fought off the creatures flying towards him with his attacks. Only pools of blood remained from the snakes. The overlord looked at Tian in confusion. Lowering his head, the hero said that he was not alone here. Remembering his friends, the young man said that they would stop him together. Deuce attacked the overlord. Jarkel also attacked him. After him, Torka lunged. The overlord, from so many blows, was once again slammed into the wall. The ruler bowed his head. The hero, standing in front of him, said that it was all over. His hand glowed from the demonic spiritual wave. A bright light illuminated the ruins. A huge purple beam struck Chanak. The beam was of incredible size and illuminated all the ruins around. This attack tore off one of the ruler's hands. The girl sealed him in an ice flow. They looked at the defeated man. Jargel, frowning, asked if they had succeeded, and Torka reminded them that they needed to take the jade. The guy turned around. The girl, frowning, looked at her father. The hero approached him. Raising his hand to the jade, he said that he would take it now. His hand reached for the source of the necessary seal. Suddenly, the jade began to change shape. Something was happening to the ruler's body. The hero, looking at this, realized that the enemy's body was boiling. Suddenly, snakes appeared. More snakes began to crawl out of the ruins. They all rushed towards the lord. The girl, looking at them, did not understand why they were so eager for his body. The guy turned around, hearing the girl call out to him. Extending her hand to him, she shouted for him to quickly get away from there. Suddenly, a bright green explosion illuminated the ruins again. Everything around exploded. The monk fell to his knees, groaning. The hero covered his face with his hands. Someone appeared in front of them. An acid corpse appeared in front of them. Frowning, the young man did not understand what had happened. The girl, standing in front of him, advised him to be careful. Without turning around, she explained that the acid corpse was the highest technique of the poison master, and since his body melted and became the purest toxin, he literally turned himself into poison. Turning around, the princess said that this time he would have to cope alone. With wide eyes, the guy could not believe it. The girl fell right in front of him. The Lord, opening his mouth, called them small fry. Suddenly, something appeared on the neck of one of the monks. The same thing happened to the second one. Suddenly, the place of their wound exploded. They also fell right in front of the protagonist. With his eyes wide open, the guy tried to call out to them. The corpse, standing in front of him, explained that most likely the monks had an overdose and even the antidote Aaron would not save them from this. Something began to appear from his hand and he said that now no one would interfere with them. The Lord began to pull something out of the place where his hand used to be. In his hand was a bloody blade. Grinning, the ruler offered the immortal Lord to dance. The man leaned over his daughter as he was told that she had the same symptoms as the queen. He bowed his head over her. Squeezing the ice crystal, the Lord noted that it was not cold enough, so he needed a crystal from the ice palace. He picked up the girl and asked her not to be afraid. Frowning, Chinak exclaimed that he would save her at any cost. An acidic corpse stood in front of the hero. The Lord, smirking slightly, offered him a dance. The blade of blood was aimed straight at the protagonist. The boy dodged this blow. The Lord spun in the air. He attacked with his sword again. Having kicked the ruler, the young man used a demonic thrust. The Lord flew back from this blow. The hero's eyes opened wide. The leg of his pants completely melted at the place of the blow. The Lord had already rushed at him, shouting at him not to be distracted. The boy dodged the blade attack. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that he could not touch the enemy, which meant he had no choice but to finish everything with one blow. Throwing himself at the protagonist again, the acid ruler asked why he had stopped, because was it fear? Grinning, he asked to cheer him up. A tsunami of poisons, summoned by the ruler, was directed at the guy. The hero's eyes opened even wider. Jade was boiling in Chonak's chest and the man explained that this technique releases the poison contained in his body and dissolves everything in its path. Smiling, the ruler of snakes ordered the enemy to die. The tsunami collapsed at the place where the protagonist stood. The waves continued to rage. Suddenly, some kind of purple glow appeared in the abyss of poison. The ruler's eyes widened. A high typhoon rose up. It was the protagonist, illuminated by light. The guy landed on the ground, covering his face with his hand. His eyes were burning and he shouted that he would kill the Lord. Chinak burst into laughter, his eyes wide open. The man rushed at the hero again, saying that they should now check who was more cursed. The boy gritted his teeth. His attack met the Lord's blow. The hero's eyes widened. He was sitting somewhere, rubbing the back of his head. The boy did not understand what kind of forest this was because they had just fought the Lord of Poisons. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something. Looking down, Taeyong realized that someone was shouting, but he did not understand who it was. A certain man, kneeling in front of the palace, was shouting. Bowing his head to the ground, the unknown man continued to shout. Suddenly, someone appeared behind the boy and apologized. The Lord, looking at the hero, explained that he had no choice and he had to protect his family. Jumping up, the boy tried to understand why the Lord of Poisons could be here. Sweat appeared on his face when he realized that these were all Chonak's memories. Suddenly, the protagonist was transported to another place. The chairman, holding out the box, said that everything was as promised. The Lord, taking the crystal in his hands, exclaimed. Chinon, bowing his head, added that now he was forced to go to the clan of the ancients to accept the demon into himself. Raising his head, the old man noted that everything went exactly as he planned. The young man, standing above the chairman, realized that this was all his doing. Memories of his grandfather, who was possessed by a demon, appeared in his head. A vague image of his father, who simply disappeared, also appeared. Imagining himself, the hero understood that this was all because of the chairman. His eyes glowed red. His fist clenched even tighter. The boy attacked the old man, shouting that this was all because of him. Someone appeared behind the young man and asked him not to be angry. The hero's eyes widened. Clenching his hand into a fist, the father explained that the power of the demonic spirit is capable of more than just plunging other countries into the depths of fear. His hand lit up with green light and he added that this power can also heal. The young man stared at his father. Smiling, Jia explained that everything depended only on his son. The hero rushed to him screaming. Suddenly, the boy was transported to another place. A certain elder, folding his arms, said that he perfectly understood the grief of having to leave the princess. Passing by the Lord, the old man added that it was time to stop and that they would take care of her. The Lord killed the elder with one blow, shouting at him to shut up. The princess was sitting near the wall. The man was covered in blood. Even his face was covered in bloody drops and he said that they would all heal her and that she would be safe in the ice palace. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Smiling, the Lord said that she would be only his daughter. The hero struck his opponent. He stood with his mouth slightly open. Opening his eyes, the young man noted that it turned out that the Poison Lord simply wanted to protect his daughter. Gritting his teeth, Chonggak ordered him to shut up. The young man's eye did not twitch. The Lord gritted his teeth even harder. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted at him not to look at him like that. The ruler of snakes attacked the boy again. Blocking the blow with his fist, the young man remembered his father's words that everything depended only on him. Putting out his hand, he used the demonic palm, the radiance of the sun. A small golden flash appeared. Suddenly, its light illuminated all the ruins. The princess opened her eyes slightly. Clutching her head, she tried to remember what had happened. Suddenly, the princess noticed something. The young man stood over the defeated lord. He again took his usual form. His eyes were only slightly open. Looking at the clear sky, he could not remember the last time he had seen something like this. The boy was standing right above him. His gaze moved to the hero. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, said that while they were fighting, the hero looked into his memories. Standing in front of him, he told him that his grandfather had become possessed by a demon, his father had disappeared, and until the demon's curse was lifted, he would not return, adding that it had been an unbearable ordeal for him. With his mouth slightly open, the Lord said that he should kill him and take the jade, because since he had lost, he did not deserve to live. His mouth was slightly open when the hero gave a negative answer. The girl appeared next to him when the boy explained that it was his daughter who saved the boy. The princess looked at her father. Opening his eyes wider, the Lord called her name. Turning away, the man shouted that he did not deserve to look at her. Bowing his head slightly, Erin said that everything her father did for her was only for her. Sitting down next to him, she thanked him for everything. The boy stood silently and watched this. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He grabbed his head and screamed as the demon inside him awakened. Covering his face with his hand, the boy screamed that the monster inside him was trying to seize control. Suddenly, the Lord stood up. The man put his hand on the boy's chest. Gritting his teeth, the boy did not understand what had happened. There was jade in his chest. Smiling, Chinak thanked him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man also apologized. Suddenly, he disappeared almost completely. A clear sky was visible and a girl's scream was heard. The Muram police station was visible and screams were coming from there. Two officers, gritting their teeth, screamed that he needed to be stopped and that he was a real monster. The masked man stood on a mountain of corpses, and the police shouted that the immortal lord needed to be stopped. The masked man stood on a pile of bodies and looked at the others. He rushed at them, saying that he didn't have enough blood. Cuts appeared on the bodies of 3 employees. They instantly flew apart into 2. There were only pools of blood behind the fighter. The other 2 just looked at it. They started to run away, starting to scream. The overlord rushed after them, saying that it was time for them to die. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. With a grab, the employee threw him over himself. Swinging his fist, the employee used the wood and water style. Having hit the enemy, he used the smashing stream. His fist broke the opponent's mask. From such a blow, he flew into a nearby building. Songwoo, frowning, shouted that the immortal overlord made too much of a mess here. The silhouette of this man was covered in a purple aura. Opening his eyes wider, the captain could not believe it. Under the mask was Hakwoo. Looking at him, the policeman exclaimed that this was a student with the power of a lord, not understanding how this could be. The boy rushed at him. A cloud of dust rose. They collided, trying to wrestle. Gritting his teeth, the leader could not believe how strong his enemy was. The boy's teeth were clenched with incredible force. Someone put his hand on his chest and used a star palm. It was the chairman, from whose blow the student flew away. Looking at the student, the old man noted that they were holding up well and ordered them all to leave. Keeping his hands behind his back, Chinnen explained that he would do it himself. The remaining police officers stood around, shouting that the leader had finally arrived and now the lord would definitely end. Frowning, he ordered Songwoo to take everyone away from here immediately. His pupil moved to the side when the leader asked him what he was talking about. The policeman, with his mouth wide open, shouted that it was not the lord but his grandson Hakwoo because the old man was really going to kill him. The man stopped when he heard Chinnen ask what he meant. Looking at the pile of corpses, the old man explained that because of him, dozens of innocents had died and that he was no longer who he used to be, but a demon wreaking havoc in Muram. His eyes blazed as he exclaimed that his job was to kill demons. Songwoo gritted his teeth, trying to object. The chairman knocked him out with one blow, saying that he was in the way. Frowning, the old man asked when it would finally dawn on him that all his efforts were pointless. The student was on his knees. His eyes widened, the boy screamed. Walking up to him, the old man explained that he had disrupted the flow of Kai in his body, causing him to feel extreme pain that would literally turn him inside out. The student gritted his teeth, screaming the old man's name. The chairman bowed his head and reminded him that thanks to him he was able to master the technique of the Supreme Dark Wooden, pretending to be in a coma, and also asked if his grandson had studied the technique of the Poison Master. One of the boy's eyes was already closed. The old man grabbed him, saying that he was still far from Tiyong, but since the last time they met, the quality of his vessel had increased significantly. Frowning, the old man explained that he would now take all of his strength. It was as if Hakwa had been squeezed many times. The chairman clenched his fist and the corpse flew apart. The aura of an immortal ruler emanated from his fist. He folded his hands behind his back. The old man turned his head slightly and heard someone calling him. The secretary, approaching him, said that according to the instructions, everyone was taken to a safe place. An ominous purple aura emanated from him as he thanked Dongya for his good work. The secretary narrowed his eyes, noticing the aura. The man widened his eyes and asked if the chairman had really succeeded. The old man grinned slightly. His hand was covered in a red aura. He clenched his fist. Grinning, Chinnen said that all the ancient techniques, all the dogmas, the demon's power, all these powers were now in his hands. The secretary made a gesture with his hands. Bowing his head, he shouted words of congratulations, adding that now the whole world belonged to the lords. Without turning around, the chairman noted that it was too early to celebrate. Turning his head, the old man explained that the demon's power was still imperfect. Sweat appeared on the secretary's face when he asked the chief about where he wanted to get more power from. Opening his eyes wider, he asked if he was talking about Tian. Without turning around, the old man asked if there were any problems with this guy, to which he answered negatively, but the secretary explained that they still could not find him. The old man's mouth was hidden behind his mustache and he asked to be notified when he showed up. Standing in front of the secretary, the chairman also ordered all the elders to gather. Raising his hand, Chinnen said that it was time for the show. Dibang's warehouse was visible. Yujiho, with her eyes wide open, could not believe that Tian was an immortal ruler. Sitting next to her, the man answered affirmatively, explaining that respect for his father had clouded Dibang's mind, and the girl noted that she felt that something was wrong with him. Opening his eyes, the man also reminded that strange things had been happening in Muram lately and that it all started after the hero disappeared. The girl looked down. The master, with his head down, said that when he noticed that the chairman had fallen into a fake coma, he immediately understood everything. Frowning, he noted that Chinnen was the one behind all this. The girl's eyes widened. Remembering the old man's request, she began to understand why he gave her a secret mission. Squinting, the man said that Jihan had foreseen that the immortal ruler would definitely be resurrected, and that was why he asked him for a favor. The man slammed the bundle on the floor. Looking at it, Dabanga repeated the words of the protagonist's father that he needed to hand over this blade. The employee, covering her face with her hand, felt an incredible energy emanating from the weapon. Looking at it, the man said that Jihan knew that such a day would come and this was his last request. Standing in front of Yujiho, he explained that he did not want to ask her, but now she needed to give the blade of the three demons to Tiong. An old man appeared in front of them, wondering what they were doing here. The girl opened her eyes wide, noticing the leader. The man swung his arm to strike. The chairman put his hand in front of his face, using a demonic palm. The impact caused the building to shatter into pieces. The man flew back. He opened one eye wider, unable to believe that the leader was using the demonic palm, as it was the leader's own technique. The old man standing nearby said that he had missed the meeting earlier and had come to see him personally. Looking at him, Chinnen added that he was disappointed in him. The man, breathing heavily, shouted out the old man's name. The old man bowed his head slightly and asked if he had decided to team up with Tiong to start a rebellion. His eyes did not waver as he explained that rebellion had to be nipped in the bud. The girl appeared in front of him and the old man called her name. Her eyes turned black. The man's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what was happening. The employee rushed at him. His gaze was directed straight at her. Dibang blocked her strike. While trying to hold back her attack, he realized that her eyes were colored black. Looking at it, the man realized that it was most likely a demonic technique. Gritting his teeth, he realized that the chairman was controlling it. Was he really that strong already? Raising his hand, the old man asked how he liked his powers. Wasn't it amazing? A strange purple haze appeared in his hand, and the chairman explained that once he touched someone's soul, they would immediately become subject to his will, like a puppet. Clenching his fist, he shouted that controlling the mind through fear was the true power of a demon. The chairman frowned. Behind him, the elders and the rest of the staff appeared, becoming his puppets. Gritting his teeth, the man realized that they were all under his control and asked why he needed this. Raising his hand, the old man explained that he needed a weapon to protect the world. His eyes widened as he spoke about how once he killed the protagonist, they would no longer be threatened by anyone or anything, and that was the burden of those in authority. Gritting his teeth, Dabang shouted that he was a hypocrite. The girl managed to overcome the man's defense. He was still trying to hold back her sword, but this time near her face. The chairman approached and said that this was all for the good of Muram. Frowning, the old man ordered Yujiho to get rid of the traitor. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she screamed. She swung her sword to hit Chinnen. His tie broke. Lowering the blade, the employee asked her not to make her laugh, because what kind of traitor was he? Taking the sword in both hands, she called the old man a rotten creature. Squinting, the man asked if she had returned to normal. Breathing heavily, he said that most likely the blade had absorbed all the demonic energy. The old man folded his hands behind his back and noted that it was interesting that the blade could be used to break free from control, but even so, nothing would change. Looking at the lords, the chairman said that he would still see how they would deal with the rest of his puppets. The girl, holding the sword, told the professor that she would hold them off. Smiling, she shouted for him to take the blade to Tiong. The man bowed his head. Taking the sword from her, he said that this would be her task. Raising his head, Deepens explained that he would handle the matter himself. Folding his hands, the professor used Rising Dragon of Fire Vortex. Narrowing his eyes, the old man shouted that he was a bastard. Frowning, the man said that even if he had lost all his internal energy, he still had an innate life force. The girl ran away, holding the demonic blades in her hands. The man put his hands in front of him, pointing the dragon at the chairman, and he knew that Tion was their only hope. The hero and his friends were heading towards the exit. The boy frowned and called out the chairman's name. The treetops were visible and someone's scream was heard. The girl was killing all the employees in her path while they were shouting that they couldn't let her go. Looking around, she didn't understand when they would end because there was no time to waste on them. Suddenly, someone was heading towards her from above. The girl blocked the blow. Her eyes widened. She smelled the scent of plum blossoms. Yujiho jumped back. She stood with her head bowed when someone shouted at her to get up. It was Kaijok. She narrowed one eye and asked if he was Tion's friend. The girl's mouth twisted. She held her sword in front of her. Frowning, she ordered him to get out of the way. They both stood in fighting stances. Gritting his teeth, the boy shouted that he had become the heir to the plum blossom sword for a completely different reason. He stood in his usual pose, putting away his sword. The girl's eyes widened. Standing in front of her, the young man explained that they said that the hero was an immortal ruler and that he was the one who killed Hakwa. And they also said that the girl was now also considered a traitor, adding that he knew in his heart that this was all complete nonsense. Kijok smiled and asked if her rush to the protagonist was something very important. The girl frowned and said nothing. They continued to stand and suddenly a cry came from the forest that they had found her and needed to catch her. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted at her to run as he would hold them back. She ran away. The boy stood in a stance. 3 other employees were flying at him. Torka, his eyes wide, noted that this crater was a trace of the highest technique of the Master of the Unorthodox Alliance. A huge hole gaped in front of them. The boy looked at it, and the princess noted that a lot had already happened in the world while she was sitting in the mountains. She closed one eye when someone apologized for the long wait. Then BM and his henchmen stood in front of them. The girl, smiling, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero, his eyes wide, looked at them. Looking at them, the boy asked them for help. The man asked if this was really a form of greeting. Nissen, standing in front of him, asked if he knew what was waiting for him. The boy answered negatively. Frowning, he explained that he knew only one thing for sure, that Chinen was behind all of this. The girl smiled. Crossing her arms over her chest, she noted that he was incredibly serious. Looking at the boy, she suggested that they discuss the plan. The protagonist's eyes widened as he noticed something. Turning around, the boy tried to understand what was going on there. It was Yujiho. Raising her head, she called the hero. Sweat appeared on the boy's face. The Muram League was visible. The secretary, adjusting his glasses, asked if the leader really wanted to use dabbing as bait. The old man, sitting in a chair, explained that he had been following Tiong and had a very warm relationship with the man, so he would definitely come. Danha widened his eyes and noted that he might not come either, since there were many variables, and he might suddenly realize that this was all a trap and refuse to come. Looking at the assistant, the old man asked if he had forgotten that the girl had escaped. Looking intently at the secretary, the chairman explained that their operatives were no match for her, so she had most likely already gotten to him. The man had been crucified on the cross, and most likely the girl had already told the protagonist about it. Sweat appeared on the assistant's face. Squinting, the old man reminded him that the protagonist liked to play at being a hero, so he would definitely come to save his friend. Frowning, the young man exclaimed that he needed to be saved. The monks held him while he screamed for them to let him go, and Nissen screamed that he didn't understand that this was all a trap. Looking at the police officer, she asked what happened to dabbing. Yujiho replied that she did not know, since she was being chased the whole way. The hero, gritting his teeth, shouted that they really did not want to just sit back. The princess, closing her eyes, explained that most likely the head of the police was holding the man as bait because he needed a hero. Therefore, dabbing was not in danger. Nissen, looking at the guy, noted that he should calm down because Chinen was strong, and therefore they should not act rashly. And if he really gained demonic powers, then even if the hero wins, his spirit will try to devour him. Crossing her arms over her chest, she explained that then the entire world of martial arts will come to an end because they will destroy each other, and the winner will be all around. Sweat appeared on the young man's face. Leaving the tent, he screamed. The princess, sitting on the bed, told the monks to leave him as he needed to digest everything. Closing her eyes, the master's assistant said that it would be great if they had the blade of 3 demons. Yujiho looked at her. The hero was standing on a certain wall. Suddenly, he jumped off it. The guy raised his head, hearing his partner call out to him. It was a police officer. Looking at him, she asked if he was really leaving. Bowing his head, the young man explained that he had to do it. Coming closer, he explained that they all suffered because of him. Passing by, the hero said that they would see each other again. His body trembled when he heard the words about his father. The guy turned around abruptly. Suddenly, for a moment, his father appeared in front of him. The girl was holding a rolled-up blade in her hands. Handing it to the young man, she noted that the professor had told her everything. Holding the bundle in her hands, Yujiho explained that Taeyong's father left it for him. Sweat appeared on his face. Reaching out his hand, the youth felt the energy coming from the sword, which was very familiar to him and strong in nature. A bright purple light illuminated him. The secretary stood in front of the crucified professor. Looking away, the man did not know if the hero would come here, because even taking into account the fact that he may have the savior syndrome, but who would you have to be to fall for such a primitive trap? Suddenly, he noticed something. Something appeared in front of him. The employees, covering their faces with their hands, did not understand what kind of creepy energy it was. Frowning, the secretary could not believe it. Taeyong appeared in front of them. The old man was standing on the roof of the building. Grinning, the chairman realized that he had come after all. In front of the hero were many employees. The youth, frowning, looked at them. The police officers, their eyes wide open, were shouting about his murderous aura. They all backed up a little and called out to the secretary. Sweat appeared on his face. He opened his mouth wide and ordered them to stop him. The officers rushed at the young man. The young man only saw the professor behind them. He remembered his face. Now he was hanging on his last breath. The hero's eyes opened wide. The aura spread around him. All the officers' eyes turned white. Suddenly, they all fell to the ground. Squinting, the secretary could not understand what had happened. Looking at the young man, he could not believe that he had turned into such a monster. Opening his mouth, the boy told him not to be afraid. As he passed, the young man added that he did not come here for him. The assistant opened his eyes wide, breathing heavily. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. The hero, bending over, shouted the man's name. Dabbing opened his eyes slightly. Kneeling in front of him, the protagonist asked him how he was feeling. Looking at the weapon, the man realized that the girl had managed to hand it over. He smiled. Looking at the hero, the professor asked him about his own thoughts. Smiling, the protagonist reminded him that he had not yet told him everything about his father. The man rose from the ground. Extending his hand, the boy said that they should leave already. Suddenly, someone's hand pierced his chest. The hand was right in front of the boy and someone used a demonic palm. An explosion thundered. The boy jumped back, unable to understand what had happened. With his mouth wide open, he called out to his uncle. The man bowed down when the old man asked about what Taeyong had only hoped for by coming here. The aura of a lord hovered around the chairman. The hero rushed at him, swinging his blade. Frowning, he shouted the old man's name. The chairman frowned. The old man blocked his attack with his staff. Suddenly, the chairman himself went to attack the boy. The boy jumped over him, dodging. Suddenly, he began to spin his weapon. The hero struck the old man. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that the blade of 3 demons did not take away his power. The enemy swung to attack. He threw dabbing right at the hero. Preparing an attack with his palm, the old man asked him to have fun. The boy widened his eyes, realizing the enormity of his energy. Putting his hand in front of him, the enemy used a demonic spiritual wave. The boy put his weapon in front of him. A huge beam of light struck them. The dust began to dissipate. Looking down, the old man noticed something. Looking at the hero, he noted that it was quite good. The boy frowned. The opponent, standing in front of him, asked if he had absorbed the spiritual wave with the blade, because apparently Dabbing's sacrifice was not in vain, and he added that most likely his contribution was much more useful than his classmate who shared the demonic vessel with the old man. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked him what he was carrying. Extending his hand, Chinen said that perhaps the young man did not notice, but he now also possessed the power of the Lord. The old man grinned. There was an entire army of puppets behind him, and he said that, unlike the young man, he knew how to use such power. The hero opened his eyes wide, not understanding why they all emitted demonic energy. Looking at the boy, the chairman explained that thanks to the demonic power, he can control their minds. They pounced on the hero, while the chairman shouted that this is the true power of the immortal lord. The young man dodged all the attacks. Turning around, the protagonist realized that they had all been zombified, and if they fought at full strength, they could die. Looking at the fleeing guy, the old man noted that no matter how strong he would be defeated if he was not prepared to harm the puppets. Frowning, Chinen shouted that this was the burden of the overlord. Some of the employees leaned their hands on the ground. Several others did the same. A barrier began to appear around the guy as a 1,000-year exorcism was used. Gritting his teeth, the hero could not understand what was happening. The young man fell to his knees, and the old man said that he was simply luring him here. He grabbed the protagonist by the neck. Frowning, the opponent noted that his death would mark the beginning of a new world. The old man squeezed his neck tighter, shouting his name. Suddenly, puppets appeared in the young man's head, and his father's words about the power of the demonic spirit being capable of more than just plunging others into the depths of fear. His father, holding out his hand, explained that everything depended only on him. The boy opened his mouth, uttering the beginning of the spell of demonic art. His eyes glowed gold when he used the recursion of light. The old man, opening his eyes wider, could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, everything around was illuminated by a bright light. Some of the puppets were struck by this bright light. It severely struck the rest as well. Suddenly, the eyes of one of them began to take on a normal shade. The same happened to the others. The old man turned around, watching as his puppets fell to the ground. Looking at them, the chairman did not understand what kind of light it was, because could it really dispel the demonic control with its help? The protagonist, standing in front of him, said that he was wrong. Raising his hand, the boy explained that the true power of the demonic spirit is not in submission. All of his closest friends appeared in the hero's head. Opening his eyes, the young man said that the essence of power is in purifying the mind. The old man frowned. Suddenly, smiling, he laughed, saying that in that case, it was time for them to end these games. The enemy's aura became more obvious, and he said that if he wanted it badly, then so be it. The old man with burning eyes shouted that he would now show the true power of the immortal ruler. Suddenly, someone, with his mouth wide open, shouted for both of them to stop. Something landed in front of the chairman. He stared at it intently. It was Nissen, the ruler of the black demons. Frowning, she shouted at the old man that they needed to talk. She slapped the boy. Frowning, the girl asked what he was listening to them with. The young man did not turn his head back. Looking at her, the hero apologized. Closing her eyes, the head of the clan said that she thought he had already grown up, but, as they say, there is strength, but no need for intelligence, but the guy just laughed. Suddenly, an ice block hit him on the head. The princess, standing in front of Nissen, suggested that she figure out what they should do. Throwing the phone over her shoulder, she noted that she had provided first aid to Dabang and now everything depended on him. Folding her arms over her chest, Nissen said that the man was strong and he could handle it, and the man behind her asked how the lady felt after such a deal. Frowning, Yujiho asked about what kind of deal they had made. The place of their battle was visible. Frowning, the old man clarified about the postponement of the fight. With one hand behind his back, he asked her if she was serious, since it would be better for him to kill them both in one fell swoop. Looking at them, the chairman asked what benefit he would gain if the fight was postponed. Ki-young wanted to rush at him, but the girl stopped his attacks. Smiling, she asked if he knew what would happen if they fought now. Imagining a destroyed city, she explained that he would have nothing to rule over, since the entire continent would turn into dust. Frowning, Nissen clarified if the chairman really had obtained the power of a ruler for this. The old man's mouth was covered by a mustache. His eyes lit up when he asked if the girl was trying to threaten him. Smirking, she explained that these were just simple facts. They stood opposite each other. Frowning, the old man knew it was a bluff, since Tien couldn't recover that quickly from the fight with Rubliev. If he was at the peak of his powers, then such a proposal would make sense. Suddenly, Chinen noticed something. Looking at his hand, the chairman couldn't understand what this strange feeling was. His hand was covered in some kind of golden aura. Looking at it, he didn't know what was happening. The girl, standing in front of him, asked him again about the decision, otherwise he would only become the king of ruins. Crossing her arms over her chest, she added that she didn't care at all, since today was a good day to die. Bowing his head, the old man accepted the deal. Opening his eyes, he also said that if the boy lost, the Black and Orthodox Alliance would join the Murim Alliance. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. Raising his hand, the chairman explained that negotiations were always a compromise, and besides, he had his eye on their alliance for a long time. Squinting, the old man explained that the girl didn't think that Tiang would lose, so she had nothing to lose. Putting her hand on her hip, she said that all they could do was win. Nissen looked at her son, asking him why he was looking at her like that. Raising her hand to her face, she also added that it would be better if someone didn't immediately give the hero the blade of 3 demons. Crossing her arms over her chest, the head of the clan noted that bad things happen sometimes, but even so, they were able to buy time and it should be used wisely. Looking at the guy, she advised him to do it without rushing. Opening his mouth, Nissen also said that they first needed to decide who would stay, since no one would judge anyone if they retreated now. The princess, exhaling smoke, noted that Chinen provoked a conflict between Murim and the outside world, so by stopping him, she would consider herself to have atoned for her sins. The monks answered with their mouths slightly open that they were staying to banish this demon back to hell. The young man smiled at the words of his friends. Nissen closed her eyes and summed it up by saying that they would have their final battle in a month. Standing in front of everyone, she shouted for everyone to train, prepare, and practice until then. The boy sat on the wall. Looking into the distance, he realized that everything would be decided in a month. Crossing his arms, the hero apologized to Nissen in his mind because he had not previously known that he could clear the minds of the people enslaved by Chinen. Raising his head, the young man knew that he would definitely succeed. The previous battle site was visible. The chairman was sitting in his office. Looking at his hand, the old man realized that it was pure will. Remembering the hero's face, Chinen remembered that this bright light and strange feeling appeared after he used light recursion. His hand was shaking, because earlier the old man thought that he understood the essence of the demon's power. Having broken the table, Chinen shouted that he was a damn brat. The chairman stood in front of the broken table. Clenching his fist, he shouted that he would kill Tien and become the only god of Muram. Suddenly, the old man looked at someone who was talking about how a new world would be created from the ashes of the old one. Looking at the stranger, the chairman asked him who he was. The man grabbed his hood, saying that the immortal ruler would cleanse his mind as well. It was Jihan. The man stood in front of the chairman. Frowning, the old man could not believe it. Looking at him, Chinen asked if he was Jihan. Smiling, he noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning, the old man said that he thought that he had been taken care of for a long time, asking why he was still alive. Jihan looked at him, asking if he was curious about the reason. Raising his hand, Chinen replied negatively, adding that he was annoyed that he did not finish the matter. Reaching out to his son, the chairman shouted that he would definitely destroy him now. The man also extended his hand. Something bright lit up the room. The old man, illuminated by the light, recognized him. Extending his hand in front of him, Jihan explained that on the day his body was pierced, he saw the essence of his father, and even decades later, he was still possessed by these demons. Looking at him, the man said that he was truly a pathetic laughingstock. The chairman flew at him with his fists, shouting at him to shut up. His fist hit the target. The disappearing silhouette said that it was not for him to judge. Turning around, the old man realized that it was an illusion. Jihan's head, hanging in the air, indicated that all the darkness would be swallowed by the light of the immortal lord. Looking back, the man advised him not to stare into the abyss for too long. The man had completely disappeared from the head's office. He looked back. Looking at the remaining particles, the old man guessed that it might be the light of the Lord. With his eyes wide open, the chairman realized that this must be Mongolian tricks. The Palace of Justice in Mongolia was visible. The Muram police were fighting with the temple priests. The elders were also killing them. The head priest flew across the floor. Grinning his teeth, he noted that this was indeed a surprise, since the chairman dared to attack the sacred Palace of Justice, asking if he was afraid of heavenly punishment. The old man stood leaning on his cane. Frowning, he asked again. Chinen stabbed his cane into the priest's shoulder. The leader picked him up and asked him if he really thought that the heavenly punishment could harm him. His aura began to manifest when he explained that he had the power of a demon and this punishment would not do anything. The priest frowned and asked him where such power came from. Looking at the victim, the old man tried to find out something about the light of the immortal ruler, although it is not a hindrance, but caution does not hurt. Holding the cane, the leader added that he needed all the information stored in their archives, because with it they would make a worthy contribution to the creation of the new Muram. The old man narrowed his eyes. The priest, laughing, threw his head back. Lowering his head again, he said that he was seeking power the same way a moth seeks light. Grabbing the cane, the temple minister called him a pathetic and inferior old man. Grinning, he advised him to know his place. The chairman, looking at him, used fundamental absorption. The entire temple shook. A crater was visible not far from Muram. The protagonist sat, exuding the aura of a ruler. Suddenly, he exhaled. A bright blue beam of light appeared behind him. The chairman's illusions began to attack him. The youth opened his eyes wide. His illusions began to fight back against the old man's illusions. The boy jumped up, taking the blade. He began to spin it. One of the projections attacked him. The hero parried the blow with his blade. His brows furrowed. The illusion's face was completely emotionless. The boy lunged at his opponent. They began to fight with swords. The young man made an attack, hoping for a direct hit. Suddenly, the clone grabbed his weapon. The hero's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. The opponent made a spinning kick. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him. The illusion of Chinen did the same. They both used a demonic spiritual wave. The boy's eyes widened, sighing. The young man leaned over the ground. Exhaling, he said that they died together again. Nissen, approaching him, noted that the outcome was the same again. The princess stood in front of him with the head of the alliance. Aaron, holding the phone, asked if they had any other choice since he had been simulating a fight with Chinen for the 100th time. But the outcome did not change, since if he could not defeat him in his thoughts, then how could they do it in reality? Nissen, putting her hand on her hip, explained that there was no other choice since Jan had said that only the blade of 3 demons could stop the possessed. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked if he was talking about his father. Nissen, crossing her arms over her chest, answered affirmatively, adding that instead of teaching her the technique of fundamental absorption, he talked incessantly about demons. Opening her eyes, she added that he had even fled later. Raising her hand to her chin, The head of the alliance noted that something was wrong with the blade of 3 demons, since it felt like it had its own will. Holding it in his hands, the young man asked if she meant that the weapon was a living being. The guy remembered how he had previously managed to absorb the old man's spiritual wave with this blade. The girl, looking at him, added that without Jihan or someone else obsessed with demons, they would hardly be able to figure out the secret of the blade, so they had to act blindly. So if they managed to find out the secret ability of this weapon during the fight with Chinen, then they might have a chance to win. Suddenly, they turned around, hearing screams that someone should not be let in. They ran to the exit, not understanding what had happened. There stood a certain man who had killed all the employees. Frowning, the hero asked who it was, and Nissen noted that judging by his clothes, this man was from Mongolia. Holding the phone in her hands, the princess answered affirmatively, adding that he was from Atonement. With her eyes wide open, she said that it seemed to her that she had left him frozen, asking what he was doing there. The man frowned and turned to the boy. Gritting his teeth, the hero exclaimed, because he thought that the man had come for his soul. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that Bergen was greeting the Lord. He fell to his knees in front of him. Sweat appeared on the boy's face, because he did not understand who he was. Bergen, sitting on the floor in the room, told those around him that the king had been killed. Jargel's eyebrows rose in surprise when he asked again about the murder of the king, and Torka cursed quietly. Xianghua looked at the tense monks and said the name Chinen. She put her hands on her hips and said that only this psycho would think of attacking Mongolia, because he must have felt something in that fight with Tian. The girl frowned angrily and mentally cursed Chinen. Torka slammed his fist on the floor, cursing at his master, and Heron muttered that Chinen was already killing indiscriminately due to impunity. Suddenly, Tian stood up. He looked at the assembled group intently, then ordered them to move forward. Heron lit her pipe, then turned to Bergen and asked why he called Tian the Lord of Light. The man straightened up, then told them that not long ago they had gone after Mashab, and some master had attacked him and his comrades. He looked away from the girl, saying that he did not remember why they were frozen in the snowy mountains, and Heron was already embarrassed. At that moment, Bergen's gaze became serious when he said that their savior was the Apostle of Light. Tian echoed about the Apostle of Light. The priest in the church was reading a prayer over one of the parishioners. He put his hand on the man's head, saying that even in anger one should not sin. While the priest was talking about getting rid of all bitterness in the soul, anger, rage, shouting, slander, and all kinds of malice, a certain young man stared at the screen of his phone. His neighbor was also looking at the phone, while the preacher was talking about how people should be kind to each other, show compassion, forgive each other as God and Christ forgave them. He slightly squeezed the parishioner's head, loudly closed the book and finished the sermon with the words that otherwise he would bring great wrath and vengeance on those who sought to poison and destroy his children. The preacher's eyes lit up purple when he shouted that people should accept the wrath of God, after which he hit the parishioner hard. A fight broke out in the church. People, influenced by the preacher, began to beat each other to exhaustion. The news anchor was reporting that something inexplicable was happening in the city center. The screen changed to show the events that started in the church, and then the anchor commented that it was unknown who was behind this emergency and why the citizens were attacking each other. The news was broadcast in the office, where it was said that they were spreading demonic control through the media, and the man did not know that they could do this. Danha waved his hand towards the TV, saying that only the innocent were suffering so far, but he was interested in what would happen next. Chinen looked at his secretary and asked himself what the next step would be. He frowned, demanding that Danha remember how the Miram masters lost their power. The man felt a destructive aura coming from his master. Chinen leaned back in his chair, saying that the masters used to be the ones who made the law, but now they have been displaced and have faded into the background in the digital world. He clenched his fist, saying that it was time to remind people that only when masters could maintain order. The image of the spell illuminated the rage that was searching for him. Looking at the violent footage on the news, Chinen said that this was only a small sacrifice on the path to the common good. Suddenly, the phone in Dong's pocket vibrated. He answered the call and silently began to listen to what his interlocutor was saying. The man tore the phone away from his ear, telling Chinen that it was the Blue House calling. Chinny smiled contentedly. Bergen continued telling those around him about the Apostle of Light. He told the man that the power of demons depends on the will of the bearer. Tian thoughtfully lowered his gaze and repeated about the power depending on the will. Bergen extended his hand to the protagonist and asked him to extend his hand in return. Tian extended her hand, palm up. The man squeezed the protagonist's hands tightly and began to talk about how the words of the King of Justice were passed down by word of mouth, and that Mashamba was the embodiment of evil, who, having achieved immortality, would become a true immortal ruler. Xianghua looked at the narrator intently and asked how this related to the fact that he called the protagonist the ruler of light. Bergen looked at her with a concentrated gaze and explained that the Apostle of Light told him that Mashamba had already completed his training. Aaron perked up, saying that he had suppressed the thirst for the demon's blood, so Tian became the ruler of light. Bergen placed the rosary on the protagonist's hand, asking him to accept it. Tian was surprised that it was really just a rosary. Bergen explained that it contained Meshamba's soul, which the Apostle of Light had placed there at the risk of his life, greatly surprising the protagonist. The man looked at Tian with hope and asked if he would accept this power. The protagonist clenched his fist, and at that moment, light spread from his body throughout the room. Erin had to cover her eyes. The light was so bright, so she asked what kind of warmth it was. Xianghua realized that it was the demon's willpower. For Tian, this energy was familiar. He extended his hand forward as if he was about to strike. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead stood out from the tension. As if through force, the image of Jihan appeared. The protagonist was relieved to realize that the Apostle of Light was his father. A blade appeared in space. Xianghua was surprised to find that the blade was vibrating. She glared at the protagonist and demanded that he quickly draw the blade. The boy grabbed it, squeezing it with force. Lightning began to roll down his hands, which appeared due to the force. A small explosion was heard, and the blade split into two parts. The protagonist was surprised to realize that the blade of the three demons consisted of two parts. Bergen calmly watched this scene, after which he explained that the blade was originally divided into two parts, dark and light. He thought of the yin-yang symbolism and explained that where there is light, there can be no darkness. Bergel watched as Tiang tried on the blades and said that this is the true form of the Lord of Light, and that this is the true form of the blade of the three demons. The protagonist exhaled loudly. He seemed to be in a space filled with blue light. Suddenly, an enemy appeared from the space, shrouded in purple ominous light. With each step, the enemy approached, and the demonic eyes behind him grew in size. A wall of fire appeared behind the protagonist. Tiang grinned, anticipating the battle. The opponents clashed with each other. An unnaturally white light spilled out from the blow, filling the space. The man grinned contentedly, and then said that it had begun. Someone turned to Jehan and asked if he was sure of his choice. Jehan only smiled, saying that this was his last mission as an Apostle of Light, and called the interlocutor his father, after which he asked him not to doubt. He thought of Tiang and said confidently that his son would not let him down. A week passed. First of all, the riots caused by the increased aggression of citizens, during which time the city was heavily damaged. The most important infrastructure facilities in the capital region were paralyzed. The news strongly advised citizens not to go out on the streets. The anchor said that as of today, the government has not been able to find out the cause of the incident. Chinen sat at the table and listened to the news about the Muram police slowly but surely taking control of the situation. He grinned maliciously because without them, the police could not cope. His eyes flashed with a red, greedy fire because he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The great age of masters fell with the advent of the immortal lord, and during this time, many cultivators died, and on their corpses, a world of the weak was created. Chinen believed that people forgot that this world survived only thanks to the sacrifice of the Muram masters, but they abandoned them and threw them to the side of life like some kind of trash. The man believed that they needed to be reminded of how precarious the situation of humans was. He looked at the figurine of two stones, where one was balancing on the other. Chinen shook the stone, thinking that it was only necessary to shift the balance of power a little. At that moment, it was as if someone grabbed the stone from the other side, balancing it. It was as if Tiang was holding the stone from the other side. Chinen did not expect such a development. A strong explosion was heard, illuminating the figure of a man sitting on a chair. He listened to his feelings and realized where this glow came from. Tiang was on the street, preparing for battle. The protagonist walked out into the city streets, surrounded by his assistants. The city was heavily destroyed, and the streets were littered with corpses. They were all covered in blood, and their broken bodies lay helplessly on the ground. The protagonist silently watched this scene. Suddenly, someone called out to him, asking if the air had not become lighter without this garbage. Chinen stood in front of him, surrounded by his comrades. Tiang muttered his name in irritation. The man spread his hands and asked what the guy was doing here. After all, hadn't they agreed to meet in a month? He believed that this would be enough to build a new world, after which he smiled impudently. The protagonist at first wanted to remain silent, but then replied that he had responsibilities. He turned to the enemy, and behind him, as if a wave had spilled out, the guy said that as the Lord of Light, he was obliged to reconcile light and darkness. Chinen mocked, talking about the Lord of Light and darkness. Suddenly, the space behind him seemed to split into two equal parts, and the man asked if he meant this power. Tiang calmly watched the demonstration performance, after which he said that Chinen really killed the King of Justice. The man hid his aura and asked if the protagonist had not yet realized that he was capable of the same thing as him. Chinen called the enemy a stupid moth flying to the fire. At that moment, Chinen's subordinates attacked the protagonist when he began to say that his attachment to the lower world would destroy him. Xianghua and Nissen stood up for the protagonist, repelling the attack of the thugs. Jinin muttered something to himself. He looked at the new opponents and said that the protagonist was not so stupid as to come alone. Suddenly, he realized that something else was happening on the street. He was wondering what else the protagonist had prepared for him, and at that moment, Jargle attacked the man from behind. He shouted that he was avenging the king. At that moment, one of Jinin's subordinates repelled the guy's attack. His hands trembled, the blow was so strong. The opponents shouted, encouraging themselves to fight. The blow was so strong that Jargle flew to the side. Veins appeared on his face when he thought about the fact that his opponent was able to turn his body in flight, crossing swords with him, and his body must be strengthened by demons. Torka quickly flew to his brother, worried about his condition. Aaron took a drag from her phone and demanded that Jargle not get into trouble, as this was not his level. Jinin stood in front of Tion and asked if they really wanted to take over his power in Muram so much that they had even prepared. Suddenly, his face twisted in rage as he shouted that it was useless. He thought of the destroyed city. Then he remembered the news reports and said that fear had already consumed the people due to the demon's control. He remembered the host's speech when she explained that fear was the source of the demon's power. Purple flames with his power rose above his head, and the man explained that he was getting stronger with each passing second due to fear. Jinin looked mockingly at his opponents, asking how they intended to stop him. Xianghua stepped forward and said that they were not going to stop him. The girl turned to her comrades and asked if they were ready. A convincing confirmation was heard from the guys. The girl readied her weapon, shouting that they must clear the way for Tian. Chinin's minions also rushed to attack. A battle began where the strongest fought. Chinin and Tian were left alone. The man wondered why the protagonist could not just let him build his world. The protagonist only remained silent. Chinin got angry, saying that if anyone wants to, they cannot answer, but he will give him a choice. He extended his hand to Tian. Chinin offered the guy to unite. He was so discouraged that he could not react correctly to this offer. However, Chinin was serious because he believed that they wanted the same thing. He offered the guy to look at what happened to the city because he believed that this is a fragile world, and these people cannot even protect themselves. The man did not understand why they, the masters, should live by the rules of these weaklings, because this world needs a different order. Chinel looked at Tion. I said there that he, as his precious grandson and a martial artist, should understand this, and then these pathetic plebeians will bow to the power of the Muram. The man burst out laughing, believing that then a new era will come where masters will be honored and respected. However, his laughter was interrupted as soon as the guy asked him not to make fun of him. Tion smiled when she said that the man was just another old man who wanted to turn back her time. Chinel was silent. It finally dawned on him what this meant, and that this is exactly what his grandson was thinking. His face twisted in pain and disappointment. The next second, he attacked. Tion tensed up, trying to track his opponent's movements. Their swords clashed in battle. Chinel angrily shouted Tion's name. The main character of the battle also loudly addressed the enemy. The ripples reflecting the sun and moonlight would soon turn into a huge wave, and the light and darkness would resonate. The final battle was about to begin. After a while, the opponents lay defeated on the ground. Tion's allies were trying to catch their breath, but they also looked tired. Jargle frowned and asked what they would do when the opponents woke up. Hiren took a drag from her pipe and replied that they were being controlled by demons. She looked at the city and assumed that they would understand. Xianghua turned to the girl and said that since they were done, they should go, as they needed to help Tion. Suddenly, a purple light illuminated the city, and the people felt an overwhelming aura. Jargle covered her eyes with her hand, asking what the huge beam of light was, to which Torka muttered that something was happening there. Xianghua frowned, thinking about Tion. Nissen looked forward in fear, thinking that she understood everything now. In this fight, the opponents put everything on the line. The monks shouted about Mashamba and wanted to rush to help, but Xianghua stopped them. She looked at the guys and said that they better not get closer if they do not want to die. Tion raised his sword for another blow. The opponents' weapons clashed, knocking out sparks of aura. It was impossible to follow the movements, the enemies moved so fast. Chinin threw his hand forward, attacking Tion. The protagonist dodged, throwing his sword behind his back. The man realized that his opponent used a post-image. As soon as the protagonist attacked him, his opponent turned around and flew up. Jainin said that his grandson had become more agile. Tion did not react to his words and did not enter into a squabble. The opponents attacked again using their weapons. The enemy's strength was enormous, so Tion's body began to tremble from the tension. The space exploded, and Jainin jumped up, leaving his opponent below. The man looked down and thought that the guy really had become stronger, and his skills were much better than last time. He landed on the ground, leaning on it with his hand. The man thought that he was still impossible to defeat. Blood spurted from the protagonist's shoulder. The monks froze in surprise, noticing this. Nissen looked at the opponents tensely, thinking that the guy blocked the attack, so why was he still injured? Xianghua folded her arms across her chest and explained that it was all because of the weapon. She looked at Jainin's blade, thinking that it was surrounded by energy. The girl pointed to the blade to her friend and explained that as she could see, a demon was trapped within the blade. The demonic weapon struck the soul, not the body, so the protagonist was injured despite blocking the attack. Tiong grimaced in pain. Xianghua looked at the opponents standing opposite each other and said that this would be a battle of souls. Jainin propped his staff on the ground and said that 50 years was a long, painful time, but today it would end. He wanted to end the era of weakness and return Nurum to its former glory. Jainin smiled carnivorously and demanded that Tiong rejoice, as he would become the soil for the growth of a new world. Suddenly, a cross-shaped scratch appeared on his cheek. Blood gushed out from the scratch. Nissen cried out tensely, realizing that Jainin had been hurt too. The monks frowned and opened their mouths in shock. Aaron remembered the battle and asked if Tian had managed to counterattack. Chinnen ran his fingers over the scratch, wiping away the blood. He silently looked at his bloody fingers. The man laughed and said that he thought so. Suddenly, his body rippled and he disappeared from sight. The next moment, the man was next to Tian and struck. He happily shouted that the guy was simply magnificent. Tian barely dodged the blows. The opponents did not stop striking each other and attacked each other with their weapons. Jargle took a step back, feeling the unbearable force, and asked how it was possible to fight at such speeds, to which Aaron replied that each of their attacks was aimed at the soul of the enemy. Nissen pursed her lips and thought that she could not even follow them. The girl looked at Tion fighting and wondered if this was really a battle of souls. Kinnan couldn't hold back and shouted at his grandson that he knew that these tricks weren't enough to defeat him. He continued to parry the blows and demand that the boy show him the true power of the demon, so he had to make him show himself, because in this case, the man wanted to absorb him. He attacked again, calling forth a powerful wave of explosion. The space exploded, and a funnel formed in the place where the protagonist had previously been. The protagonist realized that his opponent had broken the ground. Kinnan squeezed his staff tighter and asked how his grandson could handle it. He promised to take the boy's power and raise the stone chips up again. Under the influence of the man's mana, the stones flew up. The monks exclaimed that things were bad for them as the enemy began to throw stones. Tion concentrated and defined the space, thinking about how to fight further. The blows were almost impossible to distinguish, but the protagonist parried them at the limit of his physical capabilities. Another stone raised by the enemy flew at his head. Chinnen wished his grandson to rest in peace and attacked with a demonic spiritual wave. Reinforcing his wish, he threw his hands forward, directing the force. Tian swung his sword. The blow intended for him was absorbed by his weapon. The girls looked intently at the progress of the battle, unable to utter a word. Chinnen looked intently at his grandson and asked what kind of tricks were going on. He did not understand how the boy absorbed the demonic wave. Jargle frowned and then remembered that this was what Burgeon seemed to have mentioned. He remembered the swords of light and darkness, the true form of which were the blades of 3 demons, and where one emitted light and the other absorbed darkness. With these blades, it was possible to control both light and darkness, and Meshamba was a person worthy of the title of the Lord of Light. Tien gripped his blade and said that his opponent was obsessed with power. He looked askance at Chinnen and said that he did not want peace or justice, and all he wanted was to satisfy his ambitions. The man shrugged and asked what was wrong with that. He waved his hand and explained that power was needed to get what he wanted, since that was the rule of the powerful. He frowned and asked if his opponent was not currently using power to achieve his goal. Tien thought for a moment, then replied that his grandfather simply did not know. He began to remember the burning building, the piles of skulls, his friends defeated and bloodied, and the losses they had suffered along the way. The last memory was his father extending his hand to him with a smile on his face. A wall of fire erupted behind the protagonist as he spoke of the sorrow of the souls sacrificed by the demon. The protagonist raised his sword and pointed it at Jainin, saying that he would repay in full. The protagonist used a demonic spiritual wave. Xianghua perked up as she realized that her friend had released the absorbed spiritual wave. Jainin thought that it was a good move. He also used a demonic spiritual wave. The mana emitted an unnaturally white light. He froze with his hand outstretched, still releasing power, when the protagonist flew towards him, preparing to attack. Jainin noticed this movement and also grabbed his staff more comfortably to counterattack. At the last moment, Tiong spun in the air and dodged the blow. The man's staff squeaked on the ground with an unpleasant creaking sound. Tiong barely pushed off the ground and ended up behind the enemy. Nissen's eyes widened in surprise. Sweat rolled down the faces of the monks. Blood spurted out of Chinnen's hand as he took a hit. Aaron froze in surprise as the boy managed to dodge and counterattack in just an instant. She didn't understand how that was possible, so she looked at the opponents. Chinnen called Tiong by name. The protagonist lowered his sword and said that it was enough as the games were over. He looked at the enemy intently and promised to take away his demon power. Chinnen just chuckled. He raised his head and said that it was funny to see the boy threatening him. An aura began to gather around the man again as he explained that he only had a few cuts, so the brat shouldn't get cocky. A shudder ran through the man's body. A strange feeling came over him as he looked at his hand. At that moment, his soul seemed to separate from his body. The man fell silent and lowered his head. Suddenly, he seemed to wake up and said that it was his turn now. His staff was engulfed in red flames as he decided to use instant death. Jin-nin threw the staff at the boy. The boy jumped up in surprise, looking at the weapon. He tried to dodge until the boy was pierced by pain when he thought about his opponent throwing his weapon. Jin-nin was already flying in for another attack, demanding that his grandson not get distracted. The protagonist raised his weapon to counterattack. The boy attacked with his swords, thinking that his opponent was open for a strike. However, Jin-nin intercepted the boy's weapon and a small tremor ran through the boy's body. Xianghua perked up as she realized that the opponent blocked the sword with his hand. Jin-nin raised his hand, using force, and said that this is the reason why his grandson will not win. They clashed again in battle as the staff began to return to its owner. The weapon hit the boy in the back, causing unbearable pain. Blood flowed from Tiang's mouth as he began to scream in pain. Neeson realized that the thrown staff had hit Tiang from behind. The monks were surprised that the staff had returned, as they did not understand how that was possible. Xianghua frowned and folded her arms over her chest as he had distracted Tiang by throwing away his staff. The protagonist caught his breath. Jai-nin leaned on his staff and arrogantly asked if the boy was tired. He spread his arms and mockingly said that the Lord of Light was only chattering and being proud while he was being defeated by an old man with a cane. The man's eyes flashed scarlet as he said that his opponent was too young and inexperienced. He believed that the boy could not defeat him. Jai-nin tossed his staff, then grabbed it more comfortably and rushed to attack. An aura enveloped his body as he threw his staff at the enemy again, forcing him to fight back. As the attack progressed, the opponents got closer to each other. The protagonist exhaled loudly and rushed to counterattack. Jai-nin was behind the protagonist again, aiming for his back. Tiang flipped in midair, dodging the blow. As soon as he landed on the ground, Chinen pierced his torso with his weapon. The monks whispered fearfully about Mashamba. Aaron watched the fight fearfully and muttered to herself that Chinen was attacking from all sides. His fighting style was good at both long and short range. She compared him to an impregnable fortress. The girl wondered if the protagonist would be able to win. However, Xianghua's voice distracted her from her thoughts. The girl looked at her friend, who explained that the guy was just waiting for the right moment. She looked at the opponents and said that he needed time to strike back. The protagonist focused again. He flipped over and attacked with both swords. Torka considered it a terrible attack, and Jargle did not understand how the guy was able to dodge all the attacks. Chin-nin watched his enemy's movements closely and thought that he seemed to have gotten the hang of it a bit. However, he thought that it wouldn't change anything, and then threw his weapon at the enemy again. Tiang covered himself with his swords. The blow passed through the crossed weapons. The staff hit the crossed swords, and the protagonist immediately grabbed it. Chin-nin looked at his opponent arrogantly, thinking that he was still holding on. He shouted that he would crush the guy. The man knelt down and called on his power. The tension increased, forcing the protagonist to grit his teeth. Chin-nin shouted for his enemy to die. His eyes glowed scarlet as he watched what was happening. Suddenly, the man was forced to stop and think that something was wrong. And finally, listening to his feelings, he realized that what was happening simply couldn't be happening. Tiang was still holding the staff with his swords. Only now did the man notice what was happening. The protagonist began to squeeze his swords. The next moment, the staff was broken in half. The guy's hands shot up after the blow, and he reminded that he had already said this. The protagonist's eyes flashed like lightning when he remembered that he promised to deprive the man of his demon power. The protagonist's comrades exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. Xianghua grinned nervously and cursed. The girl looked at her friend in surprise, muttering that he had cut the staff. Her hair hid the irritated expression on Tiang's face, who said that this would be the end of his opponent's ambitions. The next moment, he chipped in and decisively said that he would take the man's power. Realization pierced Jining's body. The protagonist lifted himself off the ground and rushed to attack. His blows landed on his opponent's torso. Xianghua exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Jining and decided that he had lost. The man raised his head and, despite the swords in his body, asked if the boy could threaten him. He grabbed the opponent's wrists with his hands and shouted that his strength was nothing. Xianghua, surprised and tense, clenched her teeth, saying that he was absorbing Tion's energy and they had to help him. At that moment, the protagonist pushed off the ground and soared upward. He was able to push off his opponent and fly even higher. Jai-nin fell, not expecting such a blow. The monks realized that the protagonist had broken the connection. Neeson happily hugged Aaron and shouted that Tion was winning. Xianghua, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted the protagonist's name. She looked at the fighting men and demanded that the protagonist finish off Jai-nin. The man frowned, thinking that he had done everything, even merging with a demon. He looked at Taeyong approaching and thought about how he had humiliated himself, all for the sake of revenge, and now his grandson was trying to kill him. Jae-nin was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, and he decided that he would not allow himself to be humiliated again. The man skillfully dodged each of Taeyong's attacks. Jae-nin threw his hand forward, calling on his power. His body trembled and an aura burst out. Taeyong did not stop attacking with his swords, dealing several blows per second. He continued to reach his opponent, blood pouring out of the man's wounds. Jae-nin tried his best to dodge the blows since he could not be defeated again. At that moment, Taeyong began to absorb the demonic power. Hyren looked at Seonghwa and asked if Taeyong was absorbing the demon, to which she folded her arms and said that he was, since the blades of light absorbed demons through the old man's wounds. She looked at Taeyong's next attack and said that this was Taeyong's plan. The protagonist said that a man should accept his fate, as he must answer for the harm he caused to the souls. He wanted to destroy his opponent. Kainin said that his grandson talked too much. After that, he began to turn around to make another attack. Taeyong threw forward the sword that he was going to attack with, but Kainin ducked under his arm and intercepted it, tripping his opponent. The weapon fell out of Taeyong's hands, and Kainin threw it over himself so that he fell on his back. The sword fell out of the guy's hands. Jargle screamed in fear that the protagonist dropped the blade, and Torka was surprised that Kainin was able to counterattack. Seonghwa began to worry about the protagonist as his opponent intercepted his arm and twisted it, causing Taeyong to drop his blade. At that moment, the protagonist ducked under the enemy's hand, who was about to smash his head into the ground. Chinen missed the moment when his grandson jumped up, thus dodging the attack. He sensed that the next attack would come from above. The protagonist aimed at the enemy's head, but the latter managed to intercept the remaining sword with both hands. The man's body was shaking, but he did not give up. Suddenly, the sword that had fallen earlier rose into the air. The protagonist was focused when he caught the sword with his free hand. His comrades were surprised by such a move. Chinen realized that the enemy had thrown his sword up himself. Tien screamed and attacked the enemy again. The intercepted sword remained in Chinen's hands, and the second sword was used to attack. The blade pierced through Chinen's already wounded hand. Tien raised the second blade to attack. The man cursed, noticing that he could no longer dodge. The tip of the blade was aimed straight at the eye. Finally, the blade pierced the man's heart. The people around him froze in surprise. Seonghwa kept her eyes on her friend, afraid to miss even the smallest details. Blood gushed out of Jae-nin's mouth, and his hands twisted. Taeyong said that without light, there is no darkness, and the dark force only strives for balance. He looked at the man's injuries with sadness, but muttered that he would take his demon. The protagonist used the light demon technique. Then he used the dark spirit regression. Jae-nin looked at his opponent's face. He looked closely at the guy and said that he looked exactly like his grandfather. Jae-nin closed his eyes and explained that Taeyong was the grandson of the man who dealt him his first defeat, and now he was going to deal him his last. This meant that the Lord had no other way, after which the man's eyes darkened. A purple aura enveloped his body as he called Taeyong an insolent man. He grabbed the weapon with his hands and began to pull it out of his body, thinking that he would return the countless humiliations, the looks he received when he lost to him, and all the disappointment from his hopes being dashed. This action made the protagonist tense. He looked at the man whose body was engulfed in pain. An explosion of aura was heard, the space shook. Taeyong jumped back, dodging a possible attack. He looked ahead tensely, hearing his opponent swear by the heavens. The man's body continued to burn with fire as he said that he would take revenge on the protagonist's family in the most humiliating way. The man snapped his fingers, saying that he would do it even if it meant making a deal with a demon. He decided to sell his soul and snapped his fingers again. At that moment, souls began to come out of the mouths of everyone who was defeated earlier. The souls came out of each person's body and rushed upward. The same thing was happening in different parts of the city, and it seemed like the entire city was illuminated too brightly. The monks looked up, realizing that the souls were gathering at that point, moving through the air, and Jurgil asked what kind of creepy creature it was. Seonghwa looked up, saying that it couldn't be. They looked at the purple sphere of mana, and the girl said that the man was sucking out all those souls. Taeyong realized that they were in trouble. A thick curtain of smoke enveloped the enemy's body. Chinen emerged from the fog and said that legend says that the possessed can give up their soul to regain their youth for a short time. He took a step towards the protagonist, saying that it was a completely different matter to give up dozens of souls, since in this case one could gain eternal youth. In front of Taeyong stood a rejuvenated Chinen, who declared that this was the true power of the demon. He flashed his dark eyes, declaring the power of a true immortal ruler. The protagonist and Chinen froze opposite each other. The girl and her friend standing to the side froze in shock. They did not understand how Chinen became younger. Nissen approached them and said that she did not know this, because only the previous immortal ruler, Taeyong's grandfather, knew this. Frowning, she said that Chinen must have used a forbidden demonic technique to rejuvenate himself by paying with the souls of the possessed. The man himself stood motionless while his dark aura surrounded him. Smiling, he said that it was time for his revenge. Calling the protagonist with his hand, he said that it felt so good to be full of strength. Taeyong slightly leaned down, seeing how he was called. He suddenly appeared in front of the man. Jargle, who was standing to the side, gritted his teeth, realizing that the boy was brazenly pulled towards him. The protagonist managed to point his sword at the enemy. Chinen grinned. He did not move, surprised at how quickly his opponent reacted. A split second before the strike, the man opened his eye. With one hand, he began to reflect all of the protagonist's blows. A moment later, he grabbed the boy's hand. Swinging his other hand to strike, Chinen told Taeyong that he was too predictable. He struck the boy's side. The protagonist coughed from the force of the blow. Jargle and Torga screamed in fear. Nissen frowned, saying that this blow disrupted the flow of energy in the body. In the past, while still in Murama, Chinen possessed a legendary technique that was a countermeasure to any attack, thanks to which he was able to maintain his position as the head of the sect for many years. The protagonist did not give up and rushed to attack the man. He easily dodged all his attacks and attacks. Chinen smiled widely, mentally asking the guy to continue attacking in the same spirit. He turned sharply, dodging the sword. A moment later, he grabbed Taeyong's hand. With one push, the man knocked the protagonist over. He fell face down on the ground. Grabbing the guy by the throat, Chinen was going to show him that he was just a parody of his grandfather. A terrible grin appeared on his face. Chinen was going to destroy the entire family of the protagonist. The events take us decades ago to the city of Murama. Chinen knelt before his father and grandfather, then he was the legitimate heir to the throne of Wudang. Looking at the crown and staff, the boy thanked his grandfather and father for their trust. Chinen said, smiling, that he would fulfill their will. Then he was only 25 years old. His grandfather, sitting on the throne, said that with such a grandson he could calmly retire. Smiling, Chinen's father told him that he believed that he would achieve the goals that they could not achieve. Taking the crown in his hands, the boy told them not to worry. Putting on the crown, he said that soon all of Murim would honor the masters again. The change of power in the Wudang sect changed the world of Murim. Chinen absorbed all the sects with his eloquence and skills. Now he stood above all. 25 years later, Wudang rose to the top of power. Its flag was now enveloped in a noble aura. The sect was favored by all political parties and martial artists. At 50, the head of the sect experienced severe pain. He suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of a nameless stranger. The faces of the sect members were twisted in shock. They could not believe that their master had been defeated. Chinen frowned and breathed heavily, saying that he could not lose so easily. He glared at the man in front of him when he told him that he was very strong. Jait wiped his sweat, saying that even with his strength, it was not enough. Jait's small victory turned into a huge defeat for all of Wudang, as if an omen had rained from the sky. Chinen knelt in the ruins. Rumors of his defeat at the hands of a nameless stranger quickly spread throughout Murim, causing him to be completely crushed. The gray-haired old man chuckled, saying that he had to restore the former glory of the martial artists. He sharply gritted his teeth in anger. Raising his head to the sky, he screamed, swearing that Jait would destroy 3 generations of him and take revenge in the most humiliating way. The old man's pupil shrank as he said that even if it took centuries, he would definitely take revenge. From that moment on, Chinen began to travel planning his revenge. One day in the palace of the Central Plain, he heard about it. The man found a demon's grimoire. Based on the information received from the Palace of the Revolution, he was able to confirm that the demon who defeated the king of Mongolia hid in the central continent. So the man conspired with Mugong. He supported him all the time and talked to him. Thanks to him, Jait turned from an immortal lord in the middle of ruins and skeletons. After he dealt with the disaster he himself created, so in the ruins he regained his glory, status, and the right to follow his dream again. The no longer young man extended his hand to his goal. Holding the protagonist by the throat, he said that this is how it should have been from the very beginning. Taeyong lowered his blades. He chuckled and said that no matter how much he said that he was light or darkness, that he was going to fix this world, in reality he was a rootless murderer. The boy's eyes began to close from lack of air. Enveloping his palm in energy, Chinen said that this was the end of his revenge for 3 generations. A moment later, he swung his arm to strike, intending to kill the boy. A moment later, his hand pierced Taeyong's chest. His arm entered his chest up to the elbow. Suddenly, Taeyong grabbed his hand, saying that there was one thing he learned in the battle with Mugong. With the power of light, he could penetrate his mind and read his thoughts and memories. Frowning, he asked Chinen if this was the true reason for the sacrifice of so many innocent people. Chinen furrowed his brows, not understanding how the boy survived with his heart pierced. Suddenly, the world itself cracked like glass. A moment later, the illusion shattered into pieces. The protagonist pierced Chinen's chest with his sword. The old man, trembling all over, asked why it had to end like this when he was so close to his goal. He glared at Taeyong in front of him when he said that all the hatred, the revenge he had been harboring for so long, had become his life's goal. The protagonist stopped being angry and looked at Chinen with pity. telling him that he felt sorry for him. The man's body trembled, trying to figure out when the protagonist had managed to penetrate his mind with the power of light. Suddenly, he remembered how the boy pierced his chest. Nissen and his friend watched everything from the sidelines indifferently. Jargle and his comrades frowned, understanding what had happened. Chinen raised his head and asked the protagonist if the rejuvenation and revenge were an illusion. The boy grabbed the man by the back of the head. Hugging him, he said that he would send him back into the arms of the Lord of Light. Both froze in that position. A moment later, a pillar of light made of kai rose to the sky. Deban opened his eye. He was tied with bandages lying on the cot. The man stood up trembling with his whole body. Debang turned his attention to Yeonbyum sitting in front of him when he told him not to overdo it. The man opened his eyes wide, seeing a bright light in the distance. Yeonbyum smiled that when he first met Tion, he was just a chick, but he never imagined that the guy would grow up so quickly. The light from the huge pillar of light in the distance illuminated the tent. Soon, the kai began to dissipate. The entire pillar of light slowly disappeared. The protagonist was sitting on his knees hugging Jinan. The guy did not move, waiting for something. Tion turned around abruptly when he was called. All the spectators of the fight were approaching him from behind. Jargle raised his hand, telling the protagonist that he was incredible. Ichijo smiled widely, calling out to Tion. Starting to approach them, the guy asked if everything was okay with them. Nissen extended her fist to the protagonist. The girl grinned and thanked the guy. He bowed his head and sadly accepted the gratitude. Aaron, who was standing to the side, told Tion that he did not look particularly happy. Holding her smoking pipe in her hand, the girl asked the protagonist if he wanted to kill Chinen. The protagonist only frowned, looking at her. Jargle and his friend opened their mouths in surprise, asking Tion why he decided so. They simultaneously looked at Chinen, who was kneeling, asking God that he was not alive. Closing her eyes, Aaron said that she understood the protagonist because she also did not kill her grandfather. Opening her eyes, she told Tion that he should think about what the old man had already done. Even if Chinen was spared, no one guaranteed that the city would not be destroyed, turning it into ruins. Aaron put her hand on her chest and said that if he didn't mind, she would personally kill the old man. The protagonist froze, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the guy smiled and began to laugh. Aaron frowned and told Tion that she was serious. The girl's eyes widened when Tion said that the true power of the spirit was in his hands. Slightly bowing his head, the boy said with sadness that when he used the power of light, he read all of Chinen's memories. Now the boy understood the reason for Chinen's revenge. It all started with losing and him kneeling. However, the amount of blood, destruction and death in wars because of his revenge became incomprehensible. Looking at the old man behind him, the protagonist said that the right to take Chinen's life will remain with those he killed. Raising his head up, the boy said that all he needs to do is return Chinen to his victims. The old man frowned, bowing his head. His soul stood on the surface of the water. Looking around, he tried to understand what kind of place it was. Looking at his hand, the old man noticed something. Chinen trembled, realizing that all his wounds had disappeared. Gritting his teeth, the angry old man screamed, saying that he could not lose because revenge had not yet happened. Suddenly, dark kai appeared behind the old man. An eerie voice called him. Chinen froze and did not turn around immediately. A moment later, he looked back. When he turned around, he saw a huge accumulation of dark kai in the form of a tornado. Chinen retreated back in fear. Voices were heard from the raging tornado. They cursed Chinen, said that they hated him and would never forgive him. The tornado split when someone inside it said that they were the souls that died in this war. The soul sphere in the middle of the tornado told the old man that now he would suffer forever. The old man raised his head, his pupils shrank in horror. Chinen turned around wanting to run away, but the streams of kai held him back. Now he would be tormented forever in the whirlpool of all his sins. He is doomed to the same suffering as the victims. The pupil of his real body reflected the state of his soul. Saliva poured out of the old man's mouth. Now he was experiencing the punishment that was due to him. Yujiho stood next to Jargle and asked the protagonist what they would do with Chinen's body since they couldn't just leave it here. Nissen crossed her arms over her chest and said to leave everything to her. She would seal the body in the darkest depths of the Black Unorthodox Alliance. The protagonist smiled and thanked her. Suddenly, petals of pure kai appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise upon seeing them. His lips stretched into a smile. Raising his head up, he mentally said that it was a familiar smell, causing an eerie nostalgia. Now the sky was bright again. The clouds no longer blocked the sun. Near the destroyed skyscrapers, Jargle said that it was time for them to return to Mongolia. Remembering the cave, he said that he should clean up while someone began to study the ancient writings again. Nissen, remembering the large-scale destruction in the Alliance, said that she should return to restoring the Alliance. Turning to the protagonist, the group asked him what he was going to do. The guy stood motionless with a smile on his face. Straightening up and looking at his friends, he said that he had a couple of ideas. The events take us to the mountainous area. A little girl was performing a technique with a scream. She repeated the technique over and over again, trying to release a spiritual wave. Soon she fell on her back from fatigue, asking discontentedly when she would be able to do everything. Coming out of the old dojo, she said that her eldest went to university and did not return. Suddenly, the girl stopped. Her mouth and eyes opened wide from what she saw. Passing through the trash and junk, Taeyong was walking towards her. Looking around, he realized that he should rebuild everything here. The guy turned his head sharply, hearing a displeased voice. He suddenly saw his parents hugging each other. The protagonist froze, not knowing what to say in front of his father and mother. The father, smiling, told his son that they had not seen each other for a long time. He narrowed his eyes and then grinned, telling his son that he was an adult now. The protagonist put water on the stove. Soon, he cooked ramen. While his mother looked at him with displeasure, his father smiled contentedly. Taeyong stuffed too many noodles into his mouth like a tramp. His father did not lag behind, hastily starting to eat the noodles. Emmy narrowed her eyes and looked at her son with displeasure. Seeing how the father and son hurriedly ate, she asked if they happened to come from a hungry land. Receiving no answer, she frowned and asked if it was tasty. Jaehan only hummed at her question. When the pot was empty, Taeyong asked his father if he could ask him a question. Scratching his chin, the guy asked his father how he got into his head. Jaehan picked up the bowl and looked at his son with disdain, making him ask what kind of face he was making. Smiling, the father said that he just thought he would ask him the reason for leaving home. The guy turned away, saying that he wanted to ask about this too, but later. Putting the bowl on the table, the man said that the answer to his question was the same as the reason for leaving home, so he would answer 2 questions at once. Smiling slightly, the man straightened up and said that he had already died once. The protagonist's pupils shrank from shock. Looking at his son, the father said that he could see everything in the memories of Mujin and Chinin. Far in the past, when Chinin found the grimoire in the palace, then Jaehan, kneeling, asked the mistress of the black demons to teach him demonology, so he mastered the absorption technique. After that, he met Emmy, the daughter of the leader of the Wooden sect, and fell in love with her. As a result, they had a son. Emmy got angry when Jaehan said that it was a big mistake. Eventually, rumors of their wedding reached Chinin. They agreed that he would bless them if Jaehan gave them a grimoire with the power of a demon. But the old man did not keep his promise and pierced the boy's chest. He deceived Jaehan. Now his body lay with a hole in his chest. It was too stupid to assume that Chinin would approve of his daughter's marriage to the son of his blood enemy. Surprisingly, Jaehan still opened his eyes. When he woke up, the warriors of Mongolia were kneeling before him. Turning his head, he noticed the king of Mongolia. It was a bald man with a crown on his head. Calling Jaehan the Apostle of Light, he bowed to him. Jaehan's body was dead, but his soul was alive with the power of light. Putting on the mantle of the Mongols, he realized that he could only be freed when he cleansed the world of demons and found a new Lord of Light. After decades, he was finally able to meet his son, a man with the qualities of a ruler. The protagonist's cheeks slightly reddened. Jaehan bowed his head, telling his son not to look at him like that, because he did it to see him again. Being an Apostle of Light was not important to him. Straightening up and smiling, he said that the most important thing was that he was able to see him again, to see how much he had grown. Taeyong smiled at his father's words. The man put his hands on his knees and asked the protagonist if he had made any new friends. Remembering his friends, the guy nodded. Extending his fist to his son, Jaehan told him that it was now up to him to decide how to use the power of light, but he should not waste it on stupid desires. The man froze, waiting for his son's answer. Taeyong smiled widely at his father's words. A moment later, he pushed his fist against his father's. Tears began to roll down Jaehan's face. Disappearing, the father told his son one last time that he loved him. The events take us to the hospital. Deban, wrapped in bandages, looked at the man in front of him with distrust. The man, sitting next to the bed, said that now that most of the elders had fallen except for Fangju, they decided that he was the most suitable person to be the next head of Muram. Frowning, Songwoo said that all of Muram was now painted in the banners of Wudang, and this was wrong because it was the painful fruit of Chinin's greed. For the good development of this city and all of Muram, competition between different sects was needed. Songwoo bowed to Deban, begging him to become the next head of Muram. The man froze, not knowing how to answer. He immediately remembered his argument with Gull, how he was about to start a bloody war again. Then he remembered Jaehan, who asked him to do him a favor. Deban bowed his head in thought. Songwoo glanced at the man when he told him to raise his head. Getting up from the bed, Deban said that he should not bow because this was the rule of the previous head. Extending his hand to the boy, he said that he would change the world of Miram for the better. Both boys smiled at the man's answer. Screams of joy could be heard throughout the hospital and the surrounding area. The events take us to the Unorthodox Alliance. Nissen turned around when she heard her name being called. Seeing Yujiho behind her, the girl said that she thought she would continue her training. Bashfully bowing her head, Yujiho asked if they could discuss something. Clenching her hand into a fist, she asked Nissen to let her take her father's place. Nissen's eyes widened in surprise at her words. Grabbing her friend's chin, she asked if she really thought it would be that easy to become one of the 4 great guardians. When she removed her hand and said that she wanted to see everything for herself. Frowning, Yujiho said that she wanted to see what his father sacrificed his life for. Nissen remembered the little boy who told her that if his family was torn apart like this, it would be better for him to die here and now. A moment later, Nissen nodded, and Bam was behind Nissen in an instant when she called out to him. He looked up and stared at Yujiho in surprise. Nissen put her hand on her friend's shoulder. Standing next to her, she told Yeonbyeom to say hello to the new member of the Black Demon Alliance. The events take us to the ruins of Tion's house. The mother, adjusting her son's clothes, reminded him in every possible way to always use sunscreen and keep in touch. The protagonist, feeling ashamed, looked away when his mother asked him if he knew how to use everything. He answered her saying that there was nothing difficult in using sunscreen. Emmy involuntarily looked away saying that his father. Ten abruptly interrupted her saying that everything was fine, while his expression was calm. Throwing his bag over his back, he said that in fact, about halfway through the journey, he stopped looking for his father because he did not even know how to find him and the demon's power constantly caused trouble. Looking at the sky, the guy said that even so, he continued walking because of the people he met along the way. Smiling widely, he said that Dad just wanted to make sure of his friends. Emmy smiled with satisfaction looking at her son. She hugged him tightly. In the end, she said that this journey would not be easy and that there would be demon-possessed people waiting for him ahead, thirsty for endless killing. Seeing 3 friends outside, the guy asked them if they would really go with him. Taeyong looked at his hand mentally saying that until he made the journey, he thought that the power of a demon was a terrible curse. Clenching his fist, he said that even now there are those who suffer from demonic filth. A moment later, the group led by Taeyong headed forward to meet adventures. The guy's lips parted in a smile. He was already imagining new adventures. And so the first part of the story ended, to be continued. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.